This buck still rises in her.
We are pretty much at the halfway mark of the North American Regional Qualifiers as we head over to day number 3. My name is T-Panda, of course, joined by my trusty companion Fear, as we're going to start talking about what has happened in the qualifiers so far and what can we expect from the days to come, because it's only 8 teams remaining, 4 in the upper bracket, 4 in the lower bracket. It's time to eliminate some more teams, but of course we get our return back to the upper bracket, Fear. If we go all the way back to the first day, we saw some spicy action going up there, a couple series going all the way to 3 games in those best of 3s, and getting a bit of a taste of what these teams are up for in this year's regional qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. We had some definitely really good games. Teams that are been surprising so far for me has been Sand King GÓMEZ, really just putting on a pretty good show here. 2-1 CDUB, getting 2-1 and getting 0. I mean, they lost one game, right, to Nouns, or both games. They won a game is what I'm trying to say against Nouns. And it was in a situation where they did well in that third game. Even though they did end up losing the series, they did pretty well. But they went against CDUB, took it all, and then Bait, another team, were wondering how good are they with this upgrades they got to their roster. They showed against TiltedBoys that they're definitely one of the stronger teams here, just kind of playing with their food in that series there, even though they did lose to Wildcard Gaming. So we've had a lot of definitely good games, and of course American Goons, a team that we had our eyes on, getting a 2-0 against Lucky Bird. So we'll see. And of course the cut. These are teams that we should never sleep on. We'll see what they can bring as they are also advancing.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at the bracket itself and see what it is looking like, what the matchups are going to be looking like for today in particular, because basically now we're moving on to 4 series a day into 3 series a day, slowly but surely, and then finding out which of these 8 teams is going to be making it through into TI itself. So, as already mentioned, the upper bracket, it was a tight battle in the first 2 series, then Lucky Bird, Ravens. Both of these 2 teams, not a single map victory in the entire qualifier, because, as you mentioned, AG and the Cut, they just knocked them out 2-0 straight away. So not much of a chance, not much of a fight coming out from those 2 teams. But however, everybody else has truly been showing up on the board. Even CDUB getting a bit of a chance versus Sand King GÓMEZ, kind of destroyed them in that second game of that series. But still, Sand King GÓMEZ made their way through. But now, what is coming up next? If we take a look at the schedule, we return to the upper bracket, and of course, which you named one of the big 3. This is 2 of them. Nouns versus Wildcard Gaming going up against each other's. A hype spectacle series to start off the day.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the other third I would talk about would be Bait, and Wildcard already dispatched of Bait, putting him into that lower bracket. And now Nouns versus Wildcard. In my eyes, this match is kind of going to determine who's the alpha of the qualifier here. Which of these teams is the one that's the best of the rest here? But of course, it is a double elimination. Neither of these teams will be eliminated from this match, and you can learn a lot and make adjustments going through that lower bracket if you can find yourself into that grand final. However, I think it's likely whoever wins this series most likely will go into the grand finals, but it's a little too early to say, but they'll be favored for sure.
For sure. And of course, the series after that, DogChamp versus Felt, one of these 2 teams is going to be in the top 3, and that means a lot for either of these 2 teams, considering that's even higher of a finish than they've had in the entire DPC year in the North American region. So if you get in the regional qualifiers, ranking yourself a top 3 finish, holy hell, you could even go second. Hell, you could even make it all the way to TI if you've got the grit and the integrity to go that way. And after that, going to the lower bracket, Sand King GÓMEZ versus Bait. That's going to be also a series to keep your eyes open for. Not to forget, American Goons and The Cut. Some of the players from American Goons used to play for that previous The Cut roster in Tour 3, maybe even Tour 2. So it's a bit of a grudge match going on there. Which of these two teams has made the correct roster changes to go through in the qualifier, and of course push themselves forward? But I think we could still talk a bit more about these other matchups because we got a plenty amount of time until we start breaking down Nouns versus Wildcard Gaming. Like I mentioned, DogChamp and Felt never been top 3. Now either one of these would be there.
Yeah, they will. And unfortunately for TI qualifiers, normally a top 3 or a top 2 finish is kind of great. You put yourself more in the money, you get more DPC points. None of that really applies here. So it's all about just kind of like winning. You need to win. There's only one slot for NA. And if second place is good as last place here, well, let's be real, right?
Yeah.
So like you really just have to win. And that's what all the teams are here for. There's only one slot. So you got to fight for it. I mean, top 3 might give you some motivation going to the next series or the next year, being like, we're pretty good here. But other than that, you don't get much.
That is very true. Like, it's going to be a huge disappointment not to go through. It's a BO5 as well, waiting in that grand final. So not like SA where they have 2 slots available. Both are just best of 3s. It's going to be a pretty quick series for some of those teams to go through. SA later, of course, in the next week. But Sand King GÓMEZ and Bait, also a series that I like to keep an eye open for, because Bait, I think that was a top 4 team, maybe, in my eyes. I felt like with those roster changes, you could say top 3, but I did kind of have my hopes high in the sense of, has DogChamp really improved that much during the course of this year that they could be that top 3 team? And I maybe keep them as a favorite in that Felt series. But Bait and Sand King GÓMEZ, like, we've got one team on the rise and another team that has a lot of expectations riding on them, and that is Bait.
Yeah, they definitely have, well, depends. I think you have a lot of expectations for Bait, and I'm sure
I surely do.
And some of the fans, right? If you've been following Dendi, you know, you have like Stomon and Stomig, VTune, Kadar. All these guys are kind of storied players at this point. So I'm sure they have one of the bigger fan bases, probably not the largest fan base of anyone in the region right now. So yeah, I guess there's a lot of hope riding on them. However, they're not in like a. They've already lost a series, right? They're in the lower bracket. Of course, like, it should be a pretty comfortable lower bracket run because this roster is good. These teams in the lower bracket that they potentially should have an advantage against and just perform the way they need to. So far, they showed yesterday they could do it, but will they be able to continue the consistency? Bait and consistency are not 2 things that mix very well.
That is very true. That's something that I've also paid attention to throughout this entire year, that what is the consistency level? Is it there? Or what kind of consistency are we talking about? And then, of course, American Goons versus The Cut to finish off the evening or to finish off the night or day or morning, wherever you're watching from. Like mentioned, MTD, the ex-mid player for The Cut, they've got Aeon in his stead, and MTD decided, well, we've got this thing going here with Empyrean and Giant. Maybe we can get a good roster going here. Got Lil Nick, they got Boris around this team. Looking pretty strong on paper. Boris doesn't really tell me that much, but I feel like Goons actually has a very good shot, though The Cut, already a proven team in the NA.
Yeah, The Cut, I mean, Shaggy, who's moved to position 5, used to always play in the mid lane. A lot of these, it's kind of like getting a little, not spicy, but the NA scene is having its own metas where, you know, Shaggy hasn't really been on any tier 1 teams yet, but he's already making his transition to 5 as being like one of the veteran NA players and making room for some new players. It looks like a Pakistani mid player on Aeon here.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him play too much, but for him to just play 5 and let in a new player play mid instead of him, he must have a lot of respect for this guy.
For sure, for sure. But that is later on tonight or this evening, as already mentioned. But let's jump onto the main spectacle, which is up next, Nouns versus Wildcard Gaming. If we pit these two teams against each other and maybe compare a little bit with the current meta that has been somewhat building in this tournament, looking at some of the heroes that have been picked around, Bloodseeker has been very successful. It's been banned 8 times, and every time you've banned the Bloodseeker, it's an 87.5% win rate. Has won both of the games it has been picked in. So we're talking high tempo heroes a lot in the top 5. It's just not just the Bloodseeker, the Svens, the Dawnbreakers, the DPs. They have their own ways of sitting into the game. Does that translate at all into these team comparison numbers?
It's a little early to say, right? Because like both these teams have played 3 games, right? They played 3 games, and they weren't necessarily the cleanest games either. So there's comparison here. You get to see a little bit on like how the series went. I will say, Wildcard, I don't even know if this is a true statement, but they had a harder opponent in Bait. But I might just be sleeping a little bit on Sand GÓMEZ. I think it was a big surprise that Nouns lost 1 map against Sand GÓMEZ. But watching Sand GÓMEZ play a little bit, maybe I shouldn't be surprised because they're looking pretty strong here. But either way, both these teams, they're not like cruising through the qualifiers, right, with some 2-0s. They've already lost a map each. They got to this next round, of course, by winning 2 games, but they did suffer 1 loss here. And of course, like going against each other, it's a new patch. There's a lot of things that could happen. And yeah, Wildcard Gaming, I think there's a little bit of a grudge match here too, because Nouns removed Husky, the POS 5 player, and Wildcard is like, all right, we'll take him. So Wildcard Gaming has Nouns' previous POS 5 player. And I think Husky has a lot to prove here playing against his old team.
Yeah, and also maybe a bit of, I wouldn't say drama, but at least something that sparks up again when it goes like, oh, I'm playing against my former team. So you've got that fresh experience from them. You know how they work, you know how they play, you know how they communicate. And you, in such a short time span, when you've recently just been in that team and now going into another, getting to play against them, it's still in your fresh memory, so to say, that you might be able to use that to your advantage. But that's a big maybe, because it's still about the mechanical skill, the communication skills in the team, the draft itself. There's so many things to take into account, but it can be this tiny kind of advantage in a moment where you realize, oh, this player, he's in this situation, he might think this way, and I might be able to use that against him. So all these kind of small things coming in together. But looking at, like, for example, that average hero damage graph at the end, like, I don't normally bring this up in itself because there's a lot of things related to it. But that's a big difference in like over 20k damage being dealt compared to the other team when they have both played these 3-game series. And looking at the game duration as well, it's somewhat similar, maybe a little bit longer even for Wildcard Gaming versus Bait than Nouns versus Sand GÓMEZ.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. I think this matchup is very close. I know I'm saying this a lot throughout the qualifier, but it is very true. A lot of these games, a lot of these teams, especially when the dust starts to settle a little bit, the games are going to get closer and closer, and this is definitely, in my eyes, going to be the most competitive series just on paper, because I put Bait as like my 3rd team, Nouns first, and Wildcard probably the 2nd. And so, and this is not my eyes, this is like the 1 and 2 facing off right now, and it should be a very close game. And I wouldn't expect anything else but a 3-game series here.
And this is, in some people's eyes, like the potential grand finals of this North American qualifier, because like I've seen, like, Wildcard Gaming has been in not their previous roster, but the one that they've been playing with now. Very talented players, very good unison going on in the team. Sammy Boy back to carry. He's got this young, talented RCY in the mid lane. And not to even mention the name I should have mentioned first, Taiga playing in the position 4 role. You're like, you've got the superstar basically in your team pumping up and playing from the support position. That gives you a lot of comfort when it comes to decision making and reaction moments in game.
Oh yeah, I mean, this Wildcard Gaming roster is pretty stacked. Like Husky, he's been around the block playing for Nouns for a long time. Before that, playing for the 4 Zoomers. He's got a lot of experience on POS 5 at this point. And yeah, Taiga, OG player, Lions player. He's been around playing on some of the top teams. He's been on multiple lands. This guy has seen it all. And then they got the young superstar of RCY in the mid lane. Throughout the year, I've been really excited to watch him play ever since I saw him in Division 2. But he's kind of proven that he is, at least in North America, a tier 1 mid laner. And of course, Sammy Boy returning to that carry position.
Yep.
Just kind of like wiping the rust away a little bit, getting back into it. Used to be a carry player, but has been playing support for the last year and a half maybe, or maybe even more. I don't even know. But his true love has been carry. He wants to be a carry player, and he finally gets a shot to do it again.
Also, what I'm excited about, you mentioning RCY, is actually the mid matchup here. Gunner, RCY. Remember that series when Wildcard, when RCY, I think he was playing with 5 Red 4 staff, was it by the time?
Probably DogChamp.
Had a matchup which he should lose against Gunner, and he would school Gunner with 2-3 kills solo in the mid lane. I was like, yup, this kid can do things. 17-year-old superstar talent potential in the making.
Oh, for sure. I think his laning is one of the best, if not the best, in the region, and that says a lot, right? We got a lot of good laners, but I think the part that he is a little weak on is 2 things. One, small hero pool. And of course, that's going to happen when you're a new up-and-coming player. You're going to start with a small hero pool, and then you're going to expand on it. And the second thing is his mid-late game decision-making. He doesn't have experience, right? It's really not there. So I wouldn't be surprised if he can beat Gunner in the laning stage, but what can he do with that? That is going to be the question.
That's kind of like what we saw with Sand King GÓMEZ in game number 3 versus Nouns, that they're good at the laning stage, but how long can they keep that package together? And it only took 16 minutes until the package started crumbling, because Nouns were much more experienced in situations where they can find those weak points. How can they use them to their advantage and just push on forward and just not care what your opponent's going to do, because now we're dominating the game. So how do RCY and Taiga click together? I did look at little bits of that series versus Bait of how they played together, but I'm looking forward to them now getting the proper challenge. This is the real test of fire.
It definitely will be, and I'm super excited to see this matchup because there's so many experienced players, and we talked about RCY and how he's probably the most inexperienced person in this lobby. He definitely is, actually, looking at all the players in the lobby. He's the most inexperienced player in the lobby by far, but he's got players like Taiga to help him out. He's got Sammy Boy, who's back to carry, and at this point, you don't have to do much. Sammy Boy is definitely the type of player that will micro you if needed, right? He'll tell you where to go, where to be, and he's very vocal about it. And I think that makes the game very easy for RCY, and that also makes Sammy Boy a little bit better too, because some type of players don't want that type of person that is just telling you what to do all the time, because you want to have your own thoughts, your own ideas, but sometimes you want that. If you're just this younger player, you're just kind of playing your game, you don't really know what to do, having someone that can just continuously help you out where to be. The game, maybe Sammy Boy will help him where he should be in the late game, and he just kind of has to play his game and follow his team.
Then, of course, even comparison with the offlaners, Moo, and then this old veteran of Sunlight. You're wondering, who is this Sunlight? This name has never really popped into your mind, or just hearing about it. This guy, if the team name Power Rangers mentions anything to you guys from 2015, one of my favorites at the time. I was a huge Power Rangers fan back then. It was they can be so super inconsistent, which made it also very hype in a way, because they could beat the hardest opponents, but they could also lose into some of the opponents that they probably should have won. So it's okay, it's a bit all over the place. Maybe that's where I get my Bait mentality from.
Yeah.
it's inconsistencies there. But he's been playing since 2012. That's 11 years in the making already. So
wow.
If you haven't run into this name before, I'd be surprised if Sunlight has never popped into any of the viewers' minds before. But very different play styles versus Moo. We talked Moo being this traditional offlaner who likes to stick to his own type of builds, his own way of playing the game, but he also does provide a lot for the team.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The consistency for Sunlight has always been a question mark too. We've seen him have really good games and kind of not entirely sure what the idea or plan was behind what he's doing. And Moo has some similar things as well in that regard. But we're in the qualifier. None of these teams qualified through points, so none of them had the cleanest year. Of course, they're all figuring it out, trying to make the whole package work. And we're going to see a different clash. I would say Moo definitely has more experience in the sense of playing on big stages, getting second place at the International in 2016. So he definitely has more high stake, high pressure experience than Sunlight has. But Sunlight is definitely a veteran in his own right.
And he also had to play this weird position of, is he carrier off lane with good old Jimmy Russell back in the team?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know yet. But, ladies and gentlemen, you know what is for certain? The stalling is over. It's time to go to Nouns versus Wildcard Gaming, and the draft is ready to go. So let's dive in and see what's going to be building up here. We know that the Invoker can be picked or cannot be picked if they get banned out. But we did see, I think Lil Nick was actually playing Invoker yesterday from the offlane position. I was like, empty the Invoker? I haven't seen this one. I don't think he's playing mid with it. But they put it into the offlane role, and it seemed to work out because they won that game.
Yeah, and that's something I said that we were talking about monkeys forever the other day, and how he was spamming on the offlane.
Yeah, how many monkeys
Universal. Yeah, exactly. I mean, either way, though, it's like he is. Tyga with a nice little OG pillow, still repping, apparently. Anyway, moving on from that, like Invoker, he's a universal hero now, and that changes a lot. So I think if you play him in any core position, maybe even support, I don't even know, maybe he's fine support. He's not just a mid anymore. You can play him in the offlane, it's fine. A lot of people have been experimenting a lot in the offlane. I feel like ever since Amar came into the scene, a lot of people changed their view of what you can and can't do in the offlane, because he just had his own ideas and came in with like some razors and just like started carrying the game from the offlane. Since that period, I feel like a lot of offlaners have been inspired to try new things and just go with their ideas and just believe in them. And we've seen some diverse heroes show up into the offlane, but that Invoker will not be in the game as it will get banned out. Some pretty popular bans coming out here. Nature's Prophet 5 getting banned out. Sprout does damage. Now you no longer get extra regen for tangoing out of a Sprout, so you can just like spam Sprout on them, and like you don't want to burn through your tangos that quickly, and the fact that it does damage is pretty annoying. And of course Venge and Invoker are out with the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna have we're gonna have our first Earth Spirit that we're casting. This year has been permabanned up until now.
It has, and it's actually been played in the mid position quite a lot. Not actually in this particular tournament, but outside, like other regions and maybe some third-party tournaments I've seen that this Earth Spirit mid has been buffed up a little bit. It feels like it's a lot stronger than what it was before. But even then, it could be that surprise pick that you come up with, like, hey, it's an ES mid, like, let's go, let's see what this guy can do. And only a few like collective players could make it actually work consistently. I think like we come up with names like Thompsons and stuff like that, where like, yep, yeah, they can definitely make any hero work for sure. But to pick it in a situation like this, might be looking at a potential support. It could also go into the offlane. I don't know if Moo actually likes playing Earth Spirit, or if he's even played Earth Spirit. Does he even belong to his hero pool?
Nope.
But Gunner could do it.
I mean, I don't think Moo plays Earth Spirit at all, but Gunner, he 100% does, and it's his second most played hero in pubs right now. However, he's not really winning with it. He has a 40% win rate with 5 games in pubs, so he's been practicing it, but
He's been grieved by his team, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. Like, it's not his fault.
It never is. It never is for sure. We've got the Tree and Protector now to follow up with this Phoenix.
Wow, this is old. Tree is back, huh?
Tree is back for sure. The other Tree being banned out, we get the other one through. It's somewhat of an answer to the Earth Spirit's aggression, that extra pump up heal with the Leech Seeds, and of course the shields, the natural armors. But still, I feel like this is a very safe approach from Wildcard.
It is. I'm trying to like look up what changes happened. Like the patch was so huge that I find myself going to patch notes all the time, just like figuring out what's going on.
That's what we do.
Yeah, I mean, Nature's Guys now considers your Q as trees. So I guess with a shard, that's kind of cool. And tree search radius increased from 150 to 200. So he got some little buffs there. Potentially could be big, depending on how much of a treant player you are to like exploit those. So I guess if you do the grasp or your Q and then you have the shard, you can just walk invisibly across the terrain. So potentially it could be game-changing there. We'll have to see as Doom does come out.
Yeah, now we're really looking like an old draft in a sense. Like even it's like a 2016 draft or something like that. You know, ES Doom, Phoenix Treant.
Yeah, the Phoenix Treant is definitely old school. Like, the idea is pretty much just you egg and then you overgrow and now you can attack the egg. Very cool. But Manta is such a good item right now that Treant has kind of fell out of popularity, and we see the Satanic being picked up yesterday as well from V2, and of course Disperser, another item that can apply that basic dispel. Tons of ways to get rid of the root. I think that's why Treant Protector has lost a lot of favor if he can't be that kind of heal bot. I think that's where he's strongest right now, where you use the living armor globally, protect your towers. But the overgrowth we haven't seen a lot of effect from, as we do get an interesting 1-2 here from Wildcard, just pulling out the Razor and Sven immediately.
Yeah, like they're not even thinking what that Snapfire might be doing. Nope, we're happy with going Razor and Sven this game. And that Razor, that's definitely a Sunlight hero. Sammy Boy looking like he's going to be playing the carry Sven, and is he going to be matched up with something? It's a TB. TB usually is better than Sven in this particular carry-to-carry matchup. But I think the Razor is the one that spices things up a little bit here for the Terrorblade as well, because those big nukes that you can get from time to time with the Plasma Novas, reducing the damage output, even your Sunder, doesn't feel like it's a huge threat, because usually it's the kind of shock and awe. Sunder into getting these big 200, 300 right-click hits right on top of you, getting Scotty slowed and stuff like that. But then you have this Razor, which kind of mitigates some of that damage being dealt if you're already linked up and you Sunder somebody up.
Yeah, it's quite interesting if I'm looking at this, because like when you pick Sven and Razor together, these heroes have a lot of weaknesses. Like you can pick some Morphling or Terrorblade. There's a lot of options there that are good against both these heroes, and kind of setting up that perfect carry pick. So seeing that it's interesting because they're both carries, right? So you're showing that you are having an offlaner that is going to play a bit more of that carry position. Potentially could be mid, but I just don't particularly see RCY playing Razor mid. He's more of like that flashy spellcaster, spirit type of hero, mid laner. He loves his Tinkers, he loves his Invokers, he loves like the Ember Storms, those type of heroes.
Now that you mention it, actually, Zeus and Tinker look pretty good for Wildcard against this Terrorblade in particular. But then there's Doom that could be a bit scary. The Earth Spirit could be pretty scary as well, considering if you have a Tinker, you can find him pretty fast and just disrupt the hero. But they both look pretty good for Wildcard, nevertheless.
And he does like playing that style of being that flashy kind of like spellcaster in the back, so you can probably expect something like that. However, this is where we go back to the Razor pick. You have a Tree, Phoenix, Razor, Sven. Can you afford a Tinker in this draft? Because you already have a lot of heroes that take up space and don't really give any space in return. And I feel like a lot's going to be on RCY to not only do well in the lane, but kind of like help this Razor function on the map.
Yeah, plus you need to learn a new ability that the Tinker has as well. I was watching some demo hero where you just have this kind of force blink on your opponent ability, where you hit somebody, it does small damage, but it pushes them away. It kind of does like a blink animation where it instantly teleports the unit backwards. So it's a very interesting looking ability. But Nouns gonna finish off the draft with something you don't usually last phase at all, a Mirana out of all things.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think Mirana is going to just lane with the Doom, can play with the Earth Spirit. I think this is going to be a mid-Earth Spirit, looking at how this draft is kind of shaping up here. And Gunner does play it a lot. They still have options, but the snap could go mid, technically. I guess they can make that call after they see what RCY picks for himself from this mid lane. But most likely they want to just do some Doom Mirana lane, leave Doom by himself, rotate on the mid lane pretty hard. Snapfire will help out the Terrorblade in the laning stage as well. And yeah, I think it's not a bad pick. It's not a gotcha pick. It's not like something that's going to potentially change the game, but we'll have to see. And Wildcard, this is the pick we're looking for, to see what does RC want to play, because you got this big bad carry in the Terrorblade. Do you want a hard counter? Do you want to commit your hero to like, okay, let's go ahead and pick our Tinker here, our Zeus potentially, or do we want to be that space maker, realize that, okay, the way we're going to win this game is by rotations, we're going to trust that the Razor and Sven will get the farm, and they eventually will win the game.
And going back to Nouns, like the way that they like to play and draft, like the whole Moo Lelis combination, like Moo is not necessarily the guy to charge in and initiate. It's more like Lelis is the guy who would build like Blink Daggers and Blink Initiate. So in that sense, Snapfire could make sense for him, even the Earth Spirit. But Gamson most likely is going to be playing this 5 Marana. They were banning pause 5s as well on the side of Wildcard, taking away the heroes Gamson has played, which is Venge. I don't think he's played anything else. It's just the Venge that he's been playing. So get rid of a couple traditional pause 5s. And that Silencer is what really, really caught me here. Like, Silencer Disruptor, it feels like a Tinker game. And it's not going to be a Tinker. It's going to be a Timber Saw that's going to be coming out this time.
I think now you consider... Okay,
Yes,
they
mid.
don't consider... I was going to say, maybe you consider Snap going mid at this point, because Earth Spirit versus Timber is not a good matchup. But Snap versus Timber is a good matchup. But they don't really care. Maybe Laylis doesn't play Earth Spirit. I'm not sure if he does. And you have to keep in mind that Laylis, for the majority of his career, has been a position 3 player. And Earth Spirit has almost never been in a position 3. So that's not the first hero you go and learn when you go and learn POS 4, usually. You start with the basics, so some Rubik or something like that. But Earth Spirit's definitely a specialty hero that you got to grind a lot of games in, and I don't think a lot of players that switch to 4 want to do that just yet.
Also, I was looking at the player cameras there for a second. Gunner repping the U.S. flag right on his...
I saw that,
connected on his seat. It's like, yep, we are repping the NA region here. Are you an American team? Wildcard. It's always been like, who's the most American team? But now it really feels like this matchup in particular could potentially be in somebody's eyes in the grand finals, but we're in the upper bracket semis, game 1. Which draft do you prefer more? Because I'm going with Wildcard on this one.
Well, I'll go with Downson just to go against you here.
Just
and
disparity.
I mean, for that, and I think Wildcard's draft is one of those drafts where if it looks good, it's going to look really good, but if things go bad, you're going to see why it's bad. And that's just going to be the lack of playmakers, right? If you think of Treant Protector and you think of Phoenix, these heroes are oftentimes kind of like doing their own thing, farming up, and then joining team fights. If you look at a Razor, he's just farming. Sven's just farming. So they might be in a situation. You wrapped it up with a Timbersaw, who this hero doesn't have a stun. He doesn't have anyone to really stun heroes for him either, so he can do damage. So you really have to just do well in your laning stage, and if it looks good, it's going to look good. But if things start going bad, their plan B is going to be almost non-existent.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight quickly that this is a Tree and Protector draft that you're playing, so it's all about cutting the trees or protecting the trees. So Hector, gotta be careful, because this is what the opposing team usually does. They're gonna jump on you, and they're gonna look for first blood straight off of Hector, and Ty gonna take it as well. Oh, I've seen this story a million times, that when you've got the Tree and Protector, that team will go to protect the lane trees where he's going, and that leads into a kill, and off of the TB out of all things. That's a good start.
They don't call him the Treant Protector for nothing. He's definitely going to protect his trees, as they do end up getting the first blood there. And
that's my
unfortunately, that did go to Taiga. That's not particularly the hero they wanted on. They would have loved to have that on, especially the mid laner, if RCY could have got it. Yep. But good enough, I suppose. At least if they do die in the laning stage, they won't give away the first blood. And maybe Taiga can buy something with this that
full match
will have some value.
On the courier, he's got an extra salve and an extra mango. So
okay, some more regen. Maybe it'll make the difference. He can tank a bit more hits here and trade more efficiently. But he has no trees. A little bit annoying to be the treeless Treant Protector.
That surely is. And actually the Earth Spirit, we saw Gunner there for a moment just kicking around with one Stone Remnant, destroying multiple trees out of the way. So that does make Taiga's lane a lot harder now. Still,
does indeed.
Gonna have to work with the best that you have at hand. And of course that right-click damage, the 94. That is very high, so Morana gotta keep her distance. And looking at this mid matchup, you already mentioned, this is not easy for Gunner.
It is definitely not going to be a lane in which we expect Gunner to win here. RCY should have free farm, and the question is, what can they do to the Timbersaw once he starts getting to that level 6 range and starts kicking Gunner out of the lane? And that's when it starts to get a little bit scary here. But luckily for Gunner, he is playing a hero that once he can no longer lane, he can make rotations on the map. So maybe this is going to be a game where you just dodge the Timbersaw for some time, as it usually is the case. And what can you do on the side lanes in return?
Yeah, I like this. Doom wants to get off to a good start in the lane. You want to get that experience racked up early. Sven's still going to be pushing this wave pretty actively. At least push it away. Make sure that the Doom's going to have to farm under the tower. Then Sven can look at those side camps. You've got the Phoenix with Fire Spirits that will help out cleaning those easy camps, for example, if you want to take that route and just amplify your farm early. That also means that they can abandon that top lane fairly early, stack up the jungle, get this Sven as big as possible. And now they want to do something similar, except minus the stacking part, maybe. Hector with this TB, it's a bit harder without the cleave. You're not doing as much damage, but you've got your illusions to push out on waves, and when they have, like, at least 2 items, like the, say, you have Dragon Lance, you have Power Treads, I think the illusions are strong enough to start farming some of those camps.
Yeah, especially on Radiant, you get that mana regen, which is what Terrorblade loves for farming, to keep popping out those illusions. So whether he wins or loses the lane doesn't particularly matter. He will get his farm at the end of the day. That's just what the hero does. And Moo, I really like seeing Moo playing heroes like Doom, because you know when you're talking about Sunlight, is he a mid, or is he an off laner, is he a carry? He couldn't really figure it out with Rustle, right? Moo has been a similar situation in his career. It's like, am I a carry player? Am I an offlaner? Maybe I'm just a greedy offlaner, but I'm not quite a carry player because I'm not greedy enough to be a carry. So playing these like kind of greedy offlane heroes really fits perfectly for how he just naturally plays the game.
Yeah, Moo has discovered a new role in the game. He's just a laner.
Just a laner.
Not a mid laner, not an off laner, not a safe laner, just a laner.
He just likes winning his lane and getting farm. This is what Moo likes.
Sometimes it's easy to keep things easy and simple. That's what I wanted to say.
Right. Unlike that sentence. As a cookie is available, and they're using Scorched Earth just to zone. So what I've noticed so far is they've used meta on the bot lane to just kind of like farm. And on the top lane, they're kind of using Scorched Earth to farm either, but they're losing 3 lanes right now.
Trying onto Hector right now in the bottom lane. He's got a lot of sticks and a lot of fairy fires, so they'll do as much harass as they possibly can. Also, Mirana taking a bit of a beating there from Sunlight's right clicks, already hitting for 130 with that plus 71 on static link. Do another repeat of that. That was actually a pretty easy connection.
Oh, he missed
at the same time with Nature Scraps.
He used a leap charge to try and block the big camp, but failed to do so. So this Mirana only has 1 leap charge, as this does have a 52-second cooldown per charge. It is actually a big deal, especially when you are playing against build. I think they're going to concede this bot lane very soon. If I'm Hector, it's like, okay, this lane is not going to get any easier, for sure. And Yamsen uses another leap charge as Gunnar in the mid lane, getting spammed by that whirling death there. As a strength hero, you do take lots of damage.
Level 3 really stings. It's a 6.5 second cooldown as well, so RCY can happily spam it quite a lot. He can do 5 casts before he's out of mana. Even as a bottle charge and an extra mango, and 1 more minute until the power rune is going to be spawning. Top lane, Husky going to get hit by the cookie from Moo. Husky very low as well. Blood grenade coming out, but Samson coming in to rescue. Wants to finish off this Doom. He's got a plenty of armor though, and it's just a bit of zoning play at this point as Husky dives away. Sammy Boy stun available. Could he get this kill? Maybe he's actually got this one. Sammy Boy takes the 2nd kill for Wildcard. And in the bottom lane, also brawling against Hector. Yamsen going to be zoning them out, slowing down Taiga, slowing down Sunlight with that reflection from the TV.
That's another meta used just to help him get CS, and he's still not winning the lane. Typically, you see whenever this TV pops a meta, it's getting a kill with the reflection on top of it. But I guess with a Mirana as your position 5, their kill threat is very limited unless you can manage to hit some like random arrow, but that is far from reliable.
Yeah.
Especially when you're playing at this level.
And now we got these supports moving in. Yamsen coming to help out Gunnar. And of course, Lelis is here, so it's just Husky and RCY. Arrow flying in. RCY gonna get stunned up, but the rune is on the top half. It's a DD. Lelis is gonna be guarding. Taiga gets a kill onto Hector with no supports around. And maybe even Gunner falling. Husky looking for the solo kill, and Gunner just needs a little bit more. The Fairy Fire and the last connection from the Fire Spirits. It's enough. He will lose his life to Lelis, but Gunner down, and RCY, he will take this lane.
And by the way, it is a Timber favored matchup, but we kind of went into how good RCY's laning is. I think the more surprising thing here is that he has 15 denies on this Timber Soul. That is so many denies. As you're coming back now as an Earth Spirit, you kind of want to make a play, but you're only level 5. You'd love to be level 6 right now and make a rotation and potentially kill some Razor or something on the side lane, but without that available, it's not going to happen, as we do see a quick replay of the Terrorblade
just run him down,
getting slain in the back lanes there.
Yamson wanted to go for the Wisdom Rune, but he will die, and a leap charge as well just as he dies, so that's a bit of a waste. Rotten way to die.
I don't know how Nouns is keeping the gold advantage so close. They are losing all 3 lanes. And mid is pretty much a disaster. Bot lane's kind of a disaster. I guess this Doom is doing pretty well.
It's the 10 CS on Lelis.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Lelis is doing well, I suppose, here.
Yeah, Yamson arrowing the camps as well, sticking up or keeping up with experience, getting a bit of extra gold going their way. I mean, I guess the support gold, it's not a lot, but it's something that's going their way. Plus, like you said, the Doom. Like, even if it's a 1-point devour, it's still an extra.
Hector has a Diffusal Blade queued up. Not your everyday Terrorblade item here. I wonder what the idea behind this is.
I like that because Sven's real tools are, you know, gap closing, popping most of your abilities already. You can maybe afford 1 or 2 Storm Hammers and you're out of mana. You have to fight versus a Diffusal Blade TB pre-BKB, and all you do is just run around with your ult and you're getting slowed by the active and your mana getting burnt away. So I actually like this. It's not every day you get to see a Diffusal on the TB, but the times I have seen it happen, it means that this hero is going to be participating early with the team. And I guess Nouns also need that. They've got good late game in this draft, but their early game, it's not looking good at all.
It's definitely a risky play because this item, I mean, if you're looking at the Disperser later in the game, it's going to be great this game, playing against the Treant, right? That extra Dispel. But you can also get that from Manta. It's not going to be as fast of a farming item as Manta, but as you mentioned, it'll bring more aggression to the table. And that's going to be the question. Is that what they need? Do they need aggression from the Terrorblade, or do they need him to just farm and hit critical mass? Because Diffusal Blade is not an item that gives you any HP. So
True.
You are going to be very squishy with this item, but you will do a lot of damage.
Even the glass cannon side of things. It's kind of like when we've seen some of the Arc Warden players, like I remember in the last patch, like Tour 2, for example, we saw a lot of those active rotations move, got the Doom connection onto the Phoenix. And there goes Husky, but also Moo looks to go down as a result of that. So kill for RCY with the rotation. Bottom lane, also a bit of a scuffle going on. Yamson and Gunner helping out Hector as Taiga and Sunlight got the jump on them.
Definitely worth it there.
Oh, Hector's alone. They all left. He's all by himself. This could be big. They've got Yamson coming in, though. And there's a Sunder that they actually recognize that he could be turning around with a Sunder. And he's trying to get it, too. He's low on HP. Yamson is almost dead. Taiga, there's the Mortimer's Kisses. The Mortars flying in. And Taiga slowly burning. But nice jukes. Very good jukes. Still goes down to Lelis with the shotgun. But Samson going on forward. They've got the TP from Gunner. Hector still in the front line. No Metamorph, but look at how big this TB is in the front. He's not even scared. Sunlight does get the link on top of Gunner. Stun does connect onto the TB. RCY, no Sunder this time. And there goes Hector. Zarro does catch RCY mid-timber chain. And Samson on the run. He's on the chase. No stun available. RCY going for the slow. Gunner just dropping down more magnetized remnants down onto the ground. Sammy Boy, nice dodge there. Would have taken a lot of damage with that tower hitting him at the same time. So they get the TB. Both teams also using their glyphs.
Yeah, I mean, fairly good trade there for Wildcard. Of course, during this time, you did bring your...
Oh, they went straight on him again.
Right? Ooh.
TP
He's
just
fine.
TP in mid, instantly willing to jump him.
Yeah, I mean, Hector did get the Sunder off, which did result in 1 kill, but the thing about Hector's build right now is because he got the early point in Sunder, this isn't your fast farming TB build. This is definitely going to be a little bit slower because you don't have more points in that illusion. So, very interesting choice.
3 to 7, 11 minutes in, and just the 1k lead for Wildcard, despite 3 kills on Hector's TB. And he's not that far behind in net worth as you might imagine in this case. A lot of carry players would probably be sitting at like somewhere between 3 and 3.5k net worth and just have like, oh, my game is awful.
And he does pivot away from the Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, can't go for it anymore.
Yeah, just going straight into that Dragon Lance and then into the Manta. More sensible option, I think. Less
well,
risk
especially at
involved.
this point, like you're so far behind that if you want to participate with a Diffusal Blade when your opponents are already getting stronger, it's a
Yeah,
no-go.
you're probably going to grief the game.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
He just needs to be full recovery. Just hit creeps, farm it up, join the fights that you know you can win. You don't want to like force anything.
Wildcard off to a strong start, Yamson. Let's get jumped by Tiger, but Lelis is also here. Misses the cookie stun, tries to go
Oh,
for
he
the TP,
tried
but
to
the arrow's
TP.
going to be there. Gunner is also here.
Oh, what a
Juice
juke.
there from Taiga. Pops the ult, but it's not going to be enough. Gunner still gets the roll out in time.
Yeah, it didn't cancel the roll because then I believe the invulnerability change makes it so roll can't be stopped once you're in it.
And they smoked up. They will reveal the Moonlight Shadow as Yamson stayed for a D ward. Moo is also camping in the trees, waiting for an opportunity to arise to jump on Sammy Boy, but he's already got 1700 HP, and this Doom's only level 8, so he's not going to be a threat to him.
Now that I think about it, this is kind of like the good old days. Husky, POS 5 with Sammy Boy carry, the 4 Zoomers days.
Does it bring a tear to your eye?
Kind of just like a random piece of history there, but
I was thinking like, you're just like, oh, my boys, I'm so proud.
no, it's just like, Sammy Boy carry, and I was like, oh, Husky. It's like, oh, wow, I remember that 4 Zoomers roster. Husky was playing 5, Sammy Boy carry.
Yeah.
Really not super relevant to what's happening right now, but you're welcome.
Ocean is no longer in the team, so
True. That's the missing piece.
left in the past. What do Nouns want to do right now? Just, you know, just farm up on Hector, obviously, but what about the rest of
Yes.
them?
Gunner wants to get kills. Snapfire wants to get kills. Miranda wants to get kills. The other 2 want to hit creeps. So we'll probably see some strange dynamic of those 3 running around together as we do see a smoke popped by Nouns. Looking for a kill, while Moo and Hector are going to just be farming it up. Will it be good enough? That's going to be the question.
Very tanky targets, almost all of them on the side of Wildcard. The easiest kill right now is the Treant Protector, and that's also 1200 HP, going straight into the triangle. Gunner.
I mean, he's on the high ground as a treant. You don't expect this, do
And they
you?
find
Oh,
him.
there's a ward. Never mind, you expect it.
Found him. On the money.
Not necessarily the best spot for a treant to be on top of, like, a mountain. But
Looks like
he gets
the
punished
Tumblr
for it.
was
Easy
still
D
on
ward, though.
cooldown.
He's like, hey, guys, there's a ward there for sure. So he gave his life for a ward. He'll be back in 15 seconds. Really not that big of a deal.
Yeah, almost equal in the gold trade as well, getting the amount of D ward compared to the bounty picked up off of Tiger's head.
Space,
lining
right?
up.
For sure.
Lining up the Octarine on the Doom. Still working on the Manta here for the TB.
Yeah.
Haven't really
And
looked too much at Sammy Boy. He wants to go for the Blink pretty early here.
yeah, we haven't looked at Sammy Boy or Sunlight very much, but I do like what Sunlight's doing here. Talked about yesterday the Razor build. Of course, this is an offlane Razor, but he's only getting 2 points on the static link, getting the Storm Surge so he can farm faster. Not only the movement speed, but just the proc itself on the creeps. Hits 3 targets, helps you farm faster. And obviously, static link doesn't help you farm very much. It's kind of like a fighting spell. But he realizes you're not going to be fighting for a long time on this Razor because his link targets are pretty much a TB, but TB's not going to come out of the woodwork.
They're not in the game right now.
Yeah.
Somewhere else. Gonna have to suffice with hitting creeps.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we've kind of hit this kind of stale moment here because we only saw that one rotation come out from the Nouns trio. Everybody else is just hitting creeps, waiting for items to come up. We might even see another 2-3 minutes of just pause, but Gunner
both
would
teams
like
are happy with this. Because you have, even if you want to make a play on Wildcard, you really can't. We talked about the limitations of the draft, right? As they're going to go on the stun
Oh, that's a lot of targets here, but Moo
Okay.
also showing up. The Doom is onto the Razor. Mortimer's Kiss is flying in. Taiga's going to be dropping. RCY. Maybe a bit too late for the party here. Going to get stunned up as well. Here comes the Sven, though. They've got the Egg placed down as well. Yaps the straight directly wants to destroy it. Hector down already. Egg's going to get destroyed. And Samson going to be going onto the front line. RCY forcing Moo away with Sunlight. Low HP. Going for the teleport out. Gunner trying to roll in for the interruption, but no. The TP goes through. Gunner's roll does get interrupted, however, and now he will lose his life. And Sammy Boy still chasing Yamsa, but he's a bit too far away. Lelis also teleports out. That's a costly trait for Nouns. 2 supports for 2 of their cores.
That one was on a knife's edge there. Sammy Boy gets a double stun. He pretty much just solo killed Hector there, by the way. But Hector, he was in a position where he almost got Sunder off mid-animation, but Sammy Boy, that last right-click finishes him off. If he gets that Sunder off, that might be a different fight, as the replay will kind of show you here what's going to happen. It's going to be a long, drawn-out fight, of course, as we do start going on the Stream Protector, but eventually you're going to see this Sven come in from the side here. Hector, he's not full HP, and this is probably the difference maker of why he died. He goes in, 1, 2, 3, Sunder, mid-animation, doesn't get it off. If that happens, we're looking at a different fight here, as everyone is completely low on Wildcard Gaming. Meanwhile, story of the game, kind of Taiga just pushing lanes out and dying. Or sitting on high grounds, I guess, and dying. But Taiga's just kind of been like the sacrifice.
Yeah, trying to get some information for the team at least, where they're potentially moving around on the map. But that is another kill going their way for the side of Nouns after Gunner, Hector both just died in the previous engagement. Gonna look for
and these
kills
are
they can get.
Honestly, like you look at it, it's like a tree and why you feed in type of situation. But he's doing the best thing he can do for his team, and that is actually dying, unironically, because they don't have anything to do in this game but hit creeps. That's pretty much the situation. And he's doing the important thing to allow his team to continue to hit creeps. And if you can't make plays, you can't gank, what can you do? Just push aggressively, get information, as you mentioned, and that's exactly what he's doing. So these deaths are not bad by any means by Taiga. He's making his deaths, or he's getting information to the point so his cores can keep farming.
Yeah, continue farming. Seems like the theme for the game currently. Nothing's going to be changing too much out of that for the next few minutes. I said that maybe we get 2 or 3 minutes of peace, but we did get an actual team fight. And now Sunlight asserting a bit of dominance here in the bottom lane. Sammy Boy was willing to help him out.
We will see as
TP's in mid. Husky goes for the G-ward, still gets caught by the arrow. He might be in trouble. Lelis, he already used the cookie early, but that arrow duration is long. He pops the egg, he drops the egg, and Taiga coming in with a 3-man overgrowth, and here's the rest of Wildcard. They will finish off Gunner, and maybe even more. Let's see if they can find another target. There's a hexed up Mirana running away with the piggy pull, and that tower is now left defenseless. Perfect timing from Taiga.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
that blink dagger. That shiny new blink dagger coming off, showing why this combo is so strong. Pre-BKBs, pre-mantas, pre-dispersers, pre-satanics. Of course, there's a lot of things that can purge it, but until you get those items, the overgrowth is very powerful.
And we saw that. They were comfortable enough to kill off Husky there. He pops the egg just in like enough range to be interesting enough for them to like, oh, let's destroy this egg. And then Taiga out of nowhere.
From downtown.
From downtown, indeed. Downtown Texas.
Taiga from Texas, huh? I like that.
I don't know. It's the only thing. I think everyone always, when they talk...
Yeah.
What other accents are there in America?
There's a lot.
Tell me something. I don't have to imitate.
I mean, I don't know. There's like the New York accents. A lot of the southern one, New Orleans.
So they're like the posh
has
Brits, right? The New Yorkers are kind of like the Londoners.
I don't know if that's how I would describe it. I don't have like a way to like compare them to, but they definitely have their own accents.
Right. It's always good to have a bit of
Californians do too.
Yeah, it's always good to have a bit of America history lessons as well, to, to educate the audience what this Dota region is really about,
True.
The embodiment.
The New Yorkers are New Yorkers.
New Yorkers. It's not coffee, it's coffee.
Yep. All right, we got Gunner going to the top lane here.
Hey, that's hype.
It might be.
What is he up to here? Level 12, 2 points now in Magnetize. Husky on his sights. He's got Doom.
Oh,
Away, Husky's already out. Another Vessel charge burnt, and uh-oh. Tiger could catch him again with a blink. Oh, he got both of them. He got Moo as well.
Okay.
Both rooted up on the spot, and Moo's gonna get caught. And the roll-in from Gunner. He's like, I'm gonna help you, bro. You're not my support, but you're my friend. But this friend, he's gonna be left for dead. And Sunlight, out of all things, shows up from this outpost, only to catch Gunner, and he's given up on life. Tries to roll out of the edge of the map, but still, well, he's gonna buy some time, make some space, but
this looks so funny. Like, what is this? What is this play? Why is he going off the map and back in?
gonna go again? Oh.
He's gonna die after a bit of a spectacle there of rolling off the map 3 times and then coming back in.
A bit of almost a half a minute chase there at least, so you could say space created, but it's still 2 cores going down on the side of Nouns. Wildcard will value those above an entire creep wave anytime.
You know what the best item is on Sven versus Terrorblade in the late game?
Sven versus Terrorblade. I'd say Abyssal Blade.
That is incorrect. Do you have any more guesses?
In a minute. Arrow connects onto Razor. RCY coming up onto Moo. Moo being chased up here down to half HP. Has Doom available, but no damage output from his teammates. Nobody there to help him out. He only just got killed. And now he's killed again. That's
You can probably...
nice laugh.
You probably... I can give you 20 guesses and you'll probably be wrong 20 times.
Yeah.
It's really not obvious. Nobody does it, but I got the secret sauce. So if you want to beat Terrorblade as Sven, which you talked about this matchup being bad, this Gunner, he's gonna take some harassment. Sammy was just gonna farm, probably take the gate, get out of there. But the best item as a Sven versus Terrorblade in the ultra late game is actually Revenant's Brooch. That item is super good versus Terrorblade as a Sven. It gives you magical damage, so you bypass all of Sven or this Terrorblade's armor, and you literally 4-shot him if you have like some Daedalus as well on top of it. We don't get to see it too much, and it's just kind of like a random fact of I've played this matchup a lot.
That's actually true, yeah, because you do magic damage, like
and you can crit, and you're a hero like Sven who you get 5 charges, all right, of magic damage. Each hit hits hard.
Yeah,
it's actually a very good.
Makes a lot of sense, actually, yeah, because I've been thinking about like Revenant's Brooch on heroes like Muerta and stuff like that. Are there like more of nerfs towards the hero because of the damage output changing, like some of the source of the damage changes to something else? But when you think about it, TV usually having somewhere between 40 to 50 armor, you don't have to worry about all that armor that this hero's really made out of. You're absolutely right.
I know I'm right.
I know you're right.
I don't need your affirmation. I'm just giving you a fact here.
And that's the right way to do it as well. I was just thinking Abyssal Blade to like, timing against Sunders and stuff like that. That. Because usually Terrorblades fall to crowd control. Like, you've got these low HP TB slowly. Okay, this is my Sunder time. Oh, I got hit by stun. Oh, there's another stun. Guys, I can't do anything.
Well, you also, what else Revenant's Brooch does for you is it gives you True Strike. So even if you have a Butterfly on TB, you bypass that.
Very good item.
So it's kind of like your MKB slash, pure damage item. I don't know, Sammy Boy probably doesn't know. Not many people know about this, but it might come into play. We'll see. It's definitely an ultra late game item because this matchup without it is actually unplayable for Sven. And that's why at Theorycraft was like, I just can't beat TBs in the late game. Like, it feels hopeless. Because as you mentioned, he has like 50 armor, evasion. You don't want to buy MKB. I jump on him. Sven's a very committal hero. May not come into play in this game, but we'll see if it does.
Well, let's see how much this wildcard lead is going to lead into. Do they have the experience required to close out the game? Because currently, just looking at the stat board, Sunlight, RCY, Samson, all the 3 cores unkilled this game. 0 deaths. That's the big difference maker right now between these two teams, that none of the cores have been killed on the side of wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead is surprisingly low, but you have to keep in mind, this is
Gunner
Octarine minus...
Does this prop. Again, Taiga, 2-man with that blink overgrowth. One of them gets dispelled. Gunner forced staffed a bit to safety. And they have not popped their metamorph yet. Now they will. Taiga going to be caught. He's already spent all of his abilities, though. And they used quite a lot for this kill. Egg, though, does stun the rest of them. They're on retreat on the side of wildcard. No Sven around. And he's only now just joining in the fray. Still 5v4. Hector and the rest put their attentions towards that mid-tier 1.
RCY has nearly 5,000 gold just sitting on him right now. So I don't know why he is so under-farmed with high net worth. He's just not spending his money right now. Deciding he went into Octarine core, now realizing maybe Sheepstick's the way to go. And I think Sheepstick is the way to go because they can't really start fights. Taiga with the overgrowth is great, and at some point Sammy's going to go in with a blink and a stun, which is also great. But it's not enough. Having one more source of initiation, especially if you're frontlining, is great. And Sven is not the type of hero that... He doesn't want to blindly initiate, right? You want to lock onto the target you want to kill, and you need vision to do that. And Timbersaw is a great hero of getting heroes to like kind of pop out from their hiding and allow them to be seen, as Sammy will go ahead and end up kill Yamsun there. Gives him the
Kills
tip.
his whole teammate. Gives the tip as well.
Well,
you're out for a reason.
did Yamsun play with Sammy? They might have at some point. I don't remember.
Yeah. Could be. Maybe I should maybe I should be looking at Husky more than Yamson, but still.
Yeah, I mean, if Husky ends up killing Yamsun and there's a tip that comes out, you know that one's personal.
Yeah, that's a personal one. But yeah, that one came straight from the heart, at least. From Sammy Boy. But we know a lot of things that he says, a lot of things that he does, they all come straight from the bottom of his heart.
Oh yeah,
Right.
Yamsun was on Wildcard, right? I
Yep.
think he was. Hard to remember. These NA
Yeah,
players.
it's hard to remember. Like these players, these NA players, you know,
Yeah.
all over the place.
You can't say that you're not NA. I can.
Yamson was on Wildcard. Indeed.
Yeah, no, he was. And then Nouns picked him up, right?
That's the one. That's a fact check myself. Taiga, following Moo. Sunlight's here. RCY is also joining in, but they will let him go. Moonlight Shadow.
That's a completed Hex, by the way. RCY uses that 5,000 gold to freshly buy out a full Hex here. See what he can do with this. Game is really slowed down. They just want to give this TB as much time as possible, as Hector has a Butterfly and a Hurricane Pike in his sights with already the Manta, BKB, and Scotty available. Very farmed. And I believe around this timing when this Butterfly gets completed is going to be where Sven is going to kind of feel capped out.
Well, Sammy Boys, time to get your necklace, time to find your brooch.
He's not going to do it. I've never seen anyone buy that item on Sven but me.
He is quite alone here. You've got Gunner already scouting ahead. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, now he knows. What about the rest of the team? No calls going in right now. They're protecting mid. Now they're just going to smoke up. But by the time they're going to get here, Nouns is already out. Moo's like, yeah, there's creeps to be hit. They also realize the same thing. They're all out of there. Smoke's going to be late. And a DD in the top half of the river for somebody to be picked up. That could be huge.
What's going to be huge is when K1 finishes the Butterfly on top of the Elven Tunic.
Okay, well, they found themselves Hector in the mid lane. BKB popped right away.
Huh.
And an instant egg. Egg soaks the arrow, though. And Sunlight picks up the DD. So that's an ulti for a BKB.
Yeah, a little bit. Hector might be a little flustered there. No reason to truly BKB there, right? Your only stun is going to be from a Treant or a Stormhammer, which are not instant stuns. So kind of panic a little bit. So that's kind of a window now where you have no BKB.
Gunnar went in. Gunnar went in. He's surrounded by enemies. He just rolled
You don't want to do that.
into the one he did not want to meet, and that's Samson and RCY.
And that's no buyback either. And guess you died right in front of your base. That's
This is
an
huge
opening.
for Wildcard. This is a big key for them to just march to the high ground, force out the glyph, look for a lane of racks. Sammy Boy still has about 10 seconds left on that ulti. He's at least going to... Well, not even worry about the tier 3 tower at this point. Just wants to bully Lelis a bit there. There's a tier 3, and they've even got the time. But the Doom comes out from Moo. He's going to be fighting in the front. More of his kisses going to be flying in as well. Burning out. But that BKB on Sunlight, he isn't really flustered about what's happening right now. But he's 800 HP. He's going to need some help in a matter of time. In a matter of moments, at least. Gunnar, again, rolling in. He's going to find another connection onto Taiga. Taiga, he did drop the overgrowth a bit earlier there, but not too much effect coming out of that. Phoenix getting killed. Razor getting killed. Triple for Mr. K1 Hector. Gunnar, he's not done yet. He wants RCY.
Maybe he should be. I don't know what his plan is here.
This Octarine core rolling around, trying to get the attention of RCY, but he's still retreating.
Wow, I feel like Taiga made such a good play to sacrifice him there, but the moment of hesitation where Sunlight turns back, it's like maybe we can fight, actually get some killed.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Talked about it before, when your supports die for you, just let them die, and you're going to see through the replay here. Good buyback here. The Doom changes, we'll talk about that in a second. Kind of why this hero is a bit nerfed, but it's going to be a long, drawn-out fight, but Gunnar's buyback here really just forces him back, and you're going to see Taiga try to sacrifice himself in 1 second. It's like, okay, I'm in the back here, let's go. Sunlight turns around, maybe I can help. That split moment hesitation allows K1 to be in range to get that reflection off to continue that chase there and allow them to get that triple kill. So well worth the buyback there.
Yeah, and they already got so many items on the side of this Nouns team that basically the moment he drops the overgrowth, we see instant mantas being popped. Some feels like some heroes felt like they didn't even get hit by it at all. It was between 4 heroes, and they all just kept on running right after, so it didn't really even stop them at all.
Yeah, and one thing I forgot until I just saw there is like Doom is no longer that like crippling hero. It's just when you doom someone,
Is he a cripple now?
you can still use items. However, you can no longer lifesteal or be healed when you are doomed. So that is kind of like interesting. You don't lifesteal anymore if you are on the Sven. You cannot be healed by the Phoenix, but he can pop his BKB and run away if he wants to.
I'm very curious about that. At least that does hurt heroes like Sven because they rely on fast attack speed, heavy damage output, and that's their survivability for extra lifesteal and whatnot. And when you don't get that, the only option is run.
And Sammy Boy, I'm disappointed. He's going MKB.
Oh, he sees an easy way out, so MKB a classic. We'll go for that. However, Nouns are going to be smoking up the entire team. Moo. Looks like he also got smoked up there.
Dire's top tower.
The whole team is now
Mercer is
moving.
queued up for K1 now. No one cares about the diffusal part anymore. They made this item like some ultra late game item where it's like, yeah, I guess I'll get a late game diffusal blade.
RCY,
Something
that's
you
a
would
good
have never done
target.
before.
He was holding the gem as well. He doesn't want to give that one away.
No, he
when
needs
they're
the bag.
they're
He's
still
got
holding
the
onto ages
gem.
and the cheese. Like those are 2 pretty big items to have on your team if you want to force out a team fight. But if he starts with RCY dying, dropping the gem, well, that's not a good beginning. But he does manage to get out.
Yeah, RCY's been pretty silent this game. We haven't seen a lot from him, but I'm impressed with how he's playing this late game situation. He's not dying randomly on the map. His positioning seems to be good. He's fitting in really well with this team. Though that last fight that happened on the high ground, a bit of a throw, I would say. But it's still a pretty close game, nonetheless. I think this Terrorblade, though, however, is getting to the point where he's hard to deal with. We did talk about the Razor and the Sven being in the pick order back to back and then getting countered by that TB immediately. Brings up the question, was that the correct choice? Are you going to be able to deal with this hero in some way? And the response to the Terrorblade was RCY's hero in the Timbersaw, and at this point, Timbersaw doesn't really do much to the Terrorblade. They're going to have to get on top of the TB and somehow chain stun him, but if he's allowed to get right clicks in the back on TB, you're going to see what happened in the last fight. He's going to end up with like some triple kill or just doing a lot of damage. Potentially, we can see some rampages here from Hector. He definitely has the stage set for him to do a lot in this game.
Could be one of those. I mean, Gunner already had the double, almost triple rampage at the end of the series.
Oh, they doomed him
They
here.
found themselves a good target. That's Sammy Boy. He will BKB himself up, but he's already softened up, so he cannot participate in the fight. The Vessel's going to be hurting him as well. And RCY, pummeled by Hector. Lelis getting the connection there with a stun, preventing the Timbersaw from escaping, but he's not taking any damage right now. Also being given the cheese. He could just go back in. Hector's BKB about to run out. Sunlight right in the middle of the fight as well. Egg's going to be thrown right into the middle of the battle. They cannot focus the Egg. They're going to finish off Gunner. He's down. Egg stun onto 2. And Wildcard still standing their ground. That cheese given allows RCY to now charge in, and Sammy Boy can also return into the fray. Blink is ready in 1 second. Who does he go for? They actually jump on him, and the refresher,
Doom.
another Doom, and now he's in trouble. Sammy Boy about to drop. He is down. Nouns with that refresher used there, able to surprise Sammy Boy completely off guard. Husky's the next target to be focused on, tries to sunray himself away. Tyga's also dropping to Moo, almost getting that kill. And Lelis, he is in the river, helping out with this Husky kill. Tyga going down, arrow flying in. RCY doesn't get caught by it, but Sammy Boy, he got caught by everything. He got caught with his pants down.
I mean, he just got double doomed there. It still feels bad to get doomed as a carry, especially if you get doomed twice, and they don't really have any
Look at Hector's
Lincoln
damage.
spheres. Yeah, of course. The Terrorblade,
Exactly like you
he's
said.
out of control.
Exactly like you said. He's got to do like massive amounts of kills. Well, he did 10,000 damage that team fight.
Yeah, if you don't disable this guy, he's going to kill everyone. But the real star of that last team fight was Moo, getting that refresh orb. I think that was just delivered to him as well on the courier. So Sammy Boy probably just didn't expect it. But this game's getting harder and harder for Sammy Boy to carry. He's going to have to rely a lot on Sunlight, who has the Aegis, by the way. Wasn't able to use it, so that's why he ran in there. And Sammy Boy just didn't have inventory spaces to just hold the Aegis. But really good fight yet again. And the patience now. You know, they've been turtling for a long time on Nouns, just farming on Doom, farming on the Terrorblade, waiting for this investment to pay out, and the time has come. They're ready. The Terrorblade is ready, the Doom is ready, and they're strong. Double Doom available, bots 2 on Doom. Terrorblade now has his Butterfly available, as well as the Disperser coming out in a second. They're massive.
Of course, that's going to put Wildcard in a pretty difficult position now, because this is where the late game oriented lineup for Nouns, it starts to shine. We already saw that. Moose Doom, he did not have that refresher earlier on in his inventory, so it was delivered to him mid-fight. So perfect timing. And of course, this Terrorblade is already 4,000 HP. And Hector, he wasn't even in real trouble that last team fight. Of course, he had to reposition a lot, but it was everybody else soaking up the attention. Gunner has to play the sacrificial role. We saw Gunner was so far behind from the rest of them. He was basically, oh, not even in the fight. He was past the fight already. But he's like, guys, someone's got to do this job. Someone's got to keep them at bay, keep them spread a bit, so you guys have an opening.
Yeah, and we saw like Laylis in this fight just spamming Lotus Orbs and Solar Crest on Hector there, making sure that you can't really go on him, because if you hex him, you're hexing yourself, which means you can't hurt him. Sven, he's going to return the stun on himself, so Sammy Boy didn't want to throw the stun. Just everything for Hector, as per usual.
And it has worked so far for Nouns. The wins that they've had have been playing around Hector. 30,000 net worth in the making, 6K ahead of the Sven now. And that's just going to continue increasing, even with Sammy Boy, with just one singular death. And that was from that last fight. RCY, he's the only unkilled player on the server.
That is kind of crazy, actually.
He has
Sammy
not been a
Boy
victim of
getting caught
Timbersaw
out.
syndrome. No power
Definitely
fantasies
has not
from RCY.
And it's kind of funny because like Timber clearly isn't a hero that he plays a ton of. And I mentioned that just purely on his Dota Plus level, and I know on his other heroes he has high Dota Plus level. And when you're looking like these pub stars are coming out, that's kind of like the best measurement you have. Most of their games played are through the pubs, not really in custom lobbies or in competitive matches. Not quite yet. I mean, at this point he might be playing more competitive matches than pubs. However,
oh, they found themselves
really
someone in the top lane. It's Moo.
That's a good target here too.
Instant BKB TP out. He's gone.
Yep, Boots of Travel level 2. 2-second teleport channel time. So he's just out. And he TP'd right to Sammy Boy, and he's gonna get doomed in the face.
Yep, and he's gonna pay for that. Hector metamorph right away. Hexed up by RCY. Blinks to the side, forcing out move. And here goes Gunnar. Gunnar rolling in again. Playing that role of just getting the attention off from Wildcard. And we'll pop out the glyph.
And when Sammy comes back, he's just going to get doomed again as Moo pops his refresher for that one to have Doom available.
Yeah, and he does not have God Strength available either. So this tier 2 tower's history.
That could have been disastrous, though. It almost feels like you need your own refresher on Sammy, because every time he is popping the BKB, he can safely disengage. But you only have one BKB, and there's 2 Dooms. How do you solve this problem? Aegis, refresher, kill Doom first. Those are kind of like the 3 things I'm looking at.
Yep. Aegis usually is the one to solve that issue, but it's a one-trick pony.
And the Aegis will not be in the hands.
Not at all. And that's an Axe Blessing as well, instead of a refresher orb this time. So we might even
that's
get to
nice
see
for Hector.
a pretty big upgrade for one of the Nouns heroes. Yeah.
I mean, Hector will take it. Just have that, not only the fear, but that extra additional metamorphosis for skirmishing.
Taiga. Oh, he's found them.
Oh, they'll take a freebie.
There goes Mortimus. Gonna have to fight without the tree, and I'm not even sure if they want to fight anymore. Okay, he buys back. That's a call for Nouns. We're gonna rush this Roshan, and we're gonna get this one.
But they could fight potentially with the vision advantage if
Gunnar
they
got
can
the
get
axe. Gunnar got the axe, so he's got the enchant remnant now.
Okay.
Wildcard stacked up, ready, full to go. Turboing in the lane. It's the holder of the Aegis. Already got the link in. The Hex is going to be out there as well. They can get a good start of damage here for Sunlight. And at the same time, Sammy Boy jumping the backline, going for Lilith. The Snapfire is going to be taking a lot of damage. But look at Taiga. Again, a beautiful ulti. But is it going to be enough for them this time? Sven, again, going to be doomed up by Moo. He's got himself on his sights. But Sunlight trying to hunt Hector down. And Hector falls. There's the Aegis down. Still has Sunder. Has BKB. Has Metamorph in 15 seconds. But he needs to survive for that long. Hex coming out as well. Stun connecting. They are stacking their stuns. And the BKB comes out from TV. Husky on the side. Sunlight still throwing these right clicks. Moo trying to do as much work as he can. Still has a BKB. Hector going to be dropping the Sunder coming out. Sunlight's going to be dropping low. Moo's going to be dropping low as well, but they can't get these kills, not just quite yet. Hector turns around, wants to get to Sven, wants to punish Sammy Boy. Yamsen's falling low, and there goes Sammy, there goes Moo, there goes Husky. Hector still stands his ground. Yamsen's going to be pummeled away by Taiga and by RCY. And Sunlight, they're chasing Gunnar right now. Again, the same cliff movement, but the TP, he should be able to get out. Yes, he will. Just out of distance from RCY with the Hex.
Think of the craziness of these fights. Think about the buybacks. Think of everything that's happening in this game, and think about how RCY still hasn't died yet. How is this possible?
606. Oh, yeah, that was a dive back on the Doom as well. Sammy Boy bought back into the fight. Sunlight also doing 10,000 damage on this Razor.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of, in a lot of ways, ignored throughout the fight as they had bigger fish to fry. As Sammy's just taking a lot of the, pretty much everything from the Nouns squad. Yep. Every Doom is on him, which is giving Sunlight kind of just free roam in these fights to do what he wants.
And they know he's out. Oh, they found
Hector.
Hector going to be hexed up, but he's going to be safe. Just a bit of poke coming out there. Forcing out the Glyph as well. Want to utilize this God Strength. Mortimer's Kisses flying in. Sammy Boy Sunlight going to be taking some hits here, but that's a lot of misses.
They know there's no Doom. That's been the thorn in Sammy Boy's side this entire game.
Finally gets to play the game in the eyes of Sammy Boy at least. And there falls the melee racks and the mid-tier 3. Bit of structural damage dealt on the side of Nouns.
Still a gold lead here for Nouns. However, this Doom having no buyback for the next 6 minutes is going to create more openings if they can win that fight. That's a big if, though, because that last fight, Moo did doom Sammy, but he was kind of like on an island by himself. Ideally, they want to be playing around this Metamorphosis, around this Terrorblade, but that fight was too split up, and Moo got kind of left on an island there, catching him to get this death into a buyback, leaving that window available for Wildcard to end up getting just one melee Rax and a tier 3. Not the biggest deal, honestly. Terrorblade doesn't mind pushing these lanes out. Can do it quite easily. It's all going to be about the team fights execution from here on out.
Yeah, that pretty much. Oh, they're so tanky on the side of Nouns as well, so these fights take forever. And even Gunners now also amassed a nice 3,500 HP on this Earth Spirit. You've got 4K on TB. You've got just below 4K on this Doom. When we talked about Wildcard in the early game, like, yeah, their lowest HP hero is like 1,300 HP, and everybody else is like almost 2K. And now it feels like Nouns has the more tankier heroes, and Wildcard, it needs to sustain fights long enough to just, you know, deal more damage and go through them. And we did not see Sven build it, but look at Sunlight's quick buy. Revenant's Brute is on its way.
There you go. That is definitely not the hero I expected it from, as you do get 5 hits only. And Razor's a hero that doesn't attack very hard, but he attacks pretty fast.
But he attacks the TV, at least.
I guess, yeah.
Just
I
needs to
mean, maybe
time
it's the right choice. I don't know.
Guess it's all about the timing then, that he pops it at the right moment. Well, I think it's just going to be a wait for Moo to get his buyback, and same for Samson. So it's going to be a bit of a farm for now, unless somebody finds an opening.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm very curious to see this Revenant's Brooch and Razor, because maybe when he gets a full static link, we'll see some type of like change with that. But what I really want to talk about now is kind of like we've reached the ultra late game pretty much, or close to it. It's just late game. Let's put it late game. I don't know how to label it exactly. I said the ultra late game is 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Or is that just like not even Dota anymore? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the late game.
Okay, we're in the late game right now.
Yeah.
And then the late game, we get level 25 talents. And RCY, he's already got us online. He's got the double chakram. That one's very scary to have. But I think the big one to look at is going to be Sunlight's level 25, sitting at level 23 right now. Is he's going to get static link, steals attack speed, on top of stealing damage. So taking that attack speed away from the Terrorblade could be absolutely massive.
Yeah. And it's a long duration debuff too. We're talking,
it is indeed,
18 seconds debuff. So that duration of reduced attack speed. Ugh.
And Hector, I don't know if this talent it always matters a little bit, but it's kind of not like game breaking, just more duration on Metamorphosis, as we might see a fight breaking out here with the Vision.
Vision has
They
been
go to this
given.
high ground.
Sunlight's in the front. Moo was right on the edge
Whoever
of the
walks
stairs
the enemy
there.
high ground loses, I think.
Well, they're in there, and they go. Lelis is going to be targeted right away. RCY onto Yamsen, but they both survive. Taiga, once again, tries to be the man of the hour. RCY is the one getting doomed this time, so Samson's going to make it work. Gunner, he's low on HP. Hector also getting forced away from the high ground. Gunner surviving, nobody dead yet. And here comes the one of his kisses. The barrage is coming out from Lelis, but Hector, he will go down, but RCY dies as well. TB instant buyback. And so does RCY. He's finally been killed. It took 49 minutes for the youngster to drop this game, but it's finally been done by Nouns.
And he instantly buys back, as well as the Terrorblade. What is so important about this fight for everyone to buy back? I am not fully getting it, as Roshan is not even possible to respawn. And they should know that. Why did they buy back? I am so confused. Did they see the potential fight breaking out? That must be it.
Very likely.
Either way, no buyback on RCY, no buyback on Hector. Really yields pretty much nothing as a result of their buybacks, other than putting it on cooldown and leaving potential openings.
Terrorblade wants more armor. Wants an AC. Very interesting.
That's fair. I mean, most of the damage is coming from this Razor at this point and Sven. And honestly, most of it's actually just Razor. He's doing a lot of damage with this MKB. He decided not to go for Revenant's Brooch. I'm glad he did not go for that item. Went for MKB instead. The only hero that should buy Revenant's Brooch is the Sven. It's not too late, Sammy. Sell your treads, get Daedalus. Sell your MKB, get Revenant's Brooch.
Yeah, just the more brooches, the better.
Dire
You can
are
be
scanning.
the one who two-shots Sven,
You can
or
be
the
the brooch.
TB. You can.
Be one with the
Yeah.
brooch.
I mean, it's even better now. Like, there's an AC on TB. Like,
How does
more
Taiga
armor.
get in this fight with the rest of the team? He's got nowhere to TP to. A long way to walk with brown boots, sir.
He'll walk with the trees.
One with the trees as well. Well, they've got good vision placed down here. Sammy Boy still under the cover of the smoke. Oh, the timing. Pings are coming out, actually. And here goes Moo. Got to be caught up by Samson. And a good start of the fight here for Wildcard. Great pickoff. 100 seconds. No doom. He's got buyback in 20 seconds.
Yeah. Still an opening, though. They did use Supernova and Root, but there's a refresher on Taiga to have. Okay, there's a refresher on both of them. We have a refresher on the Phoenix and the Treant Protector now, so double Root, double Egg.
Hey.
Supports are starting to get scary.
And this
What
is
do we
like-
have the equivalent of?
Taiga really needed that refresher because you've got one round of dispels and you don't get a second one anymore. Might
Well,
as well
sort
just,
of.
ult,
Doom-
refresher, ult might just be the way to go for Taiga.
If you look at Doom's currently selected creep to devour, he's got the purge creep, so he can remove as many of those as he wants on a 5-second cooldown.
3-second cooldown even. But yeah,
Oh yeah, 2.3 second cooldown.
but
Okay,
that's
sorry.
like if that overgrowth comes out, it's basically just one dispel.
Yeah, I was
still
looking
gonna
at the
keep,
duration, 5 seconds.
It will still keep other people held in place. Maybe that's what Taiga's thinking. Or he could just save the other ult for another time once those BKBs have worn off. But they're keeping an eye open on Roche. 20 seconds. And they have the position for it. I don't think Wildcard needs to leave this area. They can just stick around.
They definitely can. Surprised Moo isn't going for the pack leader aura to help that
They're not
TV
waiting,
do
actually.
even more damage.
Sunlight.
He's got bots
Sammy's
too.
shown, Sammy's
They're just
shown on the
timing
lane. Fighting the illusion. Gunner rolling in. Does get the vessel connection, and the silence is there. That's about it. Here goes Sunlight. A bit of poke.
Moonlight?
There. They already popped the Moonlight Shadow as well. Roshan, he's back home. Another Axe Blessing. No shards. Protector.
Okay,
Taiga,
they
Taiga's
found
found. It's a
Taiga.
great start for Nouns. They've got Taiga. And he's gone. He's not going to be returning to this fight at all. 80 seconds dead. Sunlight Mantis just before the Doom connects from Moo. But he is going to get caught inside a rock, and he's pushed back in. What are you going to do? Surrounded by enemies. Well, he's doomed up now, but they're actually winning this fight. Sunder panicked on Lelis. Hector down! So is Sunlight. He does come with the buyback, but there's no TB for 1 minute, for 2 minutes even. Sven, low on HP, still doomed up, and Gunner trying to snipe him. Arrow flying in. They might just get him. Yes, they do. Sammy Boy, he's got his buyback back, though. He's returning to the fray. Gunner rolling away, trying to get his some distance, but RCY says no.
Dire structures are fortified.
No TV for 100
says die.
seconds.
Yeah, there's no buyback, and he has a cooldown, and they know he has a cooldown. We talked about the last fight. Hector choosing to buyback, RCY choosing to buyback, leading to a window here. And this is it. 3 minutes, no buyback, Hector. What can you do with this as Sammy Boy instantly buys back?
And they can't get Megas. They can't get Megas. It's 2 lanes of racks. Try Throne or back.
I don't know
And
if
Throne's the call.
Throning is...
Throne's the call right now. Or they got the Earth
Risky.
Spirit.
Middle
They got the Earth Spirit, but there's still no TB. And they know TB is not returning. They gotta play this super carefully. They want it. They really want it. They feel like this is probably Sammy's going back and forth. I don't know, guys. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. Hex up onto the Doom. He's already recovered from that. Very short duration move. Going in for the quick blink onto Sunlight. Forces himself away. Tier 4 almost down. More flamethrowers coming in. Sammy Boy pops himself to Godstrike. 40 seconds for the TB to return. Glyph already used. Wild card. They've got all 5 members. Taiga, he's almost here. One tier 4 down. The other one being focused on as well. Moose still holding on to the front line. Yamson, they've got Gunner. He rolls in. The arrow will connect onto Razor because the Mortis Kiss is flying in. They want to take this Sunlight Razor down. It's all over HP, but no! He's going to be able to run out. Moose still in the front, and he's trying to keep themselves alive at least a little bit longer. 20 seconds for the TB, but Moo's going to be dropping, and Moo, he does have a buyback. He's going to be able to return. Wildcard, they're going to be super careful now. They're low on HP. They're going to lose Sunlight. They might even lose more. RCY trying to fight back, but Lay will lose Sven. Sammy Boy, dieback imminent. RCY, he's also going to be taken away, and now smack the hell out of them as they take 4 inside their own base. They hold and keep the game, and now we could be going coast to coast, Fear.
Yeah, this is kind of like watching, like you're in like a river or the ocean, and you see a shark in there, and you just see some guy just on a boat come by and just like jump into the ocean when there's shark infested waters. That was not a good idea. I just knew disaster was about to strike. Like, how did they think that was gonna work? They're trying to end the game. Yeah, there's no buyback on Hector, but you have no buybacks, and you know that these heroes have buybacks from Nouns. You can't commit on buildings like this, and now you just... All right, let's just double check the timers. 40 seconds cooldown for Timber. 5-minute cooldown.
They're not being given that time.
It's GG.
They're not being given that time, really. They're focusing on the tier 4s right away. Hector pummeling away on the buildings. They know there's no Sven. They know there's no Razor. Egg already popped down. Taiga getting jumped on here as he's trying to buy some time, trying to make some space, but he's out. He will buy back, but they also lost Husky. And Husky's done for 100 thing at this game. It looks like it's done for. These buybacks, whatever they have, whatever they're coming off cooldown, it's not enough. GG, Nouns. Oh man, the moment they saw Wildcard's gonna extend their visit in their base, I think that was a sigh of relief.
Yeah. We talked about the experience of the teams, but at TI qualifiers, even the most veteran players will make the silliest of mistakes, and that's exactly just what happened to Wildcard. Like, they're going to be kicking themselves if they end up losing their series over something like that, because they proved they can win all the team fights. They can do it, but like taking these fights against buybacks when you can instantly be back in the fight on this Doom, when you have no buybacks yourself and you push buildings that slowly, it's an unnecessary risk. They were tasting victory, and unfortunately it was a debate.
Yeah, it certainly was, but this game was kind of it wasn't all over the place. At least I think this was some really good Dota, understanding like how these drafts are working, the timings that they want to achieve. Hector, he had a rough start to the game, but he wasn't far behind in net worth, and he kept himself in the game while Sammy Boy was in full commanding position at the top. But still, just good perseverance and understanding from both of these teams, except to the final minute where Wildcard dropped the ball.
Yeah, this was a high-level game of Dota. It's kind of what I expected in this series. One to be the more high-skill games we will see from this region in the qualifiers. And they kind of showed why. And it really just came down to one mistake costing the game. And we talked about the later the mistake comes in the game, the more crucial it can be. And this was it. We're going to see this last fight here. You've got buyback on the Doom, so he's kind of dangling here. But Gunner just putting his life on the line here to go in there, use all his spells, force them out. Moo getting an additional buyback here to get the Doom off. And you'll see, now that Sammy Boy's in trouble, Gunner he's been stacking Magnetizes this entire time. Like, I got no buyback, guys. I don't know. This is kind of weird. This is 4 versus 5, but with all that assistance from the buybacks, from the tier 4s, with the glyph, really just kind of like put them in a situation where they could taste victory, but just could not achieve it.
Oh, for sure. Oh, man, like everybody gave their lives this game, especially Gunner had to play such a sacrificial role on this Earth Spirit, just drawing attention away from Wildcard so that they could get some openings for them for their TB to hit. Because if it was just Terrorblade trying to stand his ground and people are standing around him, that means TB is your the target they're going to be focusing on. Moo focusing on keeping Sammy Boy busy. Then he swapped around onto RCY later on into the game, realizing that maybe RCY is a bigger issue than this Sven actually is, because we've got answers to these heroes, and they swapped around from place to place, but it would basically just came out to a complete, I wouldn't say confusion, but maybe confused Wildcard a little bit as well, because they weren't able to close out the game. Shall we go with Moo for MVP, or do you have somebody better in mind? Because I think, you know, the role he did was crucial. I maybe think Gunner as well did a heck of a job.
Yeah, but I'll probably give it to Moo on the Doom. because we saw in multiple fights here, picked up this refresher, kept Sammy out of the game. Sammy was free farming the entirety of this Sven game, but the moment Moo got this refresher, he shut him out of the game entirely. That last fight there, baiting himself in there. Of course, you got to give props to Gunnar. I think Gunnar was the main reason why they defended the base there in the end, of course. However, Moo was always there with the dooms and the clutch moments to just kind of like win them the fights that truly mattered. So yeah, great performance by Moo. Good comeback there from the side of Nouns there, because they were behind for a majority of this game. And if you look at the laning stage, like Moo did not have, he had the best of the laning stage, but if you look at Terrorblade's laning stage, it was terrible. Mid lane didn't go well either, and they kind of just relied on the strategy of, we're going to let our Doom farm with a Midas, we're going to let our Terrorblade farm for a while, we're not going to really do much on the map, but we're going to trust that the process of their late game is going to carry us, and that's exactly what it did in the end.
And so the TI regional qualifiers, they're also a process. This game one coming to a close where Nouns take the lead versus Wildcard Gaming. I can't wait to see the next one. This is some quality builds, and hopefully you guys enjoy it as well. We'll take a break, and we shall return with game number 2 of this series. What an electrifying start for this series as this first game wrapped up. It ends up being a Nouns victory, which looked like Wildcard could be the one to close it out, but no. It's sometimes the story of Dota is just about that. We go coast to coast and the other team happens to win the game. But time to set our sights for game number 2. However, Fear, I feel like I don't think they need too much draft adjustments. I don't think this was too much of a draft issue or draft question. Maybe 1 or 2 items could have been a little bit different, but still, I don't think it's down to that at all.
I think it comes down to just don't hit the enemy throne. We've seen it a lot in this qualifier. Whoever hits the enemy throne while heroes are alive ends up losing the game. So maybe not that simple, but it seems to be like the story of so far from what we've seen. Teams are tasting victory. They're trying to go for the throne, and they're just kind of losing the game off of it. And it's just like not an objective you need to force. And it can be tempting sometimes. Like you're in the moment, you're like, let's end the game. Let's go. Let's get out of this game. Let's go next. Let's go to TI type of situation. But you got to go one step at a time. And I think Wildcard tried to skip a couple too many steps there and end up getting punished for this. Nouns will pick up first pick AA. A little bit peculiar here, but it is a new patch. It is a new captain's mode. You can try just about anything. Who knows what's good quite yet.
Ancient Apparition is definitely a hero that answers a couple traditional counters already when you see them on the board, but the hero is also still pretty good with a lot of magical builds. With that Ice Vortex, it still works out nicely. It's a good vision tool. You have this long-range support that doesn't always need to be in the middle of the fight because you have long-range abilities and cast from, you know, relative safe distance when you compare to, like, Vengeful Spirit, who has to be there with those stuns. The cast range ain't that high.
I mean, yeah, AA is a global hero, right? You can use your ultimate across the map. But you want to be there to... You don't want to just play that style of just being behind. You kind of want to be within range so you can use your other abilities too. You don't want to do that.
No, that's what I mean.
Like, yeah.
Vortex still has this massive cast range at least, so you're still with the team, of course. But yeah.
Correct. I remember the old days where you just buy Midas on this hero and you just farm and throw your ultis and be like, I'm helping. Well, meanwhile, you get incredibly farmed.
Another caster using an attack speed item. Yuck.
Yep.
But let's see what these second phase bans are looking like. We've got ourselves a Legion Commander and the Visage, and we are waiting for the final ban from Wildcard. They already got the 4 bans in the first phase. Pretty much the same as what we saw before, except the Doom. So we've got... Oh, wait, Beastmaster is actually banned out. Batrider is still there. Not sure if Batrider was one of those first phase bans, at least. I'll have to take a second closer look at that. Short breaks and all.
And Earth Spirit has been ignored thus far. It was first pick last game. Well, was it first pick or I don't remember, but it was.
It was first pick, yeah. So they had
like
the
overall
Earth Spirit
first pick?
Into the Phoenix. Yeah, it was all first pick.
Gotcha.
Venge was the other hero. Invoker after Venge was banned by Wildcard. So they've got the Venge for themselves, which they banned in game number 1. Otherwise, the bans. Ember also let through by Nouns in the first phase.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't, at least from that last game, didn't see the power of Earth Spirit first pick. You know, it did a lot of work and Gunner played it well, but it didn't seem like this crazy OP hero that you can just first pick no matter what. It definitely struggled on the laning stage really hard, and I think you can't first pick any heroes that just have a bad lane. You talked about it before, like, the first thing you need to think about when you put together a Dota draft is having good lanes. Then you can build from there. Quite opposite of like how a lot of people like to go in their pubs or just like, oh, I see Jakiro has a cool new Ags. I'm going to play Jakiro mid and rush Ags. Doesn't really work that way, right? And, competitive. You gotta start from can we win the lanes and then start building the strategy after that.
And we do get ourselves an Earth Spirit picked up by Taiga, and we Wildcard and very likely Taiga to play this ES, unless RCY wants to replicate what Gunner just did. You know, like, oh, that looks pretty nice. Looks like a cool hero. Then Gunner is like, I'm gonna pick Timbersaw, but it is a Taiga classic.
Yeah, I mean, Taiga can play it. RCY maybe potentially can play it. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. The flex is there. But I know Gunner has a lot of experience playing it. And unfortunately, I don't think I can check RCY very easily as far as like what he's been doing in pubs. Yeah.
Well, what is RC White doing with his life, you know?
Apparently, he's not a pro on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. He hasn't made it yet.
Ooh, that's pretty rough. Maybe
That's
if they won
rough.
that last game. Maybe if they won that last game, he probably would be. But we got the Primal Beast coming out. This is a hero that has been picked somewhat frequently in North America throughout this year. More in particular teams, such as Nouns and Bates. It's been Dendy and Moo who have been playing this hero a lot.
5 seconds.
Yeah, this is definitely a hero that Moo really enjoys playing. He doesn't play it the same way you see most players play it, and in fact, Moo doesn't play anything similar except for the Doom, because like that fits his style, right? He loves to hit creeps, he loves to farm, and then once he gets his farm, then he wants to play the game. And I've seen it from his primal as well. Normally you see a BKB rush or something similar on this hero. So if Moo is playing this primal, I'm almost certain he's going to do something creative as far as the build goes. He was the inventor of the vessel on Beastmaster that we got to witness one game, because his ideas, it's always there. It's like he does something that you're like, why is he doing that? Is he like, nobody does this, why are you doing this? And it's like, he has logic though. It's like the vessel gets amplified by the axe damage, so a vessel does more damage. Like, oh, I can see why now, but still a little bit off the wall a bit of how he likes to think about his item builds.
And of course, now that with this Lion picked up, it does look like Moo Primal Beast even more with this Ancient Apparition, unless we see something like Gunnar wants to play mid AA. Go back a few years where some of these pro players like East European,
Dendy?
maybe even North American. Well, not Dendy.
Dendy
but,
played AA mid. He's one that comes up to my mind when I think it.
I remember no one on the AA mid. Thompson and AA mid. Well, Thompson's not East.
How do you not
Europe,
remember
but,
Dendy AA mid? That's like a classic.
Dire team picks.
You literally have the
classic
AA
enough in my
legend.
head. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, he does play it for sure. But I just had no one in my mind right away.
I just don't remember
Blade,
no one
AA
playing it.
mid.
What year was that?
2017, 18, 19. Probably 17, 18, somewhere around that area.
Oh, okay. Like VP days or
VP days, yeah.
Remaining.
Well, we got a Danks here.
Danks.
This hero has been fairly successful from time to time. I know Lyrical is a big Darkseer enjoyer. He always likes not only just playing, but also casting the games this hero was brought up in.
Yeah.
But it synchronizes well with what they have right now. Great combos for Vac. And even better combo now with the Vac wall with this Gyrocopter brought up.
Yeah, it's quite a good Darkseer game, actually. The Vacuum, quite good. The wall, so far, not great, but the Iron Shell, good. Vacuum's good. Surge is fine, I guess. It's always a fine Darkseer game. I'm just kind of like thinking, like, what offlaners do you want to pick? You got an Earth Spirit, that's a classic one. You used to always put melee with Darkseer. I don't feel like you need to anymore. In fact, sometimes I feel like if you do Darkseer with another melee hero, oftentimes that is more prone to losing your lane. But we're going to go back for the Sven, but this time Nouns is going to take it. Hector is going to be playing... This is more his style. Whenever I think Hector, I definitely always think strength carries, either buying a Radiance or playing like some Wraith King or Sven. Just being tanky and flash farming. That's what Hector really is known for, and that's what he plays the best. And Sven embodies pretty much all of that. So he's going to be playing that against the Darkseer, which is a great laning matchup here. Good against the Gyro throughout the game. You do have that burst. Doesn't necessarily just beat him straight up. It's going to be who has more farm, positioning, stuff like that. And actually, not more I think about it, this Sven will beat the Gyro one-on-one because you got an AA. And if you think of Gyrocopter, this is a hero that loves to build Satanic. It's actually a core item that you generally want to buy on this hero just because of how Side Gunner works. And against AA, that item is no longer going to save you.
And it's a Doom substitute when you talk about that lifesteal as well, because you get no benefit when AA has your ulti on top of him. So yeah, that does have some similarities to it. It does answer Samson once again. And going back to K1's Sven as well, he was 9-0-5 against San King GÓMEZ in the very first game that they played. 950 GPM, 877 XPM. So
950 GPM
on Sven.
Man.
Yes, sir.
That is crazy.
Gunner did the most hero damage that game, but Hector only just had to give the security for the team that I'll finish it off. But Gunner was it was really a Gunner show that game. I think we also remember giving him the MVP for that one. But Hector Sven, yep, that's something different.
Certainly is good. We'll have to see how this game really plays out, because like they have all the pieces, and I'm curious on how Sammy is going to build this game. He chose to still build Satanic last game, even against the Doom, and we saw like he just wasn't life-stealing in any of the fights. He might do the same thing here, but he's probably going to be at the end of the series like, why can't I life-steal in this series, you know? Like, they're just like, keep picking heroes I make it so I just can't use Satanic. And it's going to be just that. I would like to see him not go for Satanic, most likely, and just go full damage. Just, it's going to not be about survival. It's going to be more about, can I burst them before then? Maybe go for a Silver Edge. Maybe just play the fights a little more carefully. Or you can just trust that your teammate's going to kill the AA. You can disengage from the Ice Blast. Another choice is to go for the Sange and Yasha to just reduce the duration of the Ice Blast, and once it is gone, then you can Satanic heal up. But that will leave you a little bit prone to dying here. And we do have a puck coming out.
Out of the heroes that are available for RCY's general pool, Pangolier and the Storm Spirit would have been out there, but Storm versus Puck, no good. So they see Tiny as an option. And Tiny, we've seen this hero multiple times as a substitute when going up against this Puck or Storm, at least in either matchup. So it's like, it works. It
does. I mean, I've been pretty unimpressed with Tiny's transitioning into like the mid game and late game specifically, but in the early game against the Puck is a really low HP hero, so you can do a lot of work, and plus you should win the lane. Just having that Shri grab against the Puck, you whether use it to die or use it to just hit the Puck itself, it does a lot of damage or just helps you get a CS advantage. So you win the lane and you have the potential to burst the Puck. I guess you bust him into pieces too with the avalanche combo. It's very squishy hero, and Tiny can deal with that. But the only issue I have with Tiny is sometimes if you can't kill heroes in a combo anymore, what's your purpose in the game? You're no longer farming quick. That's pretty much the whole hero in a nutshell. So things have to work out in that early game for the Tiny, or I'm afraid for RCY's game.
Nouns can also play with a bit of a laid-back setup in a sense. They know the Sven can join fairly early with the team as he's finished off at least his 3 mid-game items. Usually looking at like the stuff like the Echo Saber, the Mask of Madness, maybe even the Blink Dagger, and you can get a lot of benefit out of the Sven already. Gyrocopter, I have a little bit of doubts against this hero. I know that Gyro right now is like the most popular carry in this qualifier. If I back it up with numbers, Gyrocopter has been picked 9 times, whereas the Dawnbreaker, Venge have been picked 8 times. Ember's been picked 9 times as well. But it gives me a bit of... I'm still not fully confident. I know we've talked about Gyrocopter a lot. I've heard about your rants of Gyrocopter multiple times. Maybe it's a better hero now.
Which ones? The old rants or the new rants? Because... my rants have changed.
The old rants are kind of stuck in my head, you know. We've talked
well, you can forget all
it.
those because there's new rants now about Gyro, and they're mostly positive. Like, yeah, this hero was bad. This hero is no longer bad. This hero is I don't know if it's OP territory. It might be approaching that, but it's just a good Dota hero. There's nothing wrong with him. He farms fast. He wins his lane. What more do you want from a carry? Like, he does his job. He hits Roche. He hits buildings. He does a lot of damage. Things are on the up for this hero.
Currently at a 55% win rate, but at least we're looking at the teams that have been playing this hero pretty much have been knocked out of the tournament so far.
So it's been winning.
Worked out. But
I mean, if the teams that are losing are winning with it, then it must be winning somewhere.
But if they win occasionally.
I mean, this is going to be a hard game. If it is going to win, this is not the easiest game for it. We did watch one Gyrocopter go flak level 1. I don't want to see that again. It can work. It's just very difficult. I feel like you just want to go rocket level 1 and actually apply pressure instead of doing this minor chip damage and getting your range creep denied. But we'll see what Sammy does. I'll judge him soon. My judgment is coming, depending on what he skills.
The judgment day is coming for either of these teams at least, but it is the upper bracket, so even with a loss, Wildcard, they're not out. They're still guaranteed top 6, but You're still looking at tying up this series and stretching it all the way to game number 3. Game 1 was close, but they just have to play another game
Sammy
of Dota
passes.
after that.
He got rocket level 1.
Rocket level 1, okay.
Mm-hmm.
At
think
least,
it's good.
okay. The
I
one
would use
thing
it
wanna
now,
see-
but it's fine.
The one thing I want to see, no Rocket Barrage. 0 points in Rocket Barrage.
You want to see 0?
I want to see 0.
Why?
I want to see stats. I want to see flat cannon.
Oh,
I
you
want
want
to
just
see rocket.
full greed? Okay.
Greed or grief?
Well, I think in some games the rocket barrage can be good if you need to be a bit more active, and it does also give you slow resistance now, 50% at max level. So if you're playing versus slows, I would definitely consider leveling it. That's another reason why this hero has gotten a bit better. You don't.
Yeah.
He's not as easily kited.
There's the vortex. There's the mana drain. Does Primal Beast have a slow?
No. I mean, yeah, the uproar, technically.
Yeah. So that's 3 slows that they have in the team. Okay, maybe you could put maybe a value point or something. Still 20% can be useful. Nevertheless, looking at some of these lanes, how they're rolling out.
Layla, we're watching Layla's die top.
dominating mids. Oh, Layla's dying top.
Oh, you don't want to see rocket
Yes,
barrage.
it is. Sammy Boy, rocket barrage. God damn it. Well, Sammy Boy does Sammy Boy things, so he'll get a kill with rocket barrage. I'll allow it this time. Gets first blood for the team.
I mean, I think if you get 1 point in rocket barrage, you might as well get 2. In my eyes.
New soon, it's going to be 3. Tiger rolling in on Yamson, looking for another kill, and Wildcard already up with 2 on the board.
Things going well. I think the Wildcard has shown us that their laning stage is quite good, but they have not been able to deal with just Hector's farming speed. We'll see if they can this particular game. But that's a little bit too much in the future. Let's check out the mid lane. You know, let's RCY versus Gunner. Talk about this young superstar and what he can do, and what he is doing right now is dominating Gunner in the mid lane quite hard, as he has 13-6 to the 6-1 of Gunner. Of course, in this matchup, RCY has been favored both games, as we're gonna get a replay of how this first blood did transpire. Lion trying to do some cheeky warding, de-warding, and then Sammy with a good rotation, deciding that he's just gonna show up here and go ahead and just get the first blood for himself. Well worth it.
Surely is. Something about this Earth Spirit Darkseer lane, you know, like if you put the abbreviations together, you get DSS, and it's almost like a musical chord, DSUS. Or DSUS 2 or DSUS 4. It means sustained. It means sustained D, basically.
Suspicious to me.
It could sound suspicious to somebody, but there's something, you know, something musical about this lane. Already finding a kill. Maybe Taiga. Not going to be dropping this time. Does get stunned by Yamson. Yamson's got to get a couple free punches, a couple free blows in the face of Taiga. Down to 200. And you talked about the Sven actually having somewhat of a decent matchup here versus the Darkseer, because the cleave helps you out. Oh,
He's got the Iron Shell. Hector's in trouble.
He definitely has double Iron Shell damage coming in. Fairy Fire. Tango regenerates a bit faster, though. The distance broken there between the two.
Man, this mid lane's a beatdown. Poor Gunner. He's getting the business here, but he might get both runes, so that's good for him, as RCY is completely out of region. Brings his boots, so getting 2 runes there, pretty big for RCY, and RCY is going to hightail it and miss a full wave here. I don't know if that's the play, but he does want to get that bounty rune eventually. Maybe get this wave and go pick it up.
This is where you need a support to die, so they can TP in mid.
Yeah, somebody go die, please.
Yeah, somebody please die fast.
Die fast. I wonder who did that glyph. Did Gunner do it? If so, he's like... Mid laners, you know, they do these glyphs that just try to tilt you.
Bottom lane, rolling on top of Hector. Hector, though, has to run the other way around with that war cry. Looks like they just don't have the movement speed to catch him.
And here comes Tony.
Here comes Tony.
He's thinking about it. No.
And there goes Tony.
Tony's going back mid. I mean, I thought he could have went bottom and just pressured K1, but he just wants to pressure Gunner some more.
Yeah, Hector having to force this fight versus Taiga the whole time. Not giving any rest. Constant rolling action. Well, let's see what RCY, when he really does start making those rotations, he already tried to make one happen.
Well, in 30 seconds, we'll see, potentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah. The teeny tiny Tony.
Teeny tiny Tony going for the rune. Tried to make that rhyme, but I don't think I can rhyme anything with a rune that starts with a T.
Need more American accent for that. It's like Tawny. Don't know what accent that is, though. Probably failed with that. Anyway.
That's just a finish.
Supports are coming in. 5 seconds for the root. Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Gunner there by RCY. One more hit should do it into the arms of Husky. Hex comes out, but the stun does connect, and RCY just needs one more, but the coil comes out. And Lelis is really doing some work here, but the tree didn't even connect, and Gunner finds a double bounty for himself to refill with.
He probably would have died there, actually, with the minus armor from the bench, as Puck did. Yeah, he would have died. Tiny did like 137 damage. Minus the 4 armor, so he would have been in the negative with 90 HP, so that phase shift did save his life.
RCY, he's got that DD rune available. Maybe this time he'll not leave the job unfinished. Meanwhile, AA getting sniped in the bottom lane. That's the second time Jansen's gonna be dropping. Stormhammer to break Tiger's clarity.
I don't know who's going to win this series, but I'm fairly certain it's going to go 3 games. Just because it typically does, and these teams are very well matched. And off the back of that would be a really good Darkseer or Spirit performance. These guys are doing quite well right now. Darkseer soaring above in net worth. This is not how this lane is supposed to go. And I think we saw K1 play this lane earlier against Sand King GÓMEZ, and he was much more farmed on his Fen free farming, but he's playing against a bit tougher opponent, it does see, especially laning stage wise. And this Darkseer is free farming as bottom lane.
Hector. Here comes Sammy Boy as well to join in on the fight. This time the rocket will connect and the kill will be secured. Sunlight will get the final touch, topping net worth now as well as 4K. I was looking at a very interesting statistic here. So we've talked a lot about Sunlight's hero pool in the past. We'll get back to that in a second. At the top lane, as Sammy Boy actually gets returned the favor by Nouns. Return kill going their way. Moo, he's down a half HP. Does have pulverized mana available with the stick, but he wants Husky to get closer. However, he takes the portal back. But about Sunlight's hero pool. So we know that he's been playing some untraditional heroes from time to time. You know, we've seen the Treant Protector from him as a pause 3 multiple times. He's even had to play some of these mid heroes, Void Spirits, the Ember Spirits. He's only played one single game of Darkseer, and that was last year. And now it's off to a fantastic start. His second ever competitive Darkseer game. And now getting a second kill on Hector by the looks of it. Low on HP. Gunner trying to help out the situation. Hector still falls. Sunlight picks another kill for himself. Jansen, Gunner has to walk away. And Taiga with the help of RCY. Here comes the Tiny. And RCY, he ain't that tiny. He's kind of huge already this early game.
Yeah, and you're saying off to a great start. The opposite of that would be Hector this game, having a horrible start.
2 games in a row.
Yeah, really not enjoying this one. He started last game 0-3, but this game he's 0-2. But Sven is not a hero like Terrorblade, where if you just keep farming, you're going to just probably, I'm not going to say win the game, but you're going to be in a position where you're a problem. In this particular game, yeah, he can keep farming and he'll be a problem. But you kind of want to always be ahead on Sven. The comeback mechanic on this hero, even though he does farm quickly, is not great, as Moo might be.
Okay, interesting battle here in the top lane. 3 versus 3. Moo's the one being targeted on, and he's actually the one to drop first. Unable to roll away. Maybe even Jansen dropping as well as Taiga does have to magnetize, and he's just going to continue dropping these remnants on top of him. He could get one more. And Husky, even with the wave of terror extras, and there's the Treat Lamb straight on top of his face.
I mean, how scary would that be? Just some tree comes flying at your face like that. No wonder that hurts. From downtown. But you were talking about Sammy Boy. You wanted to see stats. You wanted to see 0 points in Rocket Barrage. Well, you got 4 points in Rocket Barrage. He is full battle mode. And this is going to hurt his net worth as far as farming goes. But if he can hurt the enemy's net worth in return, it's worth it. And what I mean by that is You can either farm to make yourself massive net worth-wise, or you can use your advantage to stop the enemy from farming. And you see him using the gates. Well, I guess meanwhile we'll watch.
And we also see
enjoy
Hector
his
being
third
surrounded. Not getting any chill. They found a weakness. And they're exploiting that weakness.
And it kind of shows you,
playing.
like, Sammy's just using these gates over and over, but he will go down.
Yeah, he's also using his TP scrolls going back from base to from the fountain to the lane, but they will get themselves a retaliation on Moo. Heavy damage coming in though, and Gunner trying to recapitulate or at least capitalize on the situation, but just goes down. They finally finished off Tiger. That's just an ES support. They lost so many heroes for this one. Hector's respawned back into the game, but they lost 3.
And one, probably.
This just might be the 4th, and technically this could be a team wipe as they just finished
He just
that
gives
Sven
the
kill
Darcy
before.
away.
That's technically a team wipe right there.
It is, yeah. They got Earth Spirit and Gyro out of it, though. So, 5-2. Not good.
Yep.
But it is what it is. You take what you can get. And it really was just the Ion Shell that was lingering on Taiga there. And Puck didn't... I don't know if he realized it, or just he had no choice to sit there, but the damage that Ion Shell was pumping out was enough to just kill Gunner.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And those are like those moments from the eyes of a Puck player. You see 3 players clumped up. All my abilities are AoE. I'm squishy, but if I can get my connections with this waning rift, like, oh boy, I'm gonna have so much fun killing all these guys. Wait a minute, I'm actually being hit. Guys, help me. Dead. And
Help.
Ion Shell was more powerful than Puck's combo.
It was, and it's one of those spells that can be hard to see sometimes visually. But either way, that was really good by Sunlight to apply that Ion Shell to the Earth Spirit before he TP'd into the fight. And now Hector's deciding, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to go farm in what we were going to call the safe areas of the map now, because being a bit aggressive, laning it all, just has not worked out for him this game.
Dire's top
And
tower
so we
is
go
under
in an almost 5k lead for Wildcard, now showing 4k in the early 12 minutes. Sunlight topping net worth on a Darkseer. So that is
He's
still
massive.
holding. He is absolutely massive indeed. Pipe, Mana Boots, an extra Vitality booster already picked up for Sunlight. What can this man not do? Well, hopefully he'll also lead into a win for the team, because this could have also been a 2-0 for Wildcard when you consider what happened last game.
Yeah, I mean, normally you don't see like a Darkseer be this high net worth, but this is kind of a low net worth game, if you will. You think of the heroes that should be topping the net worth, it'll be like some Gyro with max flak and stats, as you talked about, or some Sven free farming. Sven's been dying a lot. Gyro's been active, so the carries are really... Well, I guess Hector's just more dying than doing anything, but Sammy's just being active and also dying a lot, I suppose. So it kind of just shows you this Darkseer. His progression is good, but it's not like as good as it looks. Put it that way.
Sammy's got some juicy stacks here. Oh, dollar signs on his eyes. Money, 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 money.
Well, he's going the Maelstrom build.
The Maelstrom into Ags, yep.
Oh. It seems there's 2 ways people like to play it. Maelstrom or Pistolis.
There's 2 different types of Gyro players as well. You've got the rest of the population and Sammy Boy.
Yep. No, it was one other player was doing it.
There was another, I know. Who was
He ended up winning at the end, but I was also not... I just think I don't like this Maelstrom on Gyro. It's just a personal opinion. It's not necessary. I don't think it's bad. I'm just not a fan.
So,
But it doesn't really matter. It's his choice. I'm just glad he is going for the Ags. After we're seeing a lot of players get a transition item into Ags.
Mr. V-Tune on bait. Won against Wildcard in game number 2 with that Gyrocopter, but they've got themselves the AA blast onto Taiga. He's taking a lot of hate. Actually stuns RCY in the river too. But Moo, I think he's a little bit too deep right now. Husky swapped his ally who was already dead. He's going to die himself as well thanks to that swap, and Moo will live.
Yeah. Good little fight there for Nouns. Much needed, as they are down 4,000 gold into this game. It was 5. Get a little bit of a comeback there. As Sammy Boy is keeping the net worth relatively even as they get both bounty runes and hitting up the jungle camps.
Sunlight's also working on a Crimson Guard right now, so a lot of extra auras in the way of their team.
Is that the play? Not sure.
Trying to locate Moo and his farming patterns. There's also a puck in the area, which they don't find. They will find Moo. Killing the Primal Beast this early on is very hurtful for Moo. Don't want to die too early on this Primal Beast, because then you feel like you hit a slump and you're not doing too much for the team. You need a lot of items on this hero. At least until the point where you get like BKB, you have more freedom. But every time you kill him before that, he's just an easy catch.
Yeah. And he is getting relatively close to that BKB though. But deaths like that definitely slow it down and hurt him a lot, because they have tons of ways to cancel Pulverize right now. I guess they'll always have a way with the swap. So, you do have that. And that's kind of why Venge is so popular right now, just because she all of a sudden is a strong laner, but she is still Venge. She's always going to be a save.
3-man smoke coming out from Wildcard. Taiga, Husky with Sunlight. 3-4-5, looking for a 2. Gunner in the low ground. Couldn't quite spot him there in time. Amson also hiding on the safety of that tier 2 tower. Maybe they go triangle. No smoke left though. Nobody's showing up in mid either, so it looks like this smoke's going to be a bit of a miss.
I wonder what...
He's going to walk back in though. Can they do it, the 3 of them? Do they have enough damage? Oh, trying to go for the swap, but the vision lost there.
Should
There's
not
the
do
swap.
this, I think.
It does connect. They've got the wall there. The kick's coming in. RCY. He's the missing piece that they needed.
Yeah, I thought it was just those 3, but with RCY coming in there with the combination, barely enough damage, by the way. Because, like, you don't want to dive a tier 2, because your team could respond. I like how Nouns didn't respond to that, though, because that would have just made things worse. As Laylis does have a blink, Moo is going to want to farm his BKB. These are going to be big timings. And then, of course, the BKB on Hector, as Hector actually bought out. So he bought the Ogre Club, which means it's going to delay his BKB even more instead of just disassembling that Echo. I definitely feel like this is one of those games where you probably want to disassemble the Echo to have that BKB ASAP. But he decided he's just going to buy out before he dies to just save the gold.
He did this the same way the last time he was playing.
But he was winning.
Well. But he was winning, and he was so much more farm. But he's still doing. It could be a player preference thing.
Could be. I mean, Dota's always about timings, right? And like, if you don't need to do it, you shouldn't do it because it slows down your farming. However, some games are just like this, where you're losing, you feel like you can't get anywhere. You just need that BKB as soon as possible, just so you can join fights or just potentially not die. And he's going to slow it down, so now he's got the long road here to get to the BKB recipe. Probably won't take too long, but...
Tiger's on the hunt again. He recognizes AA is around the area. Perfect catch right on top of the money. And there goes Yamson. Husky will pick up the kill, but RCY with a heavy lifting damage. Tiger's been so good. Like, this really shows the experience he's accumulated in the West European Division 1 and all the majors he's been playing in, all the TIs in the past. He gets a hint of a support player being around the area, and he also lands his abilities. It's just a, you know.
I also just enjoy the fact that, okay, Gunner, does he get one shot with this combo? I guess not, as he knows teammates are nearby. But what I was going to say as Roshan dies here is that I'm enjoying watching Taiga get freedom again. Let's put it that way. When he played on OG, it always felt like, you know, Seb was standing in, or all of a sudden he just had to play some 5 position. And he never got... Yeah, he was really restricted. He never got to just be free and be able to, like, be the superstar that he wanted to be. He just kind of like, you got just, here's your job, you have to make these pieces of puzzles work. You can't really just play your game. And now he's in a team where he's playing North America on Wildcard Gaming. He probably feels like he's the superstar of the team, and he gets to play the way he wants to play. And that's nice to see.
It certainly is, and he's been thriving. Both of these 2 games, Taiga, just some fantastic gameplay knowledge. Great reactions. That last game with the Treant Protectors, some crazy overgrowths. Let's see what they can do with this now. 20 minutes on the clock. Sammy Boy with the D ward. Husky's ward, so Husky still gets the money for it. Quick reveal in the mid lane for Gunner. Has to blink out before RCY gets the jump on him. And can steal a Tormentor. Oh, AA blast though. Uh-oh.
That's fine.
Looks like it is. You know, Crimson Guard versus Tormentor seems to soak up plenty of that damage. Yeah, if they have more heroes, maybe.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, it does feel like it because every time I've played like an offlane hero and I build Crimson Guard and we go Tormentor, it just feels like it's soaking up almost all the damage.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that Crimson works on Tormentor.
Dire's middle tower is
I honestly don't know it that well how it works, but maybe it's a placebo effect. Maybe there just is some truth to it that Crimson Guard makes Roshing hell easier. Uh-oh. Well,
Truth is
they
sunlight.
got the Wisdom Rune, but Sunlight, his first death is imminent. Finger ready onto him by Lelis. And they're actually not killing him with these two supports. They need to bring Boo back.
Hello, guys.
Oh, he's surging
He's
away.
not dead.
He's gonna escape. I don't think
No
he
way.
is. Lelis has the stun ready, and here comes Moo. He's gonna finish him off. Pulverize.
Yeah, the supports are like, hey, guys, he's got a pipe and a Crimson. There's no way two supports are going to kill us. You're already moving on to the next target with Gunner and Moo.
You sent the guys away with the baseball bats, and you got your, broken fists left. Guys, go. Where are you going? It's like, I need help here. I'm walking here. Ice Blast. Looking to connect onto Samson's. Will connect. Glimmer Cape is there. Swap save from Husky. He's got the shard stun.
Oh, yeah.
Both Lelis and K1.
Thank you, Tormentor.
Oh, Gunner coming in from the side, though. Does get the coil. Hector also wanted to take fight. And he hasn't been participating until now. There's still the Aegis of Sammy Boy. Gunner taking some big hits here. Husky's already down. Here comes the Roland from Taiga. Almost connecting onto Hector. Still in the chase here. Has a BKB. It looks like this fight's pretty much done for here. They will only lose the Venge. For that, they also lost Sunlight with that Darkseer, but he's already back up and farming the jungle.
Oh, I like this build from RCY. Normally we just see a Tiny go BKB or something and not do much, but he's going for the Shadow Blade.
Nope,
Probably into the Silver Edge. Going. No! He changed it.
He changed it just as he
I no
said
longer
it.
like the build.
Caster Curse right there. Straight
And this is
for
the
BKB.
safe build, but this is the build I see fall off the most. But so far, RCY has not fell off or has not even died in this particular game.
RCY did not have a Blink Dagger. Now Sammy's in trouble. Gonna get hit by the Ice Blast. Trying to stand
Moo
his
might
ground,
die
but he
for
knows
this.
he's dead. Aegis is out. Moo. BKB running out. Oh, Taiga gets the timing on him. Rolls and breaks that TP. Moo goes down. It's still an Aegis down, nevertheless. The Wildcard will get a kill
Sammy
for it,
don't
and that tier 2.
Radiant structure.
They were setting
Sammy
up for
wanted to
killing
lose
Moo.
anyway. Well, they use Ice Blast, BKB, and they're going to get the tier 2. So these things matter. Like, in the past, I would say the getting tier 2s didn't matter at all. And because of just how the map is. But now that the outposts are in the triangle, the enemy triangle, it kind of is nice to take. But, yeah, it's even better to take is enemy high ground. This is kind of unnecessary, but they're going to force heroes back. It is fine. And go back to farming. A little bit of structural damage, I suppose.
Previous game experience really telling them to be a bit more careful with these high ground pushes. I'm pretty sure that's still haunting in their minds a little bit, so they recognize out.
I mean, these traditional objectives are just so meaningless nowadays. It's like killing towers, killing barracks even are just like they don't mean that much in Dota right now because you can be
Who even
down
wants
with
to
a
kill
couple
a throne?
barracks. I mean, that's how you lose the game, honestly, in most of these games.
It does feel like it, right? You kill the throne, you die, and you lose.
You really just want to kill heroes, track buybacks, get Roshans. It's mainly about killing heroes and getting objectives. There are some games where high ground is doable, but it should be obvious if it's high groundable. If you have to even think about, is it good to go high ground? The answer is probably no. It's just simple as that, I think.
Well, let's see what they can do with this. RCY gifted the shard. Infinite tree.
Infinite
Roshan.
tree. The magical tree.
The magical tree, yeah. Feels like some kind of world tree that he's carrying in his hand. I feel like sometimes when you see like the traditional, just, the traditional tree grab, and then you have all these cosmetics, you feel like this is big fireball that this tree has or something like that. Should give like at least plus 50 damage on the cosmetic, right?
The
Okay, I'm
cosmetic?
alone with this opinion.
Cosmetics should give effects now, huh? Okay. I don't know if I'm down for this.
Yeah, probably the best way that never changes, you know? Cosmetics are cosmetics. But it does give you that feel, right? Like, that's a big
how,
burning tree versus, oh, you got yourself like a brand.
Yeah,
Hey.
in the Dota store, you can purchase the fireball tree to add burning effect to your right-click says Tiny.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
tier 2
that-
down, and they're looking at the high ground position. No Aegis, and they will force Nouns to return back to their base. Glyph already burnt. Wildcard, they're happy with what they have achieved. They have returned home. Time to go out.
Yep, time to go back. And when is Hector's time to join this game? As he went for a Silver Edge. No blink,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
but Silver Edge. And there's really nothing of value to break this game. So
This surprise element is what it's all about. But Blink is also a surprise element, so which one does they value more? Lela's already going for the early Hex here. Look at that wall! Going on to 3, but they've got Taiga. They will also take down Lela's. Moo, he does get the pulverize. Sammy might be controlled. Gunner in the backline. Moo, he's trying to go for the TP out. He's already given everything he can. And now Hector, he's all by himself. Sven needs some help. Ice Blast is coming in, but it was only connecting onto RCY and onto Sunlight. Samson still on the chase here. Tree will connect. 200 HP. Rocket is on its
He's
way.
dead.
Even a toss coming out.
Oh,
He
no, he
should
might
not
put the
live.
rocket.
The rocket
Do.
destroyed. Anti-air working out inside the base of Nouns, but they will come at the cost of Moo's life. Hector survives, and the team sacrifices themselves for him to escape. And that tier 3 tower still staying up. Sammy Boyles Hector, he does not have a God Strength available. Round number 2, and again, he's just getting trampled and pummeled and hammered. And he's down. Gunner on the left.
trying to get the
Around
puck.
for the time being. Taiga trying to get the connection there. Trying to time it perfectly, but Gunner able to get out.
And that should be a Barrack series. You don't have your BKBs available for Primal. Ice Blast. Oh, we talked about the Midas on AA, just playing that way. Yeah, he's got one. Interesting. But that'll be just a melee and a glyph. Can keep note of that. Once again, I wouldn't force that objective. There's really no point to it. You don't have to. Wait for your cooldowns. I mean, Sunlight is just such an issue in these fights. These vacuum walls with the Crimson Pipe and Mech, just buying all the auras for his team here. Just allowing his team to continue to take these engagements. Compared to, like, Moo on his Primal Beast, like, he tried onslaughting into that fight, but immediately got vacuumed out of it. So, put in a position he didn't really want to be there. And then Hector, of course, like, who's he connecting with? He has a Silver Edge instead of a Blink Dagger, so it's harder for him to take the team fights right now. If he had a Blink, team fights would be easier. He wants to play like the split push
And
game.
Moo
As
goes
gets
straight in,
stunned,
but
they can.
RCY interrupting them with the Avalanche. Pulverize comes through. Coil onto 2. Hector gets 1. Looking for RCY. And talk to you about this man. He has not died again. Last game, it took him 49 minutes to kill RCY. Now he's 30 minutes in, still, well, almost 30 minutes in, still unkilled. Wants to keep it that way as long as possible. Lillis going in as the smokes are popping. Gyrocopter in the front, swap from Husky. Stun connecting onto Moo. They've got the wall placed down. Yamson's going to be dropping Hector, hammering down Husky. Takes down 1, but he's again chased by the rest of Wildcard. Hector fighting back. Man fighting 1v3. Not enough.
It's rough.
Life taken away. Hunter still thinking about the backline snipe here, but looks like they're going to be too far away.
And I can definitely see why RCY
Daedalus.
won't die
The
in
Daedalus.
this game.
Courier has been killed.
Oh, he got it.
As he
Giving
has
the
been a
tip.
beast.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Absolutely.
he is fitting in so well with this team right now. I was going to question his maybe potential mid-late game decision making, but he's not dying. He's winning his lanes. He's not feeding it away. He's scaling, but he's also not being overly greedy too. He's being in the right places. Very impressive so far. As Laylis from the grave calls that Roshan's being done, and he's definitely right. As Roshan is trying to make it over the gate, but he might just die before he can do it.
Untraditional spot for Roche to die, but hey, if it works, it works.
And it definitely worked.
Aegis and Cheese recovered. That will be Sammy Boy with a second life, and RCY, if he already wasn't invulnerable or immortal, he might be again. Taiga, Moo just rolled himself in, and so did Taiga, but now Moo, 1000 HP, BKB once again, does get hit by the roll. Gets body blocked a bit there by Taiga, rocket flying, and that rocket's definitely going to stun him up if RCY doesn't intervene first. Sammy Boy gets the kill for it. Backdoor protection is up, but creeps are coming.
There should be potentially two sides here. Cheese on Tiny, Aegis on Gyro. Without a doubt here, you can continue to push.
Look at Hector's position.
Where are they going?
Well, like,
they're going
he's
bottom.
going
Oh,
to
they have to
find the
go
camps,
bot.
but they don't have the Primal Beast ready, so I'm not sure if he still has a good position to jump in, because he doesn't have the blink.
He can't jump in. He has to walk in.
He has to walk in, indeed. Gunner, he finds Husky. They're coming to help him out as well.
Gunner's trying to buy time here.
Blast coming in. It will connect on Husky. He could still try and snipe him here. Glimmer Cape, though. It'd be hard to find. There goes your second lane of Rax. Wildcard. They're in a strong position.
And the issue right now is, and it has been this way for some time now, is you can't fight Wildcard. And it goes kind of go back to this Darkseer, right? This Darkseer with all these aura items, with all these team fight abilities. And of course, Taiga has been playing so well on the Earth Spirit. The combo has just been there. And you don't have a way of dealing with that. And I think this is a game where Hector just kind of had to do Hector things, but unfortunately was shut down all the way from the laning stage till pretty much the whole game. All you have to do is put one sentry down, and then you see this Sven walking in.
See what comes out of this.
they're
Hector
committing.
initiating onto Sammy Boy. Wants to get that Aegis out of the way. Swap coming on through, but Husky's the one to tank that one. Ice Blast doesn't connect, and Moo also charged in with no connection, but Gunner continues to be a thorn on their side as much
They
as
baited the
he can.
wall and everything. So yeah, okay, cool. I think Gunner's like doing a lot of things to kind of force some mistakes out of Wildcard here. Like, they're using all their spells trying to catch this puck. Puck isn't getting caught, making it in a position where Sammy's alone on that high ground there. Getting the force swap out of him, getting the BKB out of the gyrocopter. That's just a win for Nouns overall.
How do they reunite? Is the itemization's just been going the wrong way for Nouns, or how do they take that next 5v5?
There's no
I know it's
simple way
hard.
of doing it. Like
I know it's hard.
5v5 wise, I don't think you do that. I think what Gunner has realized in this game is 5v5 is kind of off the table, and he's just gonna play with the back lines and kind of do what they did in that last fight. Just Gunner distract them, and then once they're distracted, they can just go in on Yamsun and K1 to go ahead and try and just kill anything that's in front, which will most likely be the gyro, which also means you probably wait for this Aegis to expire.
Moo just finished a heart on Primal Beast, so he's got 3,500 HP on him now, but it's just BKB heart face boots. No blink.
He's
No one
very
has a
tanky
blink.
though.
Wait, they do have blinks. Lion has blink, Puck has blink, but that's about it.
Yeah. Moo doesn't typically like to build blink when he doesn't have to. And I think his rationale this game is Lion's got one, Puck's got one. But I don't know. I feel like maybe Primal or Sven should potentially have one. But I think they realize they just need to be tankier. So
Tower is under attack.
positioning is going to be important. And Sammy decides with this minute left on Aegis, now's the time to go. They're going to go for the high ground.
And Lelis goes in quickly with the stun, but RCY reads this one. The wall on two, and they've got Lelis down. Hector with his BKB trying to save Gunner's life. Moo pulverized, a lot of damage. Husky will drop in the course
He's
of
got
that,
Ags.
but Moo's about to die. Hector's down, and this is game.
Yep.
GG, Wildcard tie it up.
We all knew it was going to happen eventually just because of how competitive these two teams are. And Wildcard kind of showing after game number one there that it wasn't a fluke. You know, like that they should have probably won game number one. Going into game number two, they have the same type of performance in the early game. They crush the lanes. They play more disciplined. They don't throw the game, and they go ahead and take this. So going to this game number three, I think you're feeling really good if you're Wildcard. Like, guys, we should have won game one. We just made a stupid mistake. Game two, that was easy. Just do it again, one more time. And for Nouns, a little bit of trouble here. Like, you were kind of gifted game number one. Game number two was a bit of a stomp here. I think draft-wise, this AA did not impress me, or at least what Wildcard did against the AA was quite impressive. Never feels good to have to go back to the drawing board when you're going into game number 3.
Yeah, I think one of the big reasons this AA didn't look as good as Nouns probably thought, that offlane was murderous. You've got Darkseer topping net worth out of all the heroes, and Taiga's Earth Spirit heavy lifting throughout this game. Perfect reads, perfect understanding, and just, you know, the knowledge is there. You can see it. And RCY finishing the game clean, 11-0-11. This team is going somewhere. I can feel it. Like, Wildcard, in their eyes, this series could have already been done with.
Where are they
this
going?
Could have been a 2-0 right away.
We call it like TI. Are they going to TI? Are we calling it? Maybe.
I'll let the players decide for us, but they are looking promising. For sure, you said in top 3, this is my number 2 right here, and it's looking hella good if Nouns can't get themselves together for game number 3.
Right. I mean, it's a tied series. Let's keep that in mind. Like, this series is completely tied. Anything can happen. Mainly, if this is a very snowbally game, so it's going to go back into the draft. Pick order is going to matter a lot. I think Hector had a very uncharacteristically just hard game. He just was 3-7 this game. Just not very farmed. His item selections like were a little puzzling to me. I didn't understand, but he probably had an idea of like how he wanted to play these fights, but unfortunately it didn't really work out that way. And the support duo for Nouns not really working out. But on Wildcard Gaming, Sammy Boy on Gyro, a little bit of unconventional build, maxing his Q, being a bit more aggressive. Of course, RCY was a beast throughout the game. Sunlight was a beast. Husky, he played as well. He played as just the safe position quite well, laned well. And, of course, the big man himself.
Taiga was a god. Everyone else were beasts. Taiga was the god amongst men, so that's our MVP for this one. He played a fantastic game. It couldn't have gone better.
Oh, that's a cool graphic for the Earth Spirit. Just hunched over a little.
He's ready to fight.
Definitely is radiating, hunched over. But yeah, Taiga's Earth Spirit. Now I'm starting to see why this hero is getting permabanned. I mean, no offense to Gunner or anything, but he had a hard lane matchup. Maybe throwing that hero on a core position is not the right play. And I don't think at this current point in time that Nouns, I don't think they have a support Earth Spirit player. And that's kind of like a weakness that can be exploited here. I think Gunner has to play. Could be wrong about that, but if you're putting Earth Spirit mid versus a Timber Saw, then I imagine he's the only one that's playing that hero instead of playing that Snap. So got to keep an eye out for this hero. I think you don't give Taiga this hero going into this game number 3.
Game number 3, indeed, is going to be the next on the agenda for this series. And one of these teams will secure top 3. But of course, top 3, it's not enough in the eyes of these two teams. They want to win the whole thing, but we got to go through game number 3 first. So before that, quick little break, get your refreshments, get whatever you need. It's going to be a hell of a game.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Down to the final moments of this first series between Nouns and Wildcard Gaming. It is game 3 time. The series is now tied up. Even though people who were watching the first game were thinking, well, Wildcard won the game. Why is the series still going when they won the second game? Well, they weren't able to close it out, but the second one they did. From start to finish, it was dominance. Where is Nouns Sphere? They were a bit disconnected in that game number 2. The draft wasn't quite working. You talk about the AA pick didn't quite fit in. It didn't find a place in the draft. Or Wildcard just played it so much better that the AA had no presence in that game too.
Well, I can tell you that they're at boot camp right now, where Wildcard is not on boot camp. So they do have that advantage, at least when you do lose a game, that you can just... You always want to walk away from your PC, right? After a loss, no one wants to sit on their PC. So that is one advantage boot camp does have for you. You can just walk away. We lost the game, discuss things, get some water, refresh. I think it's easier to untilt as well when you're in a LAN environment. So hopefully they're using that well and constructively. They have a coach as well, Ostini, who is very good. So I'm not expecting that loss to be like a big blow to them. What has to be a blow to them, I think, at this point is their laning stage. Both games, they've been losing their lanes really hard. Hector's been having a rough game, and RCY has been crushing Gunner. Do you want to keep allowing RCY to counterpick Gunner? Is that a smart decision? I don't know, but so far he's been doing it, and he's been just dominating Gunner from every game.
He certainly has. And also from the perspective of how these bans are going in this third game, the Darkseer that had a lot of success in the arms or the hands of Sunlight also taken away. And they will continue banning that Vengeful Spirit away from Yamsen, as they did not get Husky to pick it this time for themselves. They did not have first pick. So Nouns, no ES, no Venge to start their draft off with. It's going to have to be something else this time.
And what will it be? Your guess is as good as mine. Chat's guess is as good as anyone's. Because we saw an AA first pick last game. Now we're going to see Clockwork.
Okay.
There we go. Would I have ever guessed this? Absolutely not.
Yeah,
I mean, Gunner's got a little of a smirk on his face after that. I love that American flag, though. It's a good touch. And
it's a good
Hector
touch.
fell asleep.
Yeah.
Might want to wake up, buddy. It's might be going to the lower bracket here if you don't wake up for this game number 3 here.
I mean, you know, rest in tactics. He's been clicking all game, hitting creeps, you know, shift clicking from camp to camp and pressing abilities.
Shift clicking.
Maybe he's just, I mean, left click, you know. Oh, yeah, sorry. Left. Why did I say left clicking? Right clicking himself.
Said shift clicking, just AFK, right?
Yeah, that's the way. No, that's not what he was. Oh, yeah, I see my mistake right there. But
It's okay.
we are returning to the gyrocopter once again.
Are you a believer yet?
I mean, I think I still need a couple more games to actually believe. I saw some positives coming out of that gyrocopter. I feel like that last game was won from the off lane and the mid lane. So I mean, Sammy Boy just kind of gave the security with this gyro.
You can say that about most all heroes. So, like, the reason why this hero is strong is it does what it needs to do as a carry in the patch. Right, so I'm never going to think a hero's bad if you can pick it early, and this is a hero you can pick early. It's not good versus Clockwork, by the way, but they value the hero so much. And this is actually how the meta is going to evolve at one point, where there's going to be X amount of broken heroes. You're going to have 7 bans, but then there's going to be like 10 broken heroes in Dota or something, right? And they're just going to pick the 2 most broken right away, and then the rest are going to get banned. And it's going to be about finding what those heroes are, and Gyro might be one of those heroes that you can just pick there and then ban for. Because he has a couple quote-unquote bad carry matchups, but they're really not that bad. We saw Gyro beat a Terrorblade. We saw, you know, Gyro win against AA, so he can't get Satanic. This hero is winning hard games just because he can flash farm, he can team fight, his talents are now good, I would say, and that's all you need in a carry. I'm not going to say this is the best carry in the game, head-to-head matchup against anything. Absolutely not. But if you can have a good laning stage, no matter what you're playing against as a carry, and you can scale and do what a carry needs to do, the hero is good. And that's kind of like what Gyro is providing right now.
And there's the obvious answer as well from game number 1, the Doom, so that they can make sure this gyrocopter's itemization isn't going to give Gyro that edge to continue stretching fights. The Doom does definitely hurt him a lot. But then again, you want to have a secondary Doom target. We had the Timbersaw from RCY last time. So you'd have to pick between the two, which one is the bigger threat out of them. But this Dawnbreaker does mix things up a little bit here, because even if it is played as a support, you still got that Aghanims option to give Gyro that better physical damage versus physical damage matchup in terms of the extra evasion, the extra heal pump that you get out of it. And Nouns also has to pay attention to that too, that this Dawnbreaker could still be going pretty much anywhere. Either it amplifies Gyro's damage or provides Gyro better protection.
Yeah, I would not go Axe this game just because you need to look at Doom as a different type of hero now. It's an anti-heal hero now. So the Dawn ult doesn't heal a target that's doomed, right? So like going for that extra heal strategy and extra save, probably not the best idea. Just throw that guy in the off lane, let him scale a bit, play around the right clicks a bit more. Because, yeah, once you're doomed, no Satanic, no Dawnbreaker heal, no mech, no nothing. You just cannot regenerate any HP. So, a little annoying to play against. You can still BKB, though. You can cast items, you can force staff. It's just a weird change, because Doom is always muted. It's always been like, oh, I'm doomed. I mean, heal me up real quick. Now it's kind of like, yeah, you can escape now once you get doomed by pressing BKB, and it's much easier to disengage when being doomed. So it's more of like a team fight spell. You need more stuns, I think, when you play with Doom as a hero. It's like, oh, he's doomed, burst him, because he cannot really be saved through heals.
And as we head over to the double pick from Wildcard, either have to address this this Doom potentially with another support for this Gyrocopter, at least in terms of that laning stage. But then again, they could also have to pay attention to the Mirana Clockwork movements. Think about that off lane that they're going for. They have the last pick for RCY potentially.
Husky's shaking. I notice that whenever I watch Husky, you know, some people just have like the restless foot syndrome.
The jitters.
This. Yeah. he always is like bouncing up and down during the draft.
Yeah.
Just anxious to get into this game, and I think that's really hype for everyone, especially for Husky, right? He was removed from Nouns, and Wildcard happily took him up, and he wants to win this. And I think whenever things like this happen, where you get kicked from a team, that's when your motivation peaks. That's when you try the hardest, and we've seen it before. Like if you look at the old OG, right, when Fly ended up leaving to EG, how motivated those guys were. Nobody thought they'd do well, but that extra bit of motivation can tip you over the edge sometimes of like what your potential can be.
We're going to go for the Rubik LC duo on the side of Wildcard. So now Nouns, they see the matchup for their...
It's a 5 Dawn then.
Could be. Unless
Think so.
RCY is like, I want to play Dawn mid.
That seems really weird. I don't think he'll do that, but I don't know for sure. I just don't see it. He's not the type of player to like... He's a traditional mid player, right? And
right. I mean, we know everything about RCY. We're goddamn mentioned on his Wikipedia page that we've been keeping an eye open for RCY. We're famous now because we're mentioned on his page. But that is true. I don't think he's necessarily going to be going for the Stormbreaker mid.
I'm known for praising RCY.
We talked about the physical damage output. That is the Medusa versus the Gyrocopter. Okay. Now I feel like support Dawnbreaker could even consider the Axe this game.
It's always a consideration, and especially if you're support.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you want to do it though? I still wouldn't do it because like Medusa, she doesn't mind buying MKB. It's really not a bad item for the hero, and Doom stops the healing, so it's not going to be the best item in the game. It's fine if you hit some timing where Medusa doesn't have MKB and you can disengage or you save it, whatever. But I think some Solar Crest for staff is probably better.
Yeah, I maybe even Halberds on some of your heroes as well.
Yeah, sure.
Completely not out of the picture versus Dusa. Hector's still napping. He sees his hero, is like, back to nap.
I wonder if that's just how... No, you don't even ask him. He just says, these are heroes I want to pay. Pick me one. I'll wake up after the draft. You just need to recharge real quick. We'll have to see. I mean, I'm curious if Gyrocopter is going to go for... Normally you do that transitionary item from... It could be the Maelstrom. It can be the Crystallis. I think this game might be a good game for the Diffusal Blade on Gyro into the Ags. Versus the Medusa.
Could be an idea behind that getting the disperser, having that diffusal blade at some point of the game. But let's see if Sammy Boy, how adaptable he is. Does he switch away from that Maelstrom? I feel like it's a good farming item, right? But you kind of want to get the Axe as well, because that's also a farming item, but it's also a damage dealing item.
Well, it's like both, because like you get a lot of Maelstrom procs by just getting a lot of hits, right? With the Side Gunner, because Side Gunner procs Maelstrom, but Flat Cannon does not.
Doesn't.
And
yeah.
so you get more Side Gunner attacks now when you have Flat Cannon activated. So you get 2 hits instead of 1, which will proc a lot of Maelstrom hits. So it comes down to like, do you want to do split AoE damage, or do you want to get that Crystallis, which is going to eventually turn into Daedalus, and that's just going to make you very hard hitting, or do you want to do that spread damage and farm a bit faster? Because Maelstrom for sure makes you farm faster. It's just you hit this peak where potentially you could be like at some Daedalus with your Side Gunner, BKB, and now you're super strong, but instead you have a Maelstrom, and you don't want to build the Maelstrom into anything else.
Yeah.
But either way, we got the Caudal pick now with the Medusa. This one's a classic. Haven't seen any Dusa personally this patch yet. Don't think it really got touched in the last patch, did it? Let me double check.
We saw a couple
Oh, it
calls.
did.
At least
It
the
got
Dusa,
nerfed
yeah.
again.
Oh, okay. Well, Hector's comfortable enough with picking the hero anyway. He sees these spicy farmer heroes. He goes for these spicy farmer heroes, and he's awake. He's ready for this Dota game, and he wants to snap wild cards back. But RCY getting that puck pick to finish off the draft. And now you talked about the standard mid player. Flashy plays, not too aggressive, not like suicidal aggressive. You know, there's a difference between being courageous and being dumb. So
Yeah. And I lied. Dusa didn't get nerfed.
okay, Medusa didn't get nerfed. Okay. But still, which of these 2 drafts do you feel like is easier to achieve a victory with?
Easier to achieve. Ease of execution is on Wildcard for sure. I don't think any Caudal mid game is... It's easy to play as the Caudal, but you're going to have Gunner running around. It just looks really greedy. I mean, they're going to be farming on Medusa. Moo's going to be farming. Caudal's going to be farming. I don't know. That looks pretty hard. Meanwhile, you have Sunlight who can run around the map while RCY and make things happen. However, you have potentially better scale here from Nouns. I'm actually going to say their scale is better, so it might be a similar situation as last game where you potentially dominate the early game, but then you just are hitting creeps on Nouns for a long period of time. They get to their items, the Dooms come off, the Medusa is unkillable. We'll have to see.
The classics, right? They always strike from time to time. But is there going to be a difference this game where it matters the most? You are going to the upper bracket final. If you win this series, win this one particular game, the loser going to have to start their road from the top 6 lower bracket run. So that's going to mean at least 3 more series, maybe even 4 if I remember correct at that point. It's a lot more Dota. And here we go with the first blood brawl. Sunlight. He had a fantastic start to the last game, but this time his life is taken away. And Gunner, with that Illuminate, will take first blood. The rest of Wildcard wounded and retreating.
And I was about to say, like, this Gunner had a rough first 2 games, right? And now, of course, he was supposed to have a rough game because he did get counterpicked pretty hard in both games. I don't think this Caudal versus Puck matchup should be one side or the other, but now that you get first blood on Gunner, probably also doesn't change the matchup that much. However, it is going to expedite how quick he can get these boots of travel, which as you can see, he is rushing them. And once he gets boots of travel level 6, the rotations are going to be super scary onto the Gyro, as he probably won't go onto the Legion because he does have a Dispel. Scary for Sammy Boy. If I'm Sammy Boy and I see Caudal get first blood, I'm like, oh man, that just is like, that shaves off a minute or 2 that I can actually stay in the lane.
But here we're going to start rolling out the laning stage as well. Bounties 2 for 2, evenly split. Quick dewarding action coming out there as well. Taiga does get the deward in time before that sentry is removed from him. Not a lot of vision to work with in the mid lane, at least for either of these. So you've got the Illuminate, at least it used to give. Not sure if that's changed away in this recent patch where you don't get builded up vision as you're charging it up. Could be old memory data once again.
Old
Good vision
memories.
tool from time to time if you're trying to reveal high grounds and some cliffs when you're inside the tree line.
Yeah, and we have a Hector Medusa. I mean, it fits what he wants to do as a player, right?
No,
I haven't seen Hector
farmers.
in a while. So,
I haven't seen he just played last game.
well, I mean, like, outside of
Medusa.
this, outside of, like, this qualifier, I haven't seen him play very much.
That's true. That's true.
So I haven't
Been a
seen,
while.
like, if he's been playing Medusa or not.
Well, you can always look up some numbers about
We
his
could.
past.
I mean, not super. I'll let his gameplay speak. I'll let you know if he's been playing it or not by watching him.
Well, it's not in his top 10, that is for sure. I mean,
Oh,
like, a
definitely
quick
not.
Glimpse on his hero pools.
And
You're right
as he is
something.
going bottom here with the blood grenade.
That mana pulls out. It's going to start
And
taking
that
some
health
big hits
pool
here.
is
And
also
that's going to
out.
be a kill. Taiga
Taiga?
might be dropping Fairy Fire. Stick charges. Stops
yeah, he
for a
had
watcher. Love that. Yeah, he had stick charges there, Romani. I love that he just stops there for the watcher. Hector has 4 games of Medusa in total, of which he has won 1. Last played 10 months ago.
Was that even on the? That's not even the new Medusa. So he doesn't have a competitive game
old.
on the new Medusa.
Yeah, old Usa.
I mean, but then again, Hector hasn't been playing much competitive Dota in general since like the new patch dropped, as he has been teamless.
Yep, it's just been down to the pubs.
Yep,
Pubs and scrims.
I'll check
Come
it
up
out.
with.
But I know Hector has, let's just say, multiple
Thing is,
accounts.
with even if you're not like playing the hero the whole time, you're still spending a decent amount of time watching other players. Like if you're saying playing in the same tournament, for example, you watch how they play, and you get a feel for like how the hero works. So when you finally start playing it yourself, if you still got the same farming patterns as an equivalent to the other hero, it's like, this isn't too much different than the other one. Just a couple different abilities. That's about it. So I believe Hector should be in for a good game, despite still dying once here. He's still going to be super scary late game. So is Moo going to be on this Doom. Like, Moo Doom, kind of like if you put it the other way around, is Mood. Maybe Mood is on a Doom mood.
Where are you going with this one?
He's always good at the late game with Doom, that's for sure. Scary,
That is
at
for
least.
sure. And he also loves his Vanguard every game.
Yeah, he certainly does.
And I can relate to that. Like, when I play carry, offlaners build Vanguard, it just feels like I can't lane anymore. This item is just like, win the lane for free, pretty much card. And there's no item that a carry can buy to really match that. At least it's not worth it. So it's kind of like, I guess it's jungle time. And we might see Sammy Boy this game, or Samsonite, whatever, Sony, Samsung, go for a flat cannon build this game.
All the nicknames in one go. Talk about Kryptonite, but is he the Samsonite of Nouns?
We'll see.
This is the series to do it. Moo getting poked around. Rocket's going to be connecting as well, but that Ring of Health is going to help him out here. Let's get the salve. That's a shared tango. Lotus, magic wands, he's fine. South broken though by Sammy.
Yeah, we're
me off the-
mega chill in this game right now, as Taiga is making a good play of just... He knows Gunnar wants to farm the stack here, so he might just steal a couple here, mess with them, and this is what Coddle does. He doesn't really lane, okay? Does he want to get the Fade Bolt?
Fate Bolt.
But he's at least taking the EXP, and that's the big thing. You're stopping the farm a little bit, you're not letting him stack again, and you're not letting Coddle do what Coddle wants to do. And this is the veteranship you're seeing from Taiga. He is very comfortable on pause 4. He knows exactly what every role wants to do in the game, and he needs to figure out what he's going to do to slow that down.
Oh,
But
arrow
his
connect on the
movement-
sunlight. Yamson goes in deep, attempting to finish him off, but does get instantly bursted by Taiga and Sunlight with that overwhelming odds. Close call.
A bit close. He's going to get another salve. I feel like there's been a lot of salve usage in this game in general, but definitely in the spot lane with Taiga and Sunlight. And Sunlight does not have his magic wand in his inventory. You might want to put that back in there.
Oh. Yamsen was thinking about rotating top for a kill, calling it for Lelis and Moo, but Husky was also on the other side, prepared for this information. So Sammy Boy able to dodge the arrow thanks to that. Tried to go for the good old classic cogs into arrow.
They forced K1 to TP home while that was happening as well. So Yamsun went for a play immediately. Sunlight and Taiga punish him, and the little snake.
And this has happened. This has happened
back.
so many times during this series, right? Where bottom, the supports have rotated mid. They get a kill off of Hector. Then Sammy Boy dies a moment after because of the rotation finally taking place. But this has been going on the whole time. It's literally talking maybe a 5 to 10 second time span when another kill happens on the other side of the map. So Wildcard get the jump on first, and now still get the follow-up kill on the other side of the map.
Yeah. Things going well for Nouns in laning stage, though. Only a 1k advantage for Nouns here at 6 minutes and 39 seconds, but still on par for what you want, especially for a draft that is a bit greedier, right? The question is really going to come down to the mid game when you have a Medusa, Coddle, and Doomcore. You know, Moo, he's going Midas. He's farming.
Oh, look at that. Dawnbreaker's actually coming to help out.
7 minute runes.
They tried to go for the Wisdom Rune earlier here, but now they're going to catch off Yamsen here into the kill. Wisdom Rune secured. They saw the Doom at the clockwork.
There it is. The
top
tip on
Wisdom.
Yamsun. Husky.
Husky to Yamsen. Yeah, we have it.
There you go. You kick me, you play Pos 5 instead. I kill you.
Betrayal paid.
And this is the roster change that Nouns made as supposed to be their upgrade, right? And if you're to lose to the person you just kicked that's on a brand new team,
Like a gunner.
that is definitely got to be a big blow. So
Straight up
both teams trying real hard.
Looking for Samson. Samson could get caught off guard. There's also Lelis.
Samson.
4 heroes in the top half of the map, of which 2 are right next to the gyrocopter. Here comes Gunner. Finally found.
He's out.
But he's out. All this time spent for Gunner trying to catch a kill with the help of Lelis will not lead into anything. And now bottom, they're targeting Hector, Taiga, Sunlight diving under the tower. Level 5 TP coming in.
TP.
Forcing Lelis back to the bottom lane.
All right. Aggression all over the place here.
You see one move happen, you got to be ready. There's something else going on the map, so that's been a repetitive theme.
Well, RCY has not been doing much moving, but he did grab the DD rune. He is bootless, so maybe he opts just to farm that Witchblade up. Slightly behind the Coddle, but you gotta keep in mind, Coddle got first blood, and plus it's a Coddle mid. He's just gonna sit there and brainlessly farm these camps and get net worth out of pretty just spamming Illuminate here. But RCY, he's gonna make a move. Will he actually catch Hector here? Uh-oh.
Getting close, right under the ward. They know exactly where he is. Sunlight,
they got him.
Dual coil already thrown down, and there's
the
your
duel win, too.
There's your kill. Rotation
That's a big one.
out.
Now they're gonna have a DD puck potentially wailing at this tower here too, if that's what he wants to do. But it looks like he'd rather just get the rune and potentially go back to mid. No, he's just gonna hit some creeps.
Also 2 supports taking the portal down to the bottom lane. Lelis decides, okay, I'll just go back.
Coddle, TP top.
Moo, even. Dooming the gyrocopter. Mood. Got him. Gunner for the kill.
And that's
And
kind of
the
like the play I was talking about, right? Once you get this travels on the Coddle and you're this gyrocopter, you know Gunner is looking at you. He's salivating at the thought of killing the enemy carry easily, too, because you don't have any more way to take this off. By this, I mean the Solar Bind from the Spirit form. So you're going to be slowed down to a crawl, and if you're doomed on top of it, you got no way to fight back. So, time to go to the jungle if you are Sammy, and Sammy seems to swear by the build here, just maxing Rocket Barrage instead of the Flak Cannon. He says 4 attacks is enough, but this, I believe, is definitely a slower farming build.
But there's no Maelstrom.
I mean, he's got to go Diffusal this game, right?
Yeah. You talked about it. He's definitely taking that route, so Maelstrom now swapped away, so he is adaptable to some extent. Skill build still seems to be pretty much the same. Arrow flying in, destroys the catapult, doesn't land on Sunlight. And he's got some backup. Husky's here, level 5. RCY. He's done one successful rotation. Can he make another happen? It's Moo with a
Oh, they
Vanguard
dueled him.
duel early. Here comes Sammy Boy. Maybe they can even get a win out of this. Well, the dual victory isn't going to be there.
they got
Kills
Gunner
there.
too.
And they got Gunner. They got Gunner
The
as
rocket
well. The Cardinal going to
redirected.
need some help. And here comes the Solar Guardian into the rocket. And there goes Gunner. RCY gets Gunner as well. Not just one, but 2 cores at the price of 1.
I mean, they got Leap on Taiga. What this looks... Oh, he has Battery Assault and Leap.
Oh,
This guy playing ability draft or what?
Radiant's
Okay.
structures are fortified.
Getting
Seems
chased
like he
down by
is.
a rock. Like, he literally had like Battery Assault with Leap on.
I've
never seen that before.
Okay, he's got Scorch Shirt this time. Let's not get over ourselves at least. But yeah, that was actually pretty crazy. Just leaping around, Battery Assault on. I think what you got to do at that point. Where are you going to go?
I mean, look at Taiga's tag in his name. It's literally, what can you do?
Yeah.
WCYD.
WCYD. It's WCYD, WCYDN. So what can you do when you can do nothing?
Dire's middle tower
Yep.
is under attack.
Just answer the question.
6-2. 8 kills in 12 minutes, but still waiting for the real action to start ramping up later on. A couple of crucial kills going for Wildcard. Sammy Boy and Gunner sharing the top of the net worth. Medusa last, but not far behind. Hector farming some juicy stacks here. Exactly what he needs. Colin Lelis has been the main stacker so far. I believe the stacking chart, if that graphic shows up on the screen at some point, should also be accurate. Lelis has been the majority of the stacks for this game as well. So
Yeah, I mean, it shows you under the icon. There's a little clockwork face if you click on the Ancients. Shows who the stacker was.
little clock face. Yeah.
Well, half his face at least.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, considering itemization choices here, we've already gone through this gyrocopter, kind of talked about the Medusa as well. Is there anything else particular? And there we see the graphic there. 7 stacks to the 6 of Taiga's Rubik. Any other special items you might be waiting for this game? Like this game, like drafting particular, something that needs to be taken into account. We talked about the halberds for Wildcard, an option they could look to, especially
Like
if this
timing
Medusa
based
really
or
becomes
just
issue.
interesting? Because I'm kind of looking, and everything's standard, but there's nothing out of the ordinary. But we're definitely waiting for this blink on sunlight before a lot of action happens.
Yep, for sure. You know, the classic items are definitely going to be popping up. What about the Coddle? Coddle going
I mean,
Vessel.
Coddle's already ready to fight.
He's already
doesn't
in
find
fight
openings.
openings. And there goes Taiga.
Right,
Easy
it's a
pick
kill
up there in
for
the top
Tion.
lane.
So that's kind of nice. Yeah, and 14 minutes are coming out. Wisdom runes. Yamsun going in for it. He only... that's not going to work. So gets 560 XP, but gives away 323 gold and probably close to that amount of EXP back. So pretty good for Sammy there, but you will get 2 wisdom runes if you are on Nouns. So supports will get a big increase in EXP there. But let's check their levels here. You got level 8, you got level 7, comparatively to the Rubik, who's level 7, and then the Dawn, who is level 8. So levels are pretty comparative anyway.
Gyro got 56 experience less after he got that kill. Awful.
Yeah, but you're also giving experience to the other support too. That's not really accounted for.
Yeah.
So always weird things to kind of like quantify. Was it worth it or not?
That's the eternal debate. At least in Dota, is always like, yeah, I made this thing, guys. Yeah, was that worth it in your mind?
Some will say yes, others will say no, and that's the beautiful thing about Dota.
Yeah. Some things are just not agreeable in this universe.
That is
In
true.
this universe.
Oh, okay. You know what? Me too. Universe is a great guy.
He was a great guy.
I mean, he probably still is a great guy. He hasn't died or anything, but
Exactly. It doesn't sound that grim.
yeah,
Still around somewhere.
he's just no longer with us.
It is what it is. Well, looking at these blink daggers, Puck's almost got his. Doom is also building on one right now. And LC, he also has his. So let's see if Wildcard want to ramp up that tempo. 4 heroes already in mid. Maybe now with all of this wait for some action, we might just be biding our time and finally getting what we want. Lelis, he's slightly AFK there for a moment. Gets surprised by this sudden gank squad. And he will be taken down. Taiga with the zoning cogs as well, preventing move from helping Gunner for a reinitiation. Actually, a good cog placement there.
And I think the problem that we're seeing with the draft here of Nouns is like, who's going to do things? It has to be all this first pick clockwork, right? But you got a lot of heroes that can kind of like deal with them at this point in the game. And Taiga's been doing a good job of stealing his spells and playing his own clockwork.
Onto the Medusa. Perfect target. Duel win going for Sunlight out of that. Oh, he was caught. He was caught. He did not see that one coming.
I mean, do you just get Taiga, win Dota, or what?
Seems like it. Shot calling
Like,
on
they
point. Action is on
so
point.
clean.
Going for more Sunlight. Just blinks on top of Gunner. Gives them time to hammer that tower.
This is not like the sloppy NA Dota that I'm used to watching. This is very methodical, very clean, and a lot of that I think has to do with, you know, Taiga coming from Western Europe Division 1.
You know what I could compare this to? The 0-7 wild card.
Yeah.
This is not the 0-7 wild card. It's a different
Certainly
roster,
it's not.
but it's the same team name at least.
It's just their movements and how they're playing the map is just, it's on a different level. That's all I can really say about this.
Going to the triangle, though. It's Husky that's going to be spotted. Hookshot going to be used. A kill they will take if nothing else is available. They were hoping to find Sammy Boy. He was close to the area, but that is going to be a catch for Nouns.
Almighty money.
All right.
I see
K1
Legion
with
Commander
Mantle.
also lining up Disperser.
I don't know about that one, Chief, but we'll see. Sometimes you got big dreams, you know?
It can work.
He had the Revenant's Brooch lined up last game as well on the radar of game 1, but he never
the game 1
ended
razor,
up going for it. You gotta have big dreams, but as reality gets closer, he may settle for other items, such as a halberd, for example, which is much better against Medusa.
Yeah, I
And
wonder.
much more achievable and a lot cheaper.
It's basically kind of like maybe Sammy Boy, maybe Taiga. Like, you sure about the Sunlight? You wanna maybe think about a halberd? Maybe get that. Well, the BKB at least. The one that he wants to get. But look at this smoke up towards mid, and hello, Hector. And also maybe go back to sleep, Hector, by the looks of it, as he might just fall here. Low on HP, mana's all gone, and there his life is also void. Lelis trying to do the best that he can at the backline, but here's the Doom onto Samson Gunner, trying to constantly spam out Illuminates. Maybe they can kill the Gyrocopter, walking into the horses, and sent to the heavens. 2
Poor
for
Sammy
1
Boy
trade-off.
just getting doomed in Ice Blast every single game here. But they do get a trade of the carries, so that's definitely good. They had to use Doom for it, however, so there is a chance that you make something happen on the map now without Doom. But you don't have to. You don't have to force anything. If Nouns does want to just like turtle it up and go back to farming, the worst thing you can kind of do is just chase him around without getting kills. But you do want to apply some pressure, and maybe Sammy Boy doesn't want to join these fights necessarily.
Yeah, it's like the balance on the scales, right? To chase, to get kills, like which one actually leads into something. But it looks like Wildcard are the one making all the plays. Sunlight, again, this ward has led them to so many kills so far. They even caught the Medusa earlier on. Now they catch Yamson off guard there. I'm pretty sure at some point they're going to be calling, guys, this vision here. We got to get rid of that.
Yeah, but they have a couple wards in that area, so getting rid of both of them is most likely unlikely. As Sammy Boy, he's getting caught again here, but he gets his spells off.
Oh, the hook shot is also perfect by Lelis. Yamson, he is down. No hope of survival this time, but Wildcard looking to retaliate. Clockwork in the middle, Sunlight. He doesn't have a duel, but he will soak up the damage. And the coil on 2. RCY catching both of them, but Medusa's on his way with the illusions at least. Marana's also here. Still moving about. They do have Moonlight Shadow. Taiga, he's in a very bad position right now. He's using that Illuminate against them, but that Star Storm's got to be too much. Yamsen snipes a kill, making it a 2-for-1.
Meanwhile, Hector's just going to hit mid lane here. And we're seeing right now how badly... I mean, I think you need a BKB personally if you are playing this Gyrocopter. But he's going to choose the Manta route.
Oh, and there we go.
And we're going to get another duel win.
Another duel win, indeed. Off the same target as well that just died in the top triangle. Or the X triangle, even.
And that's kind of why Legion is so strong. She takes a normal kill, just like that, and turns it into something big. Because she's like getting 28 damage just for a single kill. It's ridiculous.
Yep. That's -4 Daedalus worth of damage.
Just printing money here.
Printing money, indeed. Taiga finds Doom. Okay, Taiga's gonna tank the Doom as well. This guy's really getting under their skin. Tries to go for the deny. Close, but no.
I mean, the way you can look at it is like... So here's level right now, it's like, here's a free Claymore. When you get level 18, it's like, oh, here's a free... Every time you win a duel, here's a Demon Edge for free. Here's another Demon Edge? Okay, here's another one.
So many Demon Edges. So many swords. Only 2 hands.
For free. No item slots.
Yeah.
That's why these deaths really matter. It's like, oh, it's just support death. No, you're a support that's just feeding this guy thousands of gold.
Yeah. You can just integrate this sword into the sword you already have. Profit. No question marks. Just profit.
Yep.
And so
Good
is
hero.
this Aegis. Wildcard looking really good, but Nouns waiting for their time, waiting for Hector. Can it be this way? Can it just be along? Let's wait for Hector to be ready, because he has had, again, a rough game. 3 rough games in a row. Always 3 to 4 deaths in all of them. Not to take anything away from him, because for personal sake, I've loved watching Hector play games. I've always highlighted him as like probably one of the best farmers in the world. But this series really doesn't give him justice, because he has just been bullied every single game.
He's definitely had a rough series, that's for sure. I mean, his farming's fine. It's just the laning has been kind of an issue. It's not particularly his laning. It's just the heroes he's picked against what he's playing against. And, of course, him and Yamsen maybe just aren't the most synergistic duo quite yet. Because I mean, let's be real. Yamsen just switched to 5. They've never played on a team together in the past. And these things do take time until you become good. It goes back to, like, Nouns' choice. They thought bringing in Hector and moving Yamsen to support was going to push them to that next level. Because if we looked at their performances throughout the year, they bombed out at the Bali Major. They went to one of the Dream Leagues, bombed out there. They had no success, only failures on international land. So, like, we need to make a big change. We don't want to just be known as that 3rd place team in North America. But if they don't go to TI because of it, will they be kicking themselves? We'll have to see. But I guess it's better than getting last place at TI.
Hector initiating onto Sammy Boy, but here comes the rest. They're stacked up on the Sun and Nouns. They're trying to back away, but they got the hook shot connecting onto Sunlight. Interrupted away. Sammy Boy also stunned in the lane by the Mystic Gaze. At the same time, RCY with that DD rune. Here comes the Solar Guardian from Husky. It doesn't do quite much, and Nouns are still completely fine. Full and healthy. Husky is being chased by Moo. Does get hit by another Infernal Blade. The arrow flying in will connect, and the Starstorm takes him down. But Sammy Boy charging in. He still has that Aegis. But Yamsen's going to be dropping. The Marana's already low and gone. And Moo, he's going to get stunned in the river. Gunner trying to help him out. Illuminate Blast. Maybe Samson might fall. Blinding Light almost connecting. That might have just done the finishing blow for him. But he's going to be able to walk out on RCY. Make sure they are on the retreat. He continues to hunt for Hector. 700 mana. He needs the help of the Caudle. Caudle's quite far away. TP's to the tower. And Taiga is also around in the area with that ice armor, just buffing up all of his teammates.
All right.
1 for 1.
Guess who hasn't died yet this game?
One particular guy comes into mind. Yep.
The guy that doesn't die.
The guy that just doesn't die.
RCY.
He's
I see
been
why.
unkilled for.
I see
since
why
game one.
RCY doesn't die. It's because he's just so
kills.
damn good.
Yep, he doesn't die, he kills. That's a risky jump right there, but he realizes there's nobody there in time. He'll take it. Yeah, he's been unkilled since game one. Game one was the last time he died in that one. I think he died once or twice. Game
He's
two, clean.
Last spotted dying sometime last week.
Yeah. But that's damn impressive.
And Sam he just died to a tower, it looks like. But that's okay, I guess. He wanted to free up the slot for BKB.
Solar Guardian towards the top lane.
That does
Sunlight
not
already doomed
heal, but it's fine. Doom wasted, so that's pretty big.
85-second cooldown. No refresher.
Not yet, at least, but it's coming soon-ish.
Soon
He's pretty
TM.
far away, but he is Doom, so he is definitely going to just be getting that net worth very quickly.
Yeah, soon TM. For this
Very true.
refresher to come back up. Caudle working on a sheep stick. Yamson again. The great Guardian Greaves, just like last game. What else are we looking at? Rubik Blink could be kind of huge. Taiga's already been showing why he's so good with this hero. Great
Oh,
spell
Blink is
steals.
big, yeah. I think the one thing they're lacking right now is just have multiple sources of initiation. Like, Puck is... He's like kind of initiation. He doesn't really stun you, whereas a quick lift puts you out of position. And plus RCY, he wants to save the coil, not for initiation, but maybe to catch the backline, kill this Caudle. I think the best thing he could do is assassinate Caudle in the fights.
Network's still tied though. You can see that the Hector factor is already kicking in. Almost 16k
And
net
the
worth.
Doom factor too, I guess.
Yeah.
Taiga, he gets a free shard.
Now that I think about that Tormentor, it wasn't the Crimson Guard, it's the pipe that soaks up the damage because it's kind of...
Oh, I mean,
damage
yeah,
bounce back,
that
so
makes
it's,
sense.
It's a damage block, yeah. But that's the one. Oh, I just remembered. Do we have any pipes? Do we have any Crimson Guards? Not this game. It's more about different types of utility instead of auras.
Different, I mean, it's more of like different types of carries in the offlane. Legion's definitely a carry offlaner.
Yeah.
He doesn't really build any auras. I mean, most of the aura buyers are heroes that don't need a blink, don't really have stuns. Like your Underlords and Darkseers, right? They just kind of walk around. Tidehunter, they just kind of walk around and just have these big team fight abilities. But when you're playing heroes like Doom, you're just like farming, getting your items, dooming heroes, which is technically a team fight ability, but is single target.
Yeah. Look at top, though. RCY would have to teleport very soon because there might be a fight happening. Wildcard taking
He might
a
take
long
the
route.
gate too.
He could take the gate, but he's on the positive side. The fight never breaks loose there. Doesn't have to TP to the outpost.
Camping wards just doesn't work this patch because, like, look, you're sitting here on Nouns trying to camp this ward, but the map being 40% bigger, it's like, okay, just you don't have to run into enemies anymore. You really don't. I mean, it's inevitable at some point. It's because it's human nature to like want to play the game, but it's very easy to just dodge in this particular patch. And that's why it's hard to get a net worth advantage, because choking heroes out of the map, not easy to do. Actually, kind of impossible.
And now they're coming through the portal. Moonlight Shadow being popped as well. Nouns.
They're under a
On
ward.
charge.
They're
Gunner's
under a
coming-
Radiant
Gunner's
ward.
coming late. Gunner's coming late to the fight, but it's still going to be him joining in just
RCY?
in time. RCY. And yeah.
Now they
Ward's
have the
taken
ward
away.
advantage. They're going to sit there. But
They're not
you could
going.
just pop a ward here and you have the Roshan advantage, and Rosh can't even spawn for 30 seconds. So this is kind of like a waste of time here. And so
back-
they're out.
Back they go. Gunner's also pushing the wave in with that Caudle.
Radiant are scanning.
All right. Roche guesses as we're 10
right.
seconds in.
Sure. I'm going to go a minute and a half.
Minute and a half. I say 7 seconds. I'm frisky. I'm feeling frisky.
7.5. 7 seconds, huh?
Okay.
2:23.
Again,
Oh, look at that. I won again.
Yeah, you won again. It's one of those long respawns. Once again, we've had a lot of these plus 130s.
I mean, I took the safest guess ever. Just
halfway. I remember that one prediction we had with like Lacoste or something. It was exactly what it was, and I remember he was just laughing about it so hard.
Did he guess it?
He guessed it correct by the second.
Oh wow. Okay. That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah. Also with Kips, we had this one game. I think it was like an open qualifier or something, and Roche was half a second, less than half a second. Timer just went zoop, and Roche was
Really? It can be less than a half a second.
That's what it felt.
So
That's
like
what it looked
a
like.
quarter of a second.
That's what it felt like. I actually saved the clip. I can show it to you. It's a very interesting one. But we're talking about this game, not that one in particular. 4-man smoke coming out from the top half. Nouns have cut the map in half.
Right. We got a
and coming
smoke gank.
towards the
Let's
rotate.
go.
Scans connected. They've got info. They're in the area.
All right.
See,
This is what we've been waiting for. This is the
Dizzy
moment.
Gunner.
Can they get
Sunlight
Sammy?
going in. Oh, he misses the duel. Doesn't get the coil. Misses as well. Two big abilities gone, but the Doom is connected onto Samson. Husky, he doesn't get his Solar Guardian off. It's interrupted by the Infernal Blade. And Taiga, he's in the middle of the battle. Dawnbreaker is out of play. Could not have gone worse for Wildcard. Gunner chasing Samson, and Samson, he's going to take this one. Lelis right behind Taiga. Disaster strikes Wildcard. Trying to build some difference on Taiga here, but he's going to be eventually caught here. Trying to snipe Lelis. He's going to try, but it's not going to be enough. Look at the hectic drawing there on the map.
I mean, they need to be
Boy's
able
not
to
happy.
protect Sammy Boy a bit better. Every fight, he's just getting doomed and has to run away, then just dies as well. I'm not sure what they need to do about this exactly, but he needs to be in a position where he has flat cannon already activated, and then when he gets doomed, he presses BKB, and he just can fight. And yeah, of course, the spells need to land for the other heroes too. Tried to get the Coddle. I didn't even see what happened there, but they just missed their spells, I assume.
Suddenly, starting to slowly feel like Nouns is going to be in a pretty, I won't say convincing lead, but economically, at least, Hector's taken the lead in this game. Despite that rocky, rough start, now Nouns get to play the game that this draft was meant to do.
I mean, the Medusa is online, that's for sure. Been online for some time. Doom, we talked about that refresher orb coming soon, and I believe that will be the case. It should be coming in very soon here. But what did Moo buy recently? Ah, Lincoln's, just kidding. Choosing to go the route of stopping like the dual damage, maybe stack. You can't stack Lincolns anymore, though that was a big change that happened. You can put one Lincolns on someone, but that's it.
Yeah.
You can no longer have like multiple instances of Lincolns.
And again, they've got this gank. They're trying to catch some stragglers around this Roche.
Oh,
but
we've
after Roche has
seen
been
that
taken,
this always work almost.
Sentries on top of there. Let's see what
But they
works
don't
this
have
time.
Husky, but he does have ulti, okay.
He does have ulti. He can still join it with a Solar Guardian. But Hector on the side. They see the Medusa Courier. Maybe. Just on the edge of vision.
Moonlight is running out now. So now they have
There we
vision.
go. They've got the coil. It snaps on Gunner. Arrow flying in. And there's the duel. It connects onto Moon. He does not have that
He's
link. It's
dead.
available, but Sunlight's down and Taiga follows suit. Samson gonna get doomed up. Wildcard to lose another member. And RCY is his first death imminent. Gunner poking him around. Hexed up as well. Arrows there. RCY immortal no more.
And normally when RCY dies, you know the game is close to unwinnable at this stage.
So that 6K turns into 16K for Nouns. Aegis, Cheese, both still in hand.
The patience from Nouns here, the trust in these late game strategies of Moo and Hector, just kind of going off the grid and hitting creeps with these terrifying late game heroes. Proving yet again to be a bit too terrifying for Wildcard. You have a great start with this gyrocopter, but you get doomed every single fight. What are you gonna do? You try to duel here, but there's a Medusa sitting there. That Legion, I'm not gonna lie, felt like paper. She just died in like 5 or 6 hits from K1.
Yeah,
It's looking rough.
Sunlight really doesn't feel like he's built to last for very long. And right now, look at just how they're surrounding him from all directions. And how quickly he does drop on this LC. Not even a fighting chance
buyback
given to him. And Taiga's also
Is the game
gone.
just
No
over
buyback.
like that? Like,
It does feel like it is.
I mean, we had a bit of a stalemate. Both teams wanted to farm. They're camping their vision. I don't blame them for it. But out of nowhere, one team fight goes into the Roshan pit, gets the Aegis. Now all of a sudden, with a couple pickoffs here and there, feels like you just can't do anything if you're Nouns.
Sammy Boy definitely trying his best
Wildcard,
here, but even his
sorry,
best
wrong team.
might not. Even his best might not just be enough. Coddle pumping up extra mana for the Medusa to survive. And there goes a second lane of racks. Megas are looking imminent.
The barracks aren't even the issue. The issue is here, you just can't fight. There's no play option to actually be able to deal with this Dusa right now. Your timing is past, you didn't make enough of it, and now these beasts are online and Sammy Boy's just gonna get right-clicked down. So like that's kind of like the interactions they're having. Sammy's like, I want to fight, but how?
Gotta try and save Husky as well, Taiga with a telekinesis lift. Medusa's mana's just not running out. Every time she goes below half, she continues to start building more. Whether it be the Snake or Gunner. RCY trying to do his best here. They need to try and do something here. Arrow, stolen arrow from Taiga. Medusa low on HP. Maybe they could get for the Aegis. Hookshot misses. Samson continuing to battle it off. But that melee racks 1000 HP. Look at Lilith just charging through. Does get stunned up. Sunlight. There's no duel. The Lincoln's block is going to be there from Moo. Perfectly timed. Perfectly placed. And there goes the initiation for Wildcard. RCY does get the coil connected onto 2. Hector still there. The stolen arrow does connect as the coil snaps. Lelis stuck on the low ground, but there's the melee racks gone. Mega creeps a certainty. And Wildcard, they just can't get close. They can't get anywhere close. RCY does bait out Moo to initiate, but still has to back out.
And these Nouns late game drafts must be so frustrating to play against. Once you get a little bit of a net worth lead here, Medusa is still Medusa, it looks like. This hero gets farmed. It just doesn't die. They got her one time. That was basically 4 to 5 heroes just using everything on her. And Nouns, they played it safe. They're like, we're just going to let the Aegis go down. We're not going to overextend here. There might be buybacks. Very patient by them. And very methodical.
What can you do?
At this point, if you're Wildcard, your options are quite limited. You kind of just have to like defend creeps that are coming into your base because there are mega creeps now. And you don't have the best heroes to... I mean, you're struggling to kill a Tormentor. Sammy Boy, I mean, he has no Satanic, and he has no life soon here.
Oh, dude, was already used as well. Sammy Boy might just get deleted right away. Yes, he does. Lelis gets the kill with that rocket barrage of rockets. The flares take him out.
And there's the buyback into Instant Hex, and they're going to call it.
He's just gone. That's game. Wildcard gave it a hell of a fight, but still it is Nouns continuing to dominate. Especially in the moments that matter. This series, it will haunt Wildcard, but you got to scrap it. You got to move onward. That game 1 was close. Game 2 was theirs. Game 3, no longer theirs. It's now the take.
This is where you go back to, what if we didn't throw game number 1? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And that's definitely going to haunt you. I mean, this one, I wouldn't say they didn't really throw this one. They just kind of got outscaled. Medusa became an issue. They probably could have definitely played better. And maybe if they played perfectly with the advantage they had, they could have won. But it was a ticking time bomb draft for Nouns here with this Doom yet again, farming with the Octarine Core of Midas and Medusa, just giving all the space in the world around that mid game, right? Like, sure, you shut her down in the early game, but you didn't really transition that into being able to get map control. And that's hard to do this patch anyway, too, because the map is so big. Like, you can kill Zeus as much as you want, but she's still going to find your farm. That's why scaling is so important if you're not confident that you can just close the game out. And no team should be super confident to close the game out. I think Nouns has a good idea of, like, how to win the game strategically, because they kind of got outplayed in most all these games here, but they just had a better strategy.
Strategy, execution, and it all clicked for Nouns in the end. Like, they were just able to stall the game far enough that they know that they're stronger. Wildcard really running out of options and win conditions even in this game. Like, how do they actually fight against them anymore? But it really felt for me that if that Roche fight went differently, this game could still be going, and it could actually look pretty good for Wildcard, even with the scalability that Nouns has. They just failed that fight completely. They missed the coil, they missed the duel. Then
Right.
Samson's going to get doomed at the same time. You've lost your 2 initiation tools, and you could have gotten rid of Gunner's Coddle, and you could have gone to help Samson after that, but you know, you miss your 2 big ultis. I think that's pretty much sealing the deal for that team fight.
Yeah, and
the game.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm done.
All right, I'm done. I'm done with this. Oh, but yeah, okay. So let's just talk about like the things that happened this game and what were good and where we went from it. I think one big thing for me that happened was like I really enjoyed how Wildcard Gaming's early game was, because Taiga, he made great movements all across the map. It was really nice to see. But one thing that was a constant throughout this series, than the games that Nouns did win, was I felt like there was some hero, and that hero was Doom, made it so Samson couldn't play his hero anymore. He ended up going 3-7 throughout this game, continuously getting doomed over and over again, and it's been very rough for him. Whereas K1, he didn't have a hero that just made him feel scared to play the game. And that's where things really went wrong for them. It's like, you have a free game on K1 if you get to that late game. Samson did well in the early game, but in the late game, he just had no chance because he just kept getting doomed over and over again. But that's why we got to give it to K1 here, the MVP for sure of the game. He went 0-4. Had a really rough one, but it was a comeback story, right? He hit the creeps, he got farmed, he did what he needed to do, even though things were difficult for him. He got to his item timings, and that's all they needed to do on Nouns, just get to their item timings, and they inevitably were going to probably win this game.
Yeah, earned Mr. Vice President right there for K1 on the Medusa. He got that one game that he needed, that he could shine and make sure that he's going to win. He's going to win this game for the team. Despite the series being absolutely, you could say, I wouldn't say horrendous, but he was a target. He had a target on his back from game 1 to game 2 to the start of game 3, but somehow still gets himself together, gets the team together, and they were able to get this win. And the series win as well. Top 3 now secured with that upper bracket final spot for Nouns. Wildcard gonna have to take that lower bracket run and see how far they can get in this tournament. But ladies and gents, we're not done with the day. We still got plenty of Dota coming right up in this next series. It's also going to be I want to say a barn burner, but it's going to be a spicy one at the least, because we need a competitor for Nouns. It's DogChamp versus Felt, and we'll see what goes down with that series with our next caster pair as well. So we'll see you guys after the break for the next series.
Hello and welcome back, all you wonderful people out there. Getting ready for some more games from the NATI qualifiers. Trent, we are here.
Yeah.
It is day 3. We already have one of the upper bracket matches concluded. A freaking thriller. Wildcard versus Nouns. Maybe a preview of what's going to happen in the grand finals, or maybe one of these two teams is going to be able to knock down Nouns because, spoiler alert, they did just win. Felt versus DogChamp is who we have up next. How you feeling?
Feeling great. Yeah, this is the other side. They're kind of sneaking through on this side of the bracket, right? And making their way through the unassuming couple of teams here, but they're here to prove that they shouldn't be unassumed here. So I'm looking forward to this one. I have many names that are quite known. I'd say DogChamp probably the more overall well-known, did pretty well in the last DPC. So kind of hoping to ride that momentum here under the veteran gameplay of Mr. B9.
Right, absolutely. Now,
A couple vets, really.
you say that they're more well known, the big success that they had, but one thing to consider, Felt 4 whole more DPC points than them. 104 DPC points to 100. So clearly coming in as the favorites. Look out. It is interesting how that works for seeding, though. You know what I mean? Like it's a very interesting dynamic. How different things could have looked if maybe instead it was, you know, a wild card with a couple more DPC points. Then this whole bracket looks different potentially. It's crazy.
And they're 5 DPC points. Yeah, not helping out very much with the seeding. That's a very good point.
Oh, regardless, you just got to win.
That is what they say. All right, now I haven't been checking out any of the Game Leap videos. Has Speed been busy? I think that's important. Let's see here. Like, because, you know, how many guides can you make when you're here getting ready for the tournaments?
I'll tell you, he needs a guide through the bracket, which we can take a look at right now in front of us. As we're gonna take a look at what their path has been so far. 2-0 over Lucky Bird and then 2 over Ravens. That was good, right? That was nice.
Yeah, I just opened up YouTube to check the Game Leap channel, and the first video 17 hours ago. I'll do you guys a recreation of what I'm listening to here. All right, you ready here?
I'm ready.
All right. Hey, what is up, guys? It's your boy Speed here. What a guy.
Oh,
That's
wow.
him. That's what he does. It's Speed.
How are you gonna do that, right?
It's Speed. Dude,
I don't
literally,
think
that's
anybody
literally what
does
he's
that.
doing. I'm not mocking him. He's being a clown. He's being funny.
All right, fair enough.
And he just released a Dota 2 Darkseer guide. This offlane hero is sleeper OP, just like they're going to use it in this victory here in this bracket versus Felt. That's the plan.
All right, well, I will be criticizing that guide heavily afterwards because he stole my flow.
Excellent.
I was going to freaking do that. Unbelievable. Well, nonetheless, the loser of this series is going to drop down, as you can see, to that 4th round and then have to face off against the winner of Sand King GÓMEZ versus Bait. Another match that I believe we have coming up right after this, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, we get to cast that after this. I'm psyched for that match. I think that match is actually going to be so good.
Absolutely.
I think the winner of that probably ends up playing the winner of the Wildcard lower bracket. So I'm expecting a lower bracket semifinal of the winner of our next match, probably versus Wildcard. So it's going to be very exciting.
All right, well, let's see what ends up happening as we have finished up looking at this and all of the ifs and ifs and buts and whats and what could be. But what is going to be, Trent, is a draft. And I believe that we already have that coming close to fruition right in front of us. And curious what it is indeed that they're going to be running. Because even though a hero might be sort of low-key OP, there might be some that are just straight up OP.
True.
We'll see what the picks end up being. Is already that DS is banned out along with the TA Dawnbreaker and the Nature's Prophet. Invoker still notably in the pool. Ember, if people are feeling that one. A lot of different possibilities.
Yeah, and a lot of Venge bans lately as well. Saw it being used by Wildcard previously today. Thought it looked pretty solid. Obviously, lots of buffs to the Wave of Terror. It's a bit unassuming with the minus attack speed, the minus attack damage. It's kind of like back when she used to be really popular as a support hero, mostly based around Batriders. We see her all the time because Batrider sort of controlled the whole meta, and you had swap. But one of her sleeper abilities was this Vengeance aura that when she got killed, it left this debuff on people that just like lowered all the attack damage of their allies around her. And I always thought that was really broken and never talked about. And now she has reduction in attack damage again, and she looks pretty good. So gave it back to her. She's returning. And another hero that was discussed as being possibly really strong was Warlock. And not going to see that here either.
No, I think that hero feels very, very good. Anytime you can get, obviously, a BKB Pearson disable is really nice. And that's just a cherry on top now, because I feel like these little imps that get summoned are just disgusting to play against. It's so freaking annoying. But they do decide to go for the Invoker. Not too surprised about that. Again, this is like the hero that was on the front of the like patch notes. Like everybody knew that this thing was going to become insane. And it's here.
No secrets here. This is well known here. Moose, he's letting them know what he thinks right now. Captain up this draft. Another long time gamer.
Oh yeah.
He's really gotten around, man. He's been on a lot of teams.
Absolutely.
You coached Beast Coast for that while too?
Yeah. No, you had to step in and play a couple of times. They're going to decide to run the Pangolier. So as far as first phase heroes go now, too, Invoker and Pango paired together, that's going to be their answer. Diffusal Pango still feels very strong.
A nice thing about Pango is he doesn't really have that many pairings
Right.
that you can just ban out and suddenly make the hero feel bad. So that's pretty good. Because of our new weird thing. I don't know. I haven't seen too many drafts with Invoker. Like, is it worth banning Faceless Void like every time? Is that a necessity? I guess if he's like kind of good versus what you're planning on picking in the first two as second pick, it might be worth it.
I will say that I keep on calling for Faceless Void and people are not picking it, which is leading me to believe that maybe this hero is like garbage in some other way that I'm not quite understanding.
No, he's good.
Okay. All right.
Don't believe. Don't doubt yourself. That hero's definitely very good right now, I think.
Well, see if they decide to pick it up on the side of Felt. The other hero that I think of when I look at this draft that DogChamp is picking is maybe a Grimstroke. You know, this hero got some buffs recently. It gives you a soul bind against the roll. That's always really, really nice to help shut him down. But is that hero sort of workable in the current form? It sometimes feels a little bit strange getting that guy to work. Oh, God, I hate those AC fans with the portable hose on the back of them. Those things, oh, God, don't.
Wait, what? How does it work?
10 seconds remaining.
All right. Can I give you a
You
little
put the
bit
hose
of
out the window?
Yeah. So here's the problem. Both sides of the AC unit are inside of that piece. So you're only like basically maneuvering air out the back. It changes things a little bit, but they're horribly inefficient. But if your window opens left to right, it's the only thing you can do. Anyways, it was 105 here earlier, Celsius actually. So
I got you. Okay, so it's not going so well. That's what I'm hearing here.
fair enough. Skyro the Mage gets taken now. Wonderful.
Just a bit of a chill 4 right now. I think most of the position 3s that you want are melee. There's not that many good range ones right now, so you want a really strong range position 4 just in case the matchup's kind of bad, and Sky fits that in the current patch. Lots of damage, capable of doing quite a few things once you get your level 6 as well in terms of moves across the map, which is nice. Doesn't synergize that well with Pango. There's no like super solid like stun into a Mystic Flare, and life's just good. But I'm sure they'll probably shore that up with their other pick. Maybe like a 5 Clockwork or something if it looks all right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. 5 Clock, I feel like, has consistently been really good. And one of the few heroes, like people talk and complain about Beastmaster a lot, kind of with the Hawks just diving down, but you do lose out on that vision no longer having the Hawk. So Clock's one of the few heroes that still gives it to you. But this is the other one.
Yeah.
Dude, he's all over.
Just about to bring this up because we see the Bloodseeker ban, we see the TA ban. Those are two pretty solid position 1s. But the other big guy is definitely the Gyro. Looking great. It's not like winning every game. In fact, it's currently 50-50. 11 wins, 11 losses across both qualifiers of China and North America. But I think we can all agree that it definitely looks strong. I don't think he's going to be the reason you're losing the game for the most part. You have a couple different options, which is nice, so you can pick him on the earlier end. Number 1, you can throw him support, but number 2, you can change up your build. You can go for Flat Cannon, you can go for Rocket Barrage when it's solid, and both can be viable. I
mean, the scary thing I'm seeing right now for this Felt roster is that one, they have two heroes that are incredibly scary. So that's the scary side for DogChamp. Now, the scary side for Felt is they got two heroes that want a lot of farm. Gyrocopter, Invoker, definitely looking for that space, but they will pick up the Witch Doctor, buffed but
No
not
Mercy.
forgotten, and then nerfed. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd see the Mercy combo, but they don't know exactly what the offlane is. Like, maybe if they were convinced it was an offlane Pango, they might feel like, oh, we can get away with a Mercy here. But just in case it's like a really strong offlane hero, Gyro Mercy might not be enough. If you get like maybe like a big Tide or something, or an Underlord, you probably wouldn't be able to bully him. But with Witch Doctor, you can bully anybody.
That is absolutely true. It's going to be a really dangerous lane to walk into, but DogChamp will at least have a look at it before they end up down there. So we'll see how that one works. If they decide to, I mean, I don't even know what you can put that really survives. Maledict just destroys everything.
You know, there's currently one hero who is 9 wins, 1 loss in the qualifiers.
Okay.
And he's not seeing as many bans as I would have expected. And that's Bat Rider. It's been picked 10 times, banned 13 times. That hero still feels really good. Kind of surprised we're not seeing it right now.
Could be
I
good.
don't think you have to play it core either. Like, there have been support bats being played. It still looks totally fine. I think the teams that are good at support bat make it a little ridiculous. So kind of surprised we're not seeing more of it. I guess they're just opting for these skies instead.
Right.
We also have the Chen and the Enches still in the pool, but of course they just picked up a Witch Doctor. So that also takes that a bit away from DogChamp.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, and as much as they do have like these sort of control elements, I almost feel like they're going to need something that's like heavier lockdown, a way to control this Invoker. And there it is. The hero that's been seen all over the place. It'd take a lot of time there to choose that Legion. And in the end, they kind of end with the most normal combo you'd expect, Skywrath Legion, but maybe there's something they're worried about.
The hero that immediately everyone thinks of when they see Sky. I think it's 2 heroes. I think Legion and I think Clockwork, which, again, could be pretty good here still, I'd say. You can maybe force a Pike on the Gyro.
I wonder also if they were like, what do we want to take for this next pick? And they're like, all right, we're going to get the Legion. Let's just get that nailed down. And then they're still trying to figure out this next hero maybe or something. What they end up going with is the Dark Willow. Buffed a lot. So now double combos with both Pango and the Legion throwing that ulti onto them. It could be cool.
Okay, how would Night Stalker fit here? I'm thinking I see 2 backline heroes of Skywrath Mage and Dark Willow that are not going to have a fun time with someone just jumping on them, which immediately makes me think of Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Downside, I mean, he doesn't have his lane partner picked yet.
Whoa.
Oh, speaking of which, okay, never mind. Let's just get the better version of that. We'll just get the Lycan, equally pressuring onto those heroes, but still have some potential for some buffs later. Now, we don't do the eggs plays with ranged heroes, though, right? That's no bueno.
No good.
Yeah, because then it kills Flat Cannon. Isn't that right? I think it just like doesn't work if he bites you.
I mean, if it's ability arena, rest in pieces. No, I'm not sure. That one might be one where the flak hits after if you can get in range. I'm unsure how that dynamic
If you
works.
can get
actually.
it, like if they're all right next to you, I don't think it works. I forget though. I have to test it again.
Okay, we'll see.
Let's just assume
Regardless-
he's not gonna bite the gyro.
It is a backline getter though. That one is for sure, which is pretty hype.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very good. The big position 1 left in the pool, the TB, the Naga, right?
Right.
The Faceless Void, again, still in. You know, maybe you see a 4 gyro Faceless Void surprise from Felt, but no. We're probably just getting a 4 here. I mean, I say that, look at these bands. They're preparing for the potential for Invoker. I don't know if that's something they've played before. There goes your TV and your Naga. But they're just saying, hey, we're not getting caught up by anything here.
Right.
Making sure our Pango has a good time.
This is an interesting one. Because I feel now like Felt have, I mean, I guess the Invoker support it just feels very strange to me. But maybe this is again one of those things that they know about the player hero combinations and matchups.
Radiant team pick.
End up going for the primal. So
the mix is in. It could be 4 primal or 4 invoker. Could also be maybe nah. It could. I guess technically it could be 3 Voker, 1 Lycan, but
10
mid gyro or
seconds
something
remaining.
crazy. We're getting all over the place. It's probably either 4 invoker or 4 primal beast though.
Remaining.
yeah, I don't know if I love it.
I have
think
not
my
seen a
least-
lot of success with the 4 invoker. I've seen it it works in pubs,
Right.
but I don't think it's
Now
incredible.
heroes.
So this is the hero. As soon as I saw the gyro get picked, that I was like, hey, that seems pretty good as an option, as a possibility, because it's the other big stack taker, right? And I think,
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if I'm DogChamp, I think I'm pretty happy at this point with the draft that I've put together. I'm not so sure about Felt and how I feel about it all. It is going to be the mid primal, offlane Lycan, and then it looks like it's going to be the 4 invoker. So
Yeah, the
Soji
captain.
gonna run that.
The captain says, "I got this, guys." Takes himself first pick invoker.
Cool. Like
Yeah.
it.
I mean, all right. So, what are the benefits of a support invoker? You can usually get Spirit Vessel at a good timing. Is it that crazy of a Spirit Vessel game? I mean, I guess I shouldn't say a good timing. It's more like you kind of need it as a position 4.
Right.
But Spirit Vessels, Solar Crests, 4 staffs, those kind of items. That's what you're gonna be hoping for here. We'll have to see. I don't know. Not convinced.
I'm not a huge fan of it personally, but we'll see if it ends up working out for them. I think the big thing that I want to watch for is how quickly are we going to see that Legion commander get online with a Blink Dagger, and then can Bloody Knight and Moose pair together to
How
get
quickly?
those dual
Lyrical.
kills.
So you said how
quickly?
quickly will this
With how
Legion commander
much-
come online?
With how
Buddy,
much?
it's speed.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, come on. You already know how quick it's going to be. We can just look up the guy. That's probably why, right now we get this long preparation time. They're probably looking up Speed's guide right now on YouTube on the
Okay.
Legion Commander so they
see.
know exactly what he's going to do. He's
That is
giving
the
up too much
downside.
info.
The downside to content creation, you spill all your secrets. It's rough stuff.
That's why you're not a pro player. It's all that content creation.
That's literally it, which
That's
I
it.
also
That's-
don't do.
Yeah, you stream. That's
There you
content.
go. Yeah, sure. Oh man. Well, we'll see what ends up happening as we get into this game 1. Again, I'm feeling DogChamp a little bit more after that draft phase, but Felt, they got some tricks up their sleeves. They got some things that could be going their way. Let's hop into it though and see what happens as we get ready for this game 1 upper bracket NA qualifiers. It's all coming together, baby. It is all coming together. That's what I want to
Wow,
see.
his video from 3 weeks ago has 40,000 views, and it's about new best offlane hero of 7.33E? Question mark?
Amazing.
And then it's Legion Commander. So
Pretty good.
yeah,
Pretty
I'm gonna
good.
add a couple more views on there from.
We
Belt.
definitely need to hop into the game though, because there is a 5 heroes running in, finding one and gathering that first blood. Red 2 gonna take it, taking down the sad old gyrocopter.
with speed.
No, Red 2. He's the one that got the kill.
Yeah, but he got the assist, so it's with speed.
That's true.
30
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
I got you covered here. All right. Are we doing anything weird with our lanes right now? It's not looking like it. Looks like everyone's just kind of chilling, doing their normal thing. Pango's going to stay mid. What do we like out of this early laning stage? I see a Primal Beast that is set for some pretty solid moves. Going into a lane with either a an Invoker as the support. That is one thing I think he's probably pretty good at early, is setting up for a Primal Beast jump in. And then up top, you have Witch Doctor and Gyro, which is almost enough to kill pretty much anybody, but it's something as simple as an Onslaught getting added in, and I feel like it's a pretty easy pick off into someone like Speed on that Legion Commander. So I think Kits has some pretty good options for rotations.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what we've been seeing happen more and more often, I feel like, on these primals, is one of the best heroes for making a big dive in and then getting back to that lane as quickly as they can. Did look like Albino Zebra able to find himself an Observer Ward, so a nice little injection of gold coming his way. And you can see that does need to be wary of all the pressure that can be mounted onto him by this Skywrath Mage. It's a lot of harassment.
Well, in terms of game plans for DogChamp here, definitely going to be a stack-centric game here. You know, what's nice is that you get the stacks going on the Ancients as well as the hard camp there on that Radiant Ancient area, and then Pango can come and swashbuckle the hard camp, and then Sven eventually will come through later and clean up the Ancient stacks on both sides. So should be something that Moose is hoping to get going on the earlier end, especially because it's a Legion commander. She is somewhat survivable at dealing with stuff.
That'll be a good thing to watch for. As, oh man, that's not the way they wanted that to go. DNM.
He just got cut in half. My goodness.
I'll be honest with you. I've been kind of keeping my eye on this lane down here a little bit, and things already slightly concerning. DNM and Bloody Nine, I think, are going to have a really good laning stage after that kill.
Yeah, that's a little frustrating to go down that early. Tries to use the EMP, but unfortunately not able to connect with it there.
Couple nice last hits here for Fade so far, though. As, again, take a look up on the top side of the map. Albino Zebra trying to get this harassment out onto Moose. Decides to take the Voodoo Restoration at level 2 to use it to trade with the Skywrath Mage, but Moose very much is just beating him down.
That feels really bad, I gotta say. I mean, it just takes away all kill potential is what it feels like. I'm not saying it's necessarily the worst play, because he probably just recognizes like, hey, we got to farm this out. We're not killing this Legion commander, so we're not going to do some like missile into level 2 Maledict kill. That's not happening anymore. Could maybe try again at level 4, but that window at level 3 is now gone.
A little bit of a miscue there using the Bramble Maze before the stun comes out. Nonetheless, still manages to get some harassment out onto Fade. Does already have the Pharaoh Impulse going, though, so starting to get a little bit of that bonus regen, even without a Ring of Health or anything. Lycan sitting pretty with the tangos going.
And of course, Invoker, just like as the core role, every level on support makes a big difference. Also sitting with some blood grenades here to utilize. Yeah, cold snap, you're blood grenading. And I feel like the EMPs have mostly been for like securing last hits. I don't even think like he's trying to necessarily hit it every single time. It has been opening up some opportunities for Fade that maybe wouldn't be there. So there's at least some benefits there. But Bloody Nine is going to be able to grab this pull. And oh, nice. Gets the flag bearer all the way around to the range creep right here. DNM, great wave manipulation. They got to run up for it.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier
Oh, they
has
didn't
been
end up
killed.
connecting that pull through. So interruption, still keeping things fine. The 2 kills are all we've gotten so far. Well, we've been looking a lot at bottom. The main actual people that are hurting is Liched up top. Currently only 10 CS on that gyrocopter, has not had the beginning of this game that he really wanted. Definitely a struggle city a little bit here, is the combination of the Legion and Skywrath Mage, a lot of pressure able to be put on.
Such a frustrating dual lane to have to handle. Like, it always comes back around when these heroes get buffed a little bit. This combo just works its way back up once more.
Right.
And no rotations quite yet from Kits. Just at level 5 now. Wants to get back into the lane, though, get some farm going. And all this pressure on Albino Zebra, it means he's not stacking for Primal either.
Yeah, this is definitely not the beginning that he wanted. He's going to survive, but like, again, I feel like this is the type of lane where, you know, you feel bad if you can't get kills as Gyro Witch Doctor. Granted, very strong lane that they're playing against in the Legion Sky, but well, it's not great.
Yeah, and they've even committed the sentry to try and get that small camp back up and open, but Moose just goes in with the body block, ensuring the pull won't be there. And so the waves are just going to keep on coming Speed's way. And what's Albino doing? He's coming down through the bottom, the twin gate.
Okay.
Is he just warding or is he going for a little backstab here? Because well, they were kind of low. They've healed up now.
He dropped the obs named Sentry. Love to see it.
Oh, beautiful.
And DNM all alone. This is what they've been waiting for. This is perfect. They do lose the gyrocopter for it. They have to get this DNM kill, and they will be able to pick it up. But a trade of cores.
And you're kind of happy with that going to the Invoker as well.
Kits? I do.
That you're not happy about.
Yeah, that was very well done. Wow.
Yeah, you definitely lose that on that level 6 trade versus Pango, right? Like, are you really gonna be able to do much with just pulverize at this point? No. Whereas you get caught with a couple bounces, it's gonna be a bad time. That's gonna secure the 6-minute rune here. It's a haste for red too. So now this opens up rotations that Pango can kind of struggle with early on, especially without having Rolling Thunder. But when it's just guaranteed like this, and you know you have a couple extra heroes, could make something happen. Moves come through with the D ward. Nice.
Down bottom. TP coming in as well from the Pango. He wants to make something happen onto Fade. Damage out. Albino Zebra also getting hit. Will it be enough for the full kill? On Fade, at the very least, it should. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to run down that Witch Doctor. But yeah, basically, Albino Zebra abandoning his gyro at this point knows that he can't do much to contest this lane and help out the gyro, so just go elsewhere.
Yeah, they're going to scan to see if they were getting their Wisdom Rune. They'll notice that, yes, indeed. Invoker, of course, these Invoker players, they're always going to get there in time. And Moo's going to run back and grab the Radiant-sided one. We need the broken neutral items for this game. We've been seeing a lot of the Occult bracelet on the gyro. What is it? Is it a bracer or a bracelet? I just realized I don't know. I thought it was bracelet. Yeah, okay, it is bracelet. I mean, it looks like a bracelet. Anyway, we've been seeing that a lot on gyro, and of course the Lance of Pursuit on Pango, who's being pulverized.
Big hit coming in. Pulverize is there. Red 2 taking damage. Maledict, will it be enough? It looks like he's going to get brought down to death with the last tick, but he gets that Primal Beast first.
Oh, that's so sick. Getting both of those kills and then dying to the Witch Doctor, that feels great. Because he gets no XP. Sure, he gets a lot of gold. That is awesome. But of course, Pango got way more out of that. Because XP, baby. He's level 8.5. The Primal's not even 7.
Yeah, that feels bad. That's not what you want to see if you're on the Primal's team. And right now, across the board, it just feels like DogChamp are getting a little bit better rotations out of the map. They did have that good move where Albino Zebra was able to rotate through bottom, get some kill there onto the Sven. But since then, there really hasn't been any other aggressive moves down to mess with DNN's farm.
And they're close to getting 6 on both of the Radiant supports, whereas Dire, still a half level away for Albino Zebra to get to level 5. And of course, Invoker doesn't have, as a support, doesn't have this typical power spike at 6 like most supports do, where you just have to get to 6, you pop a smoke, you go get a kill with a core. Which Invoker obviously scales much better as you go later and later and later, but it's all just little steps. There's no like giant jumps that you have on this hero. So that can be like a good thing and a bad thing, but specifically at this point in the game, it's probably one of the more like frustrating parts, I would say, of playing support Invoker.
Yeah. And I mean, that just does mean that he needs to keep staying involved and trying to make stuff happen. Trying right now to do the illusion bait, but does have clarity on him, so that might give the game away a little bit there.
Foiled.
Up top, they're getting ready for a move. Speed does have level 6, trying to get towards Blade Mail, and realizing that they're not going to do anything, Moose is going to back off. So farm for Sven, give the lane mid to Bloody 9 for a little bit, who does have that level 6, and just get what they can. Maybe even push this tower down a bit.
Yeah, not able to use the Twin Gate, unfortunately, for Fel. Maybe if they had made the call earlier, they could just like jump through and join the gyro, but instead, they're going to smoke up and run in here to hunt for this gyrocopter. So instead of going bottom and pressuring the tower with your teammate to try to farm, is he dead?
The damage. They got him right away. Don't even have to use the Pango ulti. That is huge. And now bottom, DNM is getting gone on. Can anybody get there to help him out? They have TP on Pango. It's gonna come in a little bit late, it looks like, though. DNM dodges the tornado. Good jump away. And now they're in very far. DNM dying to the wolves, but in the meantime, they're going on a primal, seeing if they can bring him down. They do have enough damage to kill off Kits. Another really good move. Terrorize?
Oh, man.
Thought about it.
That is so painful. I wonder if they should have twin gated and just joined bottom. Because, like, they're rotating everyone else down bottom. They could have had Witch Doctor and Gyro join there, too. Just ditch that whole top area. But he wanted his stacks. And they had good vision in the area, unfortunately, for them. So they come in, they grab the Gyro. He at least didn't get all of his camps stolen that he was working on. But DogChamp, now, not only do they get those kills, they just got the Lance of Pursuit on Pango, too.
Speed looking, not finding. Now, they do have this level 6 online for Skywrath Mage. If they get in range, this is a really easy blow up here. Thinking about it, waiting, not making the move.
I was trying to find Pango's courier for so long, and then I realized it was going through the twin gate.
Oh, okay.
My brain was melting. It's like, where did he send it?
Oh. For this time, at least, still sitting pretty. You can see, Felt, the way that they're playing the map, everybody's stuck sort of on this right-hand side here while Gyrocopter is off doing his own thing. You would think that they would want to make this move for taking down the tier 1 tower, but I mean, it's not easy. Bloody Nine is going to have Terrorize at the ready. It looks like they are just going to make the move and they're going to give it up on DogChamp. Instead, DogChamp make the move to try and take the mid, it looks like.
Kind of hard to defend this, too. One of the downsides of Lycan is that you're not the best at dealing with tower pressure and push because, you know, obviously you can't just, like, TP in and then just have your Hellbearer there.
Right.
Or whatever your creep would be. They are slowly running their way over here. But with the catapult here, the damage is pretty fast. Yeah, they're just going to be too late.
Dire's middle tower.
This doesn't feel great for Felt. It's a 4,000 gold lead now, and the last couple of moves that have been made by DogChamp, there hasn't been a rebuttal coming from Felt.
This will do nice.
They got to get Albino level 6.
Yeah.
Like, he really needs it. This is the new and improved Broken Hero, Witch Doctor, pure damage ultimate. But no ultimate, so how can Hero be broken?
True. Oh, it's a good point. And I mean, they're getting close to timings now too. Diffusal Blade, what, 100 gold away for that Pango? You're almost at the Echo Saber on Sven. He is farming like a madman. Kits is in, trying to find Bloody Nine, do what damage he can throw out the ult. He has already done it. It's on to Red 2. That's going to be more than enough to take down this Primal as they push him to the side. Terrorizes out. They manage to find this Lycan. Stunned, dueled, done.
I can't believe that. Oh man. I thought they were both going to get out after that for a second. The quick TP out the second the Lycan ultied, and then unfortunately, the Hellbear, quite a bit of damage, but obviously no stun, so he couldn't stop the Skywrath from leaving, and then the chase down unsuccessful. And Bloody Nine, I don't know how he canceled that TP. That must have been so close to finishing.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty devastating. And the fact that they even get the dual damage off of it, too, at the end. They're almost at Legion Blink Dagger. If they're not careful, if things don't change quickly, this is going to get completely out of control.
Oh, I'm trying to find how close he was, but I can't.
Okay.
Keep moving.
The power of the log.
I know, I love the log. It was so close. I've already lost it. It's gone. Lost to the world of the replay.
Primal trying to clear up these stacks here. Getting closer to the BKB, but it's still a ways away, if we're going to be real about it. Smoke and move down bottom. It was Ghost Walk for Invoker. Can't quite get caught up to Moose, who's going to TP away. And yeah, they're dodging when they need to, fighting when they need to. DogChamp just looking like champions here.
And meanwhile, DNM just chilling, Just gonna get all huge. casual wisdom rune at 14 minutes and a bit for both teams. Nobody rushing right over towards them.
Is under attack.
We need to see something from this support invoker, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. He has had 0 earn charges this entire game. It's not great. Not
You
the
needed his
greatest.
Witch Doctor to get 6. So now, level 7 on Witch Doctor. So you got Ulti and 4 points in Maledict. Anybody can die here. Even Witch Doctor.
Oh, no. Yep, that hurts.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yeah, the ward drops. The Legion is blink. It's tough out there right now for Felt. It's only a 4K lead. It feels much worse than that, though, I will say.
Oh, totally. No, it feels really bad right now. Maybe a chance to go down bottom. Primal killing off speed, getting him red 2. Now they're with the defusal, though. And this is when you're in a little bit more trouble. Getting pushed around into brambles. Will have the Bedlam coming after, and they will lose the Scarith Mage also. So Fade able to make a little rundown play happen.
He knows that Sky's just food all game. I do like that.
True. Well, and if he gets into this, the big ass helm, Overlord could actually make some stuff happen.
Yeah, no jokes now. Creeps go up by 1, like your Chen or Inch or something now.
Oh, and he gets the Black Dragon right away. That's really nice. I mean, yeah,
The
this is
big dragon.
This is the timing they have to make something happen with. Top. Oh, nothing going.
How do they not let DogChamp get the Aegis? And when will DogChamp go Aegis? Because they're probably not going to have a very early medallion or anything. I mean, they probably can't even roast that early. To be fair, Legion already does have 28 damage, though, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
So she hits really hard. I mean, she's a DD right now, so she definitely hits extra hard at the moment.
I honestly feel like we might see Felt go for an Aegis earlier, right? You've got this Helm of the Overlord. It seems like it could be pretty nice if they want to try and go for that.
That's kind of what I'm hoping, is that they just don't give it up to DogChamp.
Yeah.
And the Dragon's going to help a lot with that. Trying to push out these waves, trying to give themselves a little bit of space on the map. The other problem is that if they wanted to roach, it probably has to be before 20 minutes, so they need to hurry that up. I don't think you want to try and take it on the... Well, actually... Yeah, never mind. This is fine. I think you're playing Dire Sides. You can control this area pretty well. Just play it out from here. Sven's going to be going for the double ancient camp, so he wants to be on this side of the map anyway. So it's actually better for you to take it when it's radiant timings after post 20 minutes. Speed gonna run right into Fade, but Speed of course has the blink.
Ooh, couldn't get the click onto him. So yeah, that's just a little bit of a whiff there. Still looking for more. They're not going to find it. Taking this tier 2 tower here would be really nice. I don't know if they're going to attempt to make that play. Are DogChamp just going to head into the pit themselves? Interesting. Okay. I mean, this is a bold move. Might need to even use Bedlam for this. And yeah, they're going to do that. So Roche starts to fall. And I mean, I feel like Felt was getting set up to try and secure this Roche when it came down bottom. And now they just aren't going to have that opportunity. Dire are scanning at the Twin Gate.
Yo, where is my where's my Veil of Discord here? Moose, come on now.
Good call.
Gotta hit Roche. A boost, okay. I mean, I'll have to check it again, but Veil of Discord used to boost Cleave for Sven specifically, and I think it still does.
Always so nice.
And I think it also buffs it for Battle Fury as well, because technically Cleave is spell damage, so you actually get the percentage bonus on top of it. Doesn't work for Glaives, though, if I recall correctly from Luna, but pretty sure it still works for Cleave and Battle Fury. So that's cool.
Well, they're, I mean, obviously a ton of spell damage on this side, just in general from DogChamp. And now... kind of sitting really comfortably with this Aegis. It's unfortunate, too, in a lot of ways, as it does look like they're going to find that Invoker, so he's finally going to get some Vessel charges for himself. That's what you want to see.
That's rude. That is rude. You're a rude man.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's good. It's probably what he's trying to do.
That was the plan all along. One way or another, I'm getting a Vessel charge.
True enough. But what I was going to say is that it feels pretty unfortunate for Felt that this Aegis comes out right now, because it was right as Primal gets that BKB. And now Pango has the Lincolns around it. There's a Silver Edge done for DNM. They are really starting to hit on all cylinders for DogChamp.
Oh, Fail doesn't work on Roche. I'm dumb. Never mind.
I thought of it. So it's fine.
Yeah, you know. You can tell me when I'm wrong. It's okay.
Gits running. Red 2. Hun. They're still nearby. The Invoker here. Bloody 9 slowed. Tornado manages to connect both supports. Now in a lot of trouble. TP's away. It's more than enough. They get him, but the duel is there too. For the turnaround, DNM, they get about going on a Kits. They don't get the duel, but the double swipe kills off both of those poor supports. It's a trade of 2 apiece so far. Kits get out. Does go for the onslaught, but the slow, steady rundown coming from Red 2 as he slows him there. It's hit with a diffusal blade, and, well, one inhibit. It's going to turn into death. Triple kill for DNM. The Sven is spanking.
It's a big hit, too. Big old crit right at the end. Yeah, not too surprising, of course, that that's what's happening. But quietly on the other side, Gyro's doing his thing. Does have his eggs. Doesn't have one of those nice amplifiers that you're hoping for when it comes to the Agnums. Like that. I mean, most notably the Chrysalis is the big one right now, but doesn't feel like he can really swing it at the moment. So has to go for the BKB first.
Yeah, needing to just be able to survive, I think, in these fights, because there's so much magical damage. It's pretty disgusting, all this stuff that comes out.
Yeah, and outside of getting dueled, then obviously BKB is going to pretty much protect you from all of it. And then we've seen Gyros versus Legion doing relatively okay once they can get to that lifesteal, because the flat cannon is going to help you out there with the Agnums. Try and keep that lifesteal and sustain going, even if you do get blade mailed and dueled.
Right.
But have to get there first. And he's still a long ways away. Obviously, one of the poorer cores. The only poorer core is, well, the mid laner that is on his team, the Primal Beast, unfortunately.
Not for myself.
No, it's been quite rough, it feels like, from Felt since those early laning stage. Gyro just has not had a good time of it and hasn't been given the space that they need. And, man, they are just making items out of nothing. BKB done for Sven. Blink Dagger done for Pango. These guys are monsters.
I'm actually kind of surprised that he even went for the BKB over the Echo. I feel like he's just so strong right now anyway, but let's see it in action right now.
Tries to make the move, speed right away. DNM finds one, Kits is there. The duel, the turnaround, 3 dead. All it took was a second, and I mean, Fade just has to get out of there. Has an AC completed, but DNM hits too hard.
Yeah, just no BKB required. Yo, Red 2.
He is body. Are you kidding me?
All right, he took something else over. Grabbed himself a Thunderhide.
The hell was that? Body blocking the Ancients?
Dire's bottom tower
It's freaking mid laners, man.
Quick little steal here onto the Tormentor. And who's getting that one? Oh,
That's actually probably pretty good in this game against the Lycan, right?
Yeah, but it could have been Legion because Dark Will already had one.
That's true. But then Moose wouldn't have it.
Yes, we wouldn't have the Shield of the Scion.
Dude, it's actually sick. I think people underrate this thing. It's amazing.
I think it's just the armor part. Like, can we just get rid of the armor and make the damage bonus a little bit better?
No, that armor is what I like about it this game.
I mean, it is good this game, yes, versus Lycan specifically, because like you are being chased down by a Lycan. Wolves need no armor. You definitely do. That's cool. But, you know, shards are supposed to be kind of fun.
That's true. Oh,
That wasn't fun.
Poor old albino zebra. Man is just out here trying to make a living, farming up some crepes for himself, hoping for an energy booster. Just leave the guy alone.
Dire's bottom tower
You know, being an albino zebra, you would die more often because
so?
the white and black stripes. Yeah. The reason their stripes are like that is that because a lot of the animals that hunt them have like, color. They see color differently. And the way they see a zebra in like the bush and the grass moving in the savannah, like they blend in quite a bit.
Oh,
but if you're an
interesting.
albino zebra and there's no stripes, then you're just a big blob.
Yeah. Speaking of a big blob, that is going to be another kill. DNM just taking him down. That's a good point, though.
Yeah. That's probably why he died there. That's
Yeah.
like any other zebra surviving on that lane. This ward can't even see him if he was an albino.
Do we have a?
Oh, he just, dude, look, okay, wait. Look at albino zebra. Look at the sentry he just put down where he died.
No.
Down bottom. He just placed the sentry. Oh, that's so sad. It's so close.
That's really unfortunate, Trent.
I guess they didn't have a ward. I guess I just died.
Oh no.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I mean, I don't even remember at this point. It's fallen off, and well, oh man, got to be careful here. Who are they gonna find? Nobody. It looks like something about albino zebra. I knew that was gonna happen.
All right, Blade 9's dead. Here we go. This is the comeback right now.
Oh, I remember
Free
now.
kill here for Invoker.
They got him. Oh yeah. All right. For Invoker, even nice call. But
Oh, I figured he would Shadow Realm and,
well, albino zebra's dead. And now looking for more. They have a harpoon too. Dude, DNM is absolutely a menace at this point. A little bit of a lag spike there, then the turn on the Lich, trying to bring him down. Duel, a couple more hits, and that is a dead gyrocopter. Gonna be a dead Invoker too. Triple kill for DNM. He has been star of the show so far.
Yeah, and you can try and sustain with the Vampire Fangs, but it's just not enough. Can't survive through a Sven and a duel catching up on you.
Oh no, and Fade. They see him on this ward now too. Oh man, that ward, it's gonna get more value.
Yeah,
That's
the flare's
crazy.
back. He's so dead.
Oh jeez. Oh man, that hurts. That one hurts. And they get in your little dog too.
Yeah, our Poon
Oh,
pulls him
man.
right back in for one more. Oh, and Defiant Shell as well. Oh, goodness. The items, man. This Pango is humongous. I mean, I know Sven's huge, but Sven's been like farming the whole game. Yeah, you kind of expect the Sven. This Pango has the same CS as the Gyro and has Lincoln's Ags Diffusal Blink. That is nuts.
Yeah, that's some crazy stuff. So I remembered what I was gonna say now. So we have the albino zebra, right? Which is
Right.
you talk about how he discombobulates people with the stripes normally.
Yeah.
An albino zebra doesn't do that. Do we have any like tiger heroes in Dota? Any cat heroes in Dota? Like I know we have the Mirana.
Well, Phantom Lancer is kind of catty.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
He looks
all right.
like a cat.
All right. So that's the only one. So
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah. So the win rate against PL has got to be good.
Yeah.
All right. I like it.
Well, like for the PL though.
Oh yeah, because the albino
Yeah.
zebra is not as good.
You know,
The
he would
wolves.
do well though in the Arctic, like a polar bear,
Ooh.
right?
Okay.
All snow.
Interesting. You know where there's snow, don't you?
In the Arctic?
In North America. So he
Yeah.
does pretty good there, right? It's pretty good.
Well, not right now.
That's a good point. It's been a little bit rough.
Yeah. maybe next server will be, we'll do the Northwest Territories server. I don't think they have one up there right now. Maybe next time.
That's a snowy place. Well, this game is really fallen off the rails. That is for sure. And it just has not felt like they have got the items that they need to stand toe-to-toe against this. I mean, DNM is, 7,000 gold ahead of the Lycan right now. He's going to be eclipsing 10K ahead of the Gyrocopter. It feels very tough to play Dota when you're this far behind. Oh no.
Luckily, it's a gyro though. Like, yeah, we'll just ignore that. Because we'll just get a rapier. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
Why does the spell go to 7-second cooldown? By the way, that talent is crazy for Skywrath Mage. It's 6 seconds up, 7 seconds down.
Yeah, that is kind of insane.
Is under attack.
It's bad internet in some parts of the world, 6 up, 7 down. That's not even that bad for some places.
No, it's actually quite good for a couple.
Yeah. It's middle America, for example.
I mean, I think we're talking more about it's less a question of the speed and more about the consistency. That's the issue for a lot of people.
Middle tower has fallen.
Sky's been pretty consistently good.
Dire's
That'll say it.
True.
Ooh, it gets a psychic headband as well.
Nice. Oh, Fade, you can do it. You can be the very best. If he can go over for that wisdom rune, can you imagine?
No one ever was.
Get it, Fade. I believe in you.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh, they're still hunting, and they found a beast.
under attack.
DNM out here like Captain Ahab finds him. What? Oh my God! The range. It followed after the blink. Oh, he got his white whale.
That was quite the draw forth, I gotta say.
And now, Lich BKBs wants to get out of there, stunned. They find the Witch Doctor, DNM. He's right on the tail. Oh, man. That whole thing made it worth it. I like the long-range harpoon.
Yeah, it's good. I like how it essentially discovers where they went by pulling you towards them. So just okay, perfect.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower is under attack.
Oh, Fade.
Radiant's top
I don't
tower
think he's gonna find that wisdom rune.
No, I don't think so either. And
He's
in
just
fact,
chilling at his new outpost.
Bloody Nine is going to kill the big old golem. He didn't get the gold for it. Unfortunate. Well, Fade is a little bit AFK at the moment, waiting for the next Ancients to spawn as High Ground is being hit. And, well, the game is looking rather rough for him.
middle tower has fallen.
Still trying to get his farm on over here. Well, DogChamp taking down building after building. Looking impressively in control of this one.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks.
Yeah, they're just gonna let it drop. Let him go. And will Fade find the wisdom rune? Is this where it all turns around?
Radiant's
We'll see
courier
Sven's
has been
courier gets out of there.
Nice. All right, so he's got to run, but that's fine.
Radiant's middle
Okay,
tower
now
has
instead,
fallen.
they're going to get the Wisdom Rune onto the Sven. All the way up now to level 23 on DNM. My God.
I'd like to see the Agnums, maybe. Can I just get a Superman? It's pretty far ahead.
I like that.
Just buy some fun items. I hope we don't get one from a Roche. That seems a little unnecessary at this point.
Right.
I think they can win this game without one. Another one,
looking.
that is.
He's hunting.
Oh,
have
they
an
know.
idea.
Oh my goodness, they just
They see him?
stopped.
Does he see him? Does he see him? Oh, he sees him. No, he doesn't see him. Play 9. My God, dude. Fade.
I shouldn't be alive.
Fade. Stay in the trees.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh, they're trying to snipe the courier. He snipes the courier with it. Dude. Oh my God, he gets away.
Dire's top
Wow, Hi was right.
attack.
Yeah. Just stay over there, little buddy. It's all gonna be okay. They can't hurt you here. Nice. Got the dragon
That
ready to
is-
go.
Dire's top tower
Actually
has
insane that he survived.
He can just cut the waves. Do they have anybody that can kill? I mean, nobody's home. So the problem is that without this wave dead, this is going to be another set of racks.
fallen. Under attack.
And they glyph early. Oh.
They might be assuming they're about to jump them just because Roche is running out soon. So even though they're all very
Right.
far away, they obviously don't have full knowledge of this.
Well,
So they kind of have to respect the fact they could be here.
they reclaim it, but Yeah, that is indeed no backdoor protection. They're trying to slow it down. Couple more swipes, and he gets away. Oh, man. When it rains, it pours.
Yeah, kind of questions of what's the plan here?
Oh, yeah. No, you're very true. Yeah, or correct, as some people say. They do have dreams, though, of a better life, of a future. Voker, he's got the point booster queued up. Maybe trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter. Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. He has a freaking...
Yeah, he does. He picked that up a little while ago, in fact. So he has the Scion armor and now E-Blade, of course, to either defend himself or his allies. Although there is a nullifier.
True. Albino Zebra walking forward with purpose. DNM finds him. Stun, pulverized, damage, down, not enough. Red 2 rolls through, finds a couple. DNM backing away. Trying to survive, and it looks like he's going to be able to. Red 2, in the meantime, takes down the second support. And the hunt continues. Draw forth, find yourself a target, and kill him. Which they do.
And there
And
it is.
GG.
Yeah. That's fine. Tried to play it out a little bit there. But they certainly lost control of this one pretty early on.
Oh, yeah.
And struggled to enable really any three of their cores. Primal got killed in the 1v1 mid at level 6. That was a bit tough. DogChamp looking very relaxed right now. His Bloody Nine's beard continues to grow.
And cozy, too. Look at this speed there. He's got a little blanket on him.
Yeah.
It's a nice thing. Love to see that. Wow. That was quite the beatdown. I think there was definitely a part of that was draft oriented, but I don't think that it was entirely that. There was also some really good plays by DogChamp. DNM had a fabulous game. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I'm kind of comfortable giving him the MVP. I think that laning stage that he had was really, really good. And then maybe just needing a little bit more out of the offlane. I guess that's the other thing that could be said is like moves and speed together. We're able to shut down gyrocopters so well. That would be my other sort of MVP would be the two of them together.
I think this was a good example of why DNM gets some good credit for this game. They're like perfectly timed on that rotation through. He's not just AFK farming. Like he gets that TP in to defend to the tier 2, helps turn around a couple plays.
Right.
That's the kind of thing that you really want from your carry player. He's showing up in the most important fights. And then, of course, Red 2 just absolutely dominating through this game, staying so farmed on this Pango the entire time. And that backstab there for DNM. He just walks down a hill and culls the two supports straight in half.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess to be fair, the other thing that we did see from Red 2 was that solo kill on Kits around that level 6 mark, which slowed down the Primal's rotation. So, I mean, it was all across the board just a really good performance coming from DogChamp, and what we've sort of come to expect from this team. They're looking very good. I think that, you know, in terms of this game 2 going into it, I don't know what the heck you say to Felt, because it just feels tough. It feels like they need a really good draft here to try and stay in this one.
Yeah, I don't think their draft was like terrible or anything, but I do think it's a little bit harder to execute in comparison.
Right.
It's just a bit tougher. I think maybe simpler heroes, specifically in the support duo, it can be a bit difficult to make moves with Witch Doctor and Invoker on the supports, but I think Invoker support really does well if you, I don't know, if you have like two cores that also really want to go for these fights and these plays. Like they want to support you with this urn and doing these tornado and cold snap plays and everything. And Primal Beast is down, but Lycan's not really. Lycan wants to get a helm. He kind of wants to chill in the lane a little bit. And Gyrocopter went for this, like, I'm just farming the whole time build. So I think you need to be a little bit crazier to have a good time with this hero in the support role, or you just need to really hold out a very long time and be like, oh, okay, we've reached the point in the game where now like having support evoker is awesome for us. But obviously they never got there because they just fell very far behind.
Right. And I think, you know, as has been talked about a lot, that falling very far behind early is just a problem. Maybe going back to, coming out at least even in some of these lanes, because they lost all three of them. It feels pretty bad when that happens. DNM very consistently there, helping out the team. Only died that one time off of multiple heroes rotating towards his lane. It didn't let him slow him down almost at all. 15, 1, and 8. My goodness. What a freaking big boy. Hitting all the things they needed to. Man, Trent.
Yeah.
Game 1 in the bag.
It is indeed. And unfortunately, I can confirm that Vale no longer buffs Cleave. I just tested it. Because I do remember there was a change, but yeah, it's gone now. So rest in peace, my sweet Sven build. It was not good. But you just wanted your friends to buy it, and it was cool.
Oh, I see, yeah.
But do not buy Vale hoping that it's going to boost the Cleave. It was funny, though, because it would just boost, like, the people you weren't targeting. I don't know.
Right.
It was nice. It was a little niche thing you could do, and now it's gone.
Sad. Well, you know what? We are also going to be gone as we go to a quick break.
Really?
We'll be back in a little bit for game number 2. We'll see y'all then. Perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm going to grab some food real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, me too.
Hello and welcome back, all you wonderful people out there in the Dota world. Apologies for the slight delay. Trent's entire computer just borked on him, but we got him back. We got him back. And thankfully, we also did not delay the draft at all. We got the draft going. We got everything going. It was perfect. Trent, I can't even believe how awesome all this is. We're ready for some Dota to happen. You ready?
I am ready, and there he is. Two heroes we talk about a lot right now. I feel like Darkseer is probably the best first overall pick right now, and that's what DogChamp have done here. And felt immediately go for the Faceless Void. Lyrical, you are the expert Darkseer. I love when Darkseer is in. It's so fun because you've played a stupid amount of Darkseer.
I have.
What are your thoughts versus Void?
It's actually one of the more annoying matchups that you can run into for a number of reasons. There are a couple of moments, if you know what you're doing, that you can take this guy down, particularly if you have like a decent hero to pair together with him, depending upon what it is. But I think that more often than not, what you want to do is just secure that you have like an okay laning stage and put some pressure on eventually. But I actually think it's one of the worst matchups. There's a couple that are like definitely more annoying to play against. But like with an anti-mage, for instance, right, you can kind of have a way to outplay him. For Faceless Void, the only way that you can outplay him is if he like doesn't respect how much damage Vacuum does, and then you get him with a Vacuum when he's at low HP trying to like min-max his time walks. So you need to depend upon him playing badly in order for you to have a good time.
Well,
in the
that
lane.
makes sense. And moving to this next stage, do you think there's any way they leave in the Invoker? I feel like if I'm DogChamp, I'm probably banning Invoker. I mean, then again, maybe they want to pick it for themselves over the next two. That could also be it. But, you run the risk of them immediately grabbing it. But if they immediately grab it,
Yeah.
is that enough time to deal with it, I guess is the question. They ban the Ember instead? Wow.
Interesting.
All right, well, they're definitely going Invoker. Because, they're also willing to throw out support, right? So you might as well just pick the Invoker here. That
I would
seems
think
like
so.
a smart idea.
Unless Kits doesn't want to play it.
Or unless the Soji doesn't want to play it either.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think after that last game, it might be something that you're thinking about, taking out of there and not doing. But I think if you're picking Faceless Void with Invoker, you probably want to run. I think, honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing them take the Dark Willow. I think that might be the other new thing you can pair together with it.
Yeah, we can see that quite a bit. All right, Jakiro. I think I put him in sleeper tier. I think this hero's pretty good right now. And maybe sleeper's wrong. I guess everyone kind of thinks it's somewhat okay because it did get quite a big buff. The question is, how good is it without eggs?
Right. Yeah, no, it's a good point. I think it's really good in this game, particularly because he's up against the Darkseer. I think this is a scary ass lane to be playing into now with time dilation, with time walk. It felt play it wrong. It can go south very quickly, and Jakiro's just going to feed. But there is a lot of potential, and I like this decision. Oh, DogChamp. Oh, you're doing what I want to see.
Those are good heroes. Those are good heroes. We like these heroes. So one thing, Jakiro, this is actually the first Jakiro of the qualifiers so far.
Wow.
So there you go.
10 seconds
First time it is popping up right now. That leaves 17 heroes still uncontested.
5 seconds remaining.
Neither picked or banned. The perhaps some of the more surprising ones, I would say. 0 Wind Ranger picks first off, despite multiple bans. 0 Troll picks, multiple bans. That's kind of interesting. But completely untouched. None of this Weaver. The buffs weren't enough. Centaur War Runner. Whoa. Not enough with the buffs, guys?
I do like his stomp, though. The new one's pretty cool.
Wait, are these stats right? Hold on.
Radiant team pick.
I thought there was a Bane game. Was there not a Bane game? Am I crazy?
I thought there was too, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Oh, maybe my stats are off. I'll recheck my stats after. We don't have to recheck much about Mirana, though. Will we have the new chest persona? Possibly. Is it actually a different one, or is it the exact same persona? I didn't look.
I think it's a new one. I actually don't even remember the one you're talking about, if I'm going to be completely
Well, it's
honest
the
with you.
anime persona that you now get it in the 10th anniversary, but I haven't actually seen anyone with it yet. But I did see people saying that it got marked as the same.
Dire team
Interesting. I think that it's slightly different, but I could be wrong about that. Oh, they take the Beastmaster. Interesting.
Dire team ban.
Definitely still a very strong hero.
Huh.
What's up?
I mean, I just think it's kind of interesting. The drafting overall. I think DogChamp's lineup looks very
10 seconds remaining.
stable to me, but Felt have like a bunch of weird, strong
5
heroes.
seconds remaining.
Roar into Arrow, Chrono into Arrow, Jakiro spells following things up. I think Beastmaster nowadays, you build it into an Aghanim Scepter. That seems pretty good against all their heroes. Granted, Sunder, it's all DOT too, but I don't know. I like Felt's lineup too. I like them both.
Feels like Felt. I mean, they have the 10th overall pick. They are lacking, I would say, a Storm Spirit actually looks really solid for them. Outside of getting silenced by Sky, Storm looks very good here. I think that would be one of my bans. And then,
Okay.
Radiant
I don't know. Maybe, I guess they'll go with the Queen. Fair enough. I mean, obviously, DogChamp haven't chosen theirs. Maybe they're eyeing up a Storm Spirit as well. Could be kind of decent for them, honestly.
True.
That would be a nice snag. I mean, is there anything, like, if you want to take Storm as DogChamp, is there anything else that really gives you a hard
10
time?
seconds remaining.
I mean, I think one thing that just gives them a hard time in general is
5
going to be
seconds
Invoker,
remaining.
which they still have not taken. But
Radiant
Good
team
point.
ban.
I think that still could be very good.
You make a very good point.
I mean, this is
yeah.
the part that's scary to me, is that there's so many heroes that I feel like do well against Terrorblade, and taking it here, it's just a little bit spooky
10
to me.
seconds remaining.
I think,
seconds
you mean taking the Terrorblade there?
Yeah.
That's fine. It's only, I mean, they already saw like most of it, right? Like that's
true.
cool. A lot of the better ones are kind of removed at this point anyway. Most of the heroes that you could like flex around and give a bad time. Is there any chance of a Core Marana, I wonder? I saw some people messing with it. Does not seem to be catching on though, but I've seen the pubs attempting it. Probably just going to assume it's 4. They banned the Leshrac. I think Storm Spirit or Invoker is coming up for one of these two teams. Possibly one for each of them.
Puck, Lesh. Yeah, I think Storm. It's interesting because I kind of thought Felt might go for Lesh themselves.
Yeah, versus
Dire
TB.
team pick.
Yeah, they take the TA out of the pool now, and they take the Storm, so stealing it away from them.
I think it's so good for their lineup. That's really nice. That's like exactly what they needed as well. So Felt, and then you know what? Nothing gives Storm like a bad time. I don't think anything like ruins him necessarily.
10 seconds.
The best thing is rune control. That's what ruins him. It's not necessarily a hero. It's a play style. You want to make sure that you're getting there. They have pretty good heroes for it already. So whatever hero this is mid, I want to make sure you can actually contest them at the runes and really punish them.
So, what do you think about Lena or Bat? I haven't seen a ton of Corlina.
I was thinking Bat, except for like the lane counter is typically pretty good for Storm. That's the only reason I don't like it. I was kind of thinking like maybe even just a DK. Is that too basic? I don't know. If he scales, it looks kind of okay.
I like it actually. I don't know.
And I feel like you win the rune fights with stun.
They could also just primal.
I guess you're into a TB though. That's that's not a great feeling for a DK.
Tiny.
You may now select your hero.
I am not a huge fan of it, but I think this says to me that they're like, all right, Lich needs to become the strongest hero in this game eventually, get him like an Aghanim Scepter on this Faceless Void, and he's eventually going to win us the game. And Kits is just there to try and like mess with DNM. Go hunt and find him as much as possible.
And you do have
See how it
that
goes?
late game potential as well with the Aghanims.
Yeah.
That's pretty solid. I'm not crazy. They didn't like kill Tree Volley or something. Am I crazy? Does it still
You're
exist?
right about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
There's been a lot of change, guys. But yeah, no, we're still in there.
Interesting stuff. Well, I want to see how this Darkseer lane goes, because in my head, I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna watch that one for most of the game.
That's fair.
One, because I just like it more, and two, because this is a lane that is really hard to contest, I think, and go for kills. You probably just die, but they might just try and pull constantly, or try and get the most out of moves, like spamming out constantly with the Skywrath Mage and then just pulling. There's some interesting dynamics going on there. Play it a little bit more straight up, potentially.
And I think a lot of people would initially just say, like, okay, well, you know, 5s and 4s do swap lanes quite a bit now. Shouldn't they just put the clockwork with the Darkseer? But I think this is a situation where you don't really benefit that much by trying to do that. Because like you're saying, you can just spam it out with the Skywrath Mage. That's going to be fine. Jakiro, not one of the 5s you can really bully that easily as Clockwork. He's really tanky. And then if you know, if he gets Liquid Fire early, then you're trading a disadvantage. Even with dual breath, you're trading at a disadvantage the whole time. And you can't pressure the core they have because he at least has some mobility that you don't get these like guaranteed plays with the cogs. So overall, sure, you could maybe get kills because it is Ion Shell and Clockwork, but you're probably just going to have more success as a 5 Clockwork versus any sort of a Mirana, right? You can bully her quite a bit. She's forced to leap away. And versus a Beastmaster in lane too.
Right. And if they can manage to maybe force that Jakiro to the side of the lane that the Twin Gate is on, then you get a Clockwork rotation, and that's an easy kill. But they need to get him sort of bullied over to that side of the map, which is what Skywrath Mage is going to excel at. So let's see how it goes. Game number 2, hoping to see something a little bit more competitive than game number 1, as the tips are already flying. Some tips, most definitely. Where are we going to end up at now? Awards dropped, and already a lot of emphasis being placed on this mid lane.
Oh.
There are. All right, that ward is taken away.
Is Red 2 DC'd? Or is he literally just doing this? I don't know, he's chill, okay. Just making sure.
Chilling.
Yeah, he's gonna try. Yeah, okay, that's why. He figured he got busted, so he was trying to stick around to maybe get the deny.
Yeah.
Yikes. That's a bit tough.
They still will have a ward on him, though, even if they manage to get that deny. Double observers placed down to try and ensure that he has a bad time.
Oh, it's party hats.
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
They're partying.
I actually didn't know you could do that in lobbies right now. I actually took my headset off. I thought someone was drilling into my ceiling.
Oh, no.
All right, we're good. It's just the party hats.
Battle begins.
Such a great party time.
It's the 10th anniversary.
True.
It is, in fact, party time. And, you know, I was looking for, like, maybe the Mirana persona. Oh, no, he's got the rare headpiece of the butterfly.
Ooh.
That was always one of the more hard-to-get ones. So there you go. We got a Mirana player is what I'm saying.
I like that. With the very cool leaps that come out from that one. All right, well, you'll have to let me know and keep me up to date with what's happening over the rest of the map, because I'm just watching bottom.
Right, yeah, you're on Darkseer watch here.
Exactly.
Oh, how about this? Watch them all.
All at once. No, I'm still
Wow.
watching just one at a time.
We must be at like 7 years of this technology. It
Nice.
just created so much for us. It's so
True.
beautiful.
Dun, 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 dun.
Sets it all up
More,
for you.
more.
So you know where everybody's hanging out here. And as expected, though, Clockwork, position 5, into Mirana and Beastmaster. I feel like I see this as probably the matchup Clockwork players have the most in lane, was these two heroes for a very long time. And the key to playing Clockwork 5 is running at them level 1, because that guy just threw an arrow. So he's like, oh, you're not leaping away.
Right.
Doesn't want to chase too far, though, unfortunately, because there are many creatures flying above his head right now.
No, absolutely.
What
and those
is this
things will
stupid stuff?
they will hit you. They'll hit you pretty freaking hard, man.
Sorry, rude. I shouldn't oversell it. It's such a funny thing. Like, it's so hard for some heroes to deal with it.
No, and like it's just a spam. It just stays there and keeps messing with you constantly.
But I mean, at least it costs a lot of mana, right? You know, like 30 mana.
Yeah, it's true.
You can only do it 10 times.
They're going to make him easier to kill. It's definitely going to happen. They shouldn't
Yeah.
have 250 health right now.
I thought they would get like a number system. I think they might in the future. Like
Toss
4
back
hits
red
there.
too.
Oh, nice.
Mid in some trouble. Bottles up through it though and ends up being fine on the backside of it.
That's insane that he has 5 armor. I mean, I know it's something that makes him viable, and the hero's trash whenever he loses armor, but it does suck for Tiny trying to do tossback plays into a tower.
Oh yeah.
Because so many mids just die there.
Right. Well,
Especially
understanding
int
the limits.
mids.
Right. So back towards this bottom side, trying to get into the ring of health. Seeing it's pretty hard to come on in and really contest these guys. Will probably need a clockwork rotation if they want to get any kills, but should be able to still farm pretty effectively down here no matter what. For both teams, I would imagine. But getting a couple denies here and there. Still, lane's looking good for DogChamp. Got that root. Bloody 9 moving over.
wants that Lotus.
Ooh. Oh, the root though, it stops him from getting the Lotus. Oh my god. That's annoying.
Yeah, he still has lots of leaps left here on the Mirana too, so he feels comfortable just running after him and continuing this pressure. Ah, it's so funny. Oh, he got the deny on it too. Nice.
That's very good. Now, down bottom, Albino Zebra was able to pick up the little Lotus, pass it over to the Faceless Void so he'll stay comfortable on the bottom side of the map there. Still getting good farm for both of those cores. Kids pushing out the wave, 17-3 versus the soon-to-be 21-3 of that Storm Spirit.
Yeah, I took a look at mid. It's just been pretty chill. I mean, he was doing some pulls under the Radiant Tower just to keep him from getting some last hits, so trying to slow down this Tiny. Obviously, a hero that tends to win most of the last hit battles just because of the outright damage that you have with the tree, but Red 2 just doing a great job here. And they're probably going to go 1-for-1 on the runes.
Again, backing away and spamming with what damage he can. Still saving that level 3 point on the Darkseer in case there's an opportunity to go for some vacuum play. But at least for now, everything going quite well. They do have... I mean, I feel like both teams scale pretty well into the later stages. That Faceless Void eventually is going to be really spooky.
Yeah, he does have some difficult things to play around. I think Darkseer in general, yeah, like the lane matchup's pretty good for the Faceless Void, but it is very frustrating when your allies get vacuumed into your chrono.
Oh, yeah.
That can be pretty bad. You also, of course, are just going to be generally versus a pretty survival and aura-based hero that tends to get mobility. So if you trap someone, there's a good chance that Darkseer can still get there and help buff them up a little bit. And later on, the Terror Wave, too, can be frustrating to play around. So there's a lot of little things for this Faceless Void. But if he, in combination with his Tiny, get really big later on, that's big damage.
Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, going through, getting the damage in DNM. Ends up taking down Albino Zebra, who just bit off more than he could chew, thinking he could head through there. Not meant to be.
No, it's a costly toll you got to pay. Twin Gate ain't free. All right, they're going to try and bring both supports.
Do they have it? Ancient Seal is within range. It's not an easy kill to get.
They have to force a bad jump.
Okay, Bloody 9 just walks through and says, fine, I got to go secure this rune. So they're trying to secure the rune down bottom, it looks like, for Red 2. And if they get Reyes on it, this would be pretty big. Big moment. Hits, moves over, and it's going to be up top.
Oh, at least it's a shield rune. That's actually one you're, more so okay with losing, I would say, as the Storm. As obviously with our new rules, that means it's not going to spawn in the next one, so.
They're playing together now, it looks like, with Bloody 9. No, Bloody 9's going to run back through the gate, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he might try and run back through and get to the Wisdom Rune, but I think he's going to be too late. Because he could, go through the Twin Gate, run down the left side, and maybe beat them there, since it's going to be pushing in towards TV anyway.
Or thinking about going back onto this Faceless Void again.
Yeah.
Running him down.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is just favoring
Oh, look at this push up top.
DogChamp. Yeah, this is nice, but they're pulling the creep wave past, so keeping some pressure off of the tower by doing this. This is really good by DNM. Meanwhile,
not
down bottom,
die, too.
they're chasing onto the Faceless Void and going to be able to find him for the rundown. Easy kill for Speed.
Is under attack.
And he gets it again with another illusion coming in. He's
Yeah, this is
prevented
crazy.
so much damage.
That is, I mean, Fade might even be in trouble if he's not careful here. All right, gets slowed down by the boar and will be enough to get him away. But yeah, I mean, they're winning their lanes and getting kills at the same time.
Yeah, really well done. DNM looking really nice on this Terrorblade. And Soji does eventually go back. He grabs the Wisdom Rune, and DogChamp still haven't snagged theirs, but Moose is on the way now, so no one else is going to steal it from him. And mid lane, they're still just farming it up right now. Dead even on the last hits. A few more denies going the way of Red 2.
Setting up, and it's going to be top again. So Kit's able to pick another rune for himself. Illusion this time. Does mean that after Invis, all the runes that are going to be coming up are going to be really valuable.
Yeah, yeah, the big ones.
Radiant are scanning.
That's important.
That's so interesting now for the Storm players to think about. Like that's actually such good roles for him right now that it wasn't, you know, the haste or the DD. I mean, regen isn't, obviously regen's like crazy later, but it's not, it's a little harder, I think, to make work this early on.
Yeah, saving it for the later points is actually probably the best case scenario. All right, rotation picks up a tier 1 token, a Cult Bracelet, and find this Faceless Void again. Does have Chronosphere ready. Thinking about dropping it, turns to hit. They have an arrow coming in, connecting the long duration stun, but wall already down. Kits, is it going to be enough to take down Red 2? It is. And this is why Faceless Void is so annoying to play against. They bring numbers, extend the fight, and it ends up working into their favor.
Jeez, he was mid-zip animation. Like he had done the whole wind-up. He was about to get right inside of that ball, but stopped in his tracks there. Great kill. Good move in there from the Tiny. And that's going to put him close to his Blink Gold just from getting in on the assist, 'cause the kill bounty went to the Mirana.
Yeah, that's big.
What has she got? She's already finished her urn. She's got Tranquils, or well, parts of Tranquils coming out, rather. Just a Windlace and a Boots of Speed. No Tranquils required.
I mean, the scary thing is that if they can start to put the clamps a little bit on this map, it's going to be feeling really good for Felt. And Fade just barely misses this gank that's coming in. Runs into Bloody Knight now. Roar is there, bringing in the Hellbear, the arrow, the connection. It's more than enough. Trent might have a game on our hands here.
It's starting to feel that way. You know, to rant about Tranquil Boots, I feel like everyone is off of Tranquil Boots right now. Have you noticed that? Most people just do the Boots of Spade and the Windlace because it doesn't feel good to just lose the speed.
Right.
Like, it kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, I guess, like, obviously it costs you 2 inventory slots, but not support. Like, who cares?
No, it's true.
Oh.
Surge.
I mean, although he did get
Running?
that kill with Chrono, yeah, I'm a little worried about this.
Is under attack.
Looks like
Just
he's
getting-
going to be okay.
He's just getting bullied out, though, but at least he almost has his Midas.
Kids finds him. Abba, toss, damage, not quite enough yet. There's going to be the jump away. DNM still sitting pretty, does not have Sunder nor a point to put into it.
No, but couldn't be too sure there, so they let him go.
Yeah. I mean, in the meantime, Fade takes the tower, right? Like, they're pulling it back. The laning stage didn't go terribly. It didn't go well for them, but the last couple of minutes have all been felt.
I'm looking forward to this smoke, though, I'd say, from DogChamp. They need half a level on Moose before they have the full impact of it with the clockwork. They just hook in, drop down the Mystic Flare. They're going to try and give him this wave mid, and then they're going to smoke out, but the smoke's already coming.
They got him. Find him immediately. Moves down. Just trying to get 6, and it's not there.
And Bloody Knight, he finds a use for Tranquil Boots. He just gets sundered by his TV. So he's going to keep DNM farming there. Thank you for your full HP bar, good sir. You go run around and heal back up. But yes, Felt, not letting him get back in the game. They know what they have to do at speed. Oh, wrong place to walk up, my friend. But he's tanky.
Caught. Ice Path. Surge to try and get away. That is going to be the free escape. That's even before the cloak even gets there. Red 2 hiding off in the trees. The jump forward and taking the haster and hook shot in, trying to get him with the cogs. Does manage to connect on to this tiny kid's not able to get out. Well played.
Dude, I think if Marana kills the cogs, he might have got out.
Yeah.
Because those were just level 1 cogs. But
That's
she thought he
true.
was just dead, but he healed so much more than I expected as well. And they were out of spells.
Had a big magic wand charge there.
But
Not
yeah,
with the-
another rune stolen. He hasn't gotten one yet, right? This kid's
on
got the
Red 2,
arcane
no.
last time too. That's crazy. Great job denying runes.
Absolutely. Well, definitely a little bit of a turnaround there. Faceless Void down bottom has Chrono ready, but is just going to TP away as soon as the TP shows. All the rest of Felt is starting to push in along the top side of the map.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, time is certainly of the essence. All these plays getting aggressive right now, lurking on the top of the stairs, getting speed out of this top thing. Fade is just the engine that is driving this game right now, this Beastmaster, and they have to keep up that tempo because I'm looking over at DNM, and all I can think is DNM carries this game. You know,
Dire's top tower.
he's going in for the defusal next.
Interesting.
Type.
Wonder if that's going to be, oh, the disperser, right? The changes to it. I wonder if he's going to end up taking it now that it's AoE affecting all of his illusions. I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
if
looking
that's a build
through,
that-
and I'm not seeing this build happening anywhere else. So this is pretty cool.
Interesting. We'll see if that is the idea that he's going for, if he just wants the diffusal to, I don't know, help deal with whatever.
Wait, don't worry. NA casts are
Moves?
coming in. I'll let you guys know after in a second here. Moves. Oh, nice ice path.
Avalanche toss back, finds them both. Bloody 9, he goes down. I mean, this is scary.
All right, Lyrical. I'm looking through all of the Terrorblade games on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and who do you think I'm seeing buying Diffusal? If you just had to take a guess for this NA caster, who maybe, who do we have to bring up by law?
Is it Arteezy?
Oh, it's Arteezy, baby.
Oh my God.
He's the only person buying it.
All right. Somebody's been watching the streams. They're still going on or not. Regardless, 14-minute wisdom rooms spawning, taking him now. And DogChamp trying to get their feet under him in this game. I mean, again, we're talking about this in the capacity of like, oh, it's scary stuff and all the rest of it. It's still less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. Could very much go either way, depending on how these next couple of moves go.
All right, shoutouts. I also found one Charlie game and one Parker game, so we'll spread the love a little bit here. But
like
not
it.
a lot of dispersers though. Just chilling,
Okay.
just diffusaling. I mean, it's a great item, obviously.
True. We are getting close now. The pipe, I believe, is just finishing up. So have that one done and queuing up the Greaves afterwards for the Darkseer. Are they going to be able to find him and do anything?
Top tower.
Final Zebra. They reveal. And Fade can't quite get in range there for the roar. But they're going to pressure this tower, it looks like.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So do you just like chill with this vitality booster? That's really the only you can do these days now.
Dire's
Go
Darkseer.
back for
is under attack.
go back for a Crimson or eventually get into an Octarine or something. But yeah,
Yeah. It's like, I mean, that's what's kind of nice about Felt's draft too, is it's so much mixed damage. The pipe is definitely the highest value though. Faceless Void does a lot of magic damage. Tiny, of course.
Right.
Marana, Jakiro. For sure it's the best. But there is a significant amount of physical too, just because you have a Beastmaster on your team.
oh yeah,
So there's a lot of pressure for the defensive capabilities here. And that also includes BKB. BKB does not really save you from a whole lot this game on DogChamp. So, sometimes that's how a Storm can really get back into a game. This, I would say, is more of an Aegis game. And they don't have the best Aegising heroes necessarily. They are going to find kits, though.
big
on.
hit. DD, the first rune he got, I think. And Red 2 able to make a kill with it. paired together with that Skyreth Mage.
Do you think Moose will ever use his veil though? Like,
I don't know, man.
I feel like that was a chemo. He just knows. He's just like, I don't need it. I'd be so terrified.
Save it for the real fight. Did I? Oh, tried it. Well, DogChamp hitting a good timing for themselves now. And again, this entire game left with DNM just hitting creeps and getting very farmed for all his trouble.
One very unfortunate nerf for Clockwork, the traveling radius, more than halved for Rocket Flare. I mean, to be fair, it was really broken. Like, you got to see so much while it flew across the map. But, yeah, it feels a lot worse now to just do these cross-map scouts, especially because you're going to do them anyway because you want to, like, push the waves and everything, but now you're just getting less vision the whole time. But I guess it's okay because I still think this hero was, like, best 5 last patch, so that's cool. He needed a nerf.
Hey, didn't even feel like it took a ton because it still gets the job done to some extent, but
Yeah.
definitely can't feel it more. Well, Helm of the Overlord, they were walking over the area with some wards on him, and now hunting. Red 2, realize where he's at. Doesn't quite look like it. The rest of DogChamp backing away, understanding that danger. DNM still on the other side of the map, but everybody from Felt is up here, and it looks like they're thinking about a Roche off the back of that Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah, it looks that way. I mean, it's a great thing to steal. I think DogChamp would really love it this game, and they're going to get it just as it's getting a little bit harder for, or staying hard rather for Dire to contest as it is up on this part of the map. Easier for Radiant to play here right now. I mean, they have hook shot, but it's only level 1. So it's lacking a bit of that reach, and they are just way too fast with Beastmaster.
Yeah. Takes it down, gets the Aegis on Kits, and ready to make another move now. So I feel like this Aegis and what they get done with it is so important. Oh my God, and are they going to get picked off right at the start? They're thinking about going. Oh, it doesn't look like it. They're backing away. All right, heads up play by Felt. I mean, that could have gone tragic so quickly.
Yeah, to me, the dream is you go for a play on the earlier end of this Aegis as Felt and try and get a chrono off so that you, at the end of the Aegis, can go for another aggressive play with the chrono again. But doesn't look like they're going to find the time for that because, you know, it's like almost a 3-minute cooldown on chrono. It's already been 4 minutes. I mean, they're trying to get there with Tiny, but it's kind of slow moving across the map right now.
Yeah.
I would just like to see like double value out of this. And he just got his Echo Saber too. He needs to target the Storm Spirit. That is the dream right now. The Greaves, they're still a bit away, but of course the mech will be there nonetheless. They're gonna have to watch for that save from speed.
I mean, yeah, this is a really big window here. If they can blow him up before any of those survivability auras are used by speed, it's going to completely change the game. And I mean, he's getting close to Guardian Greaves. I feel like you said, this is the window where Felt have to get something done. They need to make a lot happen with this Aegis because Greaves, Pipe, even like the Sange for Red too, it's going to make a huge difference in his survivability.
Yeah, that's very true actually. And now they have their own Pipe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Heading up. Gonna try and take over the Wisdom Rune. Likewise, Bloody Nine already in position to sneak one away from them.
Radiant's top tower
And may even decide to take that Tormentor depending on how it's working. So good job by DogChamp to understand the way that Felt we're gonna move. Just head away from that entire area. They don't feel under any pressure at all. I think they're handling this Aegis perfect themselves too. But the next couple minutes are gonna be telling.
Yeah, what do you do with Felt? Yeah, they're discussing. Tiny's picking Tormentor. He wants Tormentor right now.
Somebody made the call. We're going
They're saying high ground. It's like, we'll go high ground. This one's tough though. If you go high ground and they back, then you can't really go Tormentor.
Right.
Right?
structures are fortified.
But what if they don't back?
Well, then you
What
get a free
then?
lane.
Radiant are scanning.
They're going back
That's
in
an early
again.
Moonlight.
Top tower is under attack.
That screams aggression. They want to use this Aegis.
Showing up. Pipe is still ready. They have all of their summons up front and center starting to take it down.
DNM's going through the Twin Gate. This guy's a madman.
I mean, this is There's no creep wave here.
Oh, he's just sending his illusion to grab the wave. Never mind. He's a genius. All right.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, you
Well
can't send
done.
illusions through. And now the pullback, they find Jakiro. Arrow connection? They're not going, though. Wow. Did they find him too? Fade, he gets caught. Roar and run away. Oh, felt it was all so good, and it has started
grab
to
the
turn
centaur,
very
maybe save himself?
bad. There's no way. He's mega gone. Oh my god. That was really bad.
I know what
Giving
Tiny's
up the
saying
creep,
right now.
too.
I know what Tiny's saying. I know what he's saying. I mean, he might. I hope it doesn't say it on comms, but I know what he's thinking. Wish we got Tormentor.
All right, a minute 30 now. They got to get something else. I don't think they're getting to get anything else. I mean, they have 20 seconds until Beastmaster's up, but still 40 seconds until Roar.
Is under attack.
Like, they've hit all their timings now on DogChamp. Scotty done. What else? The Sanjin Kaya. Darkseer just now getting Greaves. Felt playing a little bit afraid.
Yeah, and the problem with their lineup is that every mistake is so much worse for them than for DogChamp. It's just the nature of playing versus Terrorblade, and DNM just so on point, farming up the entire map right now. He's 4K ahead of a Faceless Void on the team that was like theoretically sort of controlling the game for a while. They're getting that Aegis and everything, but versus Terrorblade and versus Naga Siren on this map, it just gets out of hand so quickly.
It's incredibly strong. Yeah, they're going to smoke up now and try and make it go. Aegis, 25 seconds left. If they can find Red 2 and they're heading in the direction where he is going, I mean, this would be everything for them. Can they get this Storm Spirit right now? Moving out. Looking. Hunting.
Oh,
Chrono at the ready.
Does he whip it?
Avalanche, it's there. Oh, he did not have enough, and they saved the Chrono even.
Ooh.
Wow, big.
I was so worried that arrow wasn't going to get there in time. Nicely done. Beautiful stuff there from Kits and keeping that. Oh, Blight 9 trying to escape with the hook shot. He's seen on the ward, but they don't have any additional reach. I say that. Kits is going to hope he comes down the stairs, but...
They're calling for high ground again.
All right, but now...
I mean, it's good,
No, this is
obviously,
good.
but
Yeah.
Radiant's
You have
middle tower
no Moonlight, but you still have Roar and Chrono.
20 seconds, 15 until Storm. Manta done now for DNM. He is just creating
he's
so many items.
Strong.
has fallen.
They've got to get like meaningful things done here. And I mean, they get the tower. Now they go back for the Tormentor. As a lag spike.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
All right, Zebra gets it.
Radiant's top tower.
He's working on that Agnums. He's over halfway there. Have you played Jakiro since the change? Oh, you guess it wasn't... I guess it wasn't everyone with a lag spike. There was a little lag spike, and then he was gone. So he's making his way back here. Oh, look, I have a message from Lyrical. Spike, back ASAP. True. Yeah, well, we can all breathe easy. Don't worry, guys. No plays will happen while the play-by-play caster is gone. It is part of the contract. It's going to be okay. As Marana farms this up here, as she retreats back, there is a obs here from Bloody Nine, but that is expiring, so they're going to lose some of this aggressive vision that they have from DogChamp as they're looking to make their way over here. They got everything up and ready to go. They're going to find Soji. Oh, the hook shot into the Mystic Flare. Easy peasy. No chance of survival there. Allies are nearby, though. Considering some potential plays.
Under attack.
They're not going to find it. Yeah, they got this big, easy lockdown, though, right? You know, this Marana, the kills are pretty free. That is why he's trying to build a Yules right now, because he's dealing with Hookshot, he's dealing with this Atos, and then, of course, the Ancient Seal, so it's really his only hope. Oh, big item, though, for the Radiant side, the Mjolnir. From that Faceless Void. That's a solid chunk of damage right now. Of course, did get buffed versus illusions, but Terrorblade, not really a hero who uses his illusions that much in battle, much more about controlling the map. Sure, they're still handy in battle and everything, but Darkseer, it's pretty good. he can maybe clear out some illusions. Of course, sometimes killing the illusions is almost bad, because it just spawns another illusion depending on the positioning that you're in. But overall, he needs some damage. He just found some. Things should be a little bit better. DogChamp, though, they're getting closer. The Chrono's here. The BKB is there as well. He's Midasing. The most important thing to do. Was it worth your life, man? Oh, the Midas. Like, they gave it charges, and it still gets them.
It's so
Miracle,
strong.
the disperser's in. It's a year.
Trent, it's so strong.
The spike.
The spike has it's unbelievable. All these things that I've definitely seen.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I covered you.
You're so good.
Yeah. It's yeah, there's a disperser. It's in.
I love it. I think it's so strong. And honestly, now looking at this after Void has died, you do gotta wonder the heck are the next couple of minutes gonna look like here.
Bro, they lost. That's what it's gonna look like. This cast got real while you were gone.
Oh,
I'm speaking
no.
the truth to them.
Why?
No, it
Never
looks bad.
Speak the truth.
Yeah. Never be honest with the audience. It is not looking good right now for Felp. They had
Taking
some
back.
control in this game, but not anymore.
They're getting a little bit of Raxi action while Roche is being taken, which is interesting.
That part is nice, but I also feel like if they get Aegis, they just lose this game.
Well, they did just get Aegis.
Dire's bottom
Yeah.
barracks are under
Can he get the finish though? This would be so sick if they got this melee Rax, but
Dun, 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 no! The
honestly,
Crimson!
it might have been worth dying
Yeah,
as beasts are tiny.
it's a little sad, honestly. But that's how it goes. Man,
All right. So the reason why I say that this Aegis is so important is I feel like they just win fights still if Red 2 just dies. But
Right.
now that's obviously, a little bit harder to do because he's going to be protected by this giant Aegis Terrorblade. And Terrorblade is just going to be up there now. Because before, the Storm kind of has to be a little bit up there. He dies a little bit, but when you have an Aegis on a Terrorblade, he just walks in. What are you going to do about it?
oh, absolutely. I mean, he's just
though. That's what he's
completely
gonna do.
free. What?
He has
What's
the
gonna do?
answer. He just slapped me in the face with the answer. It's Albino Zebra with the Aghanims. That's what he's going to do.
Wait, they both
know-
have Ags now. Kits and Albino Zebra.
Radiant's bottom tower
All right,
is
those are
under
big,
attack.
big items.
Those are
I mean,
huge.
the tiny Ags gets obviously much scarier once you get the crit.
I mean,
Sure,
I'll
that'll be
say
next.
this. I think one of the big components is that Darkseer feels amazing in the early game. Later stages against this lineup in particular, he's not going to do as much. Like, the best aura that he gets in this game, the best illusion he gets is Beastmaster, which is just an aura. Like, Faceless Void illusion doesn't do anything for you. But it might be made up for by the fact that DNM is a monster. But that's one of the other big reasons that Darkseer hates playing against Faceless Void.
Yeah, that's fair.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Waves
Oh,
goodbye.
man.
That's
you
fine.
later.
See you later.
God, he's got the double cheese, man. He's got the cheese and the greater healing lotus for red too.
The double cheese. Yeah, kind of is, isn't it?
I like
And
that.
although his courier is dead, he does have the ultimate orb here on that storm. So he could even just sell his wand if he wants and get enough for Scythe.
Wait, are they gonna get the block of cheese? Speed, chasing, finding, fade, looking, hunting. Can they bring down the Beastmaster? Oh, DNM is there. Roar. He can't TP. Vacuum's still there. Wait a minute. DNM dying. Oh, we're seeing the beginnings maybe of that Jakiro Aghanims. That was a lot of damage very quickly onto Terrorblade.
Yeah, I was thinking that it's actually one of the spells that I would throw at someone who has an Aegis, because you just throw this one spell and a couple disables and you bring them down. And then maybe you can save some of your bigger stuff like the Chrono and everything. And the cooldown's not too crazy. It goes down to a minute.
Oh, yeah.
He makes his way to 18. But yeah, not able to get there that time. Not a full commitment from the squad. And Storm did sell his one to buy Scythe, so
Radiant's middle tower
Okay.
is under
big upgrade for DogChamp.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mirana has Yule's Scepter done. I think trying to get towards a Wind Waker maybe. Could be an opportunity there for maybe some other things. DNM at about half HP, starting to beat into another lane of racks. You can see, Faceless Void not even here for the fight, not wanting to show up for this one. So it does appear they're going to be giving up racks. Although with Macro Pyre ready, oh, wait a minute, DNM starting to drop. He gets the Sunder.
Jeez, those just tickle, man. He's got like 40 armor. They don't do anything.
Ice Path, Dual Breath, still a melee rack surviving, and still not a lot of heroes here. Burning him down, trying to do the best that they can with it. Still Invis, thinks about it. Roar, Macro Pyre down. DNM, he's gonna burn. That's Aegis used. Now, do they have another one? Chrono at the ready, looking for it. Jump forward, Chrono's connected. Look at that Macro Pyre. It's tearing him apart. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? They do. Red 2 out of mana. Does have a cheese, though. Jumps away. And in the meantime, they're hunting. They're trying to kill Bloody Knight. Not quite going to get him to jump forward. That's the Hex reveal in the turnaround. Red 2 has to jump away, but they hold.
Whoa, wait, Moose? Moose is trying to snipe Mirana? Moose? The backline? Oh, you're crazy!
Atos. Oh, the call. He couldn't get him. He couldn't keep him alive.
He bought his
Moose
blink.
gets the snipe.
That's a sick play. Oh, he was lurking at that camp for a while there.
Damn.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. And that's, of course, oof. All pure, baby. Stun.
That's good.
Cascading a waterfall of stuns here.
I mean, that's a lot of damage coming from the Jakiro. And if he survives through these, level 20 talent, people like to scoff at the Macro Pyre damage, only 25 extra, but it makes a difference.
I'm scoffing
Never
at
know.
that. That's
You're
a
not
sad
taking that one?
number. It just doesn't feel good. 25, really?
It's
That's
pure,
it?
though. It's pure.
That's just it does 200 damage at level 18. You're giving me 25.
Listen, Dota is
just 10% more.
Dota is a game of thresholds. All right, if that 25 damage gets you the kill, you're taking that every time.
Yeah, but isn't it more likely that 0.4 seconds on my ice path is gonna get me a kill?
No, they need damage. They need the damage.
Because yeah, I don't know.
Probably though.
Yeah, probably.
All right, well, Storm, he's got a DD in hand, ready to go, and ooh, Bloody 9. Looking, hunting, jumping, hooking. Do they got him? Ice Path down, Macro Pyre to follow, maybe? Does it come out in time? Yes, it is. Good damage out there. Kids just backs away, but the back wall onto all of them. Still burning in the midst of this. Albino Zebra is eventually going to fall. So they take down 2.
That was a great time to get a blink from Speed.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like they were maybe going to get him out of there. But not able to get the save. Jakiro again throwing down mad damage, doing more than the TB, but of course it's not nearly as focused.
Yeah.
He's able to really get the target that he wants.
I mean, they need more damage out of their Tiny. There's no two ways about it. This guy just needs to hit harder. And likewise, eventually the Faceless Void will too. He's trying to go in towards a Lincoln Sphere, actually, after getting the MKB completed. And up top, ooh.
That's a bad time to DC. At least it paused at an appropriate time.
True.
He didn't run into the cogs yet, at least.
Chrono is ready. Does he want a Chrono here? No hook shot available. This is also Gem. So I think that they just get this clockwork kill. I think it's probably even worth chronoing for if they have to. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe not.
Yeah, probably, because, I mean, Roche isn't for, if they're keeping good track, they know Roche isn't at least for a minute, so there's a good chance, there's a higher chance that Roche wouldn't occur than it would occur if your chrono's down, right?
Right. And meta's down too, so you can kind of, play the angles there a little bit, which is nice.
Yeah. Only by a little bit, though. Yeah, that's kind of tough.
We'll see. A couple people are missing as the call. Also getting the kill and then having the ability to go right back in with more chrono afterwards would be huge. But
Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one, actually. I don't know what I'm doing here.
I'll have the time to think about it.
That's right. I mean, Mirana's 2 leaps. I feel like she probably gets Atos, though, because that's still up, which comes down. So he goes leap, Atos. He's stuck there, but Sky's out of spells. He gets hit with an Arcane Bolt. Then Clockwork walks over and just like, yeah, because he can just wand Force Staff and catch you. And it's like near that dire outpost, so there is a chance that something bad happens to you, like Storm just TPs in or something. Of course, Storm currently doesn't have a TP, so that's good news.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Well, hopefully, Lich is going to be able to get back on soon. Seeing if that guy can get here ASAP.
Sir? Why does Darkseer have a Vindicator's Axe?
It's pretty good armor when he gets stunned. He doesn't have any armor
crazy,
item right
actually.
now.
That's a really cool choice.
Yeah,
I would
it works
never
in
do that.
Chrono.
Yeah, that's really sick. It works in Chrono and just versus this like Beastmaster Roar. Like that's such a good idea though, because like I don't know. To me, I would never want to get that item because it feels so bad compared to some of the other stuff. But he's just recognizing how important his auras are, right?
Yeah.
And although it is a lot of magic damage, he tends to be like roared and then just caught out by summons. But light out coming back soon though. 5 minutes. That generally means like power out, obviously.
Right. Yeah, waiting to hear. Hopefully, he's all good. I'm not sure exactly where he's playing from. Like this from Ukraine and playing in from there. I think Solji, I'm not sure where he's playing from either. But it is one of those things that occasionally playing these online qualifiers, there are some problems happening. But hopefully he'll be back into it shortly. Dude, level 22 Faceless Void right now. This guy, I'm wondering how good this can get eventually, right? Getting towards an Aghanim Scepter eventually, if he could get there, I feel like it might actually solve some of those problems of being able to fight without Chrono even.
Yeah, it does do a lot for you. And obviously, it's nice that it is one of those things that you might just cash out from a Roche because we're heading in that direction.
True.
As it's still relatively even. I do think that DogChamp have a pretty good window. Like, I think if DogChamp get this next Aegis, they just walk down and play around Chrono, and they have a good chance of winning because of their Scythe. But if they don't do that, and these Chronos start getting a little bit stronger, we get ourselves into the 25 talent, perhaps. Void's harder to kill, either if he goes for just bigger Chrono or just for backtrack. Either one's great. And then Tiny, of course, is the ace in the hole. He's the one they really need that big damage on.
Right. Yeah, if he can get there, that would be really, really important. And I mean, I don't know. That is the one other issue with like this Jakiro trying to turn into damage is that like really the only way to amplify your macro pyre is to take that level 20 talent, which we've sort of been memeing about, but does not feel good. Maybe tier 4 neutrals though. You never know. You get yourself, maybe a timeless relic or what have you. It could be a nice way
or get
to
a veil because it's spell damage.
True.
Not just magic, that's pretty solid. 18% is actually insane. Of course, you're assuming he's probably. Well, actually, no. I guess you're assuming he's not, so that'd be pretty nice.
Still waiting, hoping to find something. Mirana almost has a nullifier. I did not realize how farmed she was. So not going that route of the route of the Wind Waker. Instead, going in for the full-on nullifier, which is such a good answer for the Darkseer, right? It takes everything off. I mean, Surge, Ion Shell, Crimson, Pipe, tough stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, let's see if we can do any information gathering here. How's our dude looking?
I did some information gathering. It was 7.30E that Veil no longer worked on Cleave. So there you go.
Wow. That's big.
I found out when I didn't realize it got changed.
All right, it says he's currently online. So
that's good.
That's good. We should be underway in just a moment then, hopefully. Or I'm reading that incorrectly because my internet also died. So, but we're back.
Yeah, you eventually got in there. I see them as currently online, like you do.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Oh, join some questionable groups though.
Uh-oh.
Don't go to the Steam page.
Oh, no.
It's just those groups that people send you when they don't like you after a game, and he just accepted one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. You know, you get invited to a group named something mean, and he just joined some of them.
No, that's not good.
Yeah, I think that's how he's taking ownership.
You know,
of it.
we should all be
got it.
less mean to people. I think that would be a good thing to do.
You know what? Dota is just like driving, man. It's like it's that same emotion. Because you don't understand why someone's doing something. You can't fathom why on earth they're doing it, and you're so mad. But they're just this like anonymous blob in your driving situation, and so you get frustrated because you can't control them. Am I right? It's just driving. We got road rage. We got Dota rage.
I feel like the attempt to curb both of those negative impulses would do us all well, but it's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do.
How are people so bad at driving? It's kind of terrifying, though.
Well, yeah. I think it's because what ends up happening is like you get your license and then you just don't think about it that much. And you're like, I know how to drive. Hey, speaking of it, Faceless Void back in, ready to go.
Back in.
Let's go.
Already with the G from Bloody Nine. They're ready to go over there on DogChamp.
So
Let me settle in there, B9. Hold on.
Dun, 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 dun.
Gotta get the armchairs up there.
Get your,
Oh, that's a nice camera shot there from B9. A little out of frame there.
I like that.
Oh, I know that. That's a mind flare.
Ah, true. Although I think mind flayers usually have eyes and faces.
That's true. They do. Yeah. I mean, if you can really call it a face at that point, it's not much of a face, but you're right. It is a face nonetheless.
I don't know what the evolutionary situation is that makes a hammerhead worth it, but we're into the game, and
That's a good shark.
Decide to go. Both
you
teams
bail.
afraid. Okay.
Yeah, you bail. Post pause, you just bail. That's always the correct choice. Never fight post pause.
Okay.
You'll have forgotten something important.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right, both teams trying to get their footing again. There are 2 wards out on the map already. That's one of the other things I like to watch post pause because you're not going to be remembering where they had vision. Kits is going under one right now. We'll see if either of these catch people out. But a haste.
All right, Lyrical.
What?
I want you to give me the Roche timer. What's it going to be?
I'm saying 24 seconds.
141.
141. Moose?
Oh, 153.
Damn.
I must be at 180 guesses by now. I still haven't gotten one.
You keep changing them though, so it won't work.
Unlucky. That's
the
not
way
how it works.
That's how that works. What are you talking about? Rocket
I
flare.
don't think that matters.
Rocket flare heading through.
I thought you did math. Oh, you did economy. Yeah.
I had a minor in math. Just the minor though.
It doesn't show. Yeah, it was a minor. I can tell.
Red 2. Hanging out in a creep wave. Always dangerous. But bottom. Oh my god, they're just going to lose their racks.
Oh, those are some mean catapults.
That's true.
They're super siege creeps.
Dunk, 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 dunk. Take them out. Show for a second on the wave. So this Roche is going to spawn with Felt in control of it. This is big.
If they wait here for another minute. You know, you used to say this jokingly at the start of the patch, and then it actually became the meta, so I don't know why I'm still joking about it.
Who's joking?
Because they are... I'm not... You're right. I'm sorry.
This is how you play Dota now.
It is crazy. I thought once Techies was out, we didn't have to do this anymore, but...
It's too strong.
Oh, my goodness.
They hold.
Thankfully, we got to get rid of some of the camps around this, so it's not as good to do this.
Oh, I like that idea. And make the buffs a little bit worse, too. I think the buffs really enable this. The Mighty Mines, really strong.
The Mighty Mines, yeah. The 38-minute Mighty Mines.
That's too good. What if the Mighty Mines scaled?
That would be so insane. that would just like ruin some fights in this area. Everyone just gets a 40 HP regen and we just fight forever.
Guys, I'm back in the Mighty Mines. Retreat to the mines.
Go to the mines. Everyone's just buying Diffusal Blade because the mana is the better thing to whittle away. All right, we're in. It's Beastmaster. He's hiding outside. The Hawks are circling Roche. Darkseer has Blink, but he's not over here yet.
And it's going to be a refresher. They're going to have... Oh, my God. They're not taking it. Dude, they lost their
they're getting
Rex.
flared. It's scary.
Just get it. Drop your macro pyre. Go in, go in, go in. Go in, go in. Oh, Storm's ready to zip. Have to be careful. Fade. Oh, danger, danger,
good
danger,
moonlight.
danger. The zip in.
Oh,
He gets it. Red 2, you monster. Immediately takes it down, and now in for more. Seeing what they can do, but the refresh. Oh, he popped it.
Oh, what's happening?
Gets the second round. He chronoed his own team, but he got Red 2 also. Moose goes down, and now catching DNM. And Aegis steal, but the jump back in to find the refresher shard. Oh, Felt, that was the fight they needed. Arrow not quite going to connect, but they do have the rundown. Can't get Bloody 9. Wow. That was crazy.
That was so insane. I mean, he gets the steal. I didn't even see what was happening there when he was trying to get that second chrono off. Did he Aegis? Wait, all right, let me see here. He did. He cheesed. He refreshed and cheesed because I was looking and I was like, why is he still standing there? I think he had to cheese.
Oh my God. What a monster.
All right, so he goes for one, comes out, fights again, jumps back, and yeah, he uses the refresher and then he has to eat the cheese.
Oh my God. Well, it was close. In the end, I think it just delays the game longer. Everything was used. No cheese, no refresher. They're just chilling.
They got a ton of XP.
Yeah.
I felt. That is one big thing that just happened. That was 1,324 XP for 4 of their 5 heroes spread evenly across it.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah. Look at that. That's so funny to look at. The XP way up there. And meanwhile, the gold way down there. That's the TV effect right there.
True. He just keeps getting where he needs to go. Mid lane, though, they're going. Lift up, back wall onto 3. Tries to back away, fade, roar, connection, turn,
bash.
Does he have enough? Does he have enough? Right there, he gets away. He's on nothing. Can they catch up to him in time? Bloody 9, keeping him alive. As he is this stalwart force in front, does end up dying for it, but another round of these fights just not going the way they wanted it. Oh, DogChamp. My God, that almost caught there too. It's scary.
That was a bold zip, I gotta say. I mean, I know there's no chrono, and that's probably why they felt pressured to make a move there. But he just barely got out of there, and they dropped both of their supports. It's not going to cost them too much, again, because of the map state the Terrorblade is constantly keeping them in. That is the good news. Oh, is that the first Ags of the tournament here for Storm, it looks like? One of the best Ags in the game, honestly. Especially relevant to what it gives the hero at the time of the game at which you get it. Like, it's just so good, because you spend your whole game being this like single target focused hero, and then you just suddenly are AoE.
Oh, yeah. No, it definitely makes a huge difference. It's really nice for them. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, moves?
Ooh, blink back, but the jump in.
Moves.
That was not what he wanted to do at all.
Bro.
Red 2.
I immediately regret my decision.
Oh, he does not have buyback either.
Yo, but he got that wisdom rune, though. I mean,
yeah. That is true.
to be fair, that wisdom rune was actually worth more XP than the kill from that last fight. And that kill, actually.
Well, it was 3,500 XP across all. It's more than all of that? I guess. All right, yeah.
It's about even.
They're trying to end the game, Trent.
That's not good. To be a dead hero while this is happening.
I mean, they want to force them back into the base, and this might just do that. Lincoln's is popped. 40 seconds without Red Dude. They might be able to do this. They walk forward, taking down one tier 4 tower, now looking for another. There's the hook shot in. This fight might turn south very quickly. Jump on Chrono. He gets him. Macro Pyre's down. It's going to be enough. The arrow comes out. The connection is there. The roar, the kill. He has buyback, though. Wait a minute. No meta, though. No meta on the comeback. They're done.
And-
they did it. Felt the gamers. Absolute gamers. Buyback on TerraBlade, but with no metamorphosis, no control. Wait, but no creeps. Oh, Speed! The man, the myth, the legend, Speed did it. He went on in, got the creep wave, and now Red 2 is back. They had a moment in on the vacuum wall on the boat. No, he doesn't have wall, but the Hex is there. Control, jump away. Kids doing some good damage. Buyback from Marana, but they gotta run. They gotta hide. They couldn't take it down. If they all in, it might have worked, but they didn't have the creeps. Oh, the presence of mind from DogChamp to get out
don't
there
forget
and catch that
GameLeap.com
wave.
here. Speed coming at you. Hey, everybody, Speed cutting creep waves here. It's your boy.
Oh my God, what the hell?
I can't wait to see the thumbnail. How I saved my team in the TI qualifiers.
All right, everybody got gold. Everybody got experience. Level 25s should be, they're still not there actually. They have one level 25. It's on the Faceless Void. He decided to take the backtrack talent. They do have buyback on all of their heroes.
How I accidentally won a game in the upper bracket.
Jumping, looking, hunting. Hits is nearby, does not have trees to throw at them. DogChamp, are they going to make the same mistake that Felt did and go for the all-in play and get punished?
They got to hold back. They got to wait. Only if they go tier 4s do you buy back on Chrono, I think.
Oh, they don't want this to happen this way. 40 seconds. They're using the glyph. The buyback is there. Vacuum wall on the 4, and the pullback isn't going to be enough, though. They take down one. Marana's already gone.
He's dead.
They go for more. The Chrono. They got him. DNM, he's falling. DNM, he dies. No buyback on DNM, and now the control is there for Bloody 9, trying to kill him off. They went for the all-in play. DogChamp, are they going to be punished now?
Oh, that was so sick. He bought back on the Yules. That's what gave him the buyback. Because I was thinking, how are you going to guarantee anything off of a buyback? That's why I wanted him to wait till the tier 4s. But all it took was just the Yules setup there from his teammate, from that Marana, that Yules that she bought in survival, these fresky and pesky Skywrath mage plays, gives him enough time for the buyback to get in there, confidently get the Chrono off, and get the kill with the Macro Pyre, which he keeps hitting, by the way, from Albino Zebra.
Honestly, the game-winning Macro Pyres, if they don't have it, it's all done. Now they have a creep wave here. Storm needs to zip to kill it. I mean, they're about to break backdoor. I think you just go tier 4s right away. We'll see if they decide to do it, and indeed,
Right to the
Ancient, it's
throne.
already
Right
gone.
to the throne.
They're going for it. Speed there for the punch. Refresher, the Chrono, the Macro Pyre. It lands on all of them. And just like that, Felt are going to take game 2. They sneak one away. What a freaking performance.
How I almost won a game in the upper bracket.
Oh, my
Game Leaf stonks up and then right back down. Felt, just chill. Look at them. Both teams after their wins, very relaxed. As if it's not the wildest Dota they've played in a while. I love TI qualifiers so much. Oh, they're fighting. They want the Aegis.
It's true.
Who's gonna get it?
God.
Is it DogChamp or Felt? Possibly. After a match like that.
You never know. That's the type of match that encourages you. It builds your momentum going forward. Jakiro, he did 22,000 damage in that game. Faceless Void, 29,000. Kits, 23,000. Jakiro did a lot. I'm feeling, I don't know. I'm not sure who even to give the MVP to in this one, man. That Age of Steel.
There's so many. Honestly, I think we might have to go back a little further, though. To me, it has to be Fade.
I was wondering, yeah. I feel like he did such a good job of controlling the early tempo.
Oh, this game was so good. So many ridiculous plays. That second Chrono off the refresher was so good. I mean, we're starting our replays here at 40 minutes, but they were down. This game was looking very tough, very difficult. And right here, too, in the back there, you can see Speed working to cut some of those creeps there, and then gets back into the fight. Ooh.
Oh my God, man. I mean, that was super close. That was in this moment after the TerraBlade buyback. The last couple of minutes were all insane. And I can't help but wonder if DogChamp had just chilled and been comfortable taking that mid-racks, I feel like, I mean, there's still always the chance of like just the chrono and then end the game type of dynamic and, you know, run at the ancient or what have you. But I don't know. There's a lot of the times that you're going to be wondering what if at the end of that. That's what I'm feeling. God.
Yeah, pushing it forward to the end there was definitely, I'm sure we're going to see that next. Probably was definitely the tough part there for DogChamp. Like, they probably just thought, like, there's no way they get DNM. Like, he's so far back. Going to be pretty difficult to do it, but all it takes, a tiny little setup there on the Yules, buys them enough time.
Oh, yeah.
It's 2.5 seconds of glory. And yeah, right here.
So yeah, Mirana.
He's in it. Look at this. They jumps at Yules, immediate buyback. And like, it's actually so much time. He goes for the kind of a greedy reflection in a sense. Like, it's just those little tiny moments that means he can't get away from where Faceless Void can reach him, and he dies for it.
And you saw right there too, Jakiro bought back. It was like 0.2 seconds before he died, he got that macro pyre off. If he doesn't get that macro pyre off, Terriblade's not dying in that chrono. Unbelievable. Sure. Man. Okay, well, Fade is who you want to give it to, the 2, 3, and 13 Beastmaster? I mean, I'm kind of down too.
That's my guy.
I'm pretty down.
I think that the reason is because he's contending with a Terrorblade the entire game, and he was a big reason as to why they're able to also help keep the map going in their direction, right? He had 343 last hits on a Beastmaster, and he doesn't get to farm like the fun stuff. He's mostly farming things that are a bit dangerous for the team, are the most important parts of the map to be controlling. He doesn't have the Hawks to work with anymore, so you're not safe while you're doing it. And I thought his items were solid too. Like, he recognized, I got to go auras this game. I'm just going to do my thing, get my blink, just keep it, you know, keep it simple, stupid. That's what they say. That's what he did. And he helped get his team the win. So it wasn't the flashiest. Everyone played extremely well on the side of Felt. But I think that his domination over the early part of this game is the only reason they managed to win this. Because DogChamp were so close to pulling it away so many times off this TB.
Right. Yeah, they had to make the big plays in the late game, but they don't even get there if not for what went on with Fade in the early going and making those moves around the map, securing some early Roches as well. Impressive performance. Man, we got ourselves 2 great series in the upper bracket. And now a game 3. I will say, losing a game like that, the type of mental recovery they're going to need, it's going to be a little bit tough for DogChamp. It's not easy to come back after losing a game like that, but they will have a little bit of time.
Lyrical.
Oh, yeah?
Frame of mind, buddy. That's all it is. You got to be like, guys, we were owning that game. It's fine. We'll just own again.
True. But will they? Is it going to happen? We'll find out. All right, all you wonderful people out there, we're going to go to a break. We're going to let these teams recover after that craziness, and we will be back in just a little bit with game number 3. See you then.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Hello and welcome back, all you beautiful people out there. Game number 3, Trentster. It's happening right now.
Yep.
NA regional qualifiers, and DogChamp felt they've pushed it to game 3 off the back of a little bit of a crazy game number 2. It felt like it could have gone either way. Interesting too that the decision in the draft, give them the Darkseer, we're going to take the Faceless Void. It seemed to work.
It did indeed. They felt like it was the right answer, and it was. But I have a question for you. What do you think is the best between first pick and second pick? Because DogChamp in their pivotal game 3 had first selection, and they chose second pick. They want that last choice in the draft. They want those protected picks, perhaps, a couple of the bands into picks that you get. I'm a big first pick fan myself right now, so I'm putting a lot of pressure on this final hero from DogChamp.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely feels like it's it's a choice that tells a lot about what they're thinking in terms of where they're putting the priorities. Homie's got some sun in his eyes. Close those
yeah,
blinds.
I gotta say, I don't like that. I mean, he's
No.
got the Bass Pro Shop hat on, which
Okay.
makes sense because, he's pro gamer.
I see. Red 2 needs to
yeah,
put
you
his
gotta-
freaking glasses on. What are you doing there, buddy? Don't poke yourself in the
man.
eye.
Geez, by game 3, it is a tactical disadvantage speed. You're killing me here. He's got to get this close. It's right on his eye.
It's true. It pains.
He's laser focused. He can't even tell that he's getting free laser vision correction right now.
And Red 2 doesn't even want to see things. He's like, guys, what's going on here?
He's balancing. He's seeing.
What the hell, dude? I guess during
balance
draft, you're not
these?
doing that much. It's probably fine.
He's just don't, he's meditating. That's what he's doing.
I don't think that's true.
That looks like meditating to me. At least he knows to put the light, behind him.
Absolutely.
good.
Yeah, that was all intentional. Makes sense. Okay, well, let's get into the actual bands that are coming out now. We've got the Pango, we've got the Dawnbreaker, Brew, NP, Venge still taken out of the pool. Everything looking fairly similar to what we saw before. Is Darkseer going to be let through?
10 seconds remaining.
It's a good question.
5 seconds remaining.
They did ban it previously, I believe, when Feld had first pick. I don't have my drafts open though, so I should check. So, I definitely approve of banning it. I mean, DogChamp, yeah, that's right, because I remember DogChamp banned it when Feld had first pick, but then Feld didn't do the same, and DogChamp, of course, immediately took it. So, I like the idea,
Radiant team ban.
and they're gonna ban it. They still don't like it.
Yeah. Don't give it to them. It's just not the way that you want to go.
10 seconds.
Now, here's a question.
Okay.
Do you think they will Invoker again, like game 1 from Feld? Or do you think Invoker's just out of this series?
I think Felt are going to Faceless Void.
Okay, just straight up.
I think it's a good answer to Darkseer, but I also just think it's a good hero right now. And it gives you so many opportunities of different places to go. With a lot of different, just AoE damage to throw into it. You got Dark Willow. You have Jakiro, obviously. We saw in that last game. There's a lot of different picks. Okay, never mind.
Oh, okay. This was game 2 for Wildcard. Taiga's Earth Spirit came out. Was looking good. I mean, this hero, he can just still do his thing.
Oh, yeah.
My main concerns right now will be the bans after this and how many of those bans feature Terrorblade, Naga Siren. I feel, is there
Seconds remaining.
any world in which you take one of those 2 heroes here as DogChamp? I guess that's too crazy when you have 10th pick. But I also feel like there's no way.
They get through.
I guess you're guaranteed to get one after, to be fair, because they only get
Yeah.
one. Well, that's not true. They could just ban both of them. They could go Terrorblade, Naga bans right now as Felt.
But then that still leaves open, now you have a whole new slew. You've got Gyro, you've got Sven, you got all those picks.
I just think when you're the better team, I mean, sorry, Felt, but I feel like when you're slightly better and
Damn.
you're more experienced, I think that those heroes carry so hard.
Yeah.
Because think about that last game. They were playing so well in the early game of Feld, and they still almost lost, and they lost a lot of control in that game just because of this Terrorblade.
Yeah.
I definitely think that needs to be banned in one of these 2 bans, without question. Maybe leaving the Naga if you really want to, but yeah, get rid of that TB. Personally, I'm getting rid of both.
I mean, the other thing to consider is that, DNM sort of stays out of the fight, stays out of the game a lot of the time when you're playing these Naga Terrorblades. And while he does exert a lot of control over the map, we think back to what happened when he brought his Sven into the fray. He was looking really good. So the question, it's like a kind of pick your poison, you know? It's like, do you want to try and play 4v5 and you're just playing a game where you're always behind? Or do you want to try and play 5v5 and then maybe you're getting outplayed by all 5 of them? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he has mostly played aggressive heroes. That's a good point. Like, I mean, that was his first loss this whole tournament because they've been 3-0 so far before that last game. And then before the TB, he had played the Sven. He'd played this. They had run PA and they'd run Slark too.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I think I actually don't know if I would hate playing against the Terrorblade or Naga. I think he let it through. I think there's enough answers. But I mean, there's also the question of, are DogChamp going to take that? They might go for something
I also
else.
think that I think TB's slightly better. So I definitely agree with the TB ban over the Naga. I think after what you just did in that last game, at least.
Yeah.
But if I'm DogChamp, what am I looking for here? I got ban into pick, huh? And then they get the double pick on Felt. Ooh, this is a bit of a toughie. Maybe you take the gyro as DogChamp because then they don't get the gyro as Felt and get like some Marcy gyro versus your Undying. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah. And I mean, the other problem is Earth Spirit's already so much team fight and everything that they kind of need. I'm down for gyro, or you ban it and then you take something else here if you don't want to reveal your carry that early, because they do have last pick overall. But nope, they're going to take the Ember out.
Honestly, with how much you're talking about the Faceless Void and how well they played it, and they would have Faceless Void into another immediate pick, maybe the Naga is kind of worth it, though, because like also ruins Faceless Void in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I don't know if
That
Felt
could
are
be
going to run
something.
it, though. Like, the fact that they didn't first phase it tells me that they don't value it as highly, except as more of this answer to the Darkseer.
I think it is hard to work it in, though, to be fair. Like, I think it's hard to first pick a Faceless Void and not to have your entire draft ruined.
True. Also, though, I don't like it as much with Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit does give you like that little initiation that you like at the beginning, but he's not throwing damage into the Chrono. The best thing he can do is start a fight before Faceless gets there. But I think you want some more damage out of your support if you're playing that.
That is true.
Roll.
Here's a good hero, though. The Lion.
Okay.
Super solid support right now. We've already seen it a little bit. Have you looked at that talent that gives him the 30-degree arc, by the way, on the respect? That thing is hilarious.
Yeah, the thing looks crazy.
It is so wide. I mean, it's 30 degrees, but like when you actually go in game and you see just how far, because you know, Earth Spike, you can kind of hit a little fat on both sides of the Earth Spike. It's like that with the Earth Spike talent too.
So it's
the actual,
45.
like that's what it feels like when you throw it. Like honestly,
Man, reserve time down to nothing for Felt. 20 seconds.
I feel like they're gonna Phoenix. I'm feeling the bird.
They gotta do something.
Do they play the bird? They do not play the bird.
Homies.
Maybe not.
Hello?
Marana is like, okay, 5.
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, we got strats. We got strats, baby. Oh, they're cooking. They're cooking something up here.
AA?
You
AA?
have to run it core, though.
I guess.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of the mid AA.
AA Faceless Void. They got 2 in a row. Do it to them. Do it to them.
And then you do AA mid, or do you do like off lane Undying?
Off lane anything. Off lane Lion. Off lane AA.
Off lane AA is probably the most legit, actually, out of them. All right.
Have you seen the new Dazzle?
No, I have not watched a game of it. I was very curious to see what would happen with it, though.
So I've played about, I want to say 4 or 5 games over the past couple of days with Cap playing mid Dazzle.
Right.
And it's very interesting. They do run back for the gyrocopter now. You get almost like no downtime on Grave.
Right.
Which is kind of crazy. And then he does a lot of damage. I don't know if this is going to be a core Dazzle or if it's going to be played in the support. But a hero that's received a lot of changes over a period of time, and has some funky, weird stuff with bad juju where you're like, health cost increasing and giving you armor reduction and increase per stack. It's like it's all over the place. It's a very weird
right.
spell now.
Radiant team.
Let me tell you about Dazzle right now in the toppest tier of pubs. All right.
Okay.
These are the people who've spammed the most Dazzle in the past 8 days. Okay. 4 matches, Dubu. That's a 5-player. So bad, 4 matches. That's a 5-player. Saneko, 6 matches. That's a 5-player. Solo, 8 matches. That's a 5-player. But coming out on top, it's Thompson with 10
shit.
games of Dazzle. He has played the most Dazzle. He went 6-4. He's rushing Ags. He got it in 12 minutes in one of his games.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's disgusting.
I have not seen the Aghanims build. We're going to need to just run through what this hero does. So they take a Bloodseeker now too. So
This is cheese, dude.
they have maybe found some new tech, or they're just picking at random.
All right. Tell me what the Dazzle Ags does like I've totally forgotten.
Team banned.
Okay, so Shadow
'Cause I
Wave.
haven't, but pretend I did.
So Shadow Wave, basically, you can cast it on enemies or allies, and then it bounces both of them, and they take damage, and they also do heals
10 seconds remaining.
an extra amount,
Equal to 150% of the normal
Right.
healing and damage
5
values.
seconds
Right.
remaining.
So
And he doesn't attack?
yeah, so that's the part about it that's crazy. Basically, you're attacking and shadow waving, and you do extra damage and heal. It's kind
Whoa.
of disgusting.
That is interesting. Okay.
Yeah. The other thing to remember about Dazzle is that he's a universal hero. So
True.
He builds all this shit that makes him crazy.
5 seconds
Um,
Oh, dude, that Spirit Vessel patch must have been disgusting with this hero.
Yeah.
It been so good.
Now the problem is, based upon the picks, I feel like this is going to be a support. I like the idea more of DP offlane Dazzle 2, but I don't
Yeah.
know if that's what they're going to run. I feel like they're running this as a 5.
10 seconds
I actually think it's going to be mid. I think they're going to pick a 5 right now.
5 seconds remaining.
That would be my guess. I think that's how this cheese is going to work.
All right, we'll see.
And I think DogChamp are just banning to help protect whatever they want as their mid. They're not that concerned about this being a Dazzle mid. That would be my thought, at least.
Yeah.
If I wanted a 5, I think Witch Doctor looks kind of okay. Just because it's like Underlord. It's a lot of damage. I mean, it is a little bit extra heal, but the cask would help for some of this chase down too. But nope, it's a mid queen. All right.
Kud's playing that one. Still a very strong hero. One of the ones he's most known and accomplished on. The Queen of Pain. Has played it a lot. And for
10
DogChamp,
seconds remaining.
what are they going to take last?
5 seconds remaining.
Puck. It's a good puck game.
That's a trap. We don't pick puck in this house.
Dude, it's a really good puck game against that Quap.
Don't fall for the trap.
Oh,
That's GG. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap. Why did you do this?
Interesting.
Speed. That hat better be pulled down soon here, Speed.
I'm curious what's going to happen now. I am unsure how this is going to
Lyrical.
work.
They're gonna lose.
You think so?
They picked Puck. Puck is a trap. Okay, here's the thing. My problem with Puck is that you want to snowball after the laning stage and no one dies anymore. You just, this hero, things have to go so well for you to actually get the kills.
Okay.
I actually think this is going to be a hard game for them. I'm sure that obviously they can still win. I do think they are the stronger team overall, but I think that this hero is just so weak compared to what it used to be.
Remaining.
It's just
true.
such a poorer version of its former self. Like everyone is so much tankier now, and the spells did not get more damage. You know,
Right.
It's insane how broken Puck was before, and now that we all have like 10 or 12 free strength from neutral items, that Puck is a harder time.
It's true. I think that the one upside, of course, is this matchup mid you love to have. You just allow DNM to play an aggressive hero. I think this is going to be a much more high-tempo game coming from DogChamp than we saw in the last one. I think that suits their play style. So we'll see if it works out for them. And the other big question mark here is, you take in these first 2 to 3 picks, a Death Prophet with a Dazzle. There's going to be some fireworks. There's going to be some weird things happening. I don't know exactly how to feel about it, but it's going to be cool. If he can get to an Aghanim Scepter, that'd be mega hype. Actually, it's probably bad, though. I don't think that he actually wants to get towards it. I wish it would have been a core Dazzle.
No. Yeah, it would have been hype. Yeah, you talked about the idea of like plus 25 damage on Macropyre. It's about thresholds. This is a game of thresholds for Fel because they have Bloodseeker. That last little second you get the kill, always heal back up. Death Prophet, oh, you didn't quite get the kill. Oh, the heal's coming back in. It's all these tiny little things where they're going to be very consistent with their damage here on DogChamp. And they have a lot of damage that they can't really focus that easily, right? It's like the flat cannons coming out. It's like, yeah, I'm hitting everybody. It's lots of damage. Underlord as well. It's lots of damage, but it's not focused. Puck as well. It's lots of damage. It's not focused. So Lion, he's like you know?
Right.
Whoever needs to die, it's on Moose.
We'll see if he can get it done. The other sort of downside to this is that, there's no Spirit Vessel hero to naturally build it in this game on the side of DogChamp. And it is a hell of a game to have a Spirit Vessel. They put their wards in the exact same spot, and so did Red 2 just about. That is unfortunate. Oh, wait, no, he put it in the other spot.
They love the wave.
Man.
Oh, he's thinking about denying it. He wants Fade to come deny it with him, I think. Oh, they're not going to do it.
Check runes, please. Guys,
They actually don't have a sentry anyway, so not a concern.
Nice, nice. Well, party hats being put on as we are ready
Yay!
to head into this game number 3. Never
Happy 10th anniversary!
Never fear, by the way, all you fine folks out there. There's more Dota 2 to be played a little bit later on today. We've got one more series after this. It's going to be actually 2 more series, excuse me. Sand King GÓMEZ versus Bait. And then we've got American Goons versus The Cut. It's going to be awesome stuff.
It's crazy because that's the series I was hyped up for. This one I thought that DogChamp would kind of dominate a little bit and felt very happy to see them prove me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness, that Queen of Pain taunt is insane.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I love this set. Quap is one of the few mid heroes I actually play. That new set of hers is pretty awesome. I guess it's not super new anymore.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely don't see it a lot though. People kind of have their Queen of Pain sets and they like them,
Right.
But yeah, this one's pretty wild.
Well, in the meantime, we're seeing already some of the reason maybe that they picked this Death Prophet. A nice little answer in a way to Bloody 9, throwing out the Spirit Siphon. Of course, long duration cooldown on those, but getting pushed out of the lane almost completely.
Yeah, it's going to have the wave pulled though. Earth Spirit, very good at this. Can just kick away the Undying, but we're going to have a little meet up in the jungle. A new lane is forming. Oh, get that range creep. Oh, he knows.
Nice. Takes that one away. I guess that's another thing. I haven't seen Death Prophet get played since the BKB changes. I'm assuming that the Spirit Siphon, being able to cast that even through BKB is going to be pretty nice. I mean, you get like less, heal, I'm assuming, out of it. I'm not sure if that's the way that works. But still a pretty good way to make sure that you get something out of it when BKBs come out.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, that is pretty interesting. Because, it's better than nothing. Sometimes you just want to slap down all the ones that you can to try and survive. And it lasts 6 seconds, so you can maybe catch somebody like as the BKB is close to ending anyway, just when you have a moment to do it.
Right.
Pretty cool option there.
Waves all over the place.
Oh, he's not going to stay behind, though, to block that, unfortunately. Blaine, I couldn't quite get the timing right on that, so the camp does spawn. I would guess he would have wanted it out, but I guess he can utilize it, though, because Earth Spirit's doing the long pull all the way back between the tier 2 and the tier 1, so that means he could go for a pull off of that camp as DNM is doing laps here. Yes, Dota 2. This is one of those things that just must be so hard for new players. Like, if you ever did this to a new player, they would have no idea what to do.
Oh, it's the best. I love it when that happens. It's so nice. That's how I got to 5K, Trent.
That is true, actually. You literally just did Darkseer and cut waves.
It was beautiful. Well, I will also say that the other nice things that we've got kind of going here, at least at the early going, is DNM is having an amazing time, and we're seeing why Death Prophet is not getting picked that often. My God, 17-12 versus 3-1. Whatever they're trying to do on Felt, it is not working.
Yeah, I'm like trying to figure it out. I'm like trying to find a way that you can fix this. I mean, Bloody Knight has no mana. His courier just died, but they can't even roll on him and kill him because it's a level 2 Death Prophet. It's like Siphon doubles in damage from level 1 to level 2. You do nothing at level 2.
Yeah,
You are useless.
This is bad. This is quite bad. Man. Well, at least some of the other lanes. No, they're also losing those. Okay. Things going well for DogChamp.
Yeah. Yeah, they most certainly are.
My God. Well, we'll see if DP. I mean, the other problem. Like, honestly, Death Prophet doesn't even do stacks or things like that. Like, what the hell is Fade gonna do in this game?
Kill with 2 points and Siphon.
Oh my God.
Like just whittling down a little bit.
Punches are there. I mean, I've been looking up on the top side where Death Prophet is absolutely getting demolished. Finally has a wave coming in, might be able to get some more CS here. Bottom, they're not really able to do too much, but Moose is putting the pressure on the Albino Zebra. Does manage to get a pull here and make the move over
That
on
was sick
Moose.
last hitting. I'm so glad you watched that. Let's go Fade. That was
Yeah.
pretty nice. In trouble. He had to time things pretty nicely there.
Moose still contesting. Hits. Trying to trade hits there with Red 2 and damage down. Bloody Knight.
What's he gonna do?
I mean, that should not have happened. There's no way. And now Fade is suddenly gets first blood gold and then also a tombstone kill. Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Well, Erica. Look who has Arcane Boots and an Earth Spirit in her lane with 2 points in Spirit Siphon.
That is, I can't believe that happened. That's devastating.
All part of the plan here from Felt. They knew. All right, now will something similar happen in the mid lane because we are closing in on the level 6 moment.
Making the move. I mean, was that all to secure a bottle refill? I feel like it can't have been. They connect now. Silence already used. Kits jumps away. Puck chase. Red 2 goes for it. I mean, he called out the direction she was going to blink.
Oh, the armor.
That's crazy. Red 2, big plays. Roll through, finds him, slow down. Does he have a way to get out of there? Still juking, still jabbing, trying to escape. This is huge, though. Oh, that's big. Albino Zebra gets the courier and the kill.
Okay.
Level 4.
Yeah, unexpected heroes here. Oh, Fade also chasing to the Lotus, but DNF's still going to channel it.
Okay.
Not scared. And this is one thing that Death Prophet gives you. It's kind of like Timbersaw. You know, you get 2 points in reactive armor, you feel a lot better. Fade got the 2 points and now the 3 points in Siphon and able to stand pretty tall up here. So keep note, Fade also what's level 25? Master tier? Yeah, a master Death Prophet. That's a disturbed individual.
That's true, a little bit.
Play that much Death Prophet. Roll in the mid lane. Moves goes down.
Nice, nice. Sonic Wave still held for the moment. And DP gets another tombstone kill for all it's worth. I mean, they're starting to recover for all the denies that speed as well.
9 also going to feed away? Maybe?
Right.
Oh, I thought he was going to get poisoned and chased.
Gonna do
But he got away. He was coming to try and scout in for the
Sneak.
Wisdom Rune. Yeah,
Stolen.
yeah.
Oh, he gets it! Damn. Moose is pissed. That's crazy.
Oh, he's so annoying. I love it.
Dude, I mean, it's interesting. They have definitely gotten into a better position after that last game win. Feels like they found their mojo. I mean, the beginning of this started bad for them, but they're definitely recovering.
I feel like they're playing kind of relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
They look like they're playing more like a pub. Fade's dancing. He's taunting his way up here while he wards behind this tower. He's got one thing on his mind on this Death Prophet. As mid lane, of course, they also have one thing on their mind, which is actually trying to get a kill with Dream Coil. But not yet. But yeah, he's pinging. You know, Bloodseeker's saying, hey, I'm going to do the Twin Gate. Here I come.
Goes for it. DNM in trouble. Nowhere to go. Easy connection for the kill. I mean, they took a lot of damage for their trouble, but this is what you want to do with Death Prophet. Level 6 online. Huge. And where's the counterplay? Like mid lane, they've got Coil on Puck.
That's what Puck likes. Puck likes it when you come under the tower. Not this time, I guess.
Kits. Ward right in the middle, saw these rotations, playing it safe.
Yeah, I saw Moose ping this mid tower like, hey, we need to put pressure here. We got to do something about this, but it's not easy. You know, Coil, oh, he's within range. This is so tempting.
Bringing numbers now, trying to take down this tower. It's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. They get the top tower by Felt and no counterplay mid. They did get a lot of damage onto it at least.
And Fade just gonna immediately start moving right back up there, steal this bounty rune, going towards a mech to help the team. There's a roll mid on the Puck with the silence, but it doesn't last very long this early.
Coil, drop down. Okay, well they ganked themselves,
Oh,
but the grave, it will be enough. Blinks away and has the stick charges, throws out that sonic wave, hits for the kill. Red 2 is gone. Now rolling in, looking for more. Silence out, moves nearby. They try and take down that tombstone. The heals were there, but Speed's still doing a lot. Heal coming now from Bloody 9 as Lich still goes for the chase down, hits a couple more. Oh, he could have gone for it, but didn't decide to.
Can't believe he didn't chase there. He respected them so much under that tower that they were going to hit their spells.
Yeah.
That he also just ran by 2 bounty runes. That's very funny. You just don't know. Team, please.
That's big, killing the Puck for the Earth Spirit. You're happy about that if you're Felt.
And that was so close too, right? Like a bit of an aggressive Earth Spirit roll in, but the positioning to get there from Albino Zebra comes back to getting that kill on Puck earlier to have the boots, honestly.
Yeah. We'll pick up a rune, but it's only an invis. Not what you want. And seeing some of the value right now is they will deny out the mid tower. Oh my god, those are some big stacks.
This might be value, honestly, because it might get them a kill on Bloodseeker. Oh, they're going to get those 2 bounties.
Oh.
Scan hits. The scan hits.
They know.
But it is an invis. How much respect will he give them? Will he TP out right now or is he dead? Oh, he's out of there.
Moves. Blind. Oh, it's a long TP. Oh my god. Jeez. That's crazy.
What is it with this series, man? Every little thing. It's magic.
It is. All right, another tower going to be taken. DogChamp starting to look a lot better after these last couple of moves.
Oh, the smoke up, and look. Oh, I smoked you again. What a nice quality of life change.
Look at DNM right now as they're taking this mid tower. He's starting to clear out these stacks. This is a lot. He's got the spark of
courage, too. That's a lot of damage on Flat Cannon.
Yeah. But he's actually not going to go try and clear him out. Wait, are they going to protect this tower instead? Roll in, finds one.
He's farming.
Silence, kick. I mean, they're running into the rest of his team. Red 2 is there too. They still have Exorcism running about half duration. Mech is ready. They can't do much of anything. Now need to kick him back in. Silence, a little off the mark, still healing, still good. The mech is there. That is mid tower going down.
Imagine if they knew. If they had vision on those gyro stacks right now, ooh.
Oh yeah.
Those things would be gone.
Speed. X. Looking for a kick. Kicks them backwards. They don't have the damage. They need to get out. Interesting.
Man, they're really not afraid right now, are they?
Oh no.
Radiant's bottom tower is
But
under attack.
likewise, DogChamp are going to come back and clean up these stacks.
I feel like a mech hero just nullifies Puck.
It's true.
It just feels like you just can't finish your meal. You know, the plate's still got some stuff on it. It means you're not going to get dessert. That's how it works at my house. tough times.
I do feel like DNM, though, is starting to get pretty big, and he might be able to sort of clean up for this puck at the end if he can get the farm that he needs.
That is indeed the goal. And he's doing great. Obviously, he's the most farmed right now, and I've got a free meal by the looks of it.
Oh, yeah. Is it getting close to dinner for you, Trent? I'm sensing that.
No, I know. I realize I'm talking about food. I am sneaking my supper in between games. We have like 3 minutes at a time to eat. So far, I've gotten through the pork and the beets. I still have some beans to go.
Nice. Good. Keep us up to date.
Yeah, the potato was fantastic. Fresh from the valley today. Oh,
I like
excellent potato.
That's important.
Yeah, I went to the farmer's market, got the good veg.
Love to see that.
Yeah. Anything else you need to know about it?
No.
There's chocolate cake for dessert.
I would rather know less, as a matter of fact, but
Oh,
that's
okay.
fine.
You hungry too, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. All right. 14 minutes coming up. We got next round of these wisdom runes. And Gyrocopter Aghanims, 2K away. The 2K gold lead.
Sick D-word. That is big. That is his best item, of course. All right, calculating. It's an Earth Spirit. Let me just do the calculation for you. 3.8 strength gain per level. That's why you walk away.
True.
You got 2 supports there. Doesn't matter.
Whoa,
Unless you
did he
plan on
steal it?
ulting with Flesh Golem.
Look at speed. Guy's a crazy person.
It's all right. Safety.
Okay. I guess it works. Just drops
How
the
about
gate.
Fade right now, speaking of crazy?
Yeah, he's got a mech and a hood, or a cloak, rather. He's feeling pretty solid.
Solji's just chasing Blade 9 right now. Gonna try and kick him onto the pillar. Dude, that's all he was trying to do right now.
Tombstone up on the high ground, magnetized down. As a lot of people reapplying that magnetize as the rest of DogChamp shows up, that's going to be the death of him. With a missile chasing. Coil. Oh, we didn't jaunt. Oh. Maybe a chance there.
Yeah, possibly. Now they take the bottom side of the map. The rest of Felt go up top here as the camps respawn. So try and get a little bit more onto Fade right now. Fade ran that last game on the Beastmaster. Not as easy to keep the tempo going on Death Prophet. A little bit more team dependent. You don't have the same solo push. He's going to jump with the ulti onto speed. And Kit's there. No mana left for the Sonic Wave.
Not going to work. And in fact, he might just... Oh, my... Oh, the grave! Oh, albino zebra. Right behind, ready to go.
That's really interesting too with the there's been a lot of changes to Dazzle over the past, since he was last meta, but the heal amp per 10% missing is really cool with DP.
Totally. Yeah, that part is definitely nice. Fade is still just sitting here, not at all afraid. And they did see that ward that was dropped down. Bloody Nine says goodbye. Back to it they go. All right, this game 3, it's going the distance. I can feel it already.
It's starting to look that way. Part of the reason is because the pickoffs are a little bit tough. Oh, nice Ob Sentry combo here from DogChamp, but they missed the Earth Spike.
Just gets out of there. Oh, hunted.
Oh, he tried the pull though. He flubbed it.
More. Looking. Hunting. And on to one. Find another. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, now they are strong. They are very, very strong. Oh, my God. Okay,
I had to check. What was that silence?
DP sounds, maybe?
Yeah, it must have been. It must have been DP that got there in time for it. Earth Spirit just used his, so yeah, that was clutch. I wonder. Yeah, it was DP silence. Yeah, she got in there right at the end. So big plays to get the double kill there. And after that, I kind of wonder, when can you get the Queen of Pain shard?
Oh my God.
I feel like it would be so good this game versus Lion, Puck, even Undying. It's pretty solid, but it's hard to buy it on the hero. I don't think that really works. I feel like for her, it was so much better on Roche when you would get it on the second Aegis. It was more likely that that's going to come for you.
Right.
But, you want a lot of items like Queen of Pain. You want BKBs and stuff. You can't really stop for a shard. I don't think it's that value.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the heal and then the run away is going to keep Earth Spirit alive. I like you pontificating about the Queen of Pain shard, but I just want to draw your attention, if I may, to Fade's items, because he has bought the important one.
Oh, good. Now I see what you mean by going the distance.
Yeah. As Albino Zebra just gets brought down by DNM and Moose together, and now they're wrapping around up top. Fade, go through the portal, see what happens. Live a little. No, the Atos in trouble. Trying to survive through this is a lot of heals, but it's not going to be enough.
They have the confidence when the Dazzle's dead, you know.
Chase?
They're going straight Aegis right now.
Okay. Red 2
he's just baiting.
has started to... I mean, I don't remember what point it was in that last game, but a couple of those zips in on Storm, and the last couple of fights he's been playing so aggressive, but hasn't been able to get away with it.
And they didn't roach. I thought they were setting up for a roach because of that, honestly. I was like, yeah, because they were going into the pit, and I was like at Gyro's items, like they could do it. But they didn't believe. I guess because no tombstone, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. And Flesh Golem, it's a pretty big part of that Roshin.
All right. Well, how about oh.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't work
that's
anymore
not-
up top.
No,
Bloody 9.
that's a tough one.
Tried to TP away, but Earth Spirit is very low cooldown on that rolling boulder. I will say that hero feels insane to me right now. I think this hero is way too good.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I
attack.
think that there's a lot of things that go his way right now. I don't think he's like insanely broken, although it's hard to say that because he was just at a point at once where he was so unbelievably broken that it's hard to compare him to anything else.
Right.
But yeah, he's probably the best melee initiator right now
I
across
think
the board.
if you can get through the laning stage, him core is just so hard to deal with because it's really hard to lock him down.
And he's so tanky. He's like some of the most strength gain in the entire game.
Yeah.
And I say this every time that I cast an Earth Spirit. If you've never played Earth Spirit, please give him a try. He is very much not that hard. He just looks intimidating. I promise you, put all the spells on quick cast, mess around in the demo lobby for a little bit. It's not that bad. Turn on Alt to self-cast, and if you hold Alt and you press the Stone Remnant, it drops it right in front of you. So every time you go for a roll, you just hit Alt-D, and then you get the auto bonus roll. It's not hard. You don't even have to aim anything either. When you do kicks, you just click where you want to kick them. You don't have to like angle it on the hero. I think some people still think that's how it works.
Right.
It's really not that hard to play, and he's super fun.
Did you
So
say
yeah, don't be intimidated by him.
Alt-Ds?
Yeah, Alt-Ds.
Did you say Alt-Ds?
nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Got
Yeah.
him.
You got him, bud. Yeah.
Smoke up coming now.
Here I am trying to help the player base.
Smoke up, find one. Oh, they're on all these. Is Earth Spirit to get on? Oh, I nailed it. Oh no, Red 2. Red 2? He blinked away. Nice play.
I like how you're scared for a puck with a shield rune. That's how weak this hero is now.
I know.
All right, they have BKB and Shard on this Bloodseeker with Maelstrom, but
Oh
Bloodseeker's
my
at a-
God!
you know,
Look at the gate.
Hello?
He dropped it behind him. The scouting gate. Oh, weird fight though. Need to get out on the Quap route. No save, no way to get there, and everybody TP'ing out of there. Okay, well that does secure them, Roche, and these zombies are gonna chase for forever.
And this is the part of the game where they should be winning fights right now for Fel. This is really bad for them. Like that's an exorcism used that's going to result in nothing. They have nowhere to go. He's just hiding in the trees right now, scared, alone. He can't see anything. He doesn't know what's happening. His map is dark.
True. Just gotta hang out and wait for everybody else to leave. I am impressed that he stuck around there though.
3 wins, 0 losses. Broken.
Dude, told you. This might be the
Can't be
first though.
touched. Don't say it.
They're not careful.
It is looking pretty good.
Still, some things to sort of hang their hats on. There is also Death Prophet with a bunch of healing lotuses. Another thing where I don't think we've seen this hero since these have been introduced. It's a pretty nice little thing as Red 2 picks up a bunch of bounty runs there. But yeah, I think the Healing Lotuses are going to be pretty nice for that DP.
Yeah, certainly one of the heroes that can be used the most. And likewise with Dazzle, right? If you get Graved and you have Lotuses, then you get a big bonus out of them. So that's pretty cool.
Moose silenced. Kick, roll through. Red 2 finds him. Leash is there. Speed looking. Root. Ato. Silence finger done. Man, Kit
didn't work for it.
Bullied.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And my disrespect for Puck is only matched by my disdain for the no BKB co-op. I mean, I get it, you know. I understand. It feels like that's kind of how you have to play the hero, but when you're in these situations where you're trying to make like little plays on the side of the map and everything, it's pretty tough if they have any semblance of disable.
Right. Well, and I think one of the other problems is that, like, if you're on the side of Felt, they need to make these goes happen where they're not heavily committed, right? If Quap blinks, she's probably dead if she doesn't get the kill. And Underlord turnaround with Fiend's Gate is just too hard to play against. So
Yeah.
I feel like they have to make plays when Fiend Gate's down, but it almost feels like they have to bait it out or something.
I mean, I think the big problem is that she's really poor and she's going Kai Assange before BKB. And like, I know this is the build that most people go for too, but it feels pretty bad when you're this far behind because it just means your BKB is going to be so late. And it feels like you really need BKB this game to play.
Are they going to make a roll here? I'm not sure exactly where our Earth Spirit's going. He's just
Making space.
rolling around on a trip.
He's got 2 obs.
Radiant's middle tower is
He's going to drop a couple funny observers somewhere here. He decides this is spot number 1.
Okay. Meanwhile, bottom is DogChamp pushing out these lanes, but they find another Bloodseeker found. He has BKB. Turns to fight. Rupture onto Puck. TP away. He's dead. Oh, man. Oh, Felt.
They're doing work.
It was looking good for Felt before, but really struggling now. These Fiend's Gate, it's devastating.
Radiant's
Yeah, I think they're doing so much work for them right now. It's controlling the entirety of the map. They're really abusing their Aegis because of these Fiend's Gates. And he actually finds Albino Zebra over here in the corner.
No TP available. Got to grave himself, but nowhere left to go. Feels bad.
Radiant's
And
top tower is under
meanwhile, they're just rolling around trying to find somebody here. They run to Moo. The Hex is there. The stun to follow. Finger of Death. Silence is out. Nowhere left to go. Doesn't even get
He
to
had the
roll
coil.
away.
Oh, they had to drop it. Couldn't let him get away.
Radiant's bottom tower
Damn.
is under attack.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom
9K gold lead all of a sudden, and Felt have just been stopped in their tracks. They are not getting things done, and in fact, it's DogChamp that are taking these buildings. Moves, jumps forward. They find Fade. He gets the Greaves off, but this is going to be a lane of racks.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Not the end of the world, but like the real problem is that Felt just look completely discombobulated. They don't have enough damage.
No, they know the damage, and they have to play around Exorcism every single fight. That is always going to be the downside of the Death Prophet, and they're struggling to force any fight for them right now. So, and now on top of that, Gyrocopter is about to be level 20. That is bad news. Even if he loses the Aegis, he's still going to become overwhelmingly powerful. That Radiant Scan is still missing. Somehow.
Oh, this could work if they can get the Grave off. They do. Kits backs away, blinks away. Missiles on him. Can't die to that one. Now the Aegis expired. Rupture onto DNM. Moose could go for a blink play here if he wants to.
Middle tower has fallen.
Are they really just going to keep pressuring high ground? I mean, this is a bold play. They have Satanic. Moose jumps in, stun, tries to control. Grave is there. This is the way you want to take these fights if you're Felt, but they don't have Rupture. They don't have a way to chase.
Yeah, he BKB'd too. At least they did an Exorcism. That is good news.
Man.
they come.
Yeah, got him. But the grave is there. Heels coming out. Tries to survive. Sonic Wave.
Nice.
It's still just tickling. All of this
The fact they
sustain.
can't chase without rupture is so painful, dude.
Yeah. It's a serious problem.
Kind of insane they held, though, to be fair. Like, give them some credit. They're going to get a Wisdom Rune now. They held out long enough to get a little bit of XP going their way. That's going to get Earth Spirit to level 12.
Yep. Gets the wisdom, gets out. No, it is just really tough to fight into this lineup, and everything going the way of DogChamp. They have such a commanding lead in this game. Playing behind the gyrocopter, just letting him hit towers. DNM, not at all afraid. Just put this guy on aggressive heroes.
Yeah, he's switching behind the, or between the Daedalus and the Butterfly right now. I definitely like the Butterfly. I think Bloodseeker is his most likely problem. And he just wants, we just want to ensure that you just keep right-clicking and try and survive long enough that you're getting the most of your Satanic. So I think the survivability as well as the offensive potential of the Butterfly is the way to go.
Yeah. Well, up they go into the Tormentor.
Actually, they saw that it was hitting
Roll.
enemies.
Magnetize, good magnetize, great magnetize. Tormentor gives it over to Moose. Roll away, keeping him alive. BKB running out. Fade still trying to survive through this one. They have another grave up in 1 second. Can he get there in time? Yes.
Ooh.
Keeps him alive. Exorcism still a little bit of duration. I don't think it's going to matter, though. Fade still ends up falling. And a coil to drop on Albino Zebra's head. With that one now.
Moves.
That might have been the last swan song coming out as DogChamp step up high ground, start to take down buildings.
Yeah, they're not waiting around right now. Knock down that tier 3. Keep scatting them out, sending them back with the illusory orbs. Checking the tree line too, being very cautious right now. And you know, this puck not so bad. Did its job, I'll say. I don't think it was necessarily the only hero that could have done it, but and it was hard to get the solo pickoffs. Like obviously you don't have this like it's 15 to 10, but the one thing that he did do is not feed too bad.
Oh yeah. Even a hero that maybe is a little bit bad nowadays from all sort of statistical standpoints can still find a good place every now and then if it's the right game. But nonetheless, it is mega creeps into the hands of DogChamp. And Felt backs up against the wall, just going to try and hold out for all they're worth. But tokens go in the way of DogChamp. They're in complete control of this game. He does finish off that Butterfly on DNM as he gets level 20.
Ooh. Oh, Moose silenced. And yeah, nothing else to help. Hey, he left the tier 3 token behind though.
Hey. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's not good. God, this Quap has been punished so hard. Defender's Gate, do your job. All right, they're done.
They call it.
Wow.
That's fair.
Yeah. Well, a frustrating game, I'm sure, for Felt as DogChamp managed to take the upper bracket final spot. So they are going to have a date with Destiny with Nouns, where they're going to have to battle it out in that upper bracket finals.
What?
That's right.
That's crazy.
That's happening.
That can't be right. That can't be how DogChamp upper bracket finals versus Nouns. Wow,
Big.
Miracle. That's pretty exciting stuff.
It is. I'm going to see how it goes. Still a lot of Dota to be played, but they looked clean. There were definitely some parts where they didn't look clean, though. So they look clean sometimes. They looked not clean other times. And we're just going to leave it at that.
All right, I like it.
What do you think about this team?
About this team?
Yeah, what do you think about
this game?
team? And this game.
I think that this team has shown that they have really good communication in their good games. So I think that is something that if you get the right drafts, as long as you communicate well and you play your teamwork, then you can beat teams that maybe are considered a little bit better than you. That's, and plus I do think that both Nouns and Wildcard were looking a little bit shaky at times, and being consider the top 2 teams, sure,
Right.
in this, but DogChamp, they got heart, they're scrappy. You never know. They could pull out a couple wins. Crazier things have happened in the NA qualifiers. I can tell you that much for sure.
Absolutely.
And, they got Moose God. Moose, pretty crazy at Dota. Very good. Bloody Nine, the best sacrificial 5 player you're ever going to find in an NA pub.
Oh, I like that.
He'll just do everything with no gold, which is good because versus Nouns, he might get no gold.
That's true.
So he'll be in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, in the commander seat, absolutely. As far as MVPs,
I already sent one in. Don't worry.
Can I take a guess? Are you putting speed down?
I sure did.
I think those Underlord ultis, I mean, that's the sort of tough situation, right? Because some of that is the other people that are hunting as it's going on, which is probably Moose, but it doesn't happen if not for speed playing that hero.
Yeah, no, it's not so much. I mean, he did really well. He didn't die this whole game, so we can get bonus points for that. But the way they utilized his Underlord was fantastic.
Yeah.
They really cemented the hardest parts of the game for themselves with the use of that gate, and he did it in some pretty creative ways. I think it helped the puck a lot, because one of the problems with puck that I was complaining about is this coil into kills is really hard to get, because we were finding that whenever you see pucks picked, it's very common for them to coil someone and not be able to finish the kill themselves anymore, or the support that's with them can't keep up at the same pace as the puck. Like, puck finally hits the coil, and there's not a follow-up until, like, the very end of the coil. There's no right-clicking damage the whole time. But what they're doing is they're coiling and they're gating. And then they're bringing in multiple heroes, and they're getting kills that way, which is a nice adaptation to make sure that this hero is still successful. So, big fan of everything Underlord did for them this game. And your boy Speed gets the W.
Amazing stuff. Impressive performance, and another game to watch what ends up happening going forward for them, how they're going to be able to handle the pressure that's going to come from Nouns. But we got to get going, because holy moly, Trent, 2 series, 6 games already. We have 2 more series yet to be played. Sand King GÓMEZ facing off against Bait. It's going to be taking place in just a couple of minutes, so stay tuned. We'll be back in just a bit with our next best of 3. See you then. Bye. with that beautiful look back at that last game that we have, Trent, we're getting ready for our next one. NA regional qualifiers here for TI at Sand King GÓMEZ facing off against Bait, and they had a particular way that they got here. Let's take a look at that bracket. This beautiful, beautiful bracket that gives us all the information that we might ever need in our entire lives. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. You couldn't even wait for the lower thirds to come up to talk about us.
I was
before
so
you just wanted
excited.
them immediately off our faces. You just love the bracket so much.
I do.
That's what's going on here.
Bracket's
I
beautiful.
see how it is. Well,
Well,
it's it's coming right up. I just have to
Believe.
press the buttons over here. Don't worry about it. There,
Bang,
I found
bang.
it. Sorry, it took me a second.
look at this.
So they both found their way down to this lower bracket versus who are considered probably two of the favorites, Nouns and Wildcard. But most importantly, both Sand King GÓMEZ and Bait took games off their opponents.
Right.
It's gonna be good.
Now, here's the question that I have for you. After seeing that last game, I think that like these two teams are my pick for number 3 in the qualifiers. Do you agree with that kind of?
Yes.
So obviously it can't, well, it could be that. I think amongst them, it's probably going to be Wildcard that makes it happen instead, and that instead whoever wins this series between these two is going to end up getting 4th. I could be wrong about that, but that's just kind of the way it looks to me, the way it feels to me. Who do you think is going to take the W though here? I mean, how could we even compare these two teams? I don't even know how
I
it's
think
possible.
I think I'm on Bait's side, I gotta say.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think I'm a Bait believer.
What makes
I do love Sand King GÓMEZ. I do think they have one of the best logos and names. Especially the best part of their logo is it has the registered trademark on it. They have the little R in their logo, which is just great
That's great.
because they don't want anyone else getting on the action, you know?
I also think that they have a really good voice line, if I'm not mistaken. They have some
Yes.
really good voice lines in there. Well, we'll see what ends up being the case and who it is that's able to take the victory in this one, as I believe we're getting close to a draft now. Should be underway in just a couple of minutes here. But the thing that I want to really see is, you know, again, can both of these teams keep up that momentum that they've been building? They started in the lower bracket, end up facing off against each other early, but there's a decent chance that, you know, these teams can go far. You got to get away with the victory here, though. And my goodness,
It's the last
gracious.
chance.
Look at this.
That's how it works.
Already into it. Wow, we're quick on the draft. Ready to go.
Wildcard Gaming's turn to bat.
Yeah, and some of those big heroes, they start dropping fast. Heroes that dominated our last series. I think the Darkseer and the Beastmaster, I think the offlaners, actually, maybe just overall, we're feeling pretty strong there. We got some new faces in this early part of the draft, though. The first time Naga has been mentioned this early, that's for sure,
Oh, yeah.
in our draft so far today. But also that Wraith King ban. Not giving Sand King GÓMEZ the sauce.
No.
How dare they?
I think that's a good decision overall to make sure that you don't give that one up. Darkseer's still in the pool. I always love talking about him. Invoker still in the pool as well. And Sand King GÓMEZ, what are they going to take? What's the pick? What's the play? What you gonna do if they come for you, Mr. Chan?
Thank you.
He's the captain, so you know.
Yeah, no, that was good.
He also has a beautiful little stuffed animal behind him there,
5
which looks
seconds
great.
remaining.
And some backup paper towel rolls.
Just in case.
So also important. Hey, the bird, the Phoenix comes out. First pick, a hero that we have not seen yet today, and they have not yet played in these qualifiers.
Cool.
They just pull it out.
I love to see that when it happens.
10 seconds remaining.
And of course, Bait, a collection of players that
5 seconds
very well storied and known. And then, of course, a coach that's there too as well, Mag, making things happen. They get the Dawnbreaker.
You can actually see, Stoma in the bottom left of that picture, maxing, relaxing.
Yeah.
While Mag is coaching.
I like that. That's very nice.
He's like, oh, wait, did I say that? I don't even want to listen.
10
Oh, he's joining the conversation. I see. Okay.
That's good.
But yes, two thematically similar heroes here as they bring out the fiery Dawnbreaker.
You know, I'm trying.
Something that's worked for them.
I'm trying to look up how old Lund is because I think he's very young, based upon the look of him. And I noticed just looking at Chan and how old he was. Like, I think this is another one of those battles of the new kids on the block versus some of the old guns. Because I think Sand King GÓMEZ is very young, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you might be right.
Remember we had RCY versus Dendy?
Yeah, that was good. Dendy, the old man, just coming through here.
I think it's going to be a similar thing in this one.
A
Well,
lot of discussion happening here.
oh yeah.
Really taking their time on this. Trying to figure out how they want to proceed here. I mean, it's tough. These bans it's a weird one. I got to say, it's pretty cool. I like the new format. I am curious if it'll stay the exact same for TI. I guess I kind of assume it sort of has to at this point. We're so close. So it should be very interesting to see how that all develops and what kind of heroes keep showing up in this first overall pick. I think there's a lot of discussion to be had about, you want to try and find these strong heroes that are good on both support and core. And I think Dawnbreaker currently slots into that because it is a viable 5. Sure, maybe it's not the best, but I think you can still get away with it in a lot of situations. And I do think she's still a really strong 3. And we might even see the return of the mid Dawnbreaker with how busted Desolator is. I could see that also working. So to me, she feels really strong right now.
10 seconds.
Well, when
Oh, whoa.
What
Whoa.
up?
Lyrical.
What?
There's no Nature's Prophet ban.
5 seconds.
that is true, that's something that could come out. Although I guess it is again one of those more like, is there a player that actually wants to take it? You know, because there's also no Invoker bans, but it hasn't been taken. And this has been an opening for bait over and over where they've run Dawnbreaker Sky. And when I say over and over, I mean one time, but they won with it.
Consistently successful for Mate.
100% win rate.
Nature's Prophet is the most contested hero of the entire qualifier. In 94.34% of the matches, only missed out on a couple of them. In fact, that would be 3 matches to be precise.
Okay.
Have not seen Nature's Prophet mentioned. And that is kind of crazy that he's still in. I feel like I always see it in the first phase of bans. It is mostly played support. We did get to cast at least 1, I believe. And that was it bait? I think it was bait. Because we were wondering if it was going to be V-Tune.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah.
And then they ended up picking it up and trying it as the support, but didn't work out for Kadaro all too well. He went the Atos first build. Yeah, that's right. So we'll see. I mean, could still be done here. Works well with Dawnbreaker. I think it looks solid in that next phase of picks for them. Play 5, Nature's Prophet with a solid melee hero. You have Sky and Dawn as a lane. It's good global potential.
I like the idea of it. I'm just wondering more and more about this Sand King GÓMEZ lineup and what the hell they're gonna do.
Dire team pick.
Okay, so they go for the Ember. They have taken this like every now and then. I would have imagined with the Phoenix they could have thought about like going back for a Mars or something later, but it does feel like this is a team that has taken a lot of different openings. They'll go back for the Tusk, which has also been a staple for them. Interesting.
They got the heroes they like, I guess, huh?
Yeah, apparently.
They're just busting him out here. Tusk, not a hero that is making a lot of waves in pubs either. You know, I thought maybe the core Tusk could perhaps come back and be a little bit more popular in pubs because, you know, like Turbo Mode, I know everyone loves their Tusk with the Deso, but hasn't popped off as much as perhaps expected. They like to pair it with the Darkseer, and he is still in.
Yeah.
But that would give them Darkseer Tusk and Darkseer Ember.
I mean, that does sound nice. I think the danger now is you're playing into Faceless Void. Dawnbreaker also you don't love playing into. Like, it's good with Sand King GÓMEZ as heroes. The heroes they're playing against on bait, it really sucks into.
The Darkseer is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Understandable. I think still playable, but why the Dawnbreaker? Because you just don't like the Solar Guardian over your like vacuum wall combo?
That's part of it. I also just find that you don't do enough damage. You run out of damage. Fair. Wow. This is still a hero? This is a hero in Dota?
I've seen a couple.
Have you?
In pubs, I have not seen any of the qual. Has she even been touched? I don't think she's been touched in the qualifiers.
What the hell?
That is correct. Up until now, she is uncontested, according to stats.spectral.gg. So shout outs.
What did they change about Brood?
10 seconds remaining.
Did they change anything in the last patch?
They have the annoying web thing, with the connecting webs. Wasn't that like the most recent one?
Probably.
As well as just general nerfs. But that one sounded really annoying. You have to the webs have to actually all connect to each other or something.
I don't know about that one. She got base armor reduced by 1, base strength increased, agility gain increased, then lifesteal from creeps is reduced on insatiable hunger by 40%, and the impact damage of Silken Boa was also brought down at the early levels. And
It's for the spinner snare thing that I'm talking about. Like, it has to connect to that now instead.
I am not seeing that change, but
It's for the eggs.
okay. I'm not seeing that change listed anywhere, but
Okay, maybe it was just like a long time ago, but I haven't played her since that, and then I was like, oh, that sounds really annoying.
yeah. Okay. Interesting. As I'm looking back through each of these patches, I'm just seeing nerf after nerf after nerf. Everything is a freaking nerf. So that's pretty annoying. I wonder why Brood. Did they misclick? Like, what the hell?
What did they misclick? No, the hero's still good. I mean, it's still Brood. It still it forces you into a certain style of gameplay. It is not very fun for this style of position 5 Nature's Prophet, I would say. Like, think about how Lycan was just running up and shredding that Skywrath mage and whatever the other hero was that game, Lion or whatever. Just that idea and concept of just running up and devouring you, I think is still very applicable. And that can be even with aura items. Because I think Lycan has to do that and he can't buy aura items, but Brewmother can do that even with aura items, which is pretty annoying to deal with. And they go back for the Alk. So a little bit of value versus Nature's Prophet. Oh, psych. Except he doesn't make treants that much anymore. But they come eventually.
It's really funny. Wow. Wait, hold on. I'm remembering right. Mag was the Brood player, right? Did they know that Mag is the coach? Are they aware?
It's changed a little bit since Mag was playing on Vega's squadron at ESL 1 New York.
Fair.
I think he won that playing Brood.
What the hell is the answer for Brood? They have a mid laner to pick, so there's a lot of possibilities. Oh, does Dendy just bust it out? Give him the Earthshaker again. Oh, it's banned. Damn it.
You know what? He actually lost in their best of 3 grand finals. Due to scheduling issues, the finals match was changed from a best of 5 to a best of 3. He actually lost game 2 on Brood. And then he won game 3 on his Clockwork.
Okay, I feel
He won. It's close one. Almost had a bag.
Dude, what the hell do you do mid now? I mean, that's pretty good. I was thinking Kunkka, but this is nice. Similar idea.
Okay.
I don't think they have the damage for Alk. Also, Mag.
I'd say they kind of do. They have. Wait, sorry, what'd you say?
Just saying, Mag, you definitely want to leave.
Oh, is he's still just chilling? Yeah.
Let's see. As we get ready to go into this game number 1, Sand King GÓMEZ facing off against Bait. We'll see what ends up happening here in this one. If they can pull things together on the side of Bait, or if there's going to be some issues there. Off the back of an Alk in the end. I think this is a scary hero to have. He's going to rip people to shreds. Hard to kill, although maybe there's to be some answers for it. What do you think about the drafts?
A lot of it definitely comes down to the Brood for Sand King GÓMEZ. It's kind of hard to get around that. And we started the draft talking about offlaners and how in our matches so far today, it felt like the offlaner that was really helping to push the map was doing the most. And in this, there's a pretty stark difference between what Broodmother likes to do and what Dawnbreaker likes to do. Dawnbreaker doesn't really push the map that much. She can sort of camp the lanes, push things out, and then Spectre her way into fights in a similar situation. but out of the off lane rather than the position 1, whereas Brood can get this like really aggressive map pressure going on. So I think if they're successful with that, that could cause some problems, but they have good Spider Hunters. There's no doubt about that, right? You have just like Chronospheres, you're going to have Mystic Flare with that high damage early. Dawnbreaker is going to be joining in on any catch that Tiny tries to get, so it is a problematic game for the Broodmother in that sense, much like it's a problematic microphone for VTune right now, so don't worry, we're not missing anything. We're having ourselves a little bit of a pause.
That's right. We'll get into this one very shortly. More generally, I think it's really cool just to sort of think about the way that this series could go and hopefully the results behind it too. I think either way you look at it, it's pretty cool, right? You've got Dendy's team, playing out in this one, trying to make it far, get into TI, see if they can do it. And then on the other side, you've got Sandking GÓMEZ, this collection of, Mexican Dota 2 players, maybe North America's next great hope, if they can make it through. And I'd love to see some Mexican Dota start to flourish down there. And maybe starts with getting far in the NA qualifiers. Who knows?
Yeah, we've only ever really had like one Mexican team for the longest time, which was Zlotl. Was constantly like making plays. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I like that.
But they were around for a long time. It was always because the qualifiers were just Americas, and it would just be NA team or like USA teams / Canada teams, and then the SA teams got to play with us at that point because they weren't separated. And so it would be like full Peruvian stacks, Brazilian stacks, USA Canada mixed, and then Zlotl. It's like there were not a lot of Mexican players at that point, and just constantly making their stacks and playing. So it's good to have some more squads.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can continue this going forward here now as a pause. Hopefully VTune can get his microphone sorted out shortly. Although, let's be honest, does Faceless Void really need a microphone for the first 15 minutes of the game? Just go farm, buddy. Let it be.
You can type Chronos up. You can just ping it. You don't even have to type. That's kind of all the communication you need.
Exactly. All right. Well, we're underway now. Game number 1. And who are we going to find? Man, it is going to be a pretty annoying lineup to play into, right? You've got all these summons coming out from Kadaro, from the Broodmother, and then some person that's going to be gobbling up all that net worth along the way, the Alchemist. How can you stop the Alchemist when he just gets so much gold?
I don't know. Now, here's the question. Do you think he'll take corrosive weaponry or stats?
I think he takes corrosive weapon. It did get buffed.
Oh, I was going to say stats.
Here's another question. Why does Faceless Void have a Ring of Health queued up?
For his Lincoln Sphere.
Okay.
Solved.
I see what you're doing there.
30 seconds.
Does already have the Midas queued up as well, so looking to stay in line and in lockstep for farming for VTune with that Alchemist.
He should just go Battle Fury and then equip the cosmetic.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good enough excuse. There's a Broodmother, right?
True. Wow.
Don't do that, please. Lots of waves, high fives. It's a new series. I mean, I feel like, we're used to things had kind of gotten very serious in Game 3, it felt like, in our last series. It was intense, it was tough, it was grim, even though it was all upper bracket. But now this is the serious business. This is lower bracket. You're out when you lose this, and they're still pretty light. Everyone's just relaxing and chilling. And we have ourselves a Tiny versus Ember mid. And this could really set the pace of this game. Tiny, of course, we talked about this before. You got that big smack. You're looking to get as many advantages in the last instance denies in the first couple waves as you can get. Those numbers are super important to this hero.
Right. As many denies as possible. Gets one there and still able to have a decent start to it. I'm curious as well. I mean, maybe not quite as important as Lund able to deny there.
Got him again.
That's big.
Oh, no last hit. 0.
Oh,
I don't care about first blood. Dendy's got him on 0 last hit. Let's go, Dendy.
He's like
a 1. He's got 1 last hit and 3 denies.
Jeez. Still managed to get that kill on the Phoenix. Not what you want to have happen for Chan, but does get to bring out some extra items. slow, and immediately they start going on him again. Oh, Dendy. Staying low, but staying strong.
Oh no, Dendy's missing some.
It happens. They've moved away from the camera. We're good. We're good. Don't
Oh,
worry.
okay, good. You guys didn't see it. That's fine. Just a little bit of spaghetti.
Lunds
Oh, this
actually
is just,
getting something nice too.
It's so sick, honestly. This is a great matchup. Everyone's just fighting tooth and nail for every single last hit deny right now.
Up top, lower and lower he gets. Burning down, not enough, and has a salve. So Stonebank instead is going to be the one that's hurting like crazy.
Oh, he just got 2 as well, Chan.
Oh, I thought that there was something happening, but you're just exclaiming.
Yeah, I just wanted to say his name. He just got level 2, so like he could theoretically go for a dive, you know, but...
Salve is passed over. Now, the problem is, of course, only half value for Stonebank, but, I mean, Stonebank is kind of chilling. He's bringing out his own salve. The wave pushing in is just going to try and tough this one out.
He will indeed. Meanwhile, down bottom, Broodmother, you know, hey, the early treants here from Kadaro, recognizing that they have some value. That is kind of crazy.
I don't see that at all.
No, we often see just stats over treants, but just sees a situation where he's like, you know, Brood can't actually do anything versus this, and even though their damage is pretty low, it's not like they're going to get cleared out very easily by either of these two heroes. 9 hasn't cast a spell. I don't know if that's value. He has not taken a single point in anything. You do have passive regen. Just a thought. I gotta say, 3 minutes seems excessive to have not cast a spell. Am I crazy?
He's taking his time. He's got level 2.5. He's just
Does he
ready
think there's
to
interest? Does he think he's gonna hit 3 and have 4 skill points? Because that would be a sick update.
I think that would be silly, but also kind of hype. Yeah, I wonder how long. That's a stat for Knoxville.
That's
what
a
is
stat.
the latest that somebody has skilled an ability?
Or an attribute, I guess. Like, he's got nothing.
Yeah, we might be witnessing it right now. History
This
in the
is
making.
history, folks.
Oh, he took it right now. Shards and cast it. Nah.
That was like the first creep he could secure, I guess. He's like, all right, now's my time.
345. Rotation mid.
Interesting.
Londa's gonna get denied water rune. The treants. See, this is what I was talking about. Like, it is actually so value to get these treants, and I think people like not skilling it. It's fine not taking it first, but I think not skilling it at all is a mistake because you can do a ton of things with these. So
That is true. I mean, that's pretty impressive. They even managed that. Stoma, though, I'm thinking easily dead. Wanted to give it over, but he couldn't. Ralk wasn't going to catch up for that one, so. Oh, Stonebank just goes full aggro there. When Slotty comes in for the last, that was kind of an interesting play.
Feeling aggressive indeed. And Brood getting closer to that level 6. They can have some summons of their own, maybe. Obviously, a little bit of inflated CSing going on by that Brood, but things pretty even across all 3 of the lanes. Only about 300 gold separating the top net worths amongst them all. So, even laning stage. That's what you want to see. I will say that the level 6 for Brood is going to change a lot.
Yeah, Kadaro is a little vulnerable to that. It'll depend on the snowball from 9 if he has a skill at that point, because he could just TP out.
Spared you
If they don't have anything else outside of the Brood damage.
Thinking about TPing in there to mess with Loned a little bit. Chad getting over towards the bounty runes. And of course, again, having teleport up on Nature's Prophet makes this pretty scary. Chan has stick charges, hiding, eating his way through, still trying to escape. And will he be able to? Stick. Oh, gets it. Gets away. Sneaky, sneaky.
So fast. Skyreth Mage.
Yeah. He'll just beat you down. Like a wet noodle.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a firm noodle when you have such low armor as Phoenix.
True. Lund has 6 now.
Stonebank's also closing in on 6-2 on this Dawnbreaker, so if they aren't careful going for a dive on Dendy, that could be bad news. Still have a bit of a window, though. Oh, speaking of a dive, they are right on this Alk. He's silenced. Who's getting the kill? Is it the Alk? Oh, he doesn't deny himself.
Wow. Chan manages to get away after. So they both escape with, like, nothing.
I definitely would have just taken the hit there, I think. I feel like that was a good time to die.
Yeah, fair. Oh, wait a minute. 9. Oh, Kadaro! Well played. Did not have the snowball ready. Dendy kills Lund in the mid lane. Kadaro might go down now, though, for this. He thinks he has snowball. Little does he know.
Yeah. It's pretty hard to get the TP out anyway. Maybe they just didn't want to lose it since his own TP is still such a long cooldown anyway. But yeah, he remnanted it back to the mid lane right in front of Dendy. And just gets caught in the avalanche trying to escape from up top after a lot of tower damage.
Yeah. Some good pressure. That's what you want to see.
Hey, well, that's an early Midas.
Yeah, he rushed it. Ring of Health.
Well, after
and
his
Midas.
Ring of Health.
True.
You know what it is? It's because he's not Dire Side. Dire Side, that's free. You
Yeah.
know, you just hit up the Mighty Mines.
All right. Exactly.
Fastest
to
so
be
far
ready.
of our matches in this qualifier. Thanks, stats.
Avalanche, toss, Dendy, Lund, still fine. Kadaro's there. Chan, oh, where's your quelling, buddy? They cut it down now, trying to escape. Throws it back in, finds Dendy, catches him there, but the haste turn and the runaway. Chan could be dead now. The avalanche and the toss, it's going to be enough. While that's happening, though, Ducho's getting what he needs to. It's going to be a chrono down. And the drop from Stonebank, more than enough. They bring numbers. They're handling this brute
cores.
perfectly.
Yeah. You really don't want to give her that free spike with the ulti, and that is exactly what they just avoided there. It's the full out offensive on the Spider, bringing out the Canna Raid here. Is Slawy going to stuck inside a little bit of trees here? Stonebank coming through.
That silence coming just a second too late. Still is going to be brought down. Man, they're coming up with the perfect answers. They're really playing this quite well on bait.
Top tower is under attack.
Wow, Kadar goes for a second point trance. Interesting. He's really mixing up the meta right now on this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Like 1 point early is kind of sacrificial. But like you said, it is value because they're always 50 duration and you can get a lot done with just 2 treants, but he's bringing out the third one. The sacrifice that you're missing out on is the stacks for your TP stuff.
Right.
But I guess it's not too ridiculous.
I mean, the problem is he keeps giving the last hits away to this alchemist, which is not exactly what you want to be doing. But it looks like it's okay. In the meantime, Ducho just runs back bottom again and takes down that tower eventually. Lund still sticking around.
Refuse gold given.
And that is a pretty stark difference, too, as we were saying during the draft, because top tower hasn't taken any damage despite Alchemist being pressured so hard underneath. They don't actually have any way to damage the tower, and it gives Chan this free place to just farm up on the Phoenix, get to level 6.
Right. Now pressuring in. Swally.
Kadaro's trying to
Away.
be so annoying with these treants. He wants to block all of his camps. Nicely done. Gets the double layer of trees to make sure there's no cut-through opportunities.
Yep. Back to farming he goes. And, I mean, the thing is that once Alk does get that Radiance online, those treants are just going to become more farm for him. It's another free camp given if he's not careful on Kadaro.
That is true, but he did drop a sentry on the small camp, which really hurts an Alk. He's going to be really frustrated
Yeah.
by that one. And then, of course, you're hoping to just block them out, too.
Kadaro?
He's right to the secret shop.
Goodbye.
He was trying to TP here for the summon, I think, to try and get the scout out. And now he's going to see, like, oh, they have a giant stack here. Like, he was coming to block these stacks from happening.
Yeah, that didn't Didn't go the way he wanted it to there, I don't think.
No, he's trying to ice his way pretty hard in this game.
They did block out those Ancients, though. So that's something at least.
True. They missed out on a potential ward snipe here. Chan is looking for them here, but misses on the sentry. Tusk stuck at level 4. It's been that way for a while. He must be the lowest in the game, is he?
Yeah. By a
Why is
good
that always
margin.
happen to Tusk?
I mean, Chan ends up getting the wave while Alk is farming. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, these Phoenixes, these position 5s just manage to have a lane and hold on to it for a very long time. And on top of that, of course, they miss the Wisdom Runes, which hurts.
True. I also think you kind of die early in a lot of early fights as Tusk, you know?
Chrono?
Like, sometimes you'll die and your allies will get something good. They just double it up again with the Solar Guardian.
Ducho, just going to get brought down. I mean, so here's the thing that's weird about this is that they keep making this play, getting the kills onto Brood, but because neither team really has like great pushers or other things, it's like, it feels like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Bruiser's going to come back. She's going to do it again. I mean, she can't feed away too much gold, but they don't have any way of actually capturing objectives themselves right now. Maybe that's also why he went for these second points in the Treants. They will be helpful if they can find an opportunity to do it. Unfortunately, they just get cleared too easily.
Yeah.
He's calling for it now on Duchu, on the Brood. He says they're going to come and push my tower. At least I think that's what he just said.
Are scanning.
I'm not sure. I mean, the problem I keep seeing as the scan goes out there, not going to find him, is that I am unsure how they kill this Alk once he hits his item timings. Because I feel like once Radiance comes out, like the next 2 items are going to be so swift. But maybe Bait are going to be farmed enough by that point. Like V-Tune does have a Midas Maelstrom. He's getting very big.
I think his Radiance is going to be a really good timing for sure. Like, I think then he's very scary across the map. Then I think the Deso coming over Dawnbreaker could be pretty troublesome. I think that he probably will still be weak enough to die to Dawnbreaker combos, and they might just start bullying the Alk.
Okay.
But yeah, at some point they have to actually advance the map.
Dire are scanning.
Well, it's certainly not happening at this point, as very little tower damage has been done, still having all of them. And this Phoenix, I mean, you just love to hold this top lane. Nobody's coming up here to contest him. Getting very quickly into a 4-staff, like they're farming the entire map on the side of Sand King GÓMEZ.
Wisdom Rune again here. Hello. Oh, he got it.
Dude, Kadar
That's
was too
so
good.
annoying.
Dude, this is literally what just happened like earlier. What the hell? It's the exact same thing.
You know what I've seen Tusk players do, though, is they'll aggro the Ancient Camp to prepare for that. And they'll bring it over towards it, and then they'll snowball into it to go for the stun on top of it. Or he could have at least, like, he could have ice sharded it too there. But he doesn't have the tech.
Chrono back off cooldown in 8 seconds. They're
Okay,
forward.
They're going to go kill spiders, are you saying?
Oh, they're looking for another right here. There's a lot of farm to get, but the Tiny doesn't feel confident jumping up. Dendy not wanting to take it.
Did they have vision? Did it get dewarded? I don't see.
They just dropped a
now.
warden. Oh, it got dewarded immediately. That's what it was.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Yeah. That explains it. I was watching Spider trying to farm away over here.
This is interesting. I mean, here's the thing. Like, it feels very good right now for Sand King GÓMEZ to keep farming with this Alchemist getting everything. But we are seeing Dawnbreaker and Faceless Void both get incredibly farmed in this game. Dendy, if he can keep finding those pickoffs, it's big.
He just melted on that Ember. I mean, 0 points Flame Guard, you know, versus Tiny. Ooh.
Uh-oh, Dendy. He's in trouble, and I believe he is going to go down. So they managed to get themselves one in return. Mid laner for mid laner.
I was going to mention it right before this all happened with the Ember, too. Is that how often is it in this patch or, you know, in a long time, do you see the 2 mid laners being the poorest
Right.
of the cores?
It's definitely a weird one. Immediately, Ember respawns, and they run right down mid, have the Spider ready to go. So going to try and take another tower here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Spider's still doing spider things. Probably going BKB next, I would guess. I don't think he's gonna go for the buffed Deso here with that hammer. Although, I mean, I don't know. I think you gotta go BKB. We'll see though.
Yeah.
Maybe he's feeling like he's got an idea.
Tower is under attack.
Tower almost all the way dead. Dendi throwing avalanches. Toss back. Kadaro dies to the Alchemist, and then the Chrono hits onto 2, but Mystic Flare not doing almost anything. Ducho just backs away. They're running in now with the Alchemist, trying to get the kill with Stonebank. Stunned now onto 2. Good avalanche. Radiance Burn starting to take him low. 9 running in from the side. Does have another round of tag team, but there's the jump away, and Chan up on the high ground gets it, still 30 seconds away, but the big swipe from Stonebank, triple kill. Pretty as can be, is gonna maybe get cleaned up. No, they don't quite have the damage. Lund can't do it, and in fact, if
And
a
he's
bash
such a
comes
glass
out,
cannon.
he's gone. 5 for 1. Bait explode with this freaking Dawnbreaker.
He does so much damage as well on that Ember, but if he doesn't hit, man, it's gonna be bad. Like, he's just no defense, and yeah, the big damage, of course, is Stonebank. Now 6 charges on the Desolator, by the way. Sorry, well, 6 damage, rather. 3 charges. Yeah, I think it was shared. I think it was getting split there by the looks of it, because he did not take a lot of damage. Yeah, it was being split with the Ember with the shield rune. That's what was going on.
Right. Man, and you can see Deso delivered right as that fight was the pivotal moment, able to hop in there and just take him down. This big old swipe right there. God, did so much damage.
What a hero. She's looking really good right now in this patch. And I have a Blink Dagger next, as Dendi is eyeing up this Ember. Not going to find him, though. Oh, I say that. He's doubling back.
Looking,
But an Alchemist.
hunting.
Blink. Oh!
Stun on himself. The heal is there, and then, oh, the turnaround. The turnaround was real, and Chan nowhere left to go. Can't go for the egg. Just gets walloped. 2 dead again for Stonebank. Stonebank is owning.
He's making like this ulti just look so ridiculous right now.
This was first pick.
It's a hard hero to deal with.
Dude, what did Alk die to? How did he take so much damage?
I think he just got walloped. My death summary's not opening though, so I can't tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, he did get Mystic Flared, and then he got hit by, because he got Mystic Flared, which is why he stunned himself. But he got close enough to release stun Stone at the same time, and then he just got 10 Dendi combo too. So that's pretty much all that you need.
Radiant's middle
Right.
tower is under
Fair.
attack.
That's a lot of damage. Okay, well, despite the low levels on 9, he has now picked up the Blink on this Tusk. So potential for some big saves, of course. Oh, as they're hunting in the tree line here. Joe, BKB is finished. It is delivered. Not going to be used. Big thing about Snowball, you cannot pull people out of Lasso, Chrono, or Black Hole. So that doesn't work, but everything else you're good.
They just see each other there. Hello, Kadaro. How are you? Okay, nice. Very strange.
Just a couple of tree gamers.
Yeah, apparently. Dun, 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 dun. Meanwhile, mid. Stonebank, this is a big kill if they can get him. They can't get him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, it is proven to be more than enough damage for this Alchemist, as he was not able to accelerate himself early, and Bait is looking really good.
These Dawnbreakers. Some of these games, man, they're just out farming their hard carries with Midas. This is, I think, the second game we've cast where this has happened, as he will help get a little bit more farm there from the Skyrath Mage. Thank you. Hands some over to himself.
Oh my god, Kadaro. Does he try to go for it again? No, he's not doing it. He lets him have one. he just did it one time to show him. Yeah, I know. I'm right there. I let you have that one.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Well,
tower
despite not having the ability to push towers very well early on, once they started just being more powerful and better than you and having Stonebank smack you on the head, the towers fall pretty easily after that, it turns out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's such a tempting Chrono.
Could definitely go for it. You have Dawnbreaker ulti.
He needs Mystic in 8 seconds. He's trying to wait. Oh, he's daring him right now.
Don't mind me.
Level 4 Sunray nearby, though.
Don't mind me. I'm just little V-Tune. Perfectly fine. Everything's good here.
Okay, how does V-Tune actually die? Hold on.
Yeah, no, it doesn't happen.
Like, he has Manta. Like, even without Aegis, I actually don't know how they kill him right now.
I don't think they actually do kill him right now.
You know how? Corrosive
later.
weaponry. That's why he took it.
It's amazing. It's needed, too.
It actually is. It's legitimately needed.
Status resistance reduction per stack. What a stat. But that's big.
But what about
Chance.
the slow resistance?
The slow resistance, true.
What are we going to do about that?
There's too many resistances, honestly.
What are you, some sort of tyrant?
Oh,
Huh? You don't like
V-Tune?
resistance?
V-Tune. He's very alone. Surely. They're bringing everybody.
Everyone's standing so far apart right now.
radiant.
Surely they can take him down. Dude, this feels so bad for Sand King GÓMEZ. They brought 5 heroes to his lane and just look at him. It's like, how much worse can this get?
Well, they could take Aegis at some point here because the map's pretty open looking for them.
Well, they have it.
They have the Aegis. Yes, I literally just talked about that a minute ago. About how even if he didn't have an Aegis, they could kill him.
Yeah.
So, pardon me. Yeah, I'm awake.
There it is. Good old
There it is.
V-Tune.
And his Aegis.
And his Aegis. He's ready for it.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, my
There's-
brain just looks at the mini map and tells me what to do.
Yeah.
That's the issue. It's that
Well, what's it-
stream of consciousness.
What's it telling you to do right now for Sand King GÓMEZ? Because it's telling me to type GG. I mean, it is looking really rough right now.
It's telling me that I need 3 more items on Alchemist.
Is under
Okay.
attack.
The AC is not a feel-good item, but it's a bit of a necessity versus this Dawnbreaker. He's like, I gotta protect myself and my allies from this Dawnbreaker. But then after that Dawnbreaker, I'll get something that I like, and at some point I'll have an Abyssal, and then I think we're okay.
All right.
But the problem is the rest of his team's gonna have a hard time keeping up at that pace, trying to do that. Broodmother's gonna go Nullifier, because that item's still pretty good on the Spider.
Right.
But is it that good this game?
And I don't know. Not sure. Dandy?
I feel like it.
Dude, you can't get caught right here. You can't go down right here. The Sunray, it's not enough. He died. Trent, he died.
Yeah, he got caught there. You said he couldn't, and then he proved
man.
you wrong, and he could.
That one hurts. That's like every death on Alchemist is so painful, but when like you're building towards that item, it's like, okay, now maybe we can fight, maybe, but like not really. Oh, it just feels bad. Everywhere they're going, they're just getting demolished. Bader having no
Yeah.
mercy.
While that was happening, Lund was also just fighting Kadaro, and then he just TP'd out in his face.
Yeah. Listen. Freaking
Chan!
Chad.
Run!
Oh, no, not like this.
Dendy has been owning in the map control this game too, I gotta say. 3, 1, and 10. You know, they went relatively even in the mid lane, but I feel like every time I look at Dendy, he is just somewhere where it's applying pressure to Sand King GÓMEZ. He's not necessarily like farming like crazy. He's still keeping up. He's still doing fine. CS is decent, but it's more like I just want to be places where they aren't allowed to be now. And that's a great TP to an Ember.
Chase
Forces him
almost
back,
got him.
not gonna go.
I mean, Dendy also, doing things on a budget. That's definitely something that's happening.
right.
Making it all work on the Fairy's trinket, even in his inventory. Doesn't need a tier 2,
Nope.
That's too fancy for him.
fiscally sound, this guy.
But
He's like,
this-
I used to go to tournaments and sleep on the floor. I know how to play with no gold.
yes. Well, they are going to smoke up now with 4. And unfortunately, it does appear that they are not going to do much of anything with that smoke because Bait are playing really defensively and quite well.
Do you think that they have enabled the CRT filter, and so Dendy has become
Ooh.
more powerful since he's playing like
Ooh.
he used to
I like
at his
that.
peak?
Did they play on CRTs?
He would have when he first played Dota. Like Dota 1, he would have been on CRT. I don't think the International 1 was on CRTs. I don't think Gabe's letting that fly. They
I
did
don't
have
even-
some screens
When-
at that point.
When was the last time CRT monitors were a thing?
Bro, I had a CRT monitor before I went to university. For
I don't
sure.
remember what I had.
I definitely did. It was a compact.
Are fortified.
I feel like
think.
I think it was like around 2003 or something. Maybe it was earlier than that when the switchover happened. Oh, but they're hunting. They're looking. This is their time right now. Oh, no. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, that's... Oh, jeez. Well, it hasn't gone great, Trent. It has not gone great. They do get the supernova off, but Stonebank, I think, is going to continue to run at them. And Ducho getting chased down. They managed to find the 1 kill on the Skywrath Mage.
Oh, got him. Did he have a streak?
No.
No, he didn't. Oh, that stinks. That
But
would have been a nice
Yao
bonus.
did die too.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a given at this point.
Yeah. He had an AC done. And our boy Ducho is dead. Lone picks up the Wisdom Rune. Much needed, but I think Bait might be thinking about high ground now. Got
So
12
why did they-
damage on that Deso.
Why do they buff the maximum damage to 30 if you're just going to win the game before you get there?
That's true. They should stop pushing.
Yeah,
Probably.
we need a buff that actually matters.
Well, that is a tier 3 tower and a Rax. The jump away. Lund rolls. Dendy, BKB, Avalanche, 9 there for the punch. They're taking down Dendy. Can you believe it? They take down Dendy and get the gem to boot.
Okay. That feels all right. I mean, obviously, this game is still incredibly difficult. There's no doubt about that. But maybe they can get it on the map right now and get some wards down for Roche. It'll be
like
Radiant
this.
side, so that's actually good for them. They could run down there right now. It's a little bit easier to play as Dire. Downside, of course, is buybacks and returning plays from.
Oh, yeah.
That does suck. But getting control of that area would probably feel pretty good. They're going for the top Aegis, though, instead. I guess, you go through top, control that, and then come down. That's
Yeah.
fair.
Radiant are scanning.
Radiant scanning. It could have been a quick one. Roche capable of respawning right now. We know that it's going to be 40 seconds, which means it's actually going to spawn on that Radiant side like you're talking about. So I don't even get a chance to get a quick little glimpse of it before it's gone.
Dire are scanning.
It's very sad.
Kadaro thinking about coming in here.
Dun, 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 dun. They're through.
Scanning.
So many scans. I like
Into
this
the pit
early scan.
You do like it or you don't like it?
Sorry, I meant to say this early twin gate. Like coming down here a little bit early, like not risking it spawning up top or whatever. Because they just
Oh.
recognize like even if it spawns top, they can't kill it in time.
It's there. It's there. It's there. Go get it. Go get it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They have Chrono.
Radiant's top tower
Will they
is
go
under
down?
attack.
Smoked up. Ready to jump. Looking for that moment. Oh, is there a chance? He's rooted. Oh, he's rooted. V-Tune stunned. Kadaro in trouble. Still burning down and killing off that Tusk. The buyback comes, though, from the Phoenix. Dawnbreaker ulti's in place. She didn't get on the right one. The Chrono, they all went into
nice.
it. Okay. That wasn't exactly what they wanted, though. And now BKB's wearing low. Stonebank maybe in some trouble. They still have Supernova moving in with Chan. Finding him. Buyback now comes from NP. They have buyback on Ember if they need it.
I don't know, man. I think Stonebank's still too
Interesting.
strong. They have no ulti left on Alk. Dendy's back. Oh,
blink
that
away.
was so close.
If they can wait this out, though, there's going to be a window. 30 seconds still out, ulti. Dendy knows they need to get him now. But there's the Walrus Punch there for the turnaround. Pops it. BKB out. No chrono available. Stonebait, good damage. But then the egg down. And do they have any more? Doesn't look like it. Oh, they were able to bait out that egg. That's important.
Dude, this eggs is so good. The roots constantly coming in. It's what started the fight off on a pretty good foot for bait, considering they had like wrap around and it was all established positions here from Sanking Gomez. But so far has not been enough to secure this Roche. They're holding on. The Treants are coming in right now to scale it out once more. Boyd has Scotty and Manta. He's very tanky. He could go for a bit of a YOLO play.
Needs
But
to
it's
pop ulti.
truly YOLO.
Need to pop
Well, it's
ulti. They got it. They're good.
Oh my God. They actually got the Aegis. Stonebank does have Blink and ulti back, though.
VTune does not have chrono for another 70 seconds. Trying to
Wally?
take this fight. Jump it. Wally?
Bro, she got shard, man.
Ooh,
I don't know
what?
if she had it earlier, but
She
he started charging on
definitely
that
did.
stun.
She definitely did.
Yeah.
Yo. Trent.
I mean, what can you do? They're so far behind.
Oh, no.
Oh, the cheese.
Oh, no.
Ooh, oh.
Oh, no.
I thought he might have got out there. That was maybe not worth the cheese. But you know, it was a last hurrah.
Yeah.
One last chance.
That's true. It was that was an unfortunate one right there. And 9, I think, is in trouble. Their medallion in each
Just
other.
stole the rest of
Mine's
each other.
better.
So slow.
Oh, and a poor guy gets brought down, and just like that, bait in position to take down the rest of these buildings. They are so freaking strong. And seeing why they first phase this Dawnbreaker, I don't think they're getting in game number 2 because Stonebank looks insane. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, I do think that the hero can occasionally look so much better than it actually is. I am a big believer in this hero, to be very clear. But there's games like this where it snowballs out of control. And there's not a lot of offlaners that can snowball like this, so she can look absolutely ridiculous. It's almost like a bonus win condition. It's like she doesn't have to win this way, but sometimes this just happens.
Oh, yeah. No, it happened to him, all right. And Chan gonna go down. Meanwhile, they're looking for something here. Ducho trying to escape. Can't quite get him there with the Starbreaker, but still the chase comes out. Mystic Flare, more than enough. Focusing down buildings, chronosphering for funsies. And it was a good blink away from the Alk or whatever ended up happening over there, but it's not gonna last. Starbreaker, super duper low. Stun onto VTune, Force Staff. Okay, and then the turnaround, and then catching him right there in that sprout. That exact spot.
One more
Snowball
for
through.
30.
Ducho dead. Loon still dying. VTune jumps in, gets the kill there. Everybody's gone. GG called.
Just in time to get 30 damage added on that Desolator.
Look at that
Picked up the last
smiling
one there.
mustache,
Oh,
man.
nice toss. 30 charges at 34 minutes. That's pretty good, I'd have to say.
Wow. Yeah,
And Denny is hey, what's up? What's up? Yeah,
looking good. Stonebank is smiling. He's feeling good about it right now. Oh, he had to put on serious face.
no kick game, I guess. Yeah, no big deal. I mean, just kind of a standard game for me.
Definitely the MVP for me. For my money's worth at the very least. Wow. Bait knew exactly what to do to shut down the Brood. Mag told him, guys, just drop 2 ultis over and over and over again on the Brood and then kill Alchemist. And then they won the game. Wow.
That pretty much sums it up. You're not wrong. Brood, step 1, make sure Brood doesn't have a game. Step 2, make sure Alk doesn't have a game. And that was what, remember when we were talking about like the Radiance timing would be good, but then it's that next timing after I was worried about the Deso on Dawn. This was the Deso on Dawn right here, and this is where it just all went sideways.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Radiance is good for sure, but the Deso's better.
It's very much better, particularly if you get those hits through. I think if they like maybe if they try and wait a little bit longer to hit that timing without, can just let him farm and then show up to a fight later or something, it ends up looking better. But whatever the case was, it was just not what they needed. Not what they needed at all. Man, Dendy also played really well. I mean, for as much as we're giving all the props and love to Stonebank for what he did, Dendy ended up 5-2-20, so involved in just about every kill there. It was a really impressive performance. I mean, Stonebank was 11-0-14 and almost level 25, but regardless, it was a really good game.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting coming out of the mid too. Denny did a lot on this tiny.
God, this
and
play.
Part of that was his allies. You know, he's working with a globally TPing Nature's Prophet, which, you know, we kind of saw coming right from the Dawnbreaker. Like, this is a super solid combo for them that they're going to look for, I'm sure. Again, Kadaro already breaking the meta there, getting these treants on the earlier end, and then continuing to put more and more points into it. This is not something you're seeing from Nature's Prophet players right now, because he's recognizing that he wanted to control those runes. He wanted to make sure that Loon was having a worse time mid, and he wanted to give a better time to Dendy by getting those water runes for him. And then throughout the game, I also saw him just denying power runes too, which we all know those spirit heroes, they really rely on. Ember, maybe not as much as the others, but he still wants to get them when his Tusk is level 4 at like 12 minutes.
Oh, absolutely. No, and stolen, I mean, Kadaro for the style points, TPing onto the wisdom runes to steal them. I love that. That was super awesome. And it's cool, right? We're seeing like new things come out from this patch. Like, I think that in a lot of ways, last patch, people felt like it was not figured out because you can't figure out a patch in that small amount of time. But people at least had this idea of like Medusa, Morphling when not Medusa, and then Medusa when you want a Medusa more. And that's always, so you just keep picking Medusa. Was it. This time, we're seeing all sorts of stuff. The Faceless Void's making an appearance. We've seen now this freaking Dawnbreaker. Looks so
Speaking
good.
of which,
yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, how about our MVP? Our Dawnbreaker.
MVP. Is it there? Is it
most
possible?
valuable player, Dawnbreaker, Stonebank.
Those are some big numbers. By the way, did you see that Dawnbreaker set on the front page of Reddit earlier? That thing looked awesome.
The Mohawk?
Yeah.
That was
like
nice.
The cool pink hammer. I want to see those sets.
Some Mad Max style going on there. Well, this is our Dawnbreaker. It was Stonebank, and we've already described why, but definitely helped get this game going. From the ulti kills on to the Broodmother. Just, I mean, yeah, sure, maybe it's kind of easy. You're just pressing the button. Void did all the hard work, but you come in and clean them up, and then we're immediately into shutting down the Alk. So the two big win conditions, absolutely gutted on the side of Sand King GÓMEZ. Sand King GÓMEZ, I'm looking for a slightly better support duo game 2. I want supports that can really make the action happen at 10 minutes. Those are good conditions for when you're not sure what's happening in the game of Dota 2, or if you want to pick some greedy offlane heroes, that's how I think you want to play it. A greedy offlane plus like kind of greedy safe lane. People who don't want to move on the map all too much, then I think you really need super good supports for moving with that mid laner. And Tusk can be that, but this wasn't unfortunately the best game for it because of how slow his start was.
Slow. Well, we're slowly, and by slowly I mean fastly. By fastly, I mean we're quickly going to head on over to a break when we come back.
Speed was in the last series, all right?
Number 2. That's right. Not this series, though. This is quickly now. So we're going to go break. See you on the other side. Game 2 right around the corner. And welcome back, all you folks out there. We're ready for game number 2. Sand King GÓMEZ facing off against Bait and Trent. We're already into it off the back of that beautiful gyrocopter that's right there below us. We are seeing another game. The beginnings of a draft soon to come. Are you ready for it?
I was really confused for a second because I was like, there was a gyro in that game? I thought I just really missed something there. But yeah, Void carrying once more. Hero seems good. Alk not able to do it, unfortunately, in this one. But we'll see what the mix of his drafts looking a little similar, but also two very familiar faces gone. The Dawnbreaker and the Nature's Prophet not going to be allowed here. And with the Night Stalker ban, they bust out the Keeper of the Light.
Okay. Interesting.
Dire team ban.
So, change up so far. Earth Spirit, Grim, Wraith King, and Bat Rider, all still the same Banes for Bait, but as you said, the main switch up is taking out that Nature's Prophet and the Dawnbreaker. That changes things up, allows us access now to that Legion commander. So getting the Legion instead, and it's going to be the Coddle for Sand King GÓMEZ. Are they going to be going some Coddle Pangos, some Coddle Ember later on? Man, they really ran through that second round of bans.
Yeah, that was very fast. Full reserve times still remaining for both teams, something that Bait's definitely going to want with that final pick being available. Bait, we've seen them use it a couple times now for Dendy, trying to get these big last picks of like the Shaker, and then we had the Tiny last game. So maybe if they try that Coddle Ember, they're going to have to ban the Shaker first.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that might be important there. It has been a really good answer that we've seen, just such a hard counter that Ember and Lane. And while Shaker can be good, I feel like it's significantly better if you actually have a good lane matchup there.
Yeah, I think that's a very key point for sure. I'm noticing that the last time that they ran Coddle, they actually did a Coddle Death Prophet versus CDUB, which is kind of cool. They also had this hero, Razor. So they like their combinations here, and that was also versus a Legion commander. So this is the hero that they like into Legion whenever they can. Then again, they also tried it one game, lost. I'm sorry, they won with it one game, and then the next game they didn't opt for it, and that was when they didn't have the Keeper of the Light. They went for a Mars instead. So kind of curious if the Coddle really plays into a big factor of the Razor. Kind of makes sense with how good it is with the Plasma Field.
Yeah. It's interesting. I remember playing a game as a Legion commander, I want to say like 3 months ago or something, and playing Legion into it and doing the Razor, and I would just die every time. It always felt so bad. But that was back when the Shard did like the extra hit from Razor onto you. But I think it's still probably pretty good nowadays because you're just like, you tend to survive a little while and then you're lowering her armor. She's taking more damage. It kind of works. We'll see.
I guess a lot of it just comes down to how well can you make the rest of the game go for a Razor, because it does tend to be a hero that wants to play like a certain pacing and tempo and doesn't necessarily scale as hard as other heroes. It's a little bit more situationally dependent as to how well the link goes in the team fight and how much pressure you can get on with your ulti. You're playing around at timing a lot. It's not as simple as, you know, your jump on and press your right clicks onto people. But speaking of simple, it's IO Gyro for Bait here. We got to see this already once versus Wildcard, and that was when they took their victory over them.
Yeah, I am not going to lie. This is a scary lineup from Bait right here. I would be spooked. You don't have great steals from Rubik yet, but that lane of Legion Rubik, I think, is very tumultuous. And granted, they do have the Razor there, but Rubik can kind of create some of those separations. You know, I think even if the link does get off onto Legion, just lift and throw.
Yeah, so far this patch, statistically, Razor and Coddle are two of the worst matchups, actually, for Gyro, which does make sense. You know, you got those blind and stuff you have to deal with, and Razor just being Razor. But a lot of that, you know, that's all games, you know, which is very helpful. The numbers do help a lot, but in a pro match with IO Gyro, the positioning is just so fine that it's a lot harder, I think, to find that punish. And like you said, they're going to have the help of the Rubik to sort them out here. Sand King GÓMEZ, they're going to bring out the hero, the Puck. Did pretty well earlier, I will say, for DogChamp. And it's always something that you look for in the IO +1 countering
they do happen to get those relocate ganks going on, you can very easily turn the tides onto them. But
5
likewise,
seconds remaining.
might
Wait.
run into some issues with damage.
Lyrical.
What? Talk to me.
Okay. Last pick.
Okay.
You go Marcy, and we get Dendy mid Rubik.
I'm down. Why not Dendy Io?
I don't think that works anymore.
Look at that man with his mustache. How can you deny him an IO? Look, he's making a little symbol for an IO. His hands are up in a ball formation. He's like, I
He's
want to be
telling
this
us.
hero.
He's letting us know.
Give me the IO. You can see it on his face. Oh, it's gone now. He's like, all right, never mind. I don't want that. I don't want that.
I think they probably. I think it's overkill, but I think they'll probably ban TA next. If I had to guess for San King Gomez. Although Dendy does also like playing things like DK, and it is a really solid DK game too. So maybe they ban that instead. Yeah, they'll ban the DK. I think TA is still pretty solid versus Puck Mid, especially for some of these more old school players. But you already have a Legion and a Gyro. I think TA is not the hero you need. I think the hero you need is more akin to Tiny and DK. I'm looking for a jump, a stun, a setup for a relocate outside of just Legion duels. I just want some mobility.
Give him a Void Spirit for old Dendy.
For old time's sake.
Yeah, I like it.
The new hero for the old man.
I think it's nice, right?
Pretty new.
It gives you like a way to catch. Oh my god. Why?
They
Why
did
do
it
people
again.
why do people keep doing this?
This was their strat. They won with this draft once before. They're bringing it back.
One time they won.
There haven't been that many games.
10 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
They don't
Fair
have that
enough.
many wins, Lyrical.
Oh no, what am I doing?
5
All right, they got to stick with what
seconds
works. And they've replaced the Tusk with a Spirit Breaker because that's the only difference.
Look at the hand animations for Razor and Death Prophet, and you're gonna see it's just the same hero. See what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. You're saying they do the same thing.
Right. You can't see it, everybody at home watching, but that was just a comment directly to
But
Trent.
trust them. Yeah.
Yeah. They're the same hero. They just do the same thing.
Well, then more of a good thing.
Okay. Look, Dendy's arms are back up. He's ready for IO.
He's making a case for Pudge Eggs and why it's good here. And so why he can pick Pudge.
I don't think it would be terrible.
What about the Beast? The Primal Beast? Death Prophet sounds kind of annoying, but, you know, I guess Leash is also very annoying, actually, so never mind.
your hero.
Let's go Ember. I mean, that's the playstyle they needed. This makes total sense. They just wanted a, tiny band, DK band. I guess we're playing Ember. I think they probably would have rather had DK or Tiny, but then again, they also suffer a little bit to DP if they happen to be matching into each other at some point in the game. So
Right.
just grabs the Ember. And he's got the Nunchucks cosmetic, which is
Nice.
important.
I think that the Ember is a nice pick because the one thing about it that I didn't mention with the Void Spirit is like once you're in, right? At Ember, you have ways out of the fight if like things go wrong. Because let's just imagine, for instance, that you don't get the kill on this Razor or the Death Prophet. They both punish so hard if you overcommit.
True.
And it gives Dendy a way to get out of trouble if there's really a problem. We'll see.
Seen a lot of V-Tune Gyro.
Yes. That guy's
He
good.
does pretty well in this hero. I always feel like I mean I've seen him try this hero when it's not great. I've definitely seen him lose important matches trying to bring out IO Gyro when it doesn't seem as popular anymore. But this is one of the times where this feels really strong together, and he's gonna look for another dub here. I'm feeling good about it.
We'll see if they can find that one. I will say, the San King Gomez lineup has this like whirling swirl of death. You know, they're saying that there's a hurricane in California coming. There's going to be a hurricane on the dire side of the map there. It's definitely
Maybe,
going to be happening.
Perhaps a
And-
tornado.
A tornado, exactly. And if that's the case, just walk away. Just go elsewhere. That's how you avoid these natural disasters. And they have
Okay.
nothing to keep them in place. They got nothing. We'll see how it goes.
Just leave. Just don't live where there's hurricanes.
Hey, I mean,
Miracle,
it works
wow.
pretty well. Or just, leave and come back later, maybe. Who knows? Nobody's ever thought of this before.
Yeah,
Clearly.
no, I could tell. Follow your local evacuation orders. Please take us into the game so Lyrical. There's things happening. Wards are dying.
Perfect.
Thank you kindly.
We're into it. We're ready to go.
All right.
I
Only
think-
sentries were lost. No bounties were claimed.
I think the best information has been presented with a forehead at the end of the sentence.
Yeah, I would say so. Just buy dust. That's what you said.
Yeah. Just leave. Some party hats. They're partying. Stone Bank up on the high ground. He has been playing out of his mind. And I'll say this was a guy that had like a reputation for what's the opposite of closing out a game?
Throw it.
Whatever it was, that was his reputation. And he has been
Oh,
pulling things back around. Man, they stole those bounty runes.
that was also a lot of damage on the chin.
Chad.
You kind of sound like Chewy. You got a little Wookiee thing going on there when you do it.
Oh, I'm definitely going to do that at some point this game. But yeah, so Stonebank, I think, has really stepped up his game a lot. And if they want to go far in this qualifier, I think that there's a good chance that, off the back of him having some great games, they could do it. I'm going to go crazy. They've been able to put together some solid performances. Maybe they go to TI off Stonebank.
Whoa.
Can you imagine?
Hey, man, off lane looking pretty important right now. He's playing pretty well. But so's V-Tune, the gyrocopter, the
Dude, they're
master
going to
behind the wheel. They're going to TI.
They're
Lyrical's
going to
convinced.
TI. It's happening. Prepare yourselves. Don't.
If Dendy hits those bolas.
Listen, let me tell you, I am the first one to say it. You know that's true. Okay?
That's true. Yeah. They can play that part in the video, the recap video at TI.
That's right.
Yeah,
They're
so
winning
How does
TI.
team get here? Yeah, when they win TI, when Denny lifts his second Aegis. Listen, guys, Seb won 2 TIs. All right, anything can happen.
That's true.
You know?
Absolutely.
Snaking just 1 TI, guys. Anything can happen. All right. The power of NA is strong.
That's what's so funny. Oh, wait a minute. Mid? Lund? Oh, no, he's okay. He's okay. But he took a lot of damage there. It used to be, that people are like, Seb's never going to win a TI. And then people were like, well, Seb didn't win a TI. It'd be so crazy. It was crazy when Seb won a TI. It would be like, imagine if Snake King won a TI. That's what you used to say, Trent. And then it happened.
He won TI. He's the GOAT.
Yeah,
Snaking's the new GOAT.
he is.
And now Seb's playing in qualifiers again.
Yeah.
But Seb, he won't win a 3rd TI. That would be crazy.
Well, one thing that's definitely going to happen is this game, as we will eventually talk about the lanes that are going on, a pretty good start for Bait. 14-5 on the gyrocopter, 13-2 for the old Legion there. Getting what they need.
And of course, you're just feeling so comfortable. I mean, we saw the struggles of Death Prophet in our previous game, our previous matchup.
Radiant's middle tower is
And
under
they're there again, man. This first 2 levels are trash on this hero.
It's so bad.
Oh, it's depressing to watch. It's just like Queen of Pain, how they don't throw dagger level 1 because it's just so sad. Like they always wait until they have 2 points in dagger. And same thing with DP. I can't imagine you can use too many siphons. He did pop 1, but they're not optimistic siphons.
No.
They're like, please leave me alone siphons.
Well, but the flip side of that is look at the increase in value when it goes from 25 damage to 50. Wow.
It's unreal.
Dude, he is getting bodied down here. They are just getting bullied. Kadaro and V-Tune just moving in and denying every creep in front of them. Except for that one. But that one didn't get a last hit.
He even got the Centaur.
Jeez.
Get out of my lane. Get off my lawn. That's what he means.
Look at it. Top. Sawi. Running away. Very low.
Imagine if there was a Bloodseeker
Fine.
right now. There's 4 heroes at like 15% HP.
I know. Our observer is sweating, trying to keep his eyes on stuff. V-Tune. Oh, V-Tune. He's going for it. Going for it all. Is it going to be enough? Needs one more hit. Ducho on 9 HP. Instead, it's going to be 9. The one left behind gets brought down.
Just that salve doesn't look like it's doing a whole lot here.
No. Dude, it's a 3,000 gold lead at 4 minutes.
I mean, look where they're sitting.
Trent, it's bottom is like
It's over.
This is they're going to TI, okay? It's happening. It is a 3,000 gold lead at 4 minutes. Last game appears to have broken Sand King GÓMEZ. Oh my God. Fade Bolt back up soon. Slowy.
Overwhelming odds. Oh, with the creep camp?
Oh, he's got to run. Snowbank chasing. He wants it. The slowdown's there. But he is off the wave. Oh, Chan. No, not like this, Chan. Not like this.
Raindrops,
Charge. Snowman may be in trouble.
Oh, hold the comeback.
They're moving. They're moving in. Dude, there are 4 heroes running top right now.
The comeback?
Lund is trying to
It's
gank at
so
level 4
slow.
on Puck. Oh, no.
Bro, 9 didn't read the patch notes. He's looking right now. The ability is like 250.
Oh,
It's so
God.
slow.
I mean, I would GG right now. I don't know. This one is tough. This is a hard game.
Damn, you are an NA gamer. I GG right now. 2-0.
Listen, Quinn has had a very impactful experience on these pubs. Mid. Remnant away. Dendy fine. Bottle refill. That wasn't fair. Sorry, Quinn. Please forgive me. Well, 6 minutes. They're up. And it is an invis rune. Dendy gets the bottle refill.
Lucky roll there for him. And now the Battle of the Lotuses. That's just going to TP out of here. Right back to the tower as the charge comes through, but not going to be able to connect on anything. Up top, I believe Stonebank got the Lotus there. He was able to snag it away.
Well, one thing that is kind of interesting is that, well, I was going to say it's not as substantial of an experience lead, but it kind of
Were
is.
you going to say one thing? I don't know why. Is that what you're going to
Yeah.
say? Okay. just
Don't
making
know
sure.
why.
Yeah.
Look at the levels. Oh no, they're stealing the wisdom rune, dude.
Yeah, yeah. And I thought that's where you were leading to when you said look at the levels.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
was
9
think-
knows though. He's calculating. He's like, give
They-
me vision.
Dude, they're bringing everybody. They're dropping wards up to high ground. I don't think they get him. Oh wait, does he get it? Does he get it? Does he get it? Does he get it? Charge? Okay. Kadaro in trouble. They managed to secure the wisdom rune. Very important for Sand King GÓMEZ.
All right, they can take a deep breath right there. That wasn't stolen from them. Life's gonna be okay. Maybe.
True. God. Mid lane. Dendy. Level 7. Runs at Loon. Does not have 6. Just bullied. Absolute bully. Dendy living. Trying to remnant. Gets away. He's fine.
So frustrating too. Just the stick keeping him up. Again, another no points in the flame guard here for this Ember. Is typical versus the Pucks. He's want slight, whittle him down, but
Dude.
can't even get the kill. Can't even get the scraps when they're coming down this low HP Ember. In fact, he's already back contesting the rune. Arcane, but 9 will steal it.
And gets it. Chan at the moment has 800 net worth.
Oh, Luke just got 6.
And yeah, that's gonna be going down, and that's a tower starting to fall.
And that's relocate up as well for Kadaro. So they could join this fight. They don't need to, though.
Nope, Chan's gone. It's reliable gold at least, thankfully. And there's the relocate. He has level. Oh wow. Okay, not great.
Little miscalculation there on the jaunt in.
Wait, are they gonna exo for this? Oh, he doesn't have. Okay, he's level 5. So they're not gonna
So
exo.
I'm gonna go with a no.
That's not gonna happen. Wow. Gotta hold strong here. A 6K gold lead at 9 minutes is rough.
Dire's bottom tower has
The benefit is they don't know that it's 6K.
Yeah,
You know, they can't see that big scary number up there.
that's right.
Well, our fastest maelstrom of the qualifiers so far. Not a big surprise.
Dire's middle tower is under
Wait,
attack.
what? V2. What a monster.
What
Yeah.
a lane.
I mean, really. People. It's interesting that two separate teams have decided to take this off-lane death profit. Back-to-back
2K
games.
gold up on Lund and killing him again.
Yeah, Lund is. Oh no. Oh. Oh man.
It doesn't even matter how hard he tries.
Ah.
Oh, there's more bolas up.
Yeah, they got him. Oh wait, Sloman, maybe in trouble here. Space created.
The ultimate slap is if he gets denied by golems.
Oh, can't do it. They push him away.
Yeah, that was a good call.
The goals.
It's like, please, we need this, man.
Yeah.
It's
Don't
7
give it
to
him.
1.
Dendy with the exo going. 9 almost goes down there. A little bit
I think
of a,
7-1 was my favorite score meme of all time, by the way.
Yeah.
Just saying. That was my favorite
yeah?
one. Yeah, that was a good one.
It was pretty good. You're
Yeah,
right.
it was funny. That was quality. They were hosting. It was. Whew.
Oh, geez. Lone. No, not again. Man, V-Tune
Under attack.
is really good on gyrocopter. This guy is strong.
How much credit can we really give him this game? It's like, isn't he just flat cannoning nonstop?
I mean, he knows when to hit it.
With an eye, he knows when to press that button.
Oh, yeah. Not everybody would. Ooh, Mask of Madness
he's playing very
Razor.
well.
Okay. I like it.
Stonebank just chilling like a villain at this 0-0-0.
Oh, yeah. But
As a
86
tumbler's toy.
last hits.
Yeah, 86 lasses. It's so farmed right now.
Man, this has got to feel great. Can you imagine as a pro player? I'm talking about for bait, by the way. I don't know if that was clear.
Yeah, no, I think that part was clear.
You just get to sit back and farm, not really too worried. You just know you don't need to die. Dude, Dendy is still denying creeps in his face.
He's
Like,
got 26 denies.
that's disgusting.
Dire's top tower.
This guy's just pumping up the stats right now. He's throwing it off the backboard just to catch the rebound.
V-Tune has 100 some odd last hits right now, 120 last hits, and he's about to get another one. As Slawi is in trouble, they all run into the big old call down. Did they decide to back away? It looks like it. Actually,
Oh, big coil?
What? Oh, nope. Okay. They get out with Kadaro. Does some good damage with the Rubik as he ends up getting away, and Stonebank also runs.
Oh, that feeder, though.
True.
Stoma just running back into them to his death to save his
Oh.
allies.
Dude, Dendy's ready. They already used coil. All right, he's not going to go for it.
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
Dire's bottom
Slightly
tower is
unnecessary.
under attack.
Oh, 9? What's he doing? Okay.
Just checking
I guess he
things
just
out.
wanted to get close enough for the XP.
Yeah,
Radiant's
makes sense.
Because he's still level 5.
attack.
True. They got a wisdom rune, by the way.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Doesn't matter.
Dire's middle tower is
There is going to be another wisdom rune in about a minute. We'll see what Bait decide to do with that. Probably can force back a lot of Sand King Gomez, I would imagine.
Dude, Lund's only level 7? What level's Dendy? Like, he is level 10. God.
Yeah, no, it's been rough. No doubt.
And he's the
Still
same level as the Rubik, and he
Oh
just
my
died
God.
twice.
He's doing
He's
work.
he's better puck right now.
Yeah, he's very strong. That's kind of crazy.
Dire are
I mean, he can almost, like, one-shot puck. He does so much damage right now. If he was to steal Waning Rift, he might be able to one-shot him.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, he
Legitimately.
orbs, zaps, steals Waning Rifts, yeah.
Are they going to relocate for it? I think they're going to relocate for it.
They're preparing for it.
Oh, thinking. No, he's not going. They were ready on Sanking Gomez. Joe picks
That
it up.
hurts because like they're positioning to try and punish that play, but they have to. You have to take big risks in a situation like this, and it is a risk to stop farming for that long when you're trying to catch up.
Right.
But had they cashed in and killed Gyro, that would have been insane.
Yes, agreed.
Scanning.
Blink smoked up, blink dagger. Oh, we got him.
Oh, he even got the damage on the blade mail from the orb. And there's the lift to break it. Now the relocate in. Dendy strong with silence though. Silence onto Dendy. Do they have the damage? No, they really, really do not. And in fact, Stonebake runs in, and now Dendy runs in for more. As another round of the slight chains the remnant forward, everybody is dying. From Sand King Gomez, they get the link off onto Dendy. Rooted, remnant, backs away.
Stolen plasma build as well here. I was hoping he was going to steal Chakra so they get the Ember combo.
Oh, yeah, now that's a good call. Does have 4 points in it for Chan.
Yeah.
Man. It hasn't been too many kills, but the net worth differential is insane. B-Tune has farmed these Ancients more than I think any hero has farmed a camp, with the exception of maybe Razor.
Puck's dying by former gravestone here.
Yep. Oh, Lord.
He just died there.
Is under attack.
Yeah. That's the most deaths in the game is the Puck.
Has fallen.
All right, Slaughter's going to run in on the Kadaro. They know there's no relocate, and they got him.
B-Tune? B-Tune? Maybe a chance? A dream? Can they kill him off? Oh, God, Stolman, he killed him. Oh, wow.
Oh,
All right,
come on.
Rubik did work. Oh, my God. He got a double kill on the Rubik. Okay.
He's still rocking Plasma Field right now.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
has
he's
fallen.
very strong.
Oh, man.
Love and life. 15K at 16 minutes. Oh, Lund.
Yo, Lundo, level 9. Let's go. Not getting dueled in the same spot. Made it out in time. Let's go. There is a Razor TPing onto a ward, though, and they immediately, they're like sharks. There's just blood in the water over here. Oh, he's so dead. Oh, he's not dead? Oh! He was like, he's got to be this guy, but he had a ward on the high ground there. Okay, so that's what saved him.
Oh, they get the D ward.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
In the
attack.
meantime, Lund has been able to buy a little bit of time for himself. You know, he's farming up the jungle here, gets a stack going, has a DD rune in tow.
Tower is under attack.
Gotta buy what time you can. It's Kadaro having some issues with the Discord, apparently.
He's got to put in a new Dota disc, actually, is what he meant. He has to open up the CD drive, you know, check out the bottom. He's got
Is your
a
disc
little scrub.
okay?
See?
Okay.
Theirs is fine. Well, that's good. Their disc is fine. It's good.
All right.
Did you ever try and like take it out of the console and put it back in and spin it yourself? Like that would help?
No, I did.
I actually had a PlayStation that was like that. It was like pushing a car down the hill to get it started.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think the PlayStation 1 was more likely to do that because PS2 you
Yes.
just like stuck it in the tray.
Dude, that thing just worked. That's,
Yeah.
the PS2 was a
Dude,
workhorse.
I still have one in like in my other room over there. I could probably plug it in right now. It'd be working.
I bet it
We'll
would.
do that later. Now the Xbox,
Beast.
on the other hand, that one is a little rough.
Yeah, but if you had one that worked, it was fine. No, the original Xbox was fine. It was the 360
Yes.
that got you.
Yeah,
The
that's a
rings?
good call. The ring.
You either got a good one that lasted forever, or you just had the 3 rings of death.
Nah, that's rough. Absolutely. Now, then speaking of the 3 rings of this game is just, ooh,
Yeah, nice segue.
thank you. Just
That was very professional.
you got to get back to it, you know. That's how
Right,
it goes.
yeah. No, I understand.
I was gonna try and do with the disc that they were saying like another D's jokes, but I couldn't really find it.
Right.
So
Yeah, I thought maybe you just go like disc golf and then
Disc golf,
hole
hey.
in one, you know.
and we're back at it. right, ready to go.
Yeah, back on the fairway, as it were.
We're
Out of the rough.
putting with our driver. That's what they say.
Why do they say that?
The idea is that you're so close to the basket, you don't have to use a putter. You can just use the driver, pick it up, and put it
like
in the
you're-
basket.
Like Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I got you.
But not really, because no, it's different. Because the disc is your driver. There's no ball that you're hitting. It's the disc itself.
Oh, because you're talking about disc golf.
Yes, there it is.
Right, okay. Yeah,
Putting
and
with
they
your
were
driver.
talking about Discord.
Yes.
That wasn't working. All right, cool.
No.
Just so we're on the same page here. That's a 5 minutes of an Aegis now coming for those gyrocopters. They finish off that kill.
Dun, dun, dun,
But
dun, dun.
wait.
There's
But
more.
wait, Lyrical, a
What's up?
Philosopher's Stone on Death Prophet. Is that going to be the change that we need to see in this world?
I mean, maybe we're going to see a Midas. Maybe, remember
Oh.
last time we got that Midas?
Yep.
And then you just wait till the 60-minute mark and you get your items more quickly than them.
Have we considered a different win condition in Dota? You know, maybe what if they could just control some outposts for 20 minutes straight?
Okay.
Or a cultural victory. What if you convince, there is a cultural victory in Dota. Cultural victory is when you convince one of the other players on the team to just
Yeah.
quit out.
I
Now,
see.
that's a cultural victory.
I like that. I think the problem is that doesn't secure the win. You need to find a way to secure the win. I think the
4v5
real
is
thing
pretty
is
secured. Okay, what do you got?
I think you're talking about like other game modes a little bit, right? That might be able to help. That's what I think you want, right? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I want to find a way. I'm trying to think of ways Sanky and Gomez can win this game because they're not going to win it by destroying an ancient.
That's fair. Bait could call GG.
Right, the accidental GG forced ahead by admins.
Yep, I like it.
Okay, that's pretty good.
They were pretty talkative when the Discord stuff came up. Oh, look at that 8%. Let's go. They got a chance. All right. I think that the key is if they run into Razor and Death Prophet with ultis going, they are very strong on Sand King Gomez.
Yeah, if they just disregard all semblance of strategy, there's a chance.
All right. I like it.
If
I
they
like
just
it.
click the ancient right now, there's a chance they lose.
Yeah. All right. I like that.
There's also a chance they might still just win.
Trying to hunt, finding one. Looned, they like, this guy's been gone a while. I know what I'm looking for. A Looned.
They're trying to take
Looned.
the Tormentor.
Oh, that's not allowed. That is not allowed, sir. Oh, they're like, Spirit Breaker, why? Why did you forsake us by showing them what we were doing? This was for you. You were supposed to get this shard.
Oh, A2 Brute stabbed in the back. Well, Stallman himself some free shard.
Oh, yeah. They're good to go. I think that V-Tune has very much taken this game in his complete control. This guy is farming like a madman. He's got 750 GPM at this point.
Yikes.
Ready to keep going for more. Up to high ground he goes. 2 minutes left on A. Just deal with me.
Have you actually seen IO cast spirits this whole game?
No.
Yeah, me either. I'm noticing that he hasn't skilled, and I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah.
He probably did.
I'm not too sure about that one. Oh, relocate. Hunting. Oh, no.
There we go.
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh, I
dun.
think he just skilled it. That's why.
Ah, okay. Well, now he's done it. They don't manage to kill the Razor, but they will manage to take down that Spirit Breaker. They will also find Lun. That is the third time they've been able to get that dual victory. A big win. And unfortunate, because Sanky and Gomez in a lot of ways have looked good through this qualifier, but these drafts from Bait have completely taken them out of it.
Yeah, how do we put Mag as the MVP?
Yeah, Mag Matt got some
Did we
good
just pick
ideas.
Stoneman in because he was in his chair?
I think so. Chasing, looking, Razor in trouble. Sawi, low. BKB out from Dendy, jumping from Stonebank. Trying to hide away, but there is nowhere left to hide. Bait completely dominating at this point as they continue to run down building after building. There are buybacks available, but there's not a lot left in the tank, and Razor 400 gold away from his BKB.
Puck still doesn't have Blink right now. He's smoking out to go farm a Blink at the moment, I think.
Are under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little tough. And to be fair, the Blink doesn't help if they're in your face.
Or in your base.
Yeah.
Because they're in there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Aegis going to be reclaimed, and Gyrocopter very close to finishing off a Daedalus.
Got the Blink, though. Let's go.
That's big. They got the BKB, too. This is their timing.
This is it. This is the moment.
Smoke up. They're going. There's still creeps in their base, but they're smoked.
All right. Do they have any way to snap a coil? They have blinding light. I guess it's the best way, right? No other force staffs. I guess you theoretically could like bounce them out somehow. I feel like they just need the big snap. You know, it's level 12 now in the Dream Coil. That's 530 total damage if you snap it.
Oh, no.
That's a dead DP.
That is unfortunate. Oh, well, he's back. Guys, we're fighting. Oh, no. All right, exorcism used. Link on link. That doesn't... Oh, wow. V-Tune is doing a lot of damage. Poor old Ducho is not going to be able to do what he needs to. As V-Tune kills Razor, GG is the call. Good luck going further. So some nice sportsmanship coming out from the Sanking GÓMEZ squad, who again put on a good performance up until this. I mean, keep in mind, this was the team. Oh, Dende, look at him. Raw, look at that mustache. He's too strong. Ah. Oh, look at that mustache.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Probably should stop. It's kind of creepy.
So
Bit.
powerful.
It was very powerful. Well done, Dendy. Well done.
Well done indeed.
That's going to haunt me. Not going to lie. Sanking GÓMEZ took a game off Nouns, but Bait bring him down very demonstrably. And Trent, do you know what that means? That means that right now, Bait are the favorites to win this entire qualifiers. They're going to TI. You saw that mustache. You know what that means.
So explain your work there. Why are they the favorites?
Because Sanking GÓMEZ took a game off Nouns. The series looked close. This series did not look close. Ergo, vis-a-vis,
right,
by the transitive property,
right,
Bait are going to TI.
Oh my God, you're right. It's foolproof. You could put a proof. You could put the little 3-dot triangle of dots symbol next to it, meaning proof. I learned that in high school.
That's good.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
I do. I don't remember if that's.
See, you didn't pay enough attention to math. But minor in math, my ass. This is the second math question you failed today.
Number theory was never
I'm
my
calling out
go-to.
this university of yours.
That's fair. Fair enough.
I can do some quick math on this game. They lost by a lot, 25-3. They never got off the ground. That snowballing lineup in the hopes of, I mean, snowballing in the sense of like, hey, we're just trying to steamroll you with Razor DP, take objectives with it. We want to be strong. We want like these three heroes really strong up front, mostly Razor and DP with the Spearbreaker kind of causing some chaos with puck initiations, but it just never happened because they never got out of the lanes because the lanes were, I mean, 3K, 3 minutes, right? It was that easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Unfortunate Lund really got exposed in that one. Dendy, I mean, there's a reason he was showing off his mustache and feeling pretty strong at the end of that one there. He completely demolished him, ended up doing less than 5K damage. The second least amount of damage in the game was that oh, never mind. Sorry, I read that wrong. Never mind. But still, regardless, Dendy owned. Dendy had a hell of a performance. Massive ownage.
He almost doubled Puck's net worth at 10 minutes. That's how their lane went. He was like 4,600 to the 2,500 of the puck. So absolutely crushed it. Just kept on sitting mid and denying. And I thought that his general just plays around the map too and helping to initiate for the relocates was great too. Everyone played fantastic on Fate, and certainly some credit to Meg because I think their draft was just way, way, way better. So well done. Well done. They got tools, man. They got this IO strat that they're busting out. They got Dawnbreaker that looks good. They have a lot of things that they can work with here. And this was another second pick draft for them, with Dendy getting a pretty late pick. And what that was nice about this Ember is that we've seen a lot of the earlier Embers, and they've had some problems. But this was a good situation where it went late, and they said, yeah, we feel like Ember can do it here.
Well, I think it's impressive. And, we've already come up with the conclusion. We know what's going to happen. We got to play out the rest of these games, but really we kind of don't. We're just going to know that Fate's going to TI. Off the back of Dendy, Stonebank, and of course that beautiful, beautiful mustache. But still more Dota to be played today, Trent. It's going to be the American Goons facing off against the Cut in the lower bracket.
We're back on schedule, people.
Winner
2-0 for the schedule.
About Wildcard. The winner faces Wildcard. Still a lot of Dota to be played. Any final thoughts before we wrap up and we get ready for the next crew to hop on here?
Just make sure you stick around. It's going to be a good matchup here. The Goons versus the Cut. I am definitely going to be watching this one. I'm looking forward to it. I think there's going to be some super high quality NA Dota. So make sure you stick around.
This one's a grudge match. These players absolutely hate each other. So let's get right into it.
I've seen them fighting in the streets.
In real life. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have that matchup for you. Stay tuned. See you on the other side.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our final series of the day for the NA qualifiers for TI12, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you for this one. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're here for the final series of the night. Of course, it is going to be American Goons up against the Cut. But Jonathan, before we even talk about those guys, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. This should be a pretty exciting series to watch. Of course, we've had a couple of player changes of both of these teams. MTD went from the Cut into the American Goons.
That's
so
right.
That should be pretty fun to watch. You know, Hi Shaggy is friends with Empyrean. He's friends with a lot of people. We already had a little bit of lobby chatter between Empyrean and Hi Shaggy for sure. Shaggy's telling them do not chat so much. So we're gonna have a good time here. This is gonna be fun. Of course, the winner of this one will have to play up against Wildcard, who did lose to Nouns 2-1 a while ago. Did see that series come out. Maybe not too surprising for most people. Nouns being among the favorites, but I think there's a lot going on, right? The winner of this facing up against Wildcard with how we've seen teams react to Wildcard when they were in Div 2 should be pretty fun to watch out what happens here.
Yeah, it certainly should be. And we know, speaking of Wildcard, of course, Sammy's going to have some things to say to his next opponent, I'm sure. But we'll see who it's going to be. It's either American Goons or Cut going up against Wildcard up next. And we are approaching the end of the qualifiers as well. There's not too many days left of the qualifiers till we find out who our next representative of North America will be. So kind of coming to the chopping block, right? The end of all this. And I do wonder, right, who's going to be able to make it. Especially between these two teams, like the Goons versus the Cut, you could see one of these teams actually having a chance of being able to scrape their way through to TI, like if they could just pop off and really be kind of consistent with their performances, which so far they have been, but now one of them has to go home today, right? Sadly, the Cut, American Goons, one of these guys has to go home, or one of these teams has to go home. Question is who it's going to be. John, before we even start the draft, do you have a prediction between these two teams? Is there one you think should be the favorites going into this matchup?
It's hard to say. I think both of these teams have had a little bit of an up and down performance. If I had to say, I think the Goons looked pretty convincing in the series they played last time around. I think that was pretty straightforward for them up against Lucky Bird, maybe a little bit more convincing than the Cut up against Ravens. I think Ravens just looked a lot more lost. So I'd say the Cut still have to show us more, especially on a player like Aeon. I think Aeon did great up against RRL, but up against MTD, who has a really quirky hero pool on mid, it's going to be an interesting test for this lineup of the Cut. I would give the American Goons a slight edge, but not by much. I think we still need to see a little bit more from the Cut here today.
Yeah, I suppose we do. We'll have to wait and see exactly what they do get done. Of course, again, they've got no matter who wins today, they've got the opponent of Wildcard, which is not going to be too easy coming up. But we'll see how it all does go for them. As I believe the draft should be underway rather soon between these two teams, so we can get game 1 underway. I do hope we get to a game 3 today. I mean, you and I haven't had do we have a game 3 so far, you and I, throughout the NA qualifiers? No, we haven't, right? It's literally been all 2-0s for us. So I'm hoping for a close one, because it feels like every series we've done so far has been somewhat dominated by one team or another. So it's maybe a close matchup would be what we want to see here between these two, John.
For sure. And I think this is as close as you can ask for. I feel like these are probably two of the teams that should be placing top in Div 2 anyway. And, that does mean it should be fairly competitive. Again, both sides know each other pretty well. Empyrean and Sadman are still going, Shaggy's still going on. I don't know what they're talking about. Something about a reverse lion stun, something about Shaggy playing on controller. Props to him. If he actually plays on controller and we can see it in the cams, I will tip my hat to him for being a maniac. That's not normal behavior. It's unhinged.
It's not normal behavior. Do you remember that video with Purge trying to help Slacks out with hotkeys? And the hotkeys were ridiculous, like the exclamation marks, the minus sign for his items. And he's still doing that. I tuned into the Slack stream yesterday, John. He's still doing those weird hotkeys for his items, believe it or not. So I don't know if a controller would be that weird, quite frankly, Jonathan. We've seen much worse from some talent out there, apparently. I don't know how he does it with the minus key and the exclamation. How do you even use those keys? I don't understand. Like, what is he using? Like, he's pressing shift every time? I don't get it. Anyway, who cares? The draft has begun, Jonathan. The Cup versus Murray. These are professionals. Who cares what Slacks is doing? The bands have started. What do you think?
I'm thinking there's a lot of respect for just banning out the Pudge. We've seen a lot of impact from that, granted from different teams, but the hero does do a lot of work, especially for B-God. I think just a lot of respect with that taken out. The cut, banning out the Undying, banning out the Marcy, nothing too strange. This is within what you'd expect to be first phase bans right now, maybe with an exception for something like the Invoker being left in the pool. So either side could kind of opt for that, maybe by the second pick phase if they wanted to. The Goons taking care of the Dawnbreaker. That hero has really gone back into the meta with the Echo Saber Desolator build. Like, the hero has returned. It does well in its lane for the most part, pretty hard to shove away. So I can kind of see why it's back, but again, maybe a couple of things like the Invoker being left is a little bit more open, a little bit more out of the box. I think if it's not banned here, surely we'll see it banned later on. It's not the highest contest hero anymore. Nature's Prophet has taken that highest contest hero across every qualifier, the 2 qualifier regions we have so far, with NP being contested 95%, 94.55%. And there's that NP ban. So that number will stay up.
Yeah. I mean, the win rate in pubs, I think, was over 55% on MP.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit unsurprising to see the MP continue to be banned here in the pro games, as we do have a Phoenix opening, which I can't say I was quite expecting for that to be the priority of American Goons, but well, there you go. The Phoenix does make its appearance. See how the cut want to try and respond to this first pick. Well, what do you think, though? Like, Phoenix, is it really first pick material?
I think it has a lot it gives your team. We've seen quite a few teams dip into that Phoenix. We saw it, I believe, in the last year's, in the last year's game 1, I think it came out. And it does do a lot of work still. I think it's really just down to the fact that it does do tempo fights quite nicely, and the lane isn't too bad with Phoenix in. Right? You still have these really good power spikes. Probably not worth mentioning, but it is universal, so its right-click trading with a few stats items isn't that bad either. So I can see why Phoenix has kind of surged back once more. It gives you everything. Some team fights, some healing, some magical damage. Feels pretty good. Allows you to kind of combine on top of that with some additional control. The egg can be pretty safe. The cut, they do just go for the Darkseer, which we've also seen quite a fair bit of. Still carrying over from last patch. Darkseer still does the same thing it does in lane. Iron Shell spam, hold steady on lane, team fight control's there, aura buildup is still there. So still overall here that pretty much gives you everything you'd want from the offlane. It's just an all-rounder, you know? It doesn't reveal too much about the draft, so it allows you to adapt on the fly pretty well here.
That's fair. I actually don't mind the Phoenix changes we saw as well with the tick damage. I must say, it does actually feel quite nice to play Phoenix at the moment. So even with those small changes, it actually does feel like it makes a pretty big difference with this hero. See what American Goons can get done with it and what they're going to combo with it. Because many different combinations with the Phoenix that we've seen over the years, popular ones being like the Mars Phoenix, the Void Phoenix, stuff like that. Anyone that lets the egg go off freely is generally an ally of this hero. As well, the cut. One more ban to go, and we can see the drafts continue. This new ban phase, I'll tell you, it goes on for a while.
It's funky, isn't it? Like having a lot of your bans being gone by the second pick phase is pretty different. I mean, we've been so ingrained with the old order, and it's going to take some adjustment once more. There's the Bloodseeker ban, so surprisingly, Invoker left in the pool for either side if they wanted to go for it. Again, mind you, we haven't really seen that Invoker in NA. First day we had a gentleman's agreement until after the patch, then everyone let go of the agreement, but we haven't seen it beyond bans, you and I ourselves at the very least. The cut will just go for the Spirit Breaker, so you've got the Darkseer Spirit Breaker lane, which can be highly oppressive. And the Goons just go straight into the Naga and Clockwork, so you already have some good solutions to break off the charge. You've got some teamfight combinations. So theoretically, you can kind of protect the egg with cogs if need be. You can kind of use the song to set up for the egg as well. You don't have the best illusion clear here from the cut. Nothing that really just burns through all of them. Although Iron Shell on a Spirit Breaker with just constant charge spam is not that bad. Still not the most stable. And the cut will just go back into the Aeon Pangolier. Like, we've seen all the games of Cut, and he has not played anything beyond Pango. Like, did he play an Ember versus Pango? Did they swap around? I think they might have, but not that many different heroes for Aeon coming out. Granted, his Pangolier performance was spectacular, so don't mind it too much here.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, you just don't fix it, right? Like, you just go back for the Pango. It's very comfort, still a very good hero. And now the Weaver comes out, which is something it feels very different. We haven't seen this hero popping up very recently, and well, here it is. The Weaver has made its appearance. I'm not sure how to feel about it. I'll be quite frank. I know we're in a new patch right now. I mean, they got the Shaker against it now to boot, John, which doesn't feel the best for a hero like Weaver. You tell me, what the hell's going on?
This is a mid Shaker for MTD. He has done that multiple times. I'm pretty certain it's going to be a mid Shaker for MTD. And that lane matchup for Pangolier it's not the worst thing in the world. Level 3 is when that starts to feel maybe a little bit oppressive with level 2 Enchant. And you've got pretty decent team fight coming out here from the Goons. You've got a lot of ways of protecting the egg with physical barriers. Not like game mechanic barrier, actual objects to block your patting into the egg. Again, Cogs is there. You've got the Fissure now as well. You've got the Slam for a counter fight into the Vac wall. So you have a lot of ways of just punishing the Cut for trying to pull off their own team fight. I think your one concern right now for the Goons is that you don't really have a good way of pinning down the Pangolier. That is the one thing. The Rolling Thunder should be going off without too many hitches. You might be annoyed by the Fissure Cogs, but for the most part, Aeon should be able to just get that Rolling Thunder off every single time. And your lockdown for the Weaver, it's not the worst, but it's also, again, not something instantaneous. So there's still some leeway here for you to dance around in the Scourge McDuck, just kind of
10 seconds remaining.
Escape and farm up and build up and just poke away from a mile away. There is some pretty good minus armor being lined up from the Cut. You have the Swarm plus Swash, so you can kind of just melt these heroes down in quite a lot of poking if you're not too careful from the Goons. But again, the same issue still stands for the Cut. Your illusion clear isn't amazing. You could maybe go for a Maelstrom Weaver. That could be one way, but haven't seen that too often. No, you tend to see that. You see the Javelin build up into the mid-rotation, into the Maelstrom. So it gives you some way of dealing with the illusions, but it does feel like once you have the Heart and the Naga, that might not be too relevant.
Let's see how it all pans out. Final bans to come. The Cut will start focusing on the offlane a bit. American Goons still focusing on what seems to be position 1s. Not feeling like we're going to see anything weird like a Pos 1 Weaver coming out, which is fair. More offlane banouts to come. The Cut, they'll have a bit more of a think about it. Still looking for something that I feel like works a bit better with the Phoenix, right? Like we talk about those combos a lot. You still have options like the Mars if you really want to. The Mars hasn't felt so strong as of late, but it doesn't seem like the worst game for it either, to be fair. Go heroes like that.
It's also a decent enough Enigma game. Black Hole plus Supernova's the Celestial combination.
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
That's
Enigma.
always fun.
I don't know about this Enigma hero, John, I'll tell you.
It doesn't deny creeps, but you can't underestimate the Eidolons. Like,
you're right.
Enigma with a little bit of minus armor can actually run down lane. It plays a bit weird. It plays a bit different. But Enigma still has, you still have Malphus, you still have Midnight Pulse. And we've talked to a lot of people. Fear has expressed his opinion in this when we were casting NADPC, Mike. He said, yeah, this hero has really busted laning spells. So I somewhat believe Fear. Me and Fear have a much friendlier relationship than you two. No beef for us.
Fear and I is what you were meant to say, Jonathan. And I resent the relationship you have with Fear. You know how I feel about the man.
You resent a lot of things, Mike. You're Australian. That just goes without saying.
I do. They go for the Visage pick up here for American Goons. Fair enough. The Visage comes out once again. The hero has not so much disappeared yet from this meta. Don't know how to feel about it, though. Like, is Visage good right now? I feel like it's kind of a mediocre core at this point. Still pretty annoying to deal with, I suppose, but do you like the Visage?
I think it's okay. It doesn't really provide you with what you'd want in the wider team fight scope here for the goons. Like as you mentioned, you were looking for things to tie in with the egg. You only really have Song set up, maybe Cogs and Fissure. And I don't know if the Visage is going to be able to do enough. You're looking at trying to win out your lanes here. Up against the Elk, Visage lane it's all right. First few levels, it is manageable. Shaggy's really happy about this.
Yeah.
They managed to get that Elk. I mean, this plays into Scourge McDuck's favorites though, right? Like he loves farming up. He loves playing the Naga, which American Goons takes away. I think this is one good way of handling the illusions. The Radiance build-up is going to be really annoying for Boris. I think the cut has a really good way of scaling up. You have Aeon on here that he performed on spectacularly with no easy way of stopping the Rolling Thunder. I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for Goons. I feel like the cuts draft is a little bit more straightforward. Your lanes aren't that crazy coming out here. You've got this potential minus armor stacking with the Acid Spray plus an early Swarm from G-God. So the Alk Weaver lane does have some small synergy to it. And again, you have a pretty decent game for the Pangolier. It's not going to be the hardest time. I think the Goons are going to have to try to finagle their way around these lanes, and I'm curious to see how they execute team fights. And I'm curious what MTD's build-up is for his mid Earthshaker. I think that's the matchup that kind of dictates a lot. Like the side lanes, even if they draw even, it's really just down to mid. Who manages to get momentum, and a Shaker from behind is not going to feel good sharing farm with a Naga and with a Visage. So it's really just down to who gets better lanes, and in particular mid, I think, has to pop off for both sides.
Well, luckily, John, for us, game number 1 has started, so we can head into game 1 and see exactly how this game does work out. It should be very interesting to see who gets the first game advantage here in this best of 3 series. Of course, one of these teams has to go home today, sadly, so only one team gets to go through to round of 4 of the lower bracket and get themselves one step closer to TI-12. And I'll tell you what, while we're talking about MTD, can this guy not play like a normal mid-hero? Does it always have to be something weird coming out from this point?
Yes. It's got to be a Shaker. It's got to be a Zeus. I'm trying to recall, did we see him play Magic Lena when it was starting to pop off?
I think
he
so.
might have. Yeah. I love it. There you go, Ade. The cut versus the cut graduates, Empyrean, MTD. Oh, this is a fun one. You know? Shaggy's like, cut down the chat. It's like, no, we're not going to get that. This is going to be an all-chat game.
Sad man, he might be getting the cut experience here, John. Try to charge away will not work out. Sadly, it's cancelled off and Sad man's gone. Welcome to the cut, they say. Your first lesson.
Welcome to the cut. Let us cut you off right now. Oh, poor Shaggy. He was having such a good time in that draft camera as well, right? He was having a good laugh, but he dies first. Agent Shaggy, perhaps.
That happens. What can you do? Bottom, Aeon, not going to contest. Too many heroes around, he'll just leave it be. Looks like it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade, I believe, on the bounties anyway, so a nice even start. And while we're here, what about this bottom lane? You've got this Alchemist. Going to be up against the Clock and the Visage lane, so Lil Nick and Giant going to try and slow him down as much as possible. And of course, he's going to be supported by the +5 Weaver of B-God. Pretty interesting lane, because the Clockwork Visage is actually a really strong duo to have. It could be pretty hard for B-God and Scourge to actually sustain themselves in this lane if they do get caught out by Giant.
Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky. And once you have the cogs up, zipping in and out here for B-God's not going to be a simple matter. And you've always got this annoying soul assumption spam.
Oh, B-God went a bit far. He's going to be okay by the looks of it. A fair bit of damage, soul assumption out. It's not going to be enough. B-God will survive. But you've got to be a little bit wary at level 1 with that Sakuchi. You know, it's a long cooldown.
That it is. And already with the early sentry down here as well for the Goons, setting up for that lane quite nicely here down bot. B-God, he's going to hit his stride once perhaps level 2, level 3 comes out, whether or not he gets the value point in the Swarm. And there's some good synergy. The Swarm plus Acid Spray plus Unstable Concoction, it's like that old Venge combination we used to see with Alk Venge. So there's some play potential, but you have to prevent that bleed out in the early levels. And so far, Lil Nick and Giant doing a great job of just managing Scourge McDuck. We tend to see Scourge McDuck get away with pretty free lanes. Not so much the case in here, although he is still farming well.
Yeah, that he is. How's that top lane going? You've got Boris and that +1 Naga. Of course, he's currently against Sad Man, who's just annoying the crap out of him on this this Spirit Breaker, and you have Empyrean and Ade going at it as well across the other side of the top lane. And this lane also seems kind of devastating for the cut, that is. Like, you've got Ironshore plus Spirit Breaker charge. It can be very hard to play against. But for now, they are just creep skipping and creep pulling, just trying their best to not have to go for the actual 2v2 matchup at this top lane. Get those initial levels first and then move out from there. See, for the Darkseer, you want to hit level 3 so you have that level 2 Iron Shell up. And that way you can really start to get aggressive as bottom lane. Speaking of aggression, Giant has gone down.
You have to respect that Acid Spray and Swarm coming out. Neither of your heroes really have the right click just instantly clear out the Swarm. Kind of have to coordinate on attacking the one that's latched onto the Clockwork. So the Minor's armor stacking plus unstable, again, that's physical damage. It's going to be amped up quite a fair bit. Have to respect that. No sentries down anymore. They've got the counter sentries here on the cut. I think going back to your point about top lane, the one thing about all these pulls is that it feels a lot worse for Sadman, right? Like as a Phoenix, you're enjoying just staying down there, trading with the Darkseer because you're soaking EXP for free. Sadman's not really able to do as much, not able to grab as much, not able to steal some creeps away. It is to the benefit of Ade, but your level spikes now on the Spirit Breaker are going to be a lot slower because of that.
Bit of action bottom lane, it seems. Bigod, no, he's going to be alright. He'll just Sakuchi out. Top lane. Sadman trying to be as annoying as possible towards Boris, and this is that point where the Iron Shell starts to hurt quite a lot at that level 2 mark. See if they do try to make some big jumps in at the top lane, but for now it seems like a slow chip away. And Boris not really getting out of position on the Nagasar and realizing how dangerous things could get very quickly. Will not give them the opening they're looking for as Sadman gets a little bit deep. Takes a T1 tower hit, but is going to be okay.
Empyrean doesn't quite fully commit with a dive. Does just want to keep Sadman. Maybe just forcing him to waste some time. He will have the charge back. Down bot though.
A bit of a dive in. Looks like they have got Bigod this time, so Giant catching him with the cogs. Scourge actually still trying to farm at the moment. Battery Assault is going to end, but they do have a Blood Grenade if they really wanted to keep chasing. It's like Little Nick does have a full creep wave though to deal with, so would rather not. They're already securing Bigod anyway, and the Weaver's going to feel good enough for them. And it's kind of what we talked about, right? Like if you catch somebody in the cogs by themselves, chances are they are just going to die to this combination.
Yeah, it's still a lot of output. You have to really respect just how much Soul Assumption can build up with Battery Assault on top. They have wasted a lot of resources in the counter D-ward once more. Giant already has the preemptive sentry ready to go. So they should just be able to cut off Bigod's influence in that lane and just constantly waste resources. Like this does not feel good for a Weaver who wants to build into that medallion as a support. Can be a little bit slower. We haven't really managed to take a look at mid too much, although that's mainly because the silence are pretty aggressive. You are dropping a little bit flow on Ade top, but
Empyrean, he gets bashed. He's okay, he'll Icarus dive out. Very close call there for Empyrean. Sadman just getting bashes left, right, and center. So this can be such a devastating combination. The off lane of the top lane is now bottom. They've lost Scourge McDuck on the arc. Giant's going to be chased by Bigod. He's still okay, though. He'll eventually die, but Lil Nick might find a trade, but no. He's out of mana. No mana for the Soul Assumption, so Bigod will be okay. But I suppose you got the bigger kill anyway. You wanted the Alchemist, you want to slow down this guy's farm, and that they are.
They certainly are. Just, again, working this aggression well. Very straightforward lane, Clockwork cops damage. You just pump out the Soul Assumption. With the sentries and the vision you have here on the side of the goons, it's pretty alright.
Pretty rough as the mid-Earthshaker in situations like this where you just get completely surrounded, though. He's going to commit the Echo!
Sure?
Oh, he's got one! And he'll just walk out. Well, hold on a minute. I mean, I didn't think they were going to sack up like that, John.
Yeah, they don't respect the slam. Like, he got hit by the Shikuchi, so obviously he can tell it's going to be a big slam coming out. And MTD's crushed this lane, man. At some point, it's like 16 to 32. In the early wave, like nearly ×2 CS on MTD. This is not a lane you expect the Pango to do that roughly in, but MTD knows how to play that mid shaker.
And here comes the Castle Curse. MTD. No,
what
he's
curse?
well, let's see, John. Sad man. No,
yeah,
he's not going to go in.
Oh, Mikey.
Lil Nick, in the
No, no,
meantime,
no, no,
bottom lane, he's killed Scourge again. Empyrean shows up this time to help out. More importantly, the Alchemist dying a second time. Not a very good feeling here for Scourge.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see here for the cut. Al can recover quite nicely. They're still committing on to MTD.
They are still
Jeez.
trying. The heals come
He's not-
out.
no
Oh,
way.
he's not gonna die.
Scanning.
Oh, Empyrean makes it in time.
Killed.
The level 1 Sunray proving to just be enough.
Oh my god. That is so discouraging for the
Oh.
cut right now.
Lil Nick.
That is so discouraging.
Lil Nick. Surely Lil Nick dies. Surely he dies. Yeah, he does. Okay. B-God. Should be alright. I mean, Giant maybe gets him the cogs. He does. B-God, does he actually go down here? It seems like he may just. The stun coming in is going to be enough, though, that Giant does go down to boot. So you get a bit of a trade going. Not too bad for either side. Definitely in favor of the cut, who desperately need the kills right now.
Under attack.
Yeah, it's a nice little pickup for the cut. You get a little bit of an injection out for Scourge McDuck, some solo XP with his support dying. So he's allowed to build a little bit more. I don't know if you want to keep clumping around a Shaker, man. Maxed out Aftershock. Like, he can just stop you in your tracks. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, they just wanted the power rune anyway. It's Sandman's trying his best to ensure Aeon gets all the power runes here.
Man,
MTD.
Just look at MTD's build. I love this. Not even a value point Fisher. Who needs it? Play with Enchant. Play with Aftershock. You don't need Fisher. You don't need no blocks.
Nah.
Just right click.
Screw the Fisher. All my homies hate Fisher, John. Slim TD's got a great job here. He has the blink up now.
8.5 minutes.
Well, to be fair, he has basically rushed it, right? Brown Boots, Wand, and Bottle, but he has got the blink up with Echo available. And, I mean, now he has level 1 Fisher to boot. So he kind of realizes, okay, I might need 1 level in this, otherwise my team's going to lose their crap at me. But it seems like he can start making rotations if he really wants to, which he may just now.
And they're playing really aggressive right now on the side of the American Goons. They're constantly applying pressure down bot. They've managed to buy a lot of free space now for Boris to just farm up on that Naga. They're getting some solo EXP going for Empyrean. It's all starting to line up. Starting to group down bot here, looking for that angle. Still wanting to slow down Scourge McDuck. Still trying to go into that Radiance to counteract the illusions.
Well, they won't find anything down at bottom.
Tower is under attack.
Up the top, Scourge going to show himself on the Naga illusions, so they know where he is.
Tower is under attack.
He does have help around him, though, and it seems like side of American Goons just going to try and secure this bottom tier 1
Boris?
tower for now. As Boris, he's in pretty big trouble. Needs a way out. Problem is the charge is incoming, so they've got constant vision, and Boris is just down. Here comes the Echo, though. MTD finding 2 targets. He should at least have Sadman, but can they get Aeon? That's the bigger target. Aeon's going to go for a run. They've got the vision with the rocket flare, though, and eventually it seems like he may just be dead. So he will swash away 1 more time. Surge out as well. Aeon still running. Fisher back up for MTD, but he doesn't throw it out. Eventually does, but the raindrops. The raindrops will block out the damage necessary to get the kill. So they will barely save Aeon's life, only losing Sadman.
That's a massive win. He managed to get some good pickoffs going here. He managed to get that kill onto Boris. You're starting to get some activity out for the side of Caught, and you're starting to buy some space out for Scourge McDuck. Now all of that pressure is relieved down bot. He gates back down, gets his farm going. Radiant's starting to ramp up as the 2 camps clear out. His tower does fall, so the forward bottom jungle, it's maybe a little bit more dangerous for him to stay around. I think for the Goons right now, you want some forward vision. Like, they don't have too many wards up. They've got 1 ward watching the ramp area down in that bot jungle, but they need further vision to spot out this elk to get that hunt going on to Scourge McDuck, because we've seen what happens when Scourge McDuck just farms. He's had a lot of games where the cuts, maybe not doing the best in the mid game, but giving him a ton of space, and that space always pays back here for the cut.
No, he's certainly getting there now. Second in net worth as the Arc. Obviously, he wants to be first most of the time, but does need a bit of time to get that Radiance up before that stage. Lil Nix actually had a really damn good time in the Visage. Now sitting in second in net worth and pretty much has the items he needs to be aggressive with that solo crest. Sadman going for a bit of a charge in, does cancel. Rather, does get pushed back by the cogs. suppose for the cut right now, you are just playing a very slow game. Like you just want to buy more space for the Alchemist. You know, you can play aggressive as much as you want, as long as Scourge McDuck is surviving and hitting creeps. They'll be right. The Goons are kind of doing the same thing, though. Like, maybe just waiting for those next power spikes before they get going. Though I say that, MTD has smoked up with Empyrean. They are heading up top where Ade is hanging around. Ade, oh, that's a nice hook. Giant. He's going to find the Dark Sea. The lockdown in the cogs. Ade, he could still try to go for a run, but it's going to be pretty damn hard with all the control. MTD is not wasting any time, ensuring they get the kill with the Echo. And that's going to be his 4th of the game.
Yeah, he's done a spectacular job on the Shaker. And this is him without his shard. I think once you get that added utility as well with a shard, it's going to be a lot easier for him to get these pickoffs, get these catches that he'd want for the team. The space is being distributed great here on the Goons. Boris having free farm, but Lil Nick as well with the Ags build up, with the shard build up. He is looking for the Assassin build up on the Visage. So he's going to be able to look for some of the softer backline. If you can get chain control into B-God, it's not going to be too much trouble killing off that Weaver.
Giant.
Oh.
Giant currently in the middle of nowhere, feeling a little bit charitable, does give some gold over to Scourge McDuck. Fair enough, Scourge will be very happy with that. Not sure what Giant's idea was in that position, but maybe just scouting out for his team. Just trying to suss out where everyone is.
I've been seeing a lot of copy passes, although Aeon.
Well, he's taking a lot of damage. Aeon, he's just dead. Sadman trying to help out, may just die with him, it seems. Sadman, he'll go for a run, but they've got the stuns out and he's down. Another double coming out for American Goons. Oh, the cut. I mean, they're trying to fight back, but it's pretty rough.
That they are. There's a lot of back and forth. You're trading away Aeon, you're feeding into Lil Nick and onto MTD. And once this BKB is up for the Shaker, he's not going to have too much to be scared about.
Oh,
They're trying
Cogs.
to grab the Wisdom Rune. They find it.
Yeah, Cog's a bit too short. It happens. Mid lane, MTD trying to back off. Chases on from Ade. Oh, the vacuum doesn't connect. Oh, they're trying everything, but it's no good. Sadman's gone a bit far. Sadman may just be dead. And it looks like eventually he will be. They got him. You were saying something about copy passes, John. What's going on?
Yeah, so, okay, before that, Giant still dueling B-God. They fought over to his Wisdom Runes. They're still going.
Okay, B-God, he's going to lose this one.
All right, so I can give some context. I was checking chat for a bit. There are a lot of people saying stuff about Giant. He's the most gigantic player in NA. He's a giant genius, stuff like that. He's dying. He's feeding to as a giant play because he's boosting morale as the slams out.
MTD gets him, and you know what? Giant was right behind him, John. He's boosting morale, like they said. Just the presence of Giant behind MTD is just too much.
See, when Giant dies, apparently this is what Chad is telling us. When Giant dies, it's to boost the team morale to open up misplays later on from overconfidence on it. So it's all a 5-head play from Giant, obviously.
And this is why we've got the experts sitting in the chat, John. You and I, we're just here for the lols. Bottom lane. Boris, I'm not sure what the game plan is here, sir. I mean, he's got rotations coming in, but a lot more rotations coming in from the cut right now. They're trying to jump the Alchemist, but Boris is the one dropping low. He'll back his way out. The egg, it's been used up. Nobody taking it down. Does it get taken? Oh, it does. They had just enough. It was like half a second away from exploding. It took a little bit too long, like the song setup that they had going. Gives them a bit too much time for the cut to react. Even the charge now on Giant, who's about to boost the morale of his team even more, John. The Giant, he'll put the cogs down, he'll decide to live today.
Yeah, just for today. Not worth the morale boost just yet. A little bit unfortunate. You don't tend to see a mass TP onto the outpost work out too well, but there was just so long until the control came in from the side of Goons for them to build off of that song that there was enough time, and that's a costly death. Boris trying to make use of that Orchid feels like he can deal with the Alc, but you don't have the highest durability egg at level 1. You have enough attack speed, of course, with all of the heroes clumped up to clear out that. And the side of the of the cut, they're doing a great job. You're pulling ahead now on Scourge Muktak. The Radiance has been up and running. He's got the blink to get aggressive. And for the side of the Goons, it does feel like they're still playing a little bit more split up. They need more items up. And they've got the Shard on Lil Nick. It's not going to be enough. You need that Silent as a Grave to really start to work the map, to really look for these softer backline to get some more damage going. And you need more levels. I think the big thing that's holding them back is Empyrean being stuck at 8. If you had level 12 somehow, if you managed to soak up a little bit more, or if you just have the patience to wait for that 12, level 2 eggs start to become a lot less manageable. Although, up against the Alk, you really do have to be on point with the chain stuns. Like, Lil Nick has to be perfect with a micro into the stone form here to buy that space for the egg.
Yeah. Not easy. To be fair, Empyrean was right in the middle with that egg last time, so maybe just a bit more, needs a bit more of a positional advantage for the next team fight, but certainly the level 2 egg gonna help a lot in not dying that easily. They are still maintaining some decent control of Scourge as well. Like, he really has not taken off in terms of net worth. He might be at the top, but he's only about, what, 1k behind the Naga Siren? And Boris is getting to the stage where he's working towards the Heart of Tarask next. His mid lane, sad man. Will get caught again. They've got Aeon to help out with the Rolling Thunder. Sadman's going to try and go for a run and actually makes it out for now. Wall has been dropped with the vacuum. Empyrean forced Icarus dive away. Giant hook-shotting out. Everyone making it for now. Meanwhile, towards the south, Lil Nick. Lil Nick trapped up, trying to fight, trying to survive. Aeon in the meantime dropping low to boot. Nobody's died yet somehow. Lil Nick will finally go down. That'll be one. All that action and one person dies.
That was on the edge. They had to pop all their ults here on the American Goons to save themselves. Even the slam being committed by MTG, trying to look for that kill onto Aeon, but not enough echo damage coming out there. A little bit costly, way costlier for the side of the American Goons. Massive cooldowns committed. The side of the cut don't really need to wait for too much. So they're more than happy to force that out. Heck, he forced out the first BKB charge out from MTD. Not the best feeling for the Shaker right now. Starting to miss out on some opportunities. They need to connect a little bit better. That was very forced out, that movement. And he did miss the initial stun onto Sadman. Like, that missed Fissure kind of allowed Sadman to break that fight open for the side of the cut. Still, then you're getting some space out. Boris is at least not getting jumped. He's going for the heart next. And once you do have the Snoggle Heart, that's where things can maybe get a little bit tougher with a split push at the very least here for the side of the Goons.
Oh, 10 to 14 now. Very low net worth lead. Less than 1k for the side of American Goons. The thing is, though, like, you've got an Alchemist on the other side, so that net worth lead you've got on the Goons is actually a pretty damn good feeling right now against this Alchemist. We are going to have a quick pause. We've lost some audio for B-God, apparently, which is not very nice. Meantime, looking at win probability, it's 52% the way of American Goons at the moment, so very, very close game between these two teams. Which I'd agree with, John, considering how the game's gone, it really does feel like anyone's game at the moment. And before we went into this series, it felt like this was going to be a close one, so none too surprising we're having a very close game one.
And we are. And again, both these teams know each other very well. They've had their friends, they've had ex-members across the board. So, leads to some fun games, especially for chat. I have no idea where all these copy pasta spams came out. I've been noticing it since we casted the American Goons games yesterday. I'm like, it's just some pretty sick copy pastas about Giant. I'm enjoying it. It's not really, it's just good copy pasta, good quality pasta.
You could say he's a Giant personality, John.
He makes some Giant plays, some Giant mistakes, but, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
Giant. Here we go. Smoke out from American Goons. Up towards the top lane they go. Alright, hook shot, perfect from Giant. There you go. He's got him again. Speaking of the devil, Alright, gets caught. Giant will proudly walk away as MTD will take his 7th kill of the game as the Earthshaker. By the way, John, the fun's coming very soon because MTD is about to become a basketball player. With this Aghanim Scepter build up, the fun begins.
Oh, it does, Mikey. That it will. A lot more output. I'd love to see him get a crit at some point, either the Silver Edge or full Daedalus. I think that at this point, you are doing the damage. It's not going to be the Naga doing damage. It's not going to be anyone else. It is going to be MTD looking for that burst play. They will make their way into Roshan through the gate. No scans available for the side of the cut. So it should be a freebie coming out here for the side of the American Goons. Not like you'd want to force a fight in this tight area anyway, with the egg and the song. And MTD will pick up the Aegis. So a secondary line for him to play up front. Still has the BKB ready to go at 8 seconds here. Now they just need to capitalize on this. Like, they've got pretty much everything you could ask for initial damage here. The heart is not too far off from Boris. They can start to look for these tier 2s and start to really shut down this map. Start to shrink that space for Scourge McDuck to farm it.
Yeah, I mean, Scourge is still just about 1k ahead of the Naga Siren. Like, he's getting the farm up, but it just seems way too slow to really have that big impact you're looking for. And Boris, in the meantime, he's about 700 gold away from the full Heart of Taraska up on the Naga. Very nice power spike for him. The cut, they've smoked up as 3, heading towards an... Oh, they saw MTD. MTD shows in the creep wave. It's a huge target. He's 7-0-4 at the... Or 7-0-3 rather on the Earthshaker. But instead, the cut, they're moving up north towards Lil Nick. I guess maybe not feeling confident enough to go after the Shaker, they'll try for the Visage. But Lil Nick, he seems to know maybe something is a little bit awry because he's backing his way towards the base. Not fast enough though as the charge is incoming. And Lil Nick eventually will get caught out and should just die.
Yeah, what can you do, right? You cop the gank for your team. You get chain stunned, not even able to get his own stone form off. It happens. That is space. Unfortunately, they're not really capitalizing on the Goons, not looking for a push onto a tier 2. So that's really not achieving too much. MTD's coming out now.
Why the hell not? He TP'd out to try and help. Fish is going to land. Hook off the mark. Giant just not feeling it. And I wanted to give a bit of charity over to the other team because he's giantly charitable, Jonathan. He doesn't want to be rude to the other boys.
And he is. He is a magnanimous player, Mr. Giant, of course. Gigantic in every single way. In his kindness, in his plays, and his
gigantic
stats.
play about to happen. There you go. Walked right out of there, John.
Just threats. You know, Shaggy knows. Sending a message to Giant. He's not intimidated by his Giant aura.
That's right.
Giant needs to get a Giant's ring later on. It's his ring. It's named after him.
This is why I don't like you reading chat, because you got all these stupid ideas.
What do you mean? What do you mean, stupid? These are great. This is great. This is NA Dota. It's all about chat, baby.
It is.
That's what it is.
It is true. We love NA Dota. Here comes the cut. They're all just stacked up to the middle. Like, the cuts, it almost looks like they feel very uncomfortable. Like, they're very grouped up together. They're not separating very much. Like, you have a bit of split pushing going on from Arde, but that's about it. You know, he's just doing Darkseer things. Maybe if you are the cut, like, you're confident in your own draft to drag this out a little bit longer. I don't know how to feel about it. Like, you've got a Darkseer who scales really well. You've got a Pango who can scale really well. I suppose the Weaver in some sense can scale really well as bottom lane. There is going to be...
Double damage with Ags for MTD.
Uh-oh.
It's coming.
Oh, no. Double damage and Aghanim Scepter with an Orb of Destruction available for MTD. Let's see how this one works out. He's jumping in. He almost found B-God. B-God, don't show yourself, sir. He's going to hit for over 1k with this hit. Oh, he hasn't seen it. He'll go after the tower instead. B-God's like, oh no, they caught him. B-God's caught. Run, B-God.
Oh! MTD 803. What a maniac. This guy playing mid Earth Spirit once again and just popping off. Good God.
Well, Sad Man's going to go for a bit of a charge in. Risky play, but we'll make it out. It's a 4v5, but the thing is they have the Aegis on MTD for another minute. So it's really a 4v6 right now in some sense. And Scourge McDuck, he's still farming the top side of the map, so he's not even around in the base. Just hoping they back off themselves, and it seems like they will. Well, the Goons are instead going for a bit of a smoke up as a team. But they don't really have any targets to go for at the moment. Like, everyone's just hanging around the Radiant base. You don't have Roshan for another 3.5 minutes at least. They'll head through the Twin Gates, maybe try to find Scourge, but Scourge has made his way back towards the base.
Yeah.
Unless MTD finds him.
Radiant's
It seems like are they going to walk towards the Radiant Triangle, I wonder?
Nah.
By that I mean the cut, they are going to smoke. So Scourge is going to be smoked, they're going to smoke behind Scourge. Now they'll group up together.
MTD.
MTD
It's just not
showing.
gonna last long.
Charges out. He's got the Echo. He's got an Arcane Rune available. He's got a Blink Up as well, but they'll get the wall down. This could be huge, and they've got him.
Oh, that's
MTD with the
such bad
first
timing.
death.
Aegis just expired.
Oh,
Literally just a second before. Like they just got that
Perfect
timing
timing.
perfectly.
perfect
Great smoke
timing.
coming out. The biggest kill you could ask for. 8-1 to 3. MTD getting his first death, as you mentioned. And now they can just collapse on everyone else.
Nice hook shot from Giant. Gets his way out of there, so won't feed any more kills back the way of the cut for now, but the charge is still on. They really want a bit more than just one. They won't find it though. Everyone behind the T2 tower is going to be just fine though. B-God still scouting for his team, going after Giant on the clockwork, but now will be surrounded himself. And B-God will get tipped by Giant.
See, that's where the mental play of Giant comes in. No, he misses his hooks onto V-God. V-God feels confident running up. No, Giant's not alone this time.
It really is genius.
That's a Giant play right there.
It really is genius. I'll tell you.
You know what else is genius, Mike? I'll give you a pretty interesting counterpoint for your Pangolier here. Naga Ags could be an item, right?
Speaking of the Pango,
Oh.
John. Here
Oh.
we go. Aeon. You know, he has a Lotus Orb at least, but it seems like it's not going to help very much. Leonic able to secure the kill. You were saying the Naga Aghanim Scepter, I believe. against
For
the
Rolling
Pango.
Thunder. Can you
Yeah.
imagine that? It's not really a rush item for Boris, but it's a solution if it's a problem.
I like it.
I don't
Kind
think
of
we're
funny
gonna see
seeing
it.
a Rolling Thunder just going nowhere, but backwards.
Right? It's just like, why? All right, a little Naga's net can stop Pangolin's roll. Okay.
Makes sense.
I suppose. It is a net. I guess.
It is. Top play. Sad man.
Oh,
Spotted. Giant. Hook shot. Perfect. He's found Sad Man. Nether Strike is available, but he can't get it off. He could try to use his Shadow Blade, but the cogs just last too long. He's done it again.
yeah, good old Giant. You know, sometimes he misses those hooks on purpose, and then he lands the big ones that matter, nailing them big kills. There's one thing I'm not quite sure if it works this way. If you have Enchant Totem up and you have Defiant Shell, if you attack back, does it waste your Enchant Totem?
I don't know.
Or do you get a free use? That's the one thing I never tested and I've never encountered. So I'm like, I forget.
Maybe we'll find out. I think MTD would know if anyone. Maybe there's a reason why he picked up this Defiant Shell as the Echo Slam comes in onto Aeon. Aeon's dead. Giant will secure the kill for his team. Huge play from Giant.
That was a gigantic flare coming out from Giant. Outstanding. Cleaning up, knowing that MTD wouldn't want to waste the right click, in danger
Yeah.
on the high ground. You know, he's like, all right, I'm gonna save you the trouble, buddy. Get out of there. Save your life. I'll take the kill.
Here we go, MTD again. Rocket Flare's actually going to give Vision of B-God and Scourge, I think. In fact, no, never mind, it does not. Giant, he's found Sad Man. Hook shot's going to actually land on the Familiars. Arde's going to be there with the vacuum, but in comes Boris from the south. Moving in on to the Spirit Breaker, and with the Enchant Toad and MTD just deletes him. Sad Man is brought back though. He'll try to charge into the team fight, onto the Earthshaker, but there's your song out. Everyone just leave. Get out of there. The fight's over, boys.
Just bailing
Everyone's
out.
fine. Only Empyrean dies.
I think that would have been a fight for the side of American Goons if they had Slam up and if they had a Phoenix round with Egg. That might have been a better solution for them. No Slam for MTD, despite all the illusions being around, meant that they couldn't really try to turn. And they find a decent enough pick off here from the caught. They managed to waste again. Another BKB charge coming out here from MTD without too much being lost. So some of those resources are dwindling down for the American Goons, and they are still stalling, which is really all you want with your Alchemist right now. At the same time, your Alchemist is starting to get fully slotted up. Still looking for a bit of
God.
a chase.
MTD He's the big one you love to see go down if you are the cut. Fisher will land on one. Enchant Totem away into the tier 2 tower. They still want to chase. He's got help incoming though. 4 staff away from Giant. Enchant Totem again. He is fine. He has broken the gap. They are still chasing the man down, but MTD, he's in the base now. How far have they gone? Empyrean, he's going to drop the egg, go for the fight. In comes Boris as well. And they have at least got Aeon. Aeon is gone. Are they? Trying to get out on the Darkseer. Meanwhile, to the side, Sandman's in trouble. So they have got the Darkseer nullified up with the Ensnare to lock him down. Ade will surely just go. They continue to just control him through the surge. Nullify again. And eventually Ade will drop. That was such a deep dive. Such a desperation play that just doesn't work out.
The side of the American Greens were ready. They had a 4 staff out. They just drag MTD all the way back. And they managed to punish. They find 2 good core pickoffs for their trouble. And Scourge McDuck, again, still managing to run away. But we're not feeling the impact of his Alchemist right now. It doesn't feel like it's really doing too much in these engagements. And at some point, you've got to ask yourself, can your Alch really scale into that ultra late game stage up against this Naga Siren? Because you're always going to have to keep that Radiance in. It's going to take up a slot, but the Naga gets to the point where it's going to be really durable. You're already at that point with a heart. So you've got a dead item slot that you can't replace. You could start to think about feeding Ags, I suppose. Like a free Ags coming out for Aeon would be big. A free Ags for B-God would be massive if you can somehow build up. But that's going to take a little bit more time. Roshan is up inside of the American Goons clearing it out here.
B-God, I believe, got spotted there for a moment. Enchant Totem does connect. MTD should have the control necessary to take him out along with the familiars of Little Nick, but no, the time lapse is out. MTD now caught. Hook shot from Giant, though, gonna save MTD, who's gonna make a run out of there, and he's fine. He's gonna go for the TP back to the fountain. MTD's made it. Problem is, Roshan is so darn low. They can't really leave the area at the moment. They've lost one. There goes Giant. Lil Nick's in trouble. Lil Nick, he'll go into the stone form himself. They'll even drop the song, and oh, look at this.
They've got the egg.
Oh, they've got the egg. All lined up as 3. Can they time it well? It seems like perhaps they can. They'll stun 3 heroes up. Ade's the target. They want the Darkseer gone, and the Darkseer suffering. He'll go for the vacuum though.
MTD.
In comes MTD with the Echo Slam. Landing on 2. They've got Aeon. Aeon will swash away. Still chasing Empyrean. They'll finally take down the Phoenix. In fact, Lil Nick's gone to boot. But Aeon has dropped as MTD. MTD's gone. They found 4 for 1. A great fight for the cut.
They make it work. They just catch out MTD. He was out of mana. He couldn't take that fight. He pomps a BKB, forced the TP home, but didn't have enough to try to get some more fissures, try to get the enchants, try to look for that slam in the Roche pit. They're forced to take this fight outside. They line up the song and egg. It's just not enough. Like, MTD comes in, the illusions are all dispersed. They manage to run away and declump quite nicely, forcing only a 2-man out. And it's the side of the cut to get the Aegis off the back of it. Aegis Cheese going their way. And they're back in the game. Those are big cooldowns committed from the side of the Goons. There is still quite a lot on the map to work off of, though. Still a lot of objectives to take, so the Goons aren't in complete danger yet.
Well, Scourge. Scourge. Well, hold on a minute. B-God's rushing in. Scourge, can he survive this? Like, he has the Aegis up. Problem is, he's just stunned himself. Charge to come out from Sadman. They've actually got Empyrean. Scourge is still alive. Scourge may finally go down. He will lose the Aegis. But they've lost Giant. Both supports dropping now as they do at least get B-God. Song out. That'll catch the Alchemist and the Darkseer, but it seems like they're just going to leave the area. You will see the TP in from MTD, but they've seen enough. They've got the Aegis. That's more than enough for them for now.
That's massive. That stalls out this momentum the cut wants to dig into these tier 2s to force more aggressive fights. All off the back of Scourge McDuck just playing a little bit more far forward.
MTD. They're following him. Nether Strike will break the Lincolns. They've got the control though with the stun out from Scourge McDuck. MTD is gone. Another great kill from the cut. And MTD suddenly really starting to drop the ball. Like he's died 2 out of the 3 kills that he's had. Or rather, 2 out of the 3 deaths that he's had has been in the last, like, 30 seconds.
Yeah. Just been back-to-back. It's the chain stuns coming off. It's the fact that they've got so much invis here on the side of the cut, and they have to drop so many sentries here on the side of the American Goons to just feel safe anywhere. Like, the Lincolns can only save you from so much. Once the chainstones are up, there's no opening for you to pop the BKB. And it's just becoming tough for the Goons to kind of split up and try to play this farm game. They've got to respect the pick-off potential of the cut. And the cut, for their part, even after losing Aegis, they've still got a lot running here. They've still got a lot of space to grow. Maybe not in Scourge McDuck, but certainly on trying to scale up. B-God now is a little bit of a semi-core, getting more items up on Ade, getting more items up on Aeon, trying to work onto that Ags now on the Pangolier. And does have the Basher, which ties in to all of those chain stuns. And we've got to see American Goons kind of force this fight in their own terms. It feels like all of these fights have been coming out in response to the cut. We haven't seen the Goons dictate any of these fights in a fair bit. You know, it's always been kind of responding to the charges of the cut here. They need to be the ones to dictate. They need to be the ones looking for this ideal position for the Egg Song, for the Echo Slam on NTD. They need to be able to pop their BKBs. They can't afford to try to counterplay it. It's just really dangerous up against the cut right now.
They're going to go for a big spoke up. It seems like they will. 5-man here from the American Goons. Card's still hanging out as a unit though. They're down the bot lane. Not splitting up at all. Rotations through the Radiant Triangle from American Goons, but again, just completely across. Oh, sad man. Sad man. It's going to charge right through them.
Are scanning.
Actually runs right into MTD now, but do they have the detection for the guy? The answer seems to be no. Sad man is fine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not going to be punished.
Bottom tower is
Just
under
clearing out the creep waves. That does stall out any sort of split push that you're trying to do here on the Goons while they manage to just shove in that bot themselves. They're starting to clump up here.
They'll break the Lincolns on MTD again with the Nether Strike, not using the charge instead, so... It's still a very low cooldown with the Nether Strike anyway, to be fair. Not too big of a deal here for Sad Man. Here's the group up from the cut, preparing for the defense of the tier 2 top tower.
middle tower is under attack.
Keep in mind, you do have now a Scythe device available on Empyrean, so some big itemization from the Phoenix. Could make all the difference in this next fight.
Radiant's top
Still
tower
looking for that fight right now, just... Ade, Echo, committed, MTD, finding one with that. Really just wanted to kill off Sad Man, but doesn't have enough. Just doesn't have the burst potential anymore.
Now I'm just rather curious going for the slam instead of just the relying on the enchant. Maybe like expecting a little bit more clumped up, maybe expecting someone to be right by Sad Man, but doesn't find it. They had the Silence the Grave as well in Little Nick. And they could just use Little Nick to initiate, relieve some of that pressure on MTD. Gonna be a minute until that slams up. It's a
Aeon.
It's an open.
Aeon. Aeon.
Oh boy.
Aeon. I mean, that was a very strange way to walk through to the bottom, to the mid lane.
Radiant's
Maybe just having a lapse of judgment, and there you go. He's apologizing to the team.
bottom tower
So maybe just wasn't watching where his hero was, and now they're going high ground.
structures
Now,
are
just off the back of one mistake like that, you lose your mid laner, and suddenly the high ground's in trouble.
Yeah. Doesn't take too long to rip apart either with the damage coming from MTD.
MTD. Oh, this shaker. They're gonna go for a run. They've had an they see the tier 3 tower go down. They're happy with that, it seems. You do have the buyback available on Aeon, and they don't want to risk it.
Yeah, no need to take too many risks here. And might as well just wait for MTD's Daedalus to get some of that burst damage back, you know?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised by his talent choice going for the Fissure range. I'm feeling like he needs to be able to just...
Man.
Don't.
He's gonna be okay. Avoids the nullifier. A bit risky, but does make it out.
Yeah, playing poke. Doing what he can. That Spirit Breaker to just slow down the Goons just by any amount he can. They do have the gem on Lil Nick. So as long as this Visage is around, you shouldn't be able to get any of those plays. But it has been a little bit disconnected just a bit here on the side of the American Goons. The cut, for their part, They're fully slotted up on Scourge McDuck. They're trying to get this build up for the blink on Ade to get that blink back wall going. And again, there's always the potential for free ags to come out now from Scourge McDuck being fully slotted up. I mean, he has managed to give one away.
Boris. Smoke broken by Sadman onto Boris. Boris is actually alone right now. Charge out. He actually avoids the stun with the Manta, but still is in a bit of danger as the Ogre Seal Totem allows him to get away from Sadman. He is fine. McDuck, he's going to make the jump in, but now the egg is there. Hookshot is going to land on nothing from Giant. Landing on nothing. Song out to lock all of them down. Aeon, the Rolling Thunder, it's going to be completely wasted as now the Echo Slam comes in from MTD. Locking a couple down. Completely surrounding Scourge McDuck, and they've lost the Alchemist by the looks of it. Scourge is gone. Ade caught to boot mid-surge. Still running, but MTD is on the chase, and he's found it. They've got buybacks available. Not so much on Ade, though. Sadman, he just committed his own buyback, but he might be dying back immediately.
Oh, boy.
That's a big deal. That should be at least 2 lanes of barracks, maybe even just megas.
That it should be. Really quick fingers coming out from Scourge from Oris to dodge out that charge with a Manta to get off the Ogre Seal Totem and just drag that fight out to allow his team to connect. And that wasn't even the ideal team fight for the side of Goons. It felt like there wasn't too much Echo Slam damage coming out from MTD. I think the song was still lingering for like right on the cast of the slam. Just didn't matter. They had the AoE control, they had the damage coming out, the team was clumped up. That is all the racks going down here if you're not careful.
Stun up once. The range racks is still standing, so no megas incoming. They'll try for Lil Nick, but the Scythe device out from Ade. Gonna lock down Scourge McDuck. Lil Nick will be okay to walk out. And the Familiars will finish off the range racks. So megas are now incoming. The Goons in a very, very powerful position. All they've got to do is not throw the game. That's all that's necessary now.
It's a tall order sometimes, Mikey. You know, we've seen it in Southeast Asia. We're in NA. You never know what happens in NA. The Goons, though, they're an experienced squad. Should be able to calm down. You know, the Giant play now is to just be calm. Think about the Giant plays of the future if you win. Just calm down a bit.
Yeah.
Don't get too excited.
Just think about Giant. That's all you need to do.
Yeah. And the pillar of this team, him and Empyrean. I saw a couple of copy passes about Empyrean as well. Heck, I see the Degenerate squad in the chat. I think I saw someone saying the Torn, and I'm like, Torn Dota?
How do you
That's a
just
person I
say
haven't played
degenerate?
with.
You just say degenerate squad like we're meant to know who that, like what squad this is.
Oh, it's
like
just
they're a boy
it's
band
just,
or something.
They're like immortal players in NA, friends from Echo League. They really are. They used to be degenerates. They're not quite as degenerate now.
Well, they get jobs.
Age does that. No,
Very
you just age up. You know, you age out of degeneracy sometimes, for the most part.
Well, what age are you going to get out of it, John?
Nah, when I'm dead. They left the cheese. That's pretty degenerate. Come on, Giant. There you go.
There you go. Giant's got it. Giant understands. You need a giant stomach for a cheese like that, Jonathan. Only Giant had the capability of picking up that cheese.
Who got the Ags? I'm trying to check. Okay, it was Giant as well. Who got the Ags?
Of course
he gets everything.
Well, of course he does, John. It's Giant. Scourge McDuck. Let's see the defense to come. This is game one. Like, you lose game one, you're not out of the tournament by any stretch, but you are going to have that one game disadvantage going into game two, and that never feels nice. And you and I, we've casted a lot of 2-0s recently, so it's probably not the best as the Echo Slam. MTD.
Oh, the crit!
He's taken down Aeon, and he crits him down. There is buyback, though. He will commit immediately. Sadman, he's charged in. He's trying to force the fight. They'll drop the vacuum. They'll drop the wall, but they're losing Giant. The clockwork's gone. Giant is down. Boris, he's going to pop the song eventually and try to get his way out of this because Scourge is just chasing him up on the Alchemist. Eventually, they will get put to sleep as now the turnaround might be there because the BKB's worn off. And they've controlled up the Alchemist. Scourge McDuck. He is still running. He will barely make it for now. But can they keep the fight going? Sadman getting crit again by MTD. MTD, he's a huge issue, this Earthshaker. He's just critting everyone. Ade surviving for now. But for how long? Run, Ade. Get out of there. Meanwhile, Giant, he's brought back. He's back into the fight. More buybacks to come. Scourge still trying, goes back on a Boris. Boris is just fine though. We'll just walk away. Tier 4 tower time. It's a 4v5. They've still got the Aegis up. It's very hard to see them losing this one, but they're going to try again. Scourge McDuck jumping in onto MTD. MTD, he's got that secondary life. He won't mind dying the first time, but will he even die once? Look at the damage. Scourge is gone. GG is called. Sadman has seen enough. And what a game one coming out from the American Goons. They made it look kind of easy.
That they did. There's a little bit of back and forth, you know, Giant just setting up the team for that one, of course, feeding a little bit, tactical feeding to get the cut to be in a very comfy position and capitalize on that. I have to say, like, this is NA Dota at its purest, I think. You know, you think about NA Dota, people would say, oh, Shopify Rebellion, Nouns, Wildcard. No, this is NA Dota. This is it. This is like on the cusp of being amazing. It's just, who knows what's happening. You have an Earthshaker mid that just stomps the lane. MTD again crushing quite hard. What a spectacular game. We said it would be a close one. This was a fairly close game beyond, before the rush happened there for the side of the American Goons. Before that, it was really even. You were getting your farm that you wanted on the cut. It just felt like in the end, when they let off the throttle, when they stopped being the aggressors and allowed the side of the Goons to play their game, that's where things went southbound, right? Because all the success of the cut was running in, forcing the Goons into unfavorable fights, into staggered spell use, into a very split up position, and they just couldn't bring that out later on. They just went back to farming, played defensive, and that's where the Goons shine. Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performance here from the boys here from the Goons, and I mean, you know, the cut didn't do too bad. It just felt like things just didn't work out, right? Like, yeah, Alchemist fell a bit too far behind, never really gained that big advantage. There was a couple great moments that we saw, but nothing quite big enough. And you've also got that added effect of MTD just being a real pain, you know, picking all these weird mid picks that you don't necessarily know how to deal with. Can be considered a little bit cheesy, of course, and what can you do? I mean, maybe just go back to the draft, try to sort things out, but it just looks a bit hard against the side of American Goons, just because they have so much versatility and so many cheese picks they could throw out. You know, you do have the scoreboard here, of course. MVP, Jonathan. Do I need to ask you who the MVP is? Do I need to ask? No.
Of course it's
you
Giant.
Don't need to ask.
Of course it's Giant. MT who? It's Giant.
MT. Yeah, it's all Giant. The Giant player with the Giant brain, with the Giant plays, gets the Giant award as well.
That's right.
Unfortunately, doesn't get the Giant's ring. Game doesn't last long enough for that, but next time around, I'm sure Giant will find his ring once more, claim it back from wherever he lost it in the jungle. But Giant did play an actually spectacular game. Outside of memes, like, he was actually setting up the vision he got with the Rockets, his setup, the way he played his lane with Lil Nick was really key, because he just needed to be aggressive. He got those early sentries. He dug into his own economy to enable his team, and that did set up quite a fair bit to allow Lil Nick to snowball, because we've seen Visages fall flat when their lanes are really bad and they're soaking up space from their pause one. Lil Nick didn't have a bad lane. It wasn't amazing. They were finding kills, but it was not a bad lane, and that allowed a foundation for Lil Nick to, you know, get some space for himself, to ramp up, to have the impact he needed, and it's all off the back of Giant and his gigantic brain.
Certainly so. With that, of course, props to them, props to Giant, and game one will go the way of American Goons. We'll see what gets changed up in game two, right? Because, like, as we said earlier, we haven't made it through to a third game yet, you and I. We have not been able to cast a third game because everything's been ending 2-0. If the pattern continues, that means American Goons have officially made it to round of 4, but we'll see if the cut have anything to say about that going into our next draft. And before that, we'll head into a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2's draft between the cut and American Goons. We'll see you all again very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going back into our game 2 here between the Cut and, of course, American Goons to see how this new draft's going to pan out and whether we are going to get to a game number 3. And it is, of course, MLP Dota and Jonix Fire joining you here today for this final series of the day for the NA Qualifiers. Jonathan, I don't know how much longer my intros can get at this point, honestly. I just keep rambling on and on about absolute garbage. How the hell are you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. You know why you ramble on? It's because your taste in anime. You know, you're a Naruto guy, you're a Boruto enjoyer, you're a One Piece fella. They're all long, so obviously you wouldn't know how to close out anything. You just keep going. It never ends.
I was wondering where this shitty joke was going. Thank you for that, John.
Yeah, you see me, I'm a 1 or 2 core kind of guy. I don't watch too much more beyond that. If it's beyond 2 or 3 seasons, it's out of my attention zone.
All right,
No,
well,
I'm done.
don't throw me under the bus like that. I do not watch Boruto, okay? For anyone
But
actually...
the dinosaurs came in. It really picked up. I think Boruto's dad shows up for a couple of moments. Like, whoa, who is that guy?
All right. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, moving on. We've got some ads coming out. They actually ban out the Earthshaker. So they do respect ban out the MTD Earthshaker this time. This is the thing I'm talking about. When you're playing against a team like American Goons, when you're playing against MTD, like this guy doesn't play any normal mids. I think the only normal mid we saw him play is Ember Spirit. It's just like, you know, he's the first guy to pick up the mid Zeus and play it with the lightning hands. You know, he plays his mid Earthshakers. He does all this really weird stuff. And I feel like you just can't necessarily ban this guy out.
Yeah, you for sure can. Like, he has so many options, and I'm wondering what options the Cut will kind of let him have, and what options they'll actually pick up here for Aeon. Because again, for Aeon, we've only seen him play literally just Pango and Void Spirit. So I'm curious if there's anything else, or because that leads to another problem, right? Like with Goons, you don't know what to ban. With a Cut, you know exactly what you're playing into. If it's going to be the Pango once more, you can have a lot of solutions. You know, in the last game, it wasn't even an issue. The lane matchup for MTD was perfectly fine. We didn't feel the biggest impact from Aeon, unfortunately, with the Rolling Thunders. So, I don't know. I feel like the Cut need to shake up on the mid. I think they need to bring something different here for Aeon. At the very least, I don't think the Pango itself was bad, but just the lane matchup was a little bit rough. And that meant that Aeon had a harder time in trying to have that impact he'd want. They do pick up the Naga themselves on the Cut. So Scourge McDuck gets to play the hero that he played literally non-stop in the last few series we've been watching. He played nothing but Naga. So it does come out once more. And the Goons, I wonder how they'll swap this run around. Will they pick Alchemist as a solution? It feels like that one's just really awkward. You need a big item advantage, and Naga does. Keep up and farm with the Alch quite nicely. I think you want something tempo. Whether or not you commit for your safe lane pickup at this point, probably not. You just go for the Timbersaw. That is also something MTD has run, but you can kind of hand that off to the off lane here. You can kind of just give Lil Nick his Timbersaw. He loves his Tim. Matchup against the Naga is pretty damn good. So you might end up just going that way. You know, Lil Nick Tim into the Naga Siren of Scourge McDuck. You've got a solution for the illusion spams. You've got some good tempo. I think it works out quite nicely for the Goons.
Yeah, I think it's just fine. More bans to come, of course, before we can see the drafts continue. Sure, the panels at TI are going to love this. The band stages are just going to be very excited about talking about the bands for so long.
You know, Fear. He loves talking about bands. I'm pretty sure Winter loves as well. You know what? I would pay to watch a Winter Fear.
Who's going to be?
Well,
he's been at TI.
He's been at TI. You know, he's won a TI.
Yeah, he's won one TI, John. Let's be very specific about that. It's quite embarrassing if you ask me. You know, you got carried on that one as well. Let's be fair. I've told him.
No wonder he wasn't smiling when he lifted the Aegis.
He doesn't.
You know, I look back. I remember that moment where, you know, the Aegis was up, Awi's there, Sumail, and Fear just looked so deadpan. No wonder.
Yeah.
I never asked him about it, but I can tell now. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know Fear so well, Mike.
I do. Trust me. I've had a long chat with him about this. It doesn't really have, doesn't have much to say to me either. Like, he acts tough on Twitter, but let me tell you, he has nothing to say in person.
There's the Lion coming out for the Goons, so a little bit of hate coming out from American Goons. This is one way to deal with illusions as well with your Shard. So you at least have some more illusion pop. Can be pretty annoying in lane. A Lion plus Timbersaw lane does sound pretty annoying. Like this is with the change to mana drain. I always say this, and I sound like a real big idiot because no one does this. But 2/0/3 with Timbersaw, just to give him more mana to spam out spells in lane, it's not bad. It's a different playstyle for sure. You don't get the value point in the Hex. Maybe a 2/1/2 is a bit safer, but just to allow you that aggressive Timbersaw lane, it is.
Here's the thing.
It is vibe.
Here's the thing, right? The one time that happens, I'm never going to hear the end of it. The one time,
Yes.
there's going to be one
Yes.
game where some pro player goes 2-0-3 and probably loses the game. But I'm never going to hear the end of it from you.
You'll never.
You're going to tell me you were right this
Absolutely.
whole time, and all these years of saying it live, you finally feel vindicated that somebody did it.
Yes. My top 1% line insight finally pays off. Just purely because I literally just spammed line. The cut, they pick up the Witch Doctor as well. So that is a fun hero as well. Pretty decent combination with Naga Siren here if you were thinking of running it, which you honestly should. The pure damage coming out as well from the Death Ward means Timbersaw has no real counterplay to that. You will have to rely on your line down the line to get a stun off and stop that. Maldic as well is still going to rip the Timbersaw apart until he gets some magic resist up. So I like these solutions from the cut. I think it's a lot more up-tempo. There's a lot more play you can get done here. They've got the Ember as well to help jump. And that is a change of pace. That should be our Aeon hero. That does mean MTD pretty much knows his mid matchup. So at this point, you could kind of make that choice. What do you want mid? Quap's banned out. Something like Puck is going to be pretty hard to pin down if you're relying solely on Naga for you to really get that hard lockdown in. Puck is annoying. The Zeus... Oh, what the hell is this?
Oh boy, here we go. Yes, this hero. I think it does well against the Naga Siren. I think that's kind of the whole point. Like it's a hero that can build into something like a Maelstrom and deal with the illusions, and it doesn't care so much about the Naga. But you know, John, I have nothing good to say about this hero. I'll be frank with you. This troll hero, I've never had anything good to say about it. Well, what's the?
Yeah.
It's sitting at in pub games. As much as that doesn't matter, it's sitting at 50.6% in Immortal. So I guess it's in that 50-50 point. But it's probably a decent game for it, John. Like you against all three heroes, the troll doesn't do too badly, right? Like the Witch Doctor doesn't really like it because you have Battle Trance. The ensnares are great against the Ember. And against the Naga, you can build the Maelstrom build up and be able to deal with the illusions quite well. Is the argument I'm trying to make.
Yeah, there's also the fact that it is a push hero. You do lack push with this lineup, so the troll can kind of give you that objective siege on hand. Its lane isn't as bad with the ability to with a free skill point, I suppose. The one issue is always like lane. I'm keen to see what this troll does in lane. And speaking of lane, it was Boom.Lane that played a lot of troll, and he constantly griefed me with his troll in Turbo. Even in Turbo, this year's trash. You know, if a hero's trash in Turbo, it's pretty hard to play it in a normal game. So,
yeah,
keen to see what Boris can get done. Would love to see that Maelstrom build up, as you mentioned. They do pick up the Elder Titan on top, so you do have really strong teamfight combinations here. Just natural armor reduction and natural magic resist reduction is huge. There's your counter for the troll. Razor comes out. Your troll is now really just not going to have a good time. You really have to be on point with the saves here.
B-God, calm down, sir. What's happening? Something's happening in B-God's house. The whole camera's shaking. There's a damn earthquake going on. Goodness me.
Yeah. Just really excited. Look at that. Look at that camera shake.
That's it. That's literally his aura making it shake right now, Jonathan.
Yeah. It legitimately doesn't look like he's shaking his leg or anything. It's just shaking.
It's just the aura. Literally his aura. Or Giant's aura, one or the other. Like Giant's aura is just
Giants
so big.
are reaching in? Damn.
Yeah. He's feeling the presence of Giant right now. B-God, he's not feeling too comfortable.
And that would make a lot of people uncomfy. Have you seen Giant's cam? All I see are his glasses. Literally just floating glasses. He has no lights on. I see the reflection of light from his monitor on his glasses. That is it. Like, that is some hardcore gamer room right there.
That's all you see before it ends, Jonathan. That's all you see. The cut. Final pickup for the cut. What do they require? It seems like they are lacking a support of some sort. Should be an off-lane Razor by the looks of it. Which obviously Razor against the Troll's not going to feel very nice for American Goons. It's arguably one of the better heroes against the Troll Warlord, and they do go for a bounty hunter pick. Would you look at that, Jonathan?
Oh. That is really interesting. I think the lane of Bounty Razor is pretty decent. Melee plus range. You can kind of trade. You can give information for your team. It can help you snowball pretty damn hard here. Yeah, look at the gamer look of the goons. That is not Empyrean. Am I?
Yeah, it doesn't look like Empyrean anymore. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm so confused. What's happening?
I think that's Scourge McDuck, if I'm not misremembering. That is definitely giant though, and you can see what I'm saying. It's just the reflection of light. He doesn't need light. He's a giant. He sees everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is some weird flex here, Mike. Okay, yeah, there is some weird flex. Is it going to be a mid-troll? A mid-drow? What's MTD playing? Mid-troll, I think, against Ember. Yeah, mid-troll. They dodge out the Razor.
God.
I was going to say, I was like, just run mid-troll, dodge the Razor lane. Suddenly you have a drow lane that you can't deal with as a Razor.
Oh.
It is mid-troll, so that's also a caveat.
Look at the face of MTD. That's the face of a guy that just doesn't care. He knows he's doing. He has a cheeky smirk. He had a cheeky smirk on earlier. Like, he knows what he's doing. It's just sickening. What do you mean? What's a troll mid gonna do?
He's gonna take that mid tier 1 really fast. He gets a shove in. He gets a couple of lucky roots on Aeon. He can threaten a kill. He can get a good rotation out from Giant with a Giant rotation coming in. There is a bunch of things that the mid-troll can do. I'm curious about his itemization. I feel like your point about Maelstrom still stands. It should still be something like a Maelstrom, maybe SNY build on the troll. With maybe a Blink, it does feel like you kind of want someone to follow through from Lil Nick and can frontline as a troll with like Blink BKB. So any of those items with a Blink kind of feels good here. But I like it. I like that flex. Like, all right, we picked the troll early. We know MTD has literally whatever heroes he wants to play on mid. And I think this matchup against Ember, it's okay. It's not amazing, mind you, but it's not that bad. I think this is a manageable lane for a mid-troll, and it's a much better lane for Boris. Like, if you had to play troll against Razor, you'd be asking for pain. That's just go next, basically, for the American Goons.
Right. I mean, it sounds painful enough that they've got a mid-troll, though, Jonathan, to be fair. I mean, we'll see what happens. MTD is actually already tipping Aeon on the mid-Ember, so confidence is there from MTDs. We can get into game 2 rather, and see how this all goes. The drafts like this kind of scare me, John. I hate seeing mid trolls and crap like that win, because then the next thing you know, you're seeing it in your pub game and you just don't understand what's going on. As apparently Pakistan's getting shouted out here by Sadman. Very, very good. Good luck, Giant, from B-God. Again, B-God was feeling the aura of Giant in his room. So, be polite, B-God. Giant has not said a word.
Come on, Giant. Give me the Giga Chad build. The 2-0-3. The hater build, as me and my friends call it, because you just don't want them to play the game. You're a hater. If you're a Lion player that does 2-0-3, I absolutely hate you. It's the worst thing to play against, Mike. I swear. You
know what? Real Giga Chads would go 0-2-3, John. That's what real Giga Chads do.
0-2-3. You're terrible.
Could you imagine?
That's terrible.
Could you imagine?
What's wrong with you?
Just imagine.
Why did you think of that?
But think about it. How, you're talking about making people mad and being annoying. How mad would they be if you had level 2 Hex, level 3 Mana Drain, and no points in Earth Spike?
Your team would be mad. They're not necessarily the enemy. Your team would be very mad.
It'd be so good. Anyway, 3 bounty runes going to the way of the Cut, apparently. So the Cut get away with a lot more gold to get things started. Happy days for them. American Goons, they weren't actually interested in contesting for the second. So there's that. They kind of just let that one go. And I suppose it is probably based off the fact that their level 1 timings look really weak right now. Regardless of that, though, mid lane, MTD, Aeon going at it. You would have to argue this should actually be troll favored.
It's I don't know if it's I'm racking my brain. I just never run into this one. I'd say it's even. Maybe the Ember can kind of eke it out by, say, level 3, level 2 Flame Guard with Sleight of Fist. You don't have a way of really purging that off. You don't have enough damage to purge that off on Aeon. At the same time, Troll can just play with range, play with a Whirling Axe to clear out a wave. So it's not unplayable. I'd say this is a more even lane, depending on outplays, but it ends up being a bit of a farming lane until, say, level 5 to 6. That's where things can really kick in with maybe support rotations. Rune control is much bigger for Aeon, so I think that's the one thing he has to think about in this lane for sure. Just rune management, water rune, power rune usage. And if that is denied away from some early movements from the goons, then the Ember can start to feel a little bit suppressed there.
So yeah, it does pan out. Like bottom lane as well. RA Sadman going to be up against Empyrean and Boris. Yeah, a little bit of annoying lane against the older Titan. Obviously, the Razor pick was against the Troll, but now they're against the Drow Ranger, which doesn't feel very nice as they go for the Cast Scout, but Empyrean's got the Spirit out first, so Empyrean could actually try and turn around, but he's going to go for the run instead. Arde's going for a deep dive past the tier 1 tower, but will not be able to secure the kill. He takes more damage on the way out than he does give to Empyrean. And as the levels do go up down in this bottom lane, like for American Goons end of things, this bottom lane can be quite devastating. Like you get the nice setup with the Astral Spirit bonus damage and you add the Drow Slow on top. It can be really damn painful.
That it can be, but you can't underestimate Witch Doctor with Maledict. And with how well that cask just chain stuns now. It can be really oppressive. The lane is set up in a pretty decent spot for them, shoved into the tier 1, but it will shove back out now. So there's some room for the cut to play and try to chase down. But as long as they're not able to close this gap onto Boris, then that kill threat shouldn't be coming out. And that's where Empyrean's shining, just putting his body forward there. Still, can take a look at the other lanes, looking up top. You have Lil Nick on that Thermossaw. You have Giant, of course, on his Giant Lion. Up against Scourge McDuck on his signature Naga that we've seen him literally play almost all of his games on. And B-God on the Bounty. This lane is not as straightforward for like Bounty Naga. This is a lot more passive. I don't think you can really build off of this one too well. You can't really threaten the Timbersaw. Lil Nick will have control, and he is building up quite nicely here, suppressing Scourge McDuck from farming. Not like Giant can really do too much, but that does allow him to walk around to get some vision, take some runes, maybe look for a kill threat if things open up here for MTD.
Not too much action happening across the map. Still First Blood yet to be drawn. And speaking of First Blood, looks like B-God's going to rotate down towards the bottom lane on the Bounty. See if he can set up a kill for his team down at this bottom. It can be a little bit risky, though, going into an Elder Titan like this. They want Boris, of course. He's the much easier target, the much more important target. Problem is, you've got to dive the tier 1 for this. They've got the creep wave. Empyrean already out with the stomp. Will catch one in the Witch Doctor, but they don't know B-God's coming. Now they will. Boris getting the surprise of his lifetime. Dived right underneath the tier 1 tower. Maybe gets a kill before he goes down, and he does. Empyrean secures First Blood. They do at least get First Blood before they lose their Drow. Zade still running. Earth Spike's going to be there, though. And Ade will go down. Empyrean able to pick up the double kill. And that is definitely not worth the trouble, I'll tell you. Giving First Blood and a double over to the Elder Titan. Not a great feeling here for the cut.
No, I mean, you do manage to slow down Boris a bit, but you're leaving your Naga alone in the lane that's already hard. So there's no poke back really coming out onto Lil Nick on his Timb. You do force the tri-lane bot, but that's not something the Drow minds too much. You know, it's more heroes to kind of split apart the cask bounces. It's more heroes to put bodies forward for Boris, and you can get aggressive. Drow with 1-1-1 build does have a lot to play with, so you have to respect that here on the side of the cut. Maybe just set their sights onto mid. This is a mid troll. You can bully it.
You certainly can. MTD not realizing, though, he's going to go for the man fight. Gets the ensnare off. Aeon! Aeon, not like this! Oh, he gets a kill. He gets the kill, my god. Oh, gives the tip over to MTD, and I'm not sure if it was actually a BM tip or not, quite frankly, because it really seemed like he was about to die.
Yeah, no, I don't think that was BM at all. Like, the clutch melee whirling axes coming out was pretty damn big. Good dodge out from Aeon, though, with a sleight of fist coming right in the nick of time. No detection coming out mid, so they could just bully. Again, troll before 6, really easy target to go for in general, and that is the right move, right? Like we talked about it, declump bot, head mid, find this easier pick off, and slow down MTD, because I'm still not sure what build he goes for the troll, as they are jumping Empyrean.
Ooh, Empyrean bottom lane. Tries for the stomp, the cast will cancel. Empyrean is going to die. Nice pick off there from the cut. Sadly, Boris can do nothing, because he's just a Drow Ranger at level 3. fact, Boris, he can do something, and that's kind of dying right now if he's not too careful. Sadman will see him. Boris playing with fire, not realizing the bounty is around the corner. And hell, they didn't even need the bounty. They'll use him, though. Ade will take another kill for himself on the Razor, and Boris maybe just getting a little bit too excited. Speaking of excited, Giant. That spike will be out to stop the Witch Doctor chase, but B-God is also chasing. Does land the stun, has the Orb of Venom to slow him down, and with the Maledict, it's going to be more than enough for Giant to go down. B-God so far having some great impact on the bounty.
I'm liking this combination.
MTD?
Witch Doctor plus Bounty Hunter, huh?
Here we go again.
Could happen again.
MTD? I mean, he's got Battle Trance and he's got the Invis. Aeon's going to show up to boot. They don't have a sentry. They cannot see MTD at the moment. He's going to be just fine.
Tower is under attack.
But I love the amount of aggression coming from the cut this game. They are not slowing down. Here comes B-God again. Mind you, this time they do have a Lion there. So it is a 3v3 once the Witch Doctor has made its reappearance.
Yeah, this combination is just so brutal, though. Boris?
Oh boy, that's a bit rough. He's going to be able to walk out of this one for now. The chase still ongoing, but oh, hold on a minute. B-God the one to go down. Boris the one to survive. Very close call, though. Very, very close.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Giant. What a player. Just the perfect Earth Spike coming out to cut off that aggression. With no Witch Doctor around. Like, they need that combination. What's giving them these kills is the Maledict Janata strike. Like, that's it. Like, it's just it's a positive feedback loop of damage just stacking up on such a low cooldown. Without that Maledict, it's much harder to look for that burst play onto Boris. So you will need that Witch Doctor. You will need to at least have this two-man support rotation every single time. And again, with all that movement down bot, sure, you're kind of denting down Boris's farm. He's not doing too well, but Lil Nick is having the freest game of his life. Vanguard up on the Termorsoft, free space up top lane. MTD's not doing too shabby either on his mid. Still ahead of Aeon, despite that death. There are some tools here for the Goons, despite losing out in this drought lane.
B-God again sneaking up from the backside. There's still no detection hanging around there. However, they have already found Sadman on the Witch Doctor, so Sadman will go down. B-God still hunting Boris. Aeon actually moving in as well. The Remnant does find him as Giant now is being chased. Aeon, Ade, he'll get the kill. The Lion down as Empyrean trying to go for the stomp out, does land on an MTD, shows up with a double damage rune. The Troll Warlord making rotations. So Lil Nick finds a double. A 2-for-2 trade by the looks of it. The only issue being for American Goons is they continue to lose Boris on the Drow. So it's almost feeling like MTD might need to start transitioning to play POS 1.
He might have to. It's going to take a lot of space for Boris to kind of kick into gear. Still level 5 as well in the Drow. You don't have that synergy of the marksmanship plus troll just yet. But once you do, that can be quite devastating. I am concerned about all the space that you are giving Scourge McDuck. We've seen him in many games like this, where he's left alone to farm. He can just snowball hard. They are still keeping constant track. The instant root. Fortunate for B-God, but does have the envy at least.
Oh, dust is out. Does connect. B-God will get stomped. Aeon trying to chase the older Titan. Meanwhile, B-God accepting the fact that he's just dead. Aeon could not stop the TP attempt from Empyrean, so Empyrean's just fine. Aeon, sadly, no points in the chains at the moment. Now remnanting back into Lil Nick. Lil Nick just wanting the courier instead. Does manage to pick it up. Chase is on now for the Timber, but he's fine. Sandman only level 4 at the moment. Couldn't even threaten with the Death Ward yet.
Is under attack.
You know, I mean, it's still a very close matchup between these two. The cut's steadily ahead in terms of net worth, but it does still seem like a very close start to this game too.
That it is, but this is playing into the cut's earlier timings. Like, this lineup's less greedy from the cut. They've got much earlier aggression. Once you've got the track coming in as well, that's going to be a major factor in a lot of these pickoffs and just trying to snowball off. And you still have the space for Scourge McDuck. They are going for a smoke play out now. Sadman and Aeon looking for connection down bot. Still no level 6 on Sadman, but Maledict plus Ember might just be enough here.
We'll try. Moving in. Oh, smoke broken a little bit early. Sadman does manage to land a stun on Giant. Giant still running, though, as now a two-man stomp will come out from Empyrean, but seems like they've seen enough. They'll leave the area for now. Aeon, however, not done. He wants to chase a bit more, but will not be able to keep up. They'll head south by the tier 1 tower. B-God's going to hang around the area, but this time around they have placed a sentry preemptively for this rotation. Problem is Giant's already been found out and is going to die. Nice pick up here for Aeon.
Middle tower has
Keep in mind, now you've got the track up, so the gold does increase a hell of a lot. As well as all the vision you're going to get here for Aeon. Jump in onto Empyrean. That'll be another track kill to come here for the Ember. Suddenly he's just got 900 gold in the bank account. Top lane. Well, looks like they were going to try for the Naga Siren, but she just TP's out.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a lack of disables when the supports aren't around here. Your core is not the most reliable in trying to get that done. And B-God still doing his job, just tracking Boris, having impact across the map.
How good is that? The party hat on the bounty hunter doesn't go in peace.
No, it's there. You know,
You
gotta show it off.
Damage. Look at B-God. He's just soloing Boris. Boris might die. Empyrean does save. B-God will drop for this, but my God. That was a little bit too close for comfort, I'll tell you. As B-God will hand the tip over. Just letting Boris know that isn't the last time that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's a hard game for Boris. He has no farm. He has no items. This bounty hunter is within 700 gold of him. He's around half the net worth of Scourge McDuck, around that point. So it's going to take so long for this drow.
Man.
It's really down to Lil Nick to open this game up for them.
MTD's going to be very cautious, like just chasing down this Witch Doctor. Sure, you can hope for the roots to come out, but that Death Ward, we've seen how much pure damage it deals with the Maledict. It's a lot of damage. You might be able to pop Battle Trance, but the thing is that the Maledict damage afterwards might just kill you anyway.
And it would. You don't have enough of a trance duration for you to live through. You have to time it to around a halfway mark. Smoke out from the cut off the back of that movement. MTD still staying top.
Go for a bit of a run, but B-God is going to be able to get the track off very, very soon. In fact, chains are out from Aeon to set up perfectly, though MTD still trying to get out. Cask will be thrown, Maledict out. He'll go for the Battle Trance, at least finding one perhaps in the Witch Doctor, but eventually he should just die. And he will. Still a very favorable trade for the cut. Aeon now being chased by Empyrean, but they could not land the stomp. So another nice pickup from the cut.
Yeah, just punishing. This lineup from Goons just so greedy.
Bottom. Boris, he's just getting dived by the T2 tower. Giant will rotate just in the nick of time, though, has the finger up as well. And Ade, he will get punished for trying to go for the dive in. Giant with a fantastic rotation.
That's what they need. Giant again with a Giant play, saving Boris in the nick of time. But they need so much more space. Like, there's just no pressure being relieved here for Boris, no pressure being relieved for MTD. And we are getting a farming. Oh.
A cheeky little Earth Spike lands onto B-God. Giant, though, will die for their trouble. So Aeon. Aeon on the Ember's really starting to pop off. He's doing all this without that much net worth either. Like, he is not stuck around to farm very long. He's at, almost 6k net worth at the moment, but he's found 5 kills for himself. And of course, he can rely on the track gold bonuses from B-God to really help him escalate in terms of that net worth.
Yeah. It's like, it's just ramping up. They know how to play here on the cut. Just play off the back. All these pickoffs you can get with B-God. Empyrean just being dived under the tier 3 a bit.
Now, B-God's just doing so much damage. Like, just the phase boots alone with the urn, it's just so much damage you can deal. Though B-God may have gone a bit far, though he does duke out the stomp, and now Empyrean might be in trouble again because B-God is just not done. But he will die. B-God's going a bit too far. Thing is, Boris is being chased in the meantime. They found the Drow Ranger. She'll go for the silence, she'll go for the man fight, but they've got the kill. It's one of the things, like B-God, he sacrifices himself to allow these plays to happen. There's a Death Ward out on Lil Nick. Lil Nick not blocking any of that damage off, but it won't matter because Sadman is still going to drop his MTD now, moving in onto the Ember Spirit. It looks like they've got Aeon. A perfect setup from Empyrean. Another double kill as well. A really just back and forth kind of game here between these two teams.
A lot of back and forth. This does still feel fairly favorable for the cut, but they have to watch these losses because your late game scaling, it's decent enough. I think the Naga matchup is not as straightforward as you'd want for a Naga game. I think you're relying way more on your Razor to kind of just take away the impact of your Troll, for the Ember to kind of cut off this Drow. if you don't manage to do that, if Boris manages to recover, that's where things get a little bit dicey, despite the farm in Scrooge McDuck. So have to watch those losses just a little bit, but overall it's still in a good spot for the cut. 2K advantage still standing. The side of the American Goons starting to group down bot though. If they spot someone like Ade out, it's not too hard of a kill here.
Oh, Big God though, he's getting a lot of vision. We'll see Empyrean leaves, they just jump Boris. Like, just really nice plays from Big God. Like, he just sees the Empyrean Elder Titan leaving the area for a second, and he just makes the call, like, let's just jump the Drow immediately. Very, very clever.
Yeah. And just no room. Not even the tier 2 tower is safe for the Drow with the numbers that the cut are bringing in. And they're playing on the opposite side of the map. Can you really threaten to Scourge McDuck though? Does have the Manta up, but doesn't feel like it's enough.
He's a big kill. He's a big kill! With the finger. The finger does prove to be enough in the end. Sadman though, a huge cast now into the Death Ward onto MTD, who does have Battle Trance. He's gonna pop it, trying to go after Aeon. He'll turn onto Ade. The disarm though, making it very hard to survive or get any damage off, so MTD just melts. This Heaven's Halberd from Ade is gonna be a real problem for MTD. They'll go back on a B-God. B-God dying to Empyrean, but now Lil Nick in trouble on the Timber, cannot chain away. He'll chain point blank. Giant in the meantime getting tipped as he's trying to juke out of the tree line. Sadman just telling him, mate, just you've got no chance.
Yeah, he's tracked off. He's just trying to buy some space. Cut off that chase onto Empyrean. Big kills coming out for the cut. I mean, they find the Naga for the Goons, but again, it's just not enough. The follow-through is there. You're still having to deal with Troll versus Razor. And you're seeing the effect of Witch Doctor. I'm sure it got nerfed a little bit in the Death Ward, but man, this paralyzing cast change is really what pushes this hero over the top. Like, the chain stunning is just ridiculous. There's no counterplay until you get your BKBs up here. And that's a lot of time that they have to wait for on the side of Goons to have all of these BKBs up and running.
Oh, MTD, he's thinking about going in. He's got no Battle Trance available, though, and he's a bit early to the party, but he will Manta off the chains and be able to escape, as now Lil Nick will take over on the front lines. Stomp is out. Will land on nothing. Nobody caught. And it seems like both sides will kind of just agree to leave for now. Fight another time, another place. Thing is, like, the cut, it just favors them to not fight as well, right? Like, as long as Scourge is not being hunted in the Naga, he is well and truly just pulling ahead of everyone. There is really no keeping up with him at the moment. And Boris is forced to build a Midas to try and keep up. It's just such a difference between the Drow, the Naga, and even the Troll. Just, it's not proving to be anywhere near enough yet.
No, it certainly isn't. Again, you're going to need a lot of time on the Goons, but that's also time you're bleeding out to the Naga. Don't manage to connect the stun onto Sadman here. It's the top engage, probably not going to happen. They have to watch Boris to save this Drow.
Oh, I mean, maybe they have to watch Sadman. Sadman just kind of walking in like a Giga Chad does get punished for it. Sadman just does not care, apparently, is Ade. Oh, he's okay for now, but the Earthsplit is going to fly out, landing onto the Razor. They do at least kill off Giant. The thing is, you have this mid-troll Warlord, so there's no follow-up. Or maybe there is. Maybe with Lil Nick around, maybe they can jump back in. Ade gets targeted. Ade's gone. Boris threw a vessel out, trying their best to at least secure the Drow Ranger. Boris eventually going to die to Aeon. But now Aeon needs to get out. He only has one remnant left. That'll be the last one. The chase can continue from Lil Nick. As long as they can hold him down a little bit longer. Aeon may have just sacked himself with the Drow kill. And it seems like he has officially, though. Here comes Sadman. Sadman with the cast. Unable to save, but he does at least get the Melodic off onto MTD, who's probably just dead. He can't heal up. He's got no Battle Trance. He doesn't have the mana.
No mana.
How sad.
Creeps don't kill him. Dies to Maldic. It's unfortunate, but you know, honestly, it's still a little bit of a win for the Goons, right? Like, you managed to find some kills. Sure, you're still losing Boris, but you're holding your own. The lead is still building up for the cut, though. Like, every single time this happens, Scourge McDuck just gets bigger and bigger. And there's just no solution for this. We're not seeing the Maelstrom build up for MTD because, quite frankly, he can't afford to go for the Maelstrom. He has to go for that BKB. So you don't have your illusion clear outside of perhaps the mana drain if you get the shard, and really Lil Nick. So I don't know. Like this is still playing into what the cut wants. The goons, they need more to come out from these fights. They need these BKBs. They need some saves. They need some more damage. And it's just time. But playing the time game against Naga, it's not a sound strategy overall.
No. That's the thing. Like, Scourge McDuck is very close now to the heart of Taraskop. Again, like, I don't mean to comment too much on the Boros farm at the moment, but it's not too impressive. Sitting at 8.7k net worth. And MTD is certainly not at the stage where he could really transition to that position 1 you'd hope for. So things are only getting more challenging against the cut, who are playing this draft rather well. I mean, big props to B-God, I feel like, as well on the bounty, because the game was very even until he got in, until he started making rotations down bottom. And even now, like, he scouted out Lil Nick, can make the call that the Timber's around this area. He has Spirit Vessel as well, don't forget. So if you had a +1, you might actually have a chance to taking down Lil Nick. But mind you, he does have a Lotus Orb as well, but you kind of get my point, John. If you had a couple more bodies, maybe you could secure his mid lane. MTD, speaking of bodies, MTD might just be dead. Does at least have to pop his ulti, but never does do so. He just tries to outrun the Razor, and it doesn't work. Giant, also slowed up by the Plasma Field, is certainly going to go down. And there's just nothing they can do about it. In fact, there's even more. B-God setting up for Empyrean and Lil Nick. Tracks are out, they've got the vision. And while all this is happening, John, Scourge is casually pushing the tier 3 bottom tower. He just doesn't care on the Naga, he's just doing it himself. Scourge gets stomped up, but does he actually get threatened in terms of his life? Like, Lil Nick's gonna try, but Scourge is actually just gonna stand his ground and go for the fight. With the heart up, it's not that easy to kill the Naga Siren.
Nah, it's a challenge. And this game is just a giant challenge for the side of the goons. No pun intended there for Giant. The cut are just playing so clean. Like, they recognize that the solo lane up top is something that the Naga can just dip in and out of the jungle of. They get this early rotation from B-God, and as you said, from that point onward, just snowballs out of control here for the goons. This kind of boils back to the draft. Like, what was the actual idea of the troll? I'm pretty sure the original idea was really just to run it safe. But why? Why would you prioritize troll? As a safe laner, even. And, you know, MTD is doing as fine of a job as he can as a mid-troll, but it's just so greedy. You know, we talked about this when we were casting the first few games that we were watching on the NA qualifiers, but this patch favors a lot of aggression. You're not seeing that much aggression this time around from the goons. It's all on the cut. They're the ones forcing all this movement out.
Yeah, I mean, the cut are doing fantastic here in game 2 for sure. Trying to keep the dream alive of a game 3 happening for us. We'll see if it does come through. Roshan, first Roshan of the game is going to go down by the looks of it. The cut will be able to secure just fine. Aeon will take the Aegis. Here we go. We'll see if they can find another fight into a high ground attempt. It's hard to know what you do as goons in a game like this. Like, when you've got a drow troll that just aren't taking off. You know, you've got a Timbersaw, but he's against the Witch Doctor. Like, at what point do they get strong enough to actually fight back now? Like, 11k behind, it's... Surprisingly enough, the win probability is actually not too bad for them. It's at 40% for American Goons, so that's kind of interesting. So we do have a song out. So MTD is going to get caught. And Snare will lock him down for a while. Help is incoming, at least from the end of the cut, but nothing for MTD. MTD is completely alone in all of this. He'll try for a run. He has a BKB available to boot. He will actually not get chained up. The chains will not land. Meanwhile, mid lane, Empyrean's getting chased down by B-God, but B-God's been caught. Giant will give him the finger. What?
It's a little bit greedy in that dive. If you manage to maybe pull your resources together there for the cut, that chase down on MTD would have paid off. You know, force out the DD. It might still pay off.
A sad man. Melodic on into MTD. MTD will be okay to back off. Prediction, by the way, Jonathan. I believe the next nerf to Witch Doctor, because there will be another nerf coming, I predict that they're going to make Melodic not be able to go through the BKBs and stuff like that.
That kills the hero, man. That hero's just gonna be so dead.
I think that's what's going to happen.
That's every... I'm going to be very sad.
I know you will, John. Aeon. He's okay. Instead, they're going to go after Ade with the battle trance. MTD, he might have the damage this time, and he will. He should drop due to this, though. And he's still trying, but does go down. At least finding the Razor before he does go. But in comes Aeon. Onto the line. He wants Giant down, but he's kind of surrounded. Aeon. He'll lose the Aegis at the very least. Try to abuse the secondary life as Scourge McDuck's going to move in to boot on the Naga. They'll try to go after the Timbersaw, and, well, sadly, nobody can help Lil Nick out. Empyrean is trying with the stomp, but it is not going to work in their favor. Another successful team fight for the cut. Only really losing one hero and one Aegis on top. Not too big of a deal.
Yeah, I'm not sure if MTD's Manta was on cooldown when he popped his Battle Trance, because he popped Battle Trance, he instantly got Spirit Vesseled. He couldn't lifesteal True. If he could have lifestealed, that could have been a much better circumstance coming out there for the goons. So just a little bit late on the Manta, perhaps it was on cooldown. And the cut again just building up. 20 to 24, 12k lead. This Naga Siren's just on top of the world right now with the build up. And the solutions for the goons aren't straightforward. They've got to play a perfect game. They've got to find their angles. They need to enable these two really greedy cores to just get online here. Like, if you hit this Mjolnir timing for MTD, the game becomes a lot more playable, but that's a lot of gold you still need in that hero.
Boris is okay for now. Lil Nick moving forward. They've actually caught Aeon, and they've actually got the damage. The finger out. Aeon's gone. Here comes a song from Scourge, but they have to run. They've left B-God behind, though. B-God will drop. Boris will take the kill. And I'll tell you what, I mean, these finger charges don't stack up, John. He's at 5 now. It's a plus 200.
That's a lot of output coming out here for Giant. Giant damage for Giant on his Giant finger.
Yeah.
It's going to have a good time once he hits its level 15. A lot more HP for him to stand up in front, not get insta-burst down. And the lead for the cut, I mean, it's still in their way, but it's fluctuating quite a fair bit. This is not what you want to see. Again, like, you had a good start. You're in control. You're almost 30 minutes in. But if this game drags on to, say, the 60-minute mark, with two scaling cores, two big hard carry cores on the side of the American Goons, things can go southbound in a flash if you're not careful, right? Like, there's always this potential that you're dragged into a late game scenario with more ultra late carries on one side, and it just makes the game near impossible to try to look around. Granted, for the cut, you've got Ember and Naga, which scale pretty well. You've got Witch Doctor, who could always potentially go for the Ags, and that is still very busted when you manage to pick that up. And Razor could always go for something like the Refresh. But there's a lot of question marks as the game scales on, as long as the side of the Goons maintain farm parity. And if you look at the net worth bars right now, it is at parity. You're actually not that far behind on your cores outside of Scourge McDuck being ahead. So in a sense, you have farm parity on hand here for the Goons removing the Naga Siren. That's not really a good picture for the cut, where they want to be ahead on every hero with these track kills. It just slowed down a little bit too much.
That's fair, and you can see the highlight on the banner drain, right? Like, it's just, you know, three of your illusions is getting removed immediately as the Naga kind of just makes it a pretty pointless kind of hero. As Lil Nick actually going to be able to escape as they made the jump in with MTD. And Snare's coming out. They've caught Aeon. Aeon, he can't escape. Aeon just getting constantly rooted up by MTD. And now the Naga should try to run. MTD, he'll just keep going. But he's been locked down for a little bit. Sad man cannot make it, I don't think, as Giant is there with the Earth Spike. No mana for the finger.
Oh, Giant.
He doesn't have the mana for the finger, Jonathan.
It happens. You know, it happens. It's such a giant finger. It's very constant to cast, Mike. He needs a giant mana pool, and he doesn't really have anything to pad his stats right now. So, a little bit tougher, but overall, it's another win for the Goons. And it's these kinds of wins that you can't afford to give, because it's bleeding out the lead on your other cores. It's allowing this catch-up for the Goons. Your lead's down to 9k. All if it's just on the Naga.
All jokes aside, right? Like, Giant might actually be the MVP of this game, like, based off the way he's playing. He might actually be. Because like, if they won this game, like even just him mana draining the Naga, the illusions in the middle of a team fight, like it's just so big. Because it really does make it so this 23k net worth hero can't play as it's meant to be played.
Yeah, it's just, you take out the nuisance of the Naga, you take out her constant illusion spam, her vision, her information, her reptides coming out. It's such a huge reduction for a Naga to play into a straight counter. And again, you're still itemizing for counters here anyway. You've got the Maelstrom up on MTD going for the Ags next. They are going for a smoke play here on the side of the Goons.
Here we go. Big Odd. I mean, he's in position to break the smoke, but they seem to be a little bit aware that he might be around. Smoke broken. Boris and MTD going to show themselves. Big Odd will hand the information over, but they seem to know he's south somewhere and they're going to find him. All right, that's one down. Luckily, still 20 seconds away for Roshan to tell us when it's respawn. If you are the cut, you do not want to lose Roshan like this.
No.
12 seconds to tell us when Roshan is respawning. They've smoked up on the cut. A big team fight to break out. This one means Roshan, potentially, if it's an early respawn. And it is not.
Oh. I think that's actually really fortunate for the Goons. Forcing a Roche fight into Naga Song just sounds really scary if you don't find Naga first. They are forcing this fight though.
They've got Ags up on Empyrean, John. He's got the BKB with the Astral Spirit now. That it's very scary, even as a pos 5. This hero with the Ags up, like Empyrean, he can make some magic happen. And speaking, he's 7-2-14 by the way on this Elder Titan. Might I just add, 7-2-14 is the scoreline of the Elder Titan at the moment. That's impressive.
That is, and this vision as well coming out from the Goons is very impressive, cutting them off at the Lotus Pool.
I mean, the cut, like, they've had such a good game. Like, it's hard to see them losing this one, and it would be very hard to watch them lose this one as Aeon. The thing is, like, the cut, they don't know they're on division this whole time. They're being watched all the time, and they have no idea. Props to the Goons for not making any early jumps. You know, not revealing that there's vision.
Playing it
waiting
patiently.
for the right moment.
And this is such a long wait.
Oh, jump in.
Oh,
they want
that's
Ade,
huge.
but the cask, sad man from the back, make it so hard, but Ade's still been caught. MTD trying to get the job done himself, but he doesn't have the damage. The link, it takes all the damage away. They've got to get out of there. Lil Nick in danger as well. He'll chain towards the west, or rather eastern side. Meanwhile, Aeon does die. Boris cleaning up Sadman and the Ember. Lil Nick taking everyone's attention away. He will die for the greater cause. But it ends up being a 2-for-2. I think you're still saying the favor of American Goons, though, considering they're the ones behind at the moment.
Yeah, still a win, but not as good of a fight that you'd want for the Goons. You don't have the battle trance up on MTD. Ags is being worked on. It's almost done. That is a massive spike for the troll. But he needs a little bit more time. And Roshan, it's coming out in 40 seconds. They have to retake control, shove back the lane, and fight into that. They cannot afford to give another Roche out to Aeon.
Scourge.
That Ember twice is tough.
Scourge, he is getting very aggressive here, trying to go after MTD, but Boris is going to sneak up from the backside. Oh, what a stomp. Empyrean, what a setup.
Oh,
there
my
goes
God.
Ade. Bigod's trying to help out, but what do? They're still trying after MTD. They just can't do it though. The mana drain, it just removes all the illusions. They've lost Ade, though he does have buyback at least. Scourge trying to move back in. MTD, he's got the battle trance off going after Sadman, but the cast is doing so much work. MTD forced to go after the Naga, but he is dead. No buyback available. Going after Empyrean, they'll find another. Huge kills coming out from the cut. 3 down. And Roshan, it is available. But they've got to head to the other side of the map.
Yeah, they stalled it out long enough that at the very least there's a journey across the map first, but a big win for the cut. Having Roche access now is going to be massive. Maybe a little bit of a misplay from Giant. Like, he didn't manage to connect more heroes on that red spike than he'd want to. I think that kind of cost them the cleanup crew of Boris. If they managed to nail more stuns, then you could have got the spacing necessary for the Drought to clean up a little bit better. Roche going their way, Aegis Cheese coming out here for the cut. No contest coming out from the American Goons anytime soon. But that was also a bit of a forced fight from the Goons, right? Like they were trying to retake lane control, shoving it back out to get control over Roche. And it's just a little bit awkwardly split up. So the cut, they've got the tools now to maybe pressure onto the high ground. A secondary life on Aeon, Cheese up for Ade. And this is still a little bit of a topsy-turvy game for the Goons. It's really close, but you still have the natural issue of Troll versus Razor. You see what happens when the static link does manage to go off. It does feel like you almost want something like a Lincoln's on your Troll here, but that's a hard ask for MTD to find. He is going for the Basher, and he does have Yags. So at the very least, he has some self-dispel on hand. But again, it's down to execution, and the cut, as long as they don't give these weird openings where B got just too far forward, this game is pretty much in their control. Full butterfly up as well for Scourge.
Sadman almost gave the opening you just spoke about there for a second, John. Jesus. Hopefully he does make his way out. A few D wards to come in from Empyrean. Well, the cut still respecting American Goons quite a lot here in this game too. Regardless of the net worth and Aegis advantage they have right now, they understand that this game is not as simple as it looks. And the fact that Gaben's still giving a 43% chance to American Goons, like the chance went up by 3%, and they just took the Aegis. That tells you something. MTD, aggressive position, but will not get jumped by the tier 2 Tau. I mean, he does have Empyrean Giant behind him. Here comes Scourge. He'll reveal himself. B-God's going to be there to boot with the track, but a lot of hesitation. They are not feeling confident to just rush into MTD, who's maybe thinking about going after the Tormentor. Not very well advised, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The tier 2 will eventually drop. There's not really much in the way of protecting this.
Radiant's top
So that's
tower
gone.
has fallen.
Can they actually think about high ground? I kind of doubt it. Seems like the Tormentor might just be the option they'll have to go for. And they'll get it. Ade will take it for himself. So now he's got the pullback with the static link.
Oh, yeah. That is a nightmare for MTD. Has no way of pushing himself out. It's not like he wants to go for a 4-staff or Hurricane Pike himself. So you'll have to rely on your team to kind of bail you out there. Simplifies the game for the cut by a good margin. No outer control left here for the side of the Goons. And it's all down to just playing high ground. Their high ground play is pretty damn good, though. Like with Elder Titan, with a Drow, your high ground is pretty smooth. You've got good angles to take here. And it does make it a little bit more awkward for the cut to try to capitalize on that Aegis. They will go out for a smoke, though.
The rune of haste.
Oh, little Nick.
Radiant's
Little
middle
Nick,
tower
he's okay. I think this is the big item that might make a big difference in this game. Like that Aghanim Scepter build up on Lil Nick. Like we've seen how impactful it can be. Having that reactive armor. Just being able to blow up so many people just jumping in and see if it does get to the point where it can pay off. American Goons still trying, still holding high ground. The cut still in a position where they should be able to close out this game eventually, but it's certainly looking like their game to lose at the moment. They will take their time. The thing is, though, like, you look at the Naga Siren, right? She's 6-slotted. You can buy a Moon Shard, you can buy an Ags upgrade, you can buy shards, but it's like you are running out of slots now. This is the point where it feels like you can farm the map forever, but in terms of actually getting stronger, you're starting to hit those limitations.
That you are. It does feel like you need to surrender some of that space out to the rest of your team, because again, it is farm parity outside of the Naga here for the side of American Goons. Like, it's just that one outlier in the Naga, but everyone else is still neck to neck in terms of build-up. And with scaling lineup like the Goons, that's not a bad position to be in. They maybe need something helping with a Razor here.
Ade, you don't want to get caught like this. He's going to back off at the right time. I mean, he does have cheese, mind you, so he does have a way of trying to survive, but with the amount of the disable you've got on American Goons, you may not have the opportunity for a cheese if you do get caught with your pants down.
Radiant's bottom tower
He'll be under vision right now in the triangle, in fact, so the Goons could think about this, but there is backup for Ade. Sadman will reveal himself on the Witch Doctor. B-God will jump in. Lil Nick is already being targeted by the Death Ward usage, or the Voodoo Switcheroo rather, of Sadman, but he is able to get out on the Timberers. Well, Ade, he's in trouble. MTD almost had him, forced the chase usage out of the Razor. Ade still trying to move forward as now they've caught Imperium. So Scourge with the ensnare, ensuring they get the kill. It's like Giant also set to fall as well on the Lion, though he is blinking towards the north, but the chase is still ongoing though. A nice Earth Spike. Giant, completely blind, just throws one out and actually lands right on the tip.
Oh, man.
The 4v5, the cut. It's finally their chance to go high ground. I say that. Song committed.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a Death Ward, or Voodoo Switcheroo rather, is wasted. However, they've got the jump in on Boris. Who are they going to try for? It looks like they want Giant on the line first. Get rid of that damn pesky support. Giant still surviving, will finally go down, but has buyback available. Meanwhile, MTD forced the man up. Does get the battle crats. Ade,
Oh my God.
or rather Aeon is gone, and now the Naga. Oh, they've got the
Oh
Naga.
my God.
Scourge McDuck is down. B-God, do not get... Oh, it's scary. It's scary every time. He's okay. He's going to make it.
That was a first hit bash. That's just a rage right there for B-God. He's
Yeah.
a very calm fellow, but, you know, he'd be raging inside for sure. He'd be seething. That was outstanding from the Goons. For the first part, they managed to outwait, they wait out the Aegis, still force out a fight, force out the cheese earlier on. And then they take up this follow-up fight. We talked about how strong their high ground was. It looked awkward. The song stacking with the Voodoo Switcheroo, a little bit of a waste. It felt like they were looking for a jump in with a cask Maledict into the Switcheroo. Instead, the song kind of stacked on top, so they miss out. And see Scourge McDuck giving the mad bad. I mean, the high ground siege happens fast. This is a troll, man. It doesn't take too long. Troll drow. Objectives melt.
The funniest thing was, John, in that team fight, you just... It's so annoying, this mana drain. It really is.
It is.
Just losing these illusions constantly, it's such an annoying thing for the Naga. And now suddenly you've lost the racks. You might be losing Ade. Ade's gone, perhaps. BKB. Oh, he's going to make it in time. Oh, it's hurting my heart to watch this happen to the cut, John. It's hurting me.
It's just they take their time.
Oh, they got the racks.
They denied it.
Ade denied it. I think he actually would have saved it. I'm pretty sure it would have
was
survived.
so low. It was way too low. I think just one little right click from the illusion.
It could have regened.
Yeah, it could have, but yeah, I don't know. Like I don't mind that call. I think it's better safe than sorry, but that can cost them. That's a big racks fine. The smoke out. The confidence is back in for the side of Goons. They're catching up to the Naga's farm. As you mentioned, Mike, there's no way for Scourge McDuck to scale further unless he drops his boot for a Swift Blink. Like, this is it. This is the end of the line. And then you have to deal with two heroes who aren't at the end of the line in itemization yet. The Troll and Drow. Still so much room to grow.
Oh, sad, man. Forced to BKB and run. I mean, you've still got the Ags. You've still got a Moon Shard that you can build on this Naga. And you could also get rid of the treads. But I think the main issue is something we've kept talking about multiple times. It's the fact that these illusions just can't survive. Right? It's the whole strength of the hero. It just, like, they're not allowing Scourge to play Naga Siren. Like, he's playing Naga, but it's like a subpar Naga. It's like half a Naga, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just line to counteract, full Mjolnir up an MTD. It's tough to play your game. They're being really disciplined here on the Goons, not giving any openings for split pushes. Just go back, defend their high ground, not gonna wait out Roshan, which is unfortunate. It's coming out in 20 seconds. It will be a nighttime Rosh up top. So the cut will have control of the area. They're in position for that one. Rosh number 3, if they take it up top, gonna have a refresh. Could lead to some pretty strong usage, especially for someone like Aeon here with the Ags. Still.
Oh, Lil Nick, this is very, very dangerous. Like, he's going in completely on his own, or rather, with just Empyrean B-God, though, he's still being taken down. BKB is up. He will be able to get away for now. It's MTD. He got a lot of damage sapped away from him. He needs some time to reset. Ade, though, already lower than half HP. Will have to retreat, but he's used his BKB up. This is the fight, I think, for Goons to take. In goes the Voodoo Switcheroo from Sadman, right in the middle with the BKB. Meanwhile, Lil Nick still tanking through it. Sadman about to drop it now.
my
The Earth
God.
Splitter. It lands on all
Scourge.
4 heroes. Oh boy, the cut are falling apart as Aeon doesn't know which way he's going. Oh no.
No.
That's
way.
4 down for the cut.
Oh,
And
my
I think
God.
officially American Goons are the stronger team now.
They are. And that they definitely are. They've got Roche control off
is
the bat of
hurting
that
me.
fight. That was unfortunate. I mean, I get the confidence from Ade. He got a pretty good duration static link. But man, you just can't force a fight like that.
That was
It's just-
the Earth Splitter jump. 4 hero Earth Splitter.
Yeah.
With the actual spirit. That was massive.
I mean, that's a straight line area, right? These side lanes, the lanes within the lanes, or the lanes beyond the lanes, they're so narrow. So something like Jakiro, which has been shining, and I think we saw it today, it's excellent with the Ags. The Elder Titan can do so much in such a weird, confined area. And the cut, I mean, their entire lead's gone. It's just a 5k lead. Again, all down to the Naga. Everyone else is lagging behind all these other cores. And you're fully online in MTD. Full Abyssal up. Boris, he's had his Ags in the backpack for some reason. Probably has the Blessing coming in here. How do you stop these 2 cores? You just don't.
You certainly don't now. Like, this game looked impossible just 10 minutes ago. They are going to force MTD back a little bit, but Boris, he's the main damage dealer at the moment. He'll get it done. Ag's now fully completed on Little Nick. He's just bringing it out on the courier. And suddenly the cart, they're in a very precarious situation. 1 racks away from basically being out of the qualifiers, and B-God's already been caught. B-God trying to run with the BKB, but the chase is still ongoing. Sadman has to give his life up. Sadman's gone. He does have buyback at least as Lil Nick. He will get left behind for now, but this could be very dangerous as the Earth Spike is going to come in from Giant. Getting rid of the illusions again. They want the Lion down. They can't deal with him though. Giant's out of there. Now the Earth Splitter connecting on 3 again. The Naga Siren. Scourge McDuck in huge trouble. He'll get the song off though. Meanwhile, Aeon, he takes down he gets taken down. Sadman's gone a boot. This is not a meme. Giant is actually such a big problem. Like, how many times has Aeon jumped the back trying to kill this Lion, and he just can't do it?
Yeah, he has been so on point. Like, his positioning to get these good mana drains off, his timing to come in with a finger. Mega creeps up for the Goons. What a comeback. They've swung it around.
Indeed. I mean, they've got to try. This is their last chance to try and stay in the qualifiers here for the cut. Last chance at TI-12. Boris, MTD, Lil Nick, they're all still there looking for the jugular. Looking for the final nail on the coffin. The cut, trying to chip away, but they're doing literally no damage anymore. Onto the secondary tier 4 tower they go. The Ancient will be exposed in just a moment as Boris will wave them goodbye. Oh, the Ancient is going. Where are they going? They're looping around. They're trying to go after Empyrean, but everyone else is just ignoring them. Going after the Ancient. Empyrean, he might drop. That's 1 down. But the Ancient, look how low it is. Boris, he'll just focus it down. The game's over. What a comeback coming out from American Goons. Woo. They have done it. The good luck's come out from the cut. And I mean, for the cut, John, that's got to be a hard one to swallow. I mean, in the end, still a fantastic performance, and obviously the cut's going to be coming back next year for the ADPC, John. Props to them for trying their absolute best, but that game too, it's got to hurt. I mean, when you have a lead like that, when you have so much control across the map and you just can't put a lid on this game, it's got to hurt.
No, it just came down to really the nature of this lineup coming out from the American Goons. We talked about it a lot in that game. It was really greedy. It takes a long time for this mid-troll to get anything done. Although, to be fair to MTD, he actually had a decent lane up against Aeon on that Ember, so he managed his mid lane really well. What really worked out there for the cut was these rotations out from B-God. That instant switch down to bot, understanding the Naga solo up against the Timbersaw solo. Naga's not going to die. She can dip into the jungle. You can try to make space elsewhere, and they did. At some point, it did feel like the cut were a little bit overconfident. Started to split up a little bit too much, forcing some weird fights in some areas, and didn't really focus in on what they had to do. They had to end that game early. Because if you try to force the scaling out, all you have to really mega scale is this Naga. You know, Ember can scale well, sure, but you're playing Ember into many different factors. You have to worry about 2 different cores you need to kind of pin down. You have to worry about the backline. Your Razor can only manage to static link 1 hero, and that's usually the Troll, but that leaves the Drow Ranger open. And all the plays coming out, again, we don't need to ask each other, does Giant is MVP once more? Hands on. Giant is just insane.
Last time around we were joking. This game around though,
Yeah.
he literally just won them the game. Just by the fact that he could mana drain with the shards up and take down all the Naga illusions, just made it impossible for the Naga to even be a carry. And we just saw
But this
even
was one
here.
fight. Oh my god.
This was one fight, right? They aimed the lion. Look at this. They aimed the lion just before he dies. He gets the drain off. He takes down a few illusions with him before he dies. Scourge does get the illusions back up eventually, but it's just little plays like this, just getting rid of some illusions. There's some more illusions coming out, but it's just my point. You're being such a nuisance. And the fact that they have to commit everything to kill off a position 4 lion, it's so tough.
It really is. And then you have this fight as well, really forced fight right before Roche respawned in this area where Empyrean gets that huge Earth Splitter. Like, it's a straight line, man.
Yeah,
it's a straight line. You don't want to fight into the ET there. And he had the position for Roche. That he does. Empyrean, he's good at mats. Maybe.
He is.
You know, and
That's
they
an assumption.
had control of Roche there. I assume he's a good friend. I would credit him with good math. But, you know, they had control of Roche. They made a mistake of forcing the fight instead of just holding onto that Roche pit advantage with a song. And it just cost them. That's what literally ended the game, that fight right there. And American Goons, again, it was a little bit more back and forth here in game 2. They go with this early troll pick and force it mid for MTD because this man is insane. I mean, I have to really tip my hat off to MTD. We've been praising him since the DPC. You know, good old Ricky was hyping us up. T-Panda was hyping us up on MTD. And he's delivering the goods. Who the hell plays troll mid? You know, maybe Thompson does. I'm pretty sure he does. But who the hell else plays troll mid in the pro game?
It must be a finish.
MTD does it. It must be a finish thing. Exactly it. But of course, we have to hand our MVP, and as we've discussed, we've sung him praises. We've given him giant words of appreciation. Giant is our MVP.
The MVG. MVG is Giant, of
MVG.
course. Yeah, we've renamed it. The MVG is Giant. Honestly, though, this time, it's just like you saw every fight. Like, they have to pop song. They have to use remnants to go to the back. And even then, they just couldn't kill this guy. Props to Giant for actually showing how strong this hero is against heroes like the Naga Siren. And yeah, I mean, the side of American Goons certainly deserved this victory against the Cut. And you know what that means, Jonathan? That means we have a very spicy matchup tomorrow because now American Goons, their next opponent, is none other than Sammy Boy and the squad. It's Wildcard Gaming against American Goons tomorrow. That'll be a fun one.
Oh, man. I am so hyped up for that one. I don't know where that one goes, honestly, because the American Goons at their best, looks like they can really rival the side of Wildcard. And you know, it's like what we said, that upper bracket match of Nouns versus Wildcard, that's what a lot of people had in their mind before seeing the bracket. And that's what people had in mind for the grand finals to determine, you know, the drama of these two teams on the cusp. It might not even end up that way. It could be the American Goons going all the way, you know? So it's exciting. This is what I love about NA. These player-specific drama. You can take a look at those brackets. You can see that journey. Wildcard lost to Nouns today, so now they have to play against the American Goons. Let me tell you, Wildcard, they've been looking pretty shaky. You know, from the games I've watched, it's not the cleanest coming out from them right now with these changes. So I think the Goons, people are going to call me crazy for this. I think the Goons can take them.
I don't disagree with you, honestly. I think they could. We'll see what happens. I mean, Wildcard, they should be the favorites going into that matchup, but I certainly agree with the way the Goons have been playing. It just seems like they're actually one of the stronger teams here in the qualifiers. And we're in a very interesting scenario, John. Like, you've got Nouns versus DogChamp in the grand, rather the final, the upper bracket final at the moment. And then after that, Felt versus Bait. So Dendy's still around. Dendy's still fighting for his chance at being at the 10th anniversary of Dota 2 for TI12. And then, of course, Wildcard versus American Goons. Like, there's a lot of fan favorite teams here in the NA qualifiers that are still in the running to have a chance at qualifying to TI12. The only thing I can say is I wish there was more slots, to be quite frank with you. Because no matter who wins, I'm going to get upset that somebody else didn't make it, right?
Exactly.
So even if DogChamp won and we get to say Speed actually got to TI, then you don't have Gunnar there, you know? You don't have Sammy from Wildcard. You know, it's just so many characters that aren't going to be around because only one team gets to qualify through this region. It's very upsetting.
It really is. It really is. And oh man, time flies. I can't believe we're nearing the end of our qualifiers. I can't believe. Can you imagine the possibilities for these grand finals? Can you imagine?
Oh my God.
Potentially a DogChamp versus American Goons? And I think that for me is the most heartbreaking. That if that happens, the chances of that realistically are very slim. But if that happens, it's so heartbreaking to see either one. You'd be so happy for one, but yeah, the NA is all heartbreak, man. I feel for every single one of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, can we look at the schedule? Like, what games are we having tomorrow? That's kind of what I'm curious about. I mean, we can already kind of see the bracket anyway, but let's have a look at the schedule because I'm kind of illiterate, Jonathan, and I can't read properly. Felt versus Bait. Of course, Wildcard against AG after that. So we're starting with the lower bracket. Get those out of the way. Then Nouns versus DogChamp. That's the upper bracket final. So one of these teams will make it through to the grand final tomorrow. It's kind of crazy to think that of all teams, it's Nouns versus DogChamp in the upper bracket final. And then after that, I believe we have, the lower bracket final? The lower bracket semi-final will be after that. So obviously the last day is going to be a lower bracket final and the grand final. But tomorrow we do have the upper bracket final and we do have the lower bracket semi-final to end things off. There's a lot of Dota going on tomorrow. I believe you and I in particular are going to be back for Nouns versus DogChamp and of course the final one, the lower bracket semi-final. So there's a lot of great Dota for us to watch tomorrow, Jonathan. And I'll tell you, I'm very, very excited because no matter what the outcome of this qualifier is, just seeing all the teams that are left, it just makes me happy to see this is how the qualifiers are going to end.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go through each team's storyline but, felt that stuck together for the most part with this new change with Licht. They've stuck together for such a long time with middling success. They looked amazing in 2 or 3. Bait, who've revitalized, who has Dendi on hand, still showing that he has what it takes to compete with a lot of top-tier mids, despite, not being ranked as highly now. I think he's immortal rank 500 to 600 when I watch his streams. He still has
just a number.
He still has it. Is just a number. It's a factor of how much Dota you play. And then you have Wildcard, with Sammy Boy, with promising upstarts like RCY. You have DogChamp with iconic players like Speed, like community figures like Speed, community figures in Army Geniuses, in American Goons. Every time I see AG, I get triggered a little bit. On American Goons, so every single one of these teams, just so many stories, so many characters that you just wish the best for. We make fun of NA being this toxic hellhole, but really,